orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, to those of you that bleed orange and black, good morning. Or is it because the Giants lost another game last night? 4 in a row to the Phillies in back-to-back games. The bullpen blows it. We'll see who's worse, the Giants bullpen or me driving the show today, filling in for Murph. You know, anytime we open up the show with my voice and not the complaints of Brian Murphy, that means that Murph is on a sabbatical one day and one day only, which means we go to the bullpen with hopefully some better luck than the Giants last night. We're calling in the kid from the Sunset District, Kerry Crowley, one of my favorite people to co-host with and talk a little Giants ball. Well, Kerry, get comfortable. We got 4 hours to talk about some bad Giants baseball. Kerry, good morning, brother. How we doing?
Marcus, doing fantastic. Going to try to do my best Ryan Baracki impression this morning, filling in on your side of the table this morning. So we'll see if I can get a right-hander out. Probably not.
No, and I feel like now I'm in Murph's seat, so now I'm in the left position. That makes me the lefty specialist. Hopefully I don't run into a Bryce Harper or a Kyle Schwarber on the guest list later on today, because that's what happened last night for the San Francisco Giants. If you were watching, I know we had a lot of other sports going on here in the Bay Area and even across the landscape, with the Michigan Wolverines winning the national championship last night. Shout out to our guy Overnight Dave, who always represents the city, the state, the county, the entire atmosphere of Michigan, Detroit, doesn't matter. My guy Overnight Dave is going to put a stamp on that last night. And Michigan got to cut down the nets last night. Here's Dusty Mayer on our TV right now. One shining moment. Maybe we can start there for one quick second before we get into complaining about the Giants. Kerry, where were you last night with the national championship game and Michigan cutting down those nets?
Yeah, where was I? I was watching the Giants bullpen blow it.
Yeah.
I mean, I am, someone who loves to fill out a bracket each year. I participate in Murph's pageantry, as you will, but I don't actually watch the NCAA tournament. No. Once the first round is over, I love the Thursday, Friday, the upsets, but over the last couple of years with NIL coming into the sport, it's good for the players. It's great for the players, and it's good for the coaches. It's good for everyone involved with college basketball, except the casual fans who want to see UMBC upsetting Virginia 16-1. We don't get that anymore. So congrats to a powerhouse like Michigan, spend a ton of money on their roster, playing a team like UConn, spend a ton of money on its roster. That's great. The level of college basketball play has never been higher, but my interest level has never been lower, Marcus.
Yeah, it's also the fact that you have like 25-year-old kids still in college. So like, the game's better than ever. It's like, yeah, these are grown-ass men out there who are cashing in checks with the NIL.
It didn't work out for you in the G League? Come on back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can now go back to college. But hey, whatever. Michigan got the job done last night. Shout out to Jen Violet Kennedy, who puts on the great KNBR San Francisco radio bracket pool that Murph was battling back and forth, but ended up losing once Arizona got knocked out by Michigan. That busted his bracket. And really, I'm just saying all this so I can brag about the fact that I still finished ahead of Murph in my bracket. I came in 9th place. He came in 10th place. Wow. Neither of us picked the champion.
You give out 10th place ribbons here?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to hang a banner here in the studio. Waterboy, 9th place in the Jen Violet Kennedy bracket. But shout out JVK, who actually won her own bracket.
Okay.
Which also leads to a little bit of conspiracy. It's like a commissioner winning your fantasy league. You don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, Kerry.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of questions. I'm sure there will be a full inquiry. We'll probably put Holler and John Joe Curley on that throughout the week.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll get down to the bottom of it. But hey, maybe by the end of the show, we'll get down to the bottom of the Giants bullpen. Also want to shout out the Sharks, who got a big win at the Tank yesterday. I know the Dirty Work crew was down there with a live broadcast from the Sweet, Copes, and Ted Ramey. And our guy, Young Tony, was down at the Shark Tank as well. So we'll check in with Tony on the other side and get the guest list and get his recap and breakdown of the Sharks skating down in San Jose last night. But, Kerry, we were both watching another bullpen meltdown last night from the San Francisco Giants in a game where Adrian Hauser was cruising early, and it looked like the Giants had some life offensively. I mean, that might be the silver lining, that they scored 4 runs. The only problem is it happened in the first 4 innings, and then there was nothing after that. And then, obviously, we saw what happened in the 7th inning last night.
Yeah, pretty remarkable testament to how this team has started the season that you can say the silver lining is that they've scored 4 runs.
Yeah.
Because those are the type of games now that this 2026 Giants team absolutely needs to win. If the offense is performing as poorly as it is, last in the major leagues in home runs, last in slugging percentage, last in OPS, and they finally break through last night. Willy Adames, 2 hits. Matt Chapman, 2 hits. Luis Arias, 2 hits. On a night like that, not only do you need to win, you also need to capitalize more than 4 times. And the Giants failed to do so against the Phillies team where the bullpen can be lights out, and it was last night. And the Giants are the inverse. The Giants got a great start from Adrian Hauser. Tony Vitello electing to leave him in for the 7th inning. I thought that was an interesting decision. I was okay with it, though, because he was still in the mid-80s in terms of his pitch count when he went back out there for the 7th inning. And the reason I'm okay with watching Adrian Hauser, the 5th starter in this Giants rotation, take the mound in the 7th inning is because the Giants don't have 3 guys that you trust to shut the door with a 2-run lead. I would rather have starter number 5 than reliever number 3. If you're working backward, reliever number 3, reliever number 2, reliever number 1, and I don't know how you stack up this Giants bullpen right now. Is Ryan Walker reliever number 1? Is Eric Miller up there for you? There's just no clear guys at the back end of that bullpen, which is why I'm okay with Hauser going out there. But the moment he gets into trouble, going to Ryan Borucki, and Borucki being unprepared to come in and throw a strike to Kyle Schwarber, that's the game right there. That's the game because you know Bryce Harper's coming up. You know a right-handed hitter is coming up, and Borucki is horrible against right-handed hitters.
Awful.
And so, to me, inexcusable that you don't go to Matt Gage there, inexcusable that the Giants have found themselves in this position. And this isn't Tony Vitello's fault necessarily. This is Buster Posey's fault. This is an organizational-wide fault because if you don't have 3 relievers you can trust in high-leverage situations, and right now the Giants are at 1.5, you're not going to win many games.
No, not at all. And that goes back to your point, the roster construction. And we can talk about the bats that they're not using off the bench and get into that scenario. And even in the 9th inning, when they're trying to make a comeback, you still got Harrison Bader and Patrick Bailey up there with a 100-something batting average on the interstate, but you don't have any bat options off the bench. That's one part of the roster construction, but definitely with the bullpen. I mean, Ryan Borucki was just cut by the Chicago White Sox like a week before the season. You bring him in just because you were desperate for a left-handed option. Well, if your left-handed specialist can't throw a damn strike to Kyle Schwarber to start the inning, then that puts you in a hole. Then there's Bryce Harper banging the ball all over the ballpark last night with 3 RBI. And yeah, this is going to be an issue. Hell, we knew it was going to be an issue last year when Randy Rodriguez went down with Tommy John surgery, and then they did not address the issue this offseason. And now you're seeing back-to-back games where they've kind of squandered the lead with Logan Webb having a great bounce-back start on Sunday. Then you have Adrian Hauser and Carey. It just feels like things would feel so much different if we're talking about a 5-6 team versus the 3-8 team if they were able to hold on to these leads on Sunday and Monday.
A 3-8 team that was the first to 1 loss in the National League, the first to 2 losses in the National League, the first to 7 losses in the National League, and now the first to 8 losses in the National League. We are talking about a Giants team that's playing its way to the bottom of this league right now, and that is not where you want to be. We knew, Marcus, that this schedule would be daunting. The Yankees coming to town, the Padres on the road, the Mets. None of that was going to be easy. But you have to give yourself an opportunity as a president of baseball operations, as a front office, and build up a bullpen for a rookie manager to have guys that he can trust. And the Giants, throughout spring training, they got good performances. They never got convincing performances. They never said, okay, our setup men are these guys. Our closer is this guy. They haven't been able to say with any sort of certainty who they trust in high leverage situations. So when a guy like Jose Butto, who you figure might be a top 3, top 4, top 5 reliever on this team, goes down with an injury, the ripple effect is felt in a far more significant way than it would be on a team with a competent bullpen. This, to me, was a preventable issue from the start of the season.
Yeah, it's a lack of depth, definitely overall, but it's also some of these guys that you're relying on, whether it's a Keaton Wynn or a Caleb Killian. Like, these guys haven't stepped up and pitched in these high situations, and it was great when they performed well against the Yankees in that first series, but guess what? They were down in all 3 of those games against the Yankees, so pitching with the lead is a lot different, and we've seen that the past couple of days now with the San Francisco Giants, so they'll try to square it all up and figure it out today. Robbie Ray on the mound versus Christopher Sanchez. Hell of a matchup between 2 lefties, and Carey, I don't know, maybe we pump the brakes. Logan Webb did just tell us yesterday that the Giants were still only 2.5 games back in the wild card because it's only 10 games in the season. I got news for you. Everybody's 2.5, 3 games back from the wild card right now. We're only 11 games in, but that is one of the questions of the day. How big of a red flag is this 3-8 start, despite the tough schedule? Can they fix it? Can they turn it around? Are you giving up on the season already? It's so early, but there are red flags all over this roster, and it feels like they're not going to be fixed anytime soon.
No, and it doesn't. I mean, they need to hit a soft portion of the schedule, but Marcus, that ain't coming anytime soon. The Orioles have got off to a slow start. They're next on this Giants docket. That's a talented baseball team. The Reds on the road, that's a ballpark where the Giants have struggled through the years to win consistently. The Nationals, a team that theoretically the Giants should be significantly better than this year. The Nationals have given the Giants fits over the last few seasons. They're a team that has come to Oracle Park and won games. They're a team that's preserved their home field advantage against the Giants on the road. This is a Giants team that you can't look at the schedule and say, okay, San Francisco definitively better than any of these squads coming up, which is why the slow start for the offense, which is why the bad outings from the bullpen, they all start to add up. They creep into your mind, and they start to have a ripple effect that really could be cascading throughout the course of this 2026 season.
You know, it's funny. During the break yesterday, I was hanging out in the producer studio. I'm like, damn, dude, this is a tough start to the schedule. When do the Rockies come to town? And then I thought for a second, I'm thinking, damn, the Rockies are probably thinking to themselves, when do the Giants come to town? Because that's the way they're playing right now with their offensive struggles, with their bullpen issues, plenty of red flags to get into. Like I said, 808 KNBR is the number. That's 415-808-5627. Shoot us a text. Give us a call. Check in on the YouTube chat. Tell us what you think is the biggest red flag for the Giants in the first 11 games of the season. We'll check in with young Tony, where he was not seeing red flags last night. He was seeing goals in the back of the net. We'll call in a Sharks win. Check in with young Tony. Get the guest list going and get the show going on the Murph one-day sabbatical. Carrie Crowley filling in for Murph. One day and one day only. It's the KC Tour in D.C. Daly City with Carrie Crowley and Marcus Boucher on the Sports Leader.
Giants.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. You just heard Marcus tease our question of the day. With the Giants sitting at 3-8 on the season so far, and they're riding a 4-game losing streak, what is your biggest red flag right now? You guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Barucki pitches, swing and a ground ball into right field. Base hit. Coming in to score Crawford. Here comes Turner around third. He will score. Stopping at second is Schwarber. And Barucki does not get either one of those lefties out, and it is 4-4. Now he's swinging a ground ball up the first base side where nobody is. Down the right field line it goes. Schwarber comes around to score. Here's the throw into second. Not in time. Big pitch. Here it is. Fastball hit high in the air into left center, medium. Now catching it on the run is Ramos. Here comes the throw to the plate. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Too late. Harper, who's still a fast runner, beats that throw home, and it is 6-4 Phillies. Duran throws. Swing and a ground ball to short is Turner over to first, and the Phillies have won the first game of this series. And the misery continues for the Giants, their 4th loss in a row.
The misery continues for the San Francisco Giants. 4 straight losses, now 3-8 on the season, and 1-7 at Oracle Park. Man, oh man, you want to talk about a slow start to the season. You could hear it right there in John Miller's voice. Like it's the dog days of August already, but it feels like the Giants have been dragging their feet after they got off to a hot start last night against the 6'7" Andrew Painter last night for the Philadelphia Phillies, who was sitting about 96, 97, score 4 runs early, but you heard the rally in the 5th, the rally in the 7th, getting to the bullpen, and the Giants blow back-to-back games. And here we are, Kerry, trying to dissect each and every problem of the San Francisco Giants, because it does feel a little bit like deja vu, young Tony on the rejoin with a little bit of J. Cole. You know Murph's off when we're coming back with J. Cole instead of like some hair band from the 80s or something like that. But man, oh man, what are we going to do with this Giants team? 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in on the show throughout today. But Kerry, we were just discussing this Giants bullpen, and I guess maybe that's one of the questions is, who do you put more blame on, Tony Vitello and the bullpen management, or do you blame the guys that are delivering the ingredients, your Buster Poseys, your Zach Manassians, and the products and the produce that they're serving up to this Giants team and kind of forcing the hand of Tony Vitello, because there's not a lot of great options in this bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those days where I feel like 4 hours isn't enough to synthesize all the issues within the Giants bullpen. This is an organizational failure that dates back several years, and it predates Buster Posey, but ultimately he is responsible for the state of the 2026 bullpen. I think this goes back to ownership as well, not loosening the pocketbooks at all to make sure that the Giants could go out and spend on competent veteran relievers to patch up some of the flaws. So you really want to start with the genesis of this, Marcus. You can go back about 10 years and start to look at the drafts the Giants have had through 2015 to say 2024, and their inability to cultivate pitching talent in this farm system, their inability to bring up relievers who can make an impact at the major league level. Then you start to think about, okay, how are they going about building this roster for the offseason? Well, they wanted to patch up as many flaws as possible. The defense was a question mark. The lineup was a question mark. So you got to spend on Harrison Bader. You got to spend on Luis Arias. You've also got to go out and get 2 starting pitchers, Tyler Mahle and then Adrian Hauser. So where's the money left? Buster Posey deciding that, okay, if we're going to neglect one part of the roster, it might as well be the bullpen, because you can sign veteran relievers on the cheap. You can bring in a Caleb Killian to spring training and hope that he works out. You can bring in Michael Fulmer to spring training, who had a decent spring with the Giants, and hope that it works out. But ultimately, when you neglect a portion of the roster, as the Giants decided they had to do for whatever reason, to me, this starts with ownership and the inability to spend at the top of the market to address the flaw. It moves on to the front office that decided that this would be the area of the roster that they would feel comfortable not addressing. And then you start to look at in-game decision-making. So ultimately, it all trickles down to Tony Vitello. But to me, this is an organizational-wide failure that began even before Buster Posey arrived, that was perpetuated by ownership's unwillingness to spend. And ultimately, this is on Posey and then Vitello to figure out which ingredients can make this work. And the Giants, 11 games into this season, Marcus, are coming nowhere closer than they were when spring training began.
Yeah, it doesn't taste the same as when they're winning games in spring training. We've gone through this exercise now back-to-back seasons where the Giants are one of the best teams in spring training, but there's a big difference between spring training games and regular season games. There's also a big difference between pitching in a game when you're down 7-0 versus pitching in a game where you're up 3-1. But really, like, if you had to go through a confidence meter right now, are you confident in any of these bullpen arms? Like, yes, Ryan Walker was sort of penciled in, and I say that in air quotes because Tony Vitello really never named him as the closer going to the season. We just kind of all assume so because there's no other options. Like, I'm a fan of Eric Miller. Sometimes he can get a little messy, a little wild. We talked about Jose Butto and now having blood clots removed from his arm. He's going to be out 2 to 4 months. Like, I don't know if there's anybody you can put in the game right now that you truly feel confident can go out there and get outs in a high leverage situation.
No, absolutely not. And so to paint a picture of how the Giants put themselves in this position, Marcus, I look back at a draft, say 4 or 5 years ago, 2021, where the Giants went pitching up and down the board because everyone in the organization at that point, Farhan Zaidi, Gabe Kapler, they all felt, hey, you look at this farm system, there are no guys coming through who project to be big-time relievers at the major league level. So early rounds, you're targeting starters. Then middle rounds, you target relievers. And if those starters don't pan out, at the very worst, they become valuable relievers for you at the major league level. Let's go back to that 2021 draft and see what the Giants got there. First round pick, Will Bednar, starting pitcher. They all projected him to be a part of the Giants rotation. He's now a reliever in the minor leagues, has yet to make his major league debut. That's a miss in the first round. Second round, a lefty, Matt Mikulski. Guy never made it past Double-A. He's pitching in another organization right now. Third round, Mason Black. Made it to the big leagues, wasn't a starter, wasn't a reliever, traded out of the Giants organization. Fifth round, Rohan Honda out of Yale, never made it to the big leagues. Sixth round, Seth Lonsway, Ohio State, never made it to the big leagues. Seventh round, Nick Sinicola, never made it. We could go on and on, but if you've got a draft 5 years ago where you can't get one usable major league pitcher out of using your first 6-7 picks on pitchers, that is a huge organizational failure. And so that's what leads to games like last night. It's decisions made 4 or 5 years ago where your inability to scout and develop talent ultimately costs you, because you can go out and you can spend $30+ million on a relief pitcher, but you're only doing that when your organization has let you down, when you have not had the ability to draft and develop, competitive talent. And to me, this is an issue that just spans years and years in the Giants organization and manifests itself in the 7th inning on a Monday evening.
Yeah, and there's other examples you can look at too. A guy like Reggie Crawford, who was a first-round draft pick, who they thought maybe will take away the bat, make him into a full-time pitcher. He's had so many arm issues, but you would have thought he would be eventually a bullpen arm that you could use down the road. But that might be the scenario we're in, where we saw Blade Tidwell once again last night. The game was pretty much out of reach. It was a 2-0 ball game. Or excuse me, they were down 2 runs when we saw Blade Tidwell. We did see the 3-inning save earlier this year, but it feels like that might be one of the only Giants options to turn to, is like maybe a Blade Tidwell or a Trevor McDonald or a Carson Wisenhunt. But these are all guys that they want to stretch out and make future starters. But you're seeing such big issues with the bullpen now. You might not have an option. You might not have a choice but to use these guys in bullpen roles.
And that's another huge issue. I mean, you think about like a Carson Wisenhunt, who was a second-round draft pick for the Giants. When you're a second-round draft pick, that's major league starter. Like, you are not drafting a guy to come in and pitch the 6th or the 7th inning when you take him in the second round. You'll take that 5-6 years down the line if he doesn't pan out. But the Giants should want Carson Whisenhunt to start, and he doesn't appear to have that stuff down at AAA Sacramento. He didn't last year. It's why when he was called up, he kind of looked overmatched at the major league level. And so is he a starter? Is he a reliever? Or is this just another situation like a Mason Black, who was a few years ago a third-round draft pick, who ultimately wasn't either and was traded outside the organization, now pitching in AAA for the Royals. So you just go on and on through the litany of errors this organization has made. And again, it shows up on a night like Monday when you've got your fifth starter needing to trot out for the seventh inning because there aren't three arms you trust to get the final 9 outs of that ball game.
No, and tip your cap to Adrian Hauser, who actually looked pretty damn good last night. Got up to 96, 97 miles per hour. You'll take that from your fifth starter, work into a seventh inning every single day of the week. But yes, it's going to be a big question all season long. We talked about these questions in the offseason about the Giants bullpen and how maybe they can solve some of these issues, whether they will look for another Ryan Barucki off the waivers if somebody gets cut in the next couple weeks, or if they go out and make a trade down the road eventually. All topics that we can get into today. But we also have to check in with our guy, Young Tony, who had a better night than I did last night, because here I was once again buying $20 beers down at Oracle Park just to watch the Giants lose another game. But Young Tony was cashing in with a winner chicken dinner down at the Shark Tank. Young Tony, my guy.
I got Sharks fever, dude.
Yeah, Mr. 408 himself, Young Tony in the building at the Tank last night. How was it, my friend?
Dude, incredible. I mean, it's an incredible win. 3-2 win over the Blackhawks. Connor Bedard in the building. Just a big win. I mean, they need every win they can get. There's 5 games left. They're 2 points out of a wild card spot. Crazy, game winner from Will Smith. It was like a tic-tac-toe. I don't know if anybody saw it. Maybe we'll get it for the cooler. It was like Macklin to Colin Graff, back to Smith for the winner. So it was a great game. Shout out to all the people that were there for dirty work as well. Nice little contest we did. I met some listeners. Shout out my guy Leonard, I think I'm blanking on his name, but he was telling me, he's like, yeah, I'm a Cal Poly guy. I was like, oh, for sure, dude, hell yeah. He's like, yeah, Cal Poly Pomona.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, get the hell out of here
Get
with
your
that.
Pomonas, you get your
hell out of
Humboldts.
here.
It all counts.
Yeah,
No, it does not.
It's all the Cal Poly family.
Yeah.
Just like it's all the KNBR family, which also means the digital team was down there. And ever since the digital team posted that Nickelback meme of Colin Graff in the photograph, every time now I hear Colin Graff, it's, look at this Colin Graff.
I know. Yeah,
Every time I look at it, makes me laugh. How were the digital boys down in the suite yesterday?
They were good. They were riffing. I mean, we had all 3 games on. The national championship, shout out Michigan, by the way. Pop Culture Showdown still undefeated, as we all know.
Was there any question? The Pop Culture Showdown never loses.
I was going to say Ann Arbor's beating Stores any day of the week.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, no, we had all 3 games on. There was a lot of stuff going on, and it was fun being down there. Fun, nice little suite. I've never been to a Shark suite before, and it was a nice little, some popcorn, some chips, some drinks. What's not to like?
Some
Sports
snacking
on a what was it? A Monday night.
Yeah, and the Sharks really the hottest and most exciting team in the Bay Area right now. The Warriors have been slumping. Steph Curry did make his return, the resurrection, and I know we'll talk about that with our guest list coming on just a little bit longer. But real quick, should we call in the win?
Ooh, we can.
I know Murph's not here, but somebody's got to call in the win, or else it doesn't even count. The Sharks can't climb their way up to a wild card spot if the morning show doesn't call in a Sharks win.
You guys
Terry
call it
Crowley.
into Gary Bettman?
We do.
Okay,
Gary
good.
Bettman.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had his number here.
Oh, no, we got it. We had to dig it up. Overnight Dave had it in his Rolodex.
There we go.
Tom Spear, the goalie coach, calls it in to Bettman. Yes.
Now, since Murph's gone, should I call in the score? Young Tony, you were at the game
Young
last
Tony
night.
was at the game.
I feel like you should call in the score.
Yeah.
Be like, Mr. Bettman, I'm here at the Shark Tank.
I don't even know how Murph does it. We've heard it a million times. Tom Spear gets his Motorola out and just kind of all right, Gary, you empty suit, put it in the books. Sharks 3, Blackhawks 2.
Beautiful power play. Beautiful power play.
What's the name of your team?
San Jose Sharks.
Oh, you gotta be kidding. Perfect specimens.
I'd give up one of my children for a win. Can't teach that.
This one? This one. That's awesome. What's yours? This one? This one. What's yours? This one.
It's like watching a god on ice.
Go Sharks.
It's like watching a god on ice. I got to say, the Sharks win package is quickly becoming one of my favorite win packages. It's also one of the few win packages that we actually still play on this show because the Giants have lost 4 straight and the Warriors have been slumping. And obviously, it's not 49er season right now. But between Macklin, Celebrini reading to the kids, Judy Jupiter talking about the perfect specimens that are Macklin, Celebrini, and Will Smith. And Will Smith, as Tony pointed out last night, the game-winning go-ahead goal to put the Sharks up 3-1 in the third period yesterday. You heard him in the win package. Kerry Crowley, you can't touch this.
Can't teach that. Can't teach that. Can't teach that. Can't teach that.
You really can't teach that. Some people are born with it, and Macklin, Celebrini, and Will Smith definitely are. Young Tony, we know you're born with it. Give us a guest list on a Tuesday morning.
Yes, sir. All right, we got Dwayne Kuiper joining the show at 7:30 this morning. We got cooler content at 8:30. Maybe we'll get some more Sharks content in the cooler content. And then Marcus Thompson, talk a little Warriors, talk a little Steph resurrection, Marcus, at 9:15 this morning.
He has risen. Steph Curry back in our lives. Warriors back in our life tonight versus the Sacramento Kings. We'll see if they light the beam.
Light the beam.
Shout out Logan Webb and everybody up in the 916. But Steph is back in action. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson later on today. And of course, the guest list was sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than a car dealership, we're family. Yes, we are. We are family. So give us a call, 808 KNBR. Give us your thoughts. Right now, are you more concerned about the Giants' offensive struggles, or are you more concerned about the bullpen after blowing games in back-to-back situations? We'll talk about that next with Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on The Sports Leader.
Can't teach that. Can't teach that. Can't teach that.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Barucki pitches. Swing and a ground ball into right field. Base hit. Coming in to score Crawford. Here comes Turner around third. He will score. Stopping at second is Schwarber. And Barucki does not get either one of those lefties out, and it is 4-4. Now he's swinging a ground ball up the first base side where nobody is. Down the right field line it goes. Schwarber comes around to score. Here's the throw into second. Not in time.
I don't know who else was playing catch at the time, but he was the one that was going to face Schwarber and Harper all along, the left-on-left matchup. So I don't know who else would have been throwing down there. But, yeah, Hauser went back out. He was at 82, 83 pitches before the inning and had our leadoff guy there 0-2 and then, got the swing we all wanted against Turner, but obviously the ball fell in.
Ooh, that was the voice of San Francisco Giants skipper Tony Vitello talking about the choice to go to Ryan Barucki there in the 7th inning last night. You heard the highlights from John Miller, Bryce Harper knocking in a couple runs, Alex Bohm laces one down the first base line, and that really was the turning point in the game last night. As the Phillies win 6-4, the Giants bullpen continues to struggle over the last 6 games. They have a 7.78 ERA. That's 17 earned runs in the last 19 and 2 innings pitched by the San Francisco Giants bullpen. With those type of numbers, maybe Tony Vitello should be keeping an eye on who's warming up and who's playing catch in the bullpen. Maybe I'm reading too much into those comments, but kind of a weird response there when he was asked about why going with Ryan Barucki over a guy maybe like Gage in that situation. And he goes, yeah, he was warming up. He was playing catch. He was getting loose. Kerry, your thoughts on that decision in that specific situation?
I mean, that was predetermined before the game. If they were going to get into a late inning situation where the Phillies had their lefties stacked with Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, they were going to Ryan Barucki in the middle of an inning. That was something that, whether it would be the 5th inning where Hauser gets into trouble, the 7th inning, the 8th inning, it doesn't really matter. The Giants as an organization made that call pregame. That's how those determinations are made in the year 2026. So to me, it doesn't really matter if someone else was throwing down there, if Tony Vitello had another situation prep, because this was very clear. Ryan Barucki is on the roster to face Kyle Schwarber, to face Bryce Harper. And if he can't get those guys out, that's an organizational issue. That's on Buster Posey for bringing in Ryan Barucki as the preferred left-hander over, say, a Joey Lucchesi who was in camp as well, or over, say, any of the other lefties the Giants could have gone out and signed during spring training or during the offseason. Their faith in Barucki, to me, after he was cut by the Chicago White Sox, a relative surprise. But if that's your plan, if that's your goal, it doesn't really matter who else was up throwing at that point because Barucki is on this team to get left-handers out. I just don't trust him to do that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. When you're walking guys on 4 pitches to start the inning and then letting up hits against lefty-lefty matchups, I don't want to even see him again ever face a righty. I mean, earlier this year against Aaron Judge got taken deep, and we saw Alex Bohm lace one down the first base line as well. But real quick, because you mentioned the name Joey Lucchesi, young Tony, I don't know if you saw this. Joey Lucchesi is now playing for the Angels.
DFA'd by the Angels.
Ah, damn it. Well, yeah. I know he was out there on opening day.
I did hear about this,
Do you know what number Joey Lucchesi was wearing for the Anaheim Angels? Number 6'7", young Tony. And, bro, he did the dance on opening day down the third baseline. And he did the 6'7" dance.
6'7"?
Yes, Murph's favorite number, 6'7".
6'7".
So, yes, I just wanted to get that out there because you're right. They made that kind of last-minute decision to bring in Barucki and then get rid of Joey Lucchesi. But maybe that should have been one of the biggest red flags all along with this Giants bullpen. But we've also got people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line saying, right now, the biggest red flag is Rafael Devers, which is kind of funny because the Boston Red Sox traded away Rafael Devers thinking that they were going to get better. They're not worse than the Giants. They're 2-8, but the team that now has Rafael Devers is now 3-8. So with or without Rafael Devers, both of these teams are struggling. But, Kerry, you tell me if this is a crazy take. I'm more confident that Rafael Devers and this entire Giants lineup is going to turn things around than I am with my confidence level with the Giants bullpen.
Yeah, of course, and you should be because there's a track record there. I mean, look at Rafael Devers in 2025. I pulled up these stats. At one point, he was hitting 194 with a 657 OPS, 2 home runs. That was 27 games into the season. That was 121 plate appearances into the season. That was April 24th. At that rate, Rafael Devers could have 2.5 more weeks looking like this. By the time he was traded to the San Francisco Giants, average was up over 260, OPS around 900. He looked like the Rafael Devers of old. This, to me, is the sign of a slow starter, someone who doesn't get going, doesn't get hot right at the beginning of the regular season. But Devers will have 500 plate appearances to turn things around. And then he'll have 7 more years after this to continue building on his resume in a Giants uniform. Now, what will the end of that contract like? I have skepticism. I have concerns. But I do believe that Devers, Chapman, Adames, Arias, they have a much greater likelihood of turning this season around than a bullpen where we don't know who's going to be the 8th inning guy. We don't know who's going to be the 9th inning guy on any given night because no one has gone out there and established themselves as a can't-miss arm for Tony Vitello. No one has shown the kind of stuff that can't be ignored. Everyone has flaws down in that Giants bullpen, and that comes down to roster construction. So to me, that's a very obvious take that Devers will be the guy to turn this around, even though he has been absolutely abysmal at the plate this season.
Yeah, and it feels like it's magnifying even more with the struggles of a Willie Adames or a Jung-Hoo Lee, who is not living up to that contract right now. It's like the entire team just hasn't been able to find it outside of a guy like Luis Arias, which is now kind of funny hearing Giants fans complain this offseason about signing a guy like Luis Arias because all he does is hit singles. Hell, I'll take more singles right now. We mentioned the stats earlier. The Giants are one of, if not the worst, offensive teams in baseball right now. Last in home runs, last in runs scored, last in RBIs. Like, even if you want to get into the ex-WOBA stats and the advanced analytics, they're dead last there too. So there's an issue when you have the worst run differential in all of baseball, and it doesn't help out when you're not confident in your bullpen, but they have a minus 27 run differential so far this year. That's the worst mark for the franchise through 11 games since 1896, my friends. We're going back to the days of Marty Lurie.
Great job, brother.
I mean, we were just talking about, who was it, Harry the Hat Man the other day? Young Tony, if you can dig that up, I'll give you a cookie after the show.
Harry the Hat Walker.
Yeah.
Only you, Marty.
Yeah, somebody call up Harry the Hat Walker. Get him into this lineup right now because the Giants simply just aren't hitting. But still, I have confidence that they're going to turn this lineup around eventually. But to start 1-7 at home, it feels like it is still early, but you're already starting to hear some of the boos, some of the complaints, and some of the fan base almost being turned off by this roster construction only 11 games into the season, Kerry.
And to me, there are decisions that the organization can make to alleviate some of the pressure on a player such as Jung-Hoo Lee, who is performing so terribly to begin this season. Patrick Bailey, who's been awful at the plate to begin this season. Jung-Hoo Lee, the Giants would love for him to be an everyday player because he's making that 9-figure salary over the course of the 6 seasons that they signed him to. Patrick Bailey, former first-round draft pick, they want him to be their everyday catcher so desperately. But I don't think either of these guys are 140 to 150 game per season players. I think you look at their profiles, you look at their trajectories in their career, and you can optimize their performance by playing each of them about 110, 115 times and turning them into platoon players, which I know is a dirty word in San Francisco. Buster Posey was brought in because Giants fans hated a platoon. But you know what you hate more? Underperformance, low batting average, and ultimately losses that are preventable. If you have Jung-Hoo Lee up there against a left-handed pitcher late in the game, to me, you're conceding an out. That's a situation where he's going to struggle. If you've got Patrick Bailey hitting in the 9th inning of a ball game when you've got Daniel Susac on your bench, that's a situation where you're probably conceding a better opportunity to have a difference maker at the plate. And I'm not saying that Daniel Susac is the next great catcher in this organization, but I do trust his bat, even the very limited sample size that we've seen, more than Patrick Bailey in the extended sample size that we've seen, where he has never proven to be someone who's going to hit over the course of 162. So I think the Giants can alleviate some of the pressure on some of these guys by giving them other opportunities, by finding ways to sit Bailey down, by finding ways to sit Lee down and optimizing for performance. It's hard to play 162. It's hard to play 140. It's hard to play 130. The less you rely on these guys, maybe the more performance you will see from each of these players.
Yeah, but the problem is they don't really have any other options, Kerry. Like, you look at this bench and the way it's constructed, like even last night, you're down 2 runs in the 9th inning. You still got Harrison Bader at the plate. You still got Patrick Bailey at the plate. We haven't seen Christian Koss taking a bat since the Sultanis were in town a couple weeks ago. Like, these guys aren't even getting the opportunities, but Should they be getting the opportunities? I mean, at some point, you got to switch it up. I mean, I would love to see him get creative, maybe move Luis Ariz over at first, get Christian Costin at second, just try to shake something up and change it, but there's just not that flexibility right now with this roster.
Yeah, there isn't right now, but I think that there will be at some point. Like, you look at this bullpen, at some point Sam Hentges is going to get healthy, and he's a former left-handed leverage man for the Cleveland Guardians. You look down at AAA Sacramento, and there are a number of outfielders they could pull up, starting with Victor Barracoda, who had an incredible spring training. I think by May 1st, that's a serious evaluation for the San Francisco Giants. If you continue to get low performances out of Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee, you have to make a move. And sometimes these things work themselves out, where a player gets injured, someone puts themselves on the roster, they force their way into the equation. You think back to 2024, when the Giants got off to such a terrible start offensively. All the outfielders got hurt. Elliot Ramos wasn't up in the big leagues until May 8th. May 8th, and he became an all-star that year. It is April 7th. At this point, it is extraordinarily early. And I know that Giants fans are frustrated. They have every right to be frustrated. The organizational malpractice that's taken place over the last decade is inexcusable. But I do think there is still time to salvage this season. There is still time to cover up some of these flaws. And ultimately, I think it's on the ownership group and the front office to spend and promote players who deserve to be in the big leagues and who are better options, even if that means sitting down some of your highest paid players or some of the players who you projected to depend on at the beginning of this season.
Yeah, and those are going to be some tough decisions for Tony Vitello in his first season as a manager, which even magnifies things even more. I mean, Murphy used to ask me all the time when the schedule was first released, he goes, man, this is a tough schedule. Yankees, Mets, Phillies, Padres. Do you think people are going to be patient with Tony Vitello? I said, no, there's no patience, especially when it comes to sports talk radio, when it comes to the cesspool that is Twitter. Giants fans are upset right now, and that's all right. You're allowed to be upset. You go to the ball game, you pay for the tickets, you pay $20 beers, and you've seen one victory at Oracle Park so far this season. So 808 KNBR is the number. That's 415-808-5627. I see we got a couple calls on hold. We'll get to those on the other side. We'll check in, hear your frustrations, or are we overreacting? Should we stay away from the panic button? Should you have that calm presence knowing that there is still a lot of baseball left? It's just off to a really bad start. 808 KNBR is the number. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today. I'm Marcus Boucher on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Duran throws. Swing and the ground ball to short is Turner over to first. And the Phillies have won the first game of this series. And the misery continues for the Giants, their fourth loss in a row.
The Phillies complete the comeback last night at Oracle Park. The Giants dropped to 3-8 on the season, 1-7 in front of their home fans, which has led to plenty of frustration from fans, from radio hosts, from Giants broadcaster. You heard John Miller there talk about the misery that has been the first 11 games of the season for the San Francisco Giants, where pick your poison. What's gone wrong so far to start the season? The bullpen, back-to-back blown games. It feels like it would be so much different if we were talking about a 5-6 team versus a 3-8 team, but that's the way that the game's played out, which is why we're asking you the question, 808 KNBR this morning. What is the biggest red flag? Are you more concerned about the bullpen? Are you concerned at all about the starting rotation after you got a great outing yesterday from Adrian Hauser? Logan Webb bounced back on Sunday. Or is it the offense? Looking at this lineup right now and checking the box scores and seeing guys like Rafael Devers on the interstate. We're getting a lot of texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and it seems like there's more concerns right now about this offense. An offense that most people thought would carry this Giants team before the season started to carry.
And I think that is why folks are so upset right now, because coming into the season, the offense was projected to be among the top 5 or 6 in the National League. At the very least, you could bank on Rafael Devers going for 30 home runs. Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, 20+. You anticipated that Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee would be serviceable Major League outfielders. None of that has been the case thus far. None of these guys are hitting for power. The Giants with the fewest home runs in the National League, the lowest slugging percentage in Major League Baseball, the lowest OPS in Major League Baseball. It's abysmal. It's a red flag for everyone involved, Marcus.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And that's why we'll go out to the text line and the UMA guest line right now. We got a couple calls hanging out. Rick in Hayward is the first man in line in the leadoff spot, checking in with Kerry Crowley and Marcus Boucher this morning. Rick, what's going on, my man? What's been the biggest red flag in the first 11 games for the Giants this season?
I'm going to have to go with most of the other people and say the hitting. Mm-hmm. I don't see an out for Buster. He doesn't have the ability to trade Devers. He can't trade an Adames. He can't trade a Chapman with those contracts. I mean, we're talking $267.5 million for Devers over the next 8 years. We're talking $26.5 a year for Adames and 26 or something for Chapman, and these guys aren't hitting. Now, yes, they are going to hit. But in the case of Devers, what Kerry, you brought up earlier, he did start hitting, but that was at Boston, Kerry. He didn't hit when he was here until, August of last year when it started warming up. He hit 11 home runs, but only drove in 25 RBIs. And in Boston, he hit 9 home runs and drove in 37 RBIs.
He hit 20 home runs and had 51 RBIs last year. His OPS was 807 in a Giants uniform.
I'm talking about at San Francisco and at Boston. A lot of people seem to think he's going to hit just because he's playing, he's going to get his numbers. But there's no guarantee here at Oracle. This is one of the worst ballparks for home runs. And believe me, I want him to. But watching him swing, the guy looks like he's lost a foot off his swing. And this is why a lot of teams in Boston was probably jumping for joy when they were able to trade away a trade for an Aaron Hicks who had, $30 million left on his contract, and the Harrison and Tibbs just to get rid of that contract, because it's a killer. You can't move it. You can't do anything. You can't justify playing him after a while, it's going to seem. I mean, I'm afraid that this could go down a spiraling circumstance. If you look at the rest of this month, I mean, we have 2 more games against Philadelphia. Maybe they win one of those 2. Then they go to Baltimore. Maybe win one of those. Cincinnati, maybe win one of those. And if we're lucky, we win 2 in Washington. But then they come home and they play the Dodgers, and then they play Miami, who's been doing pretty good. And then they go back on the road in Philadelphia.
Every team on the schedule looks daunting when you're bad. That's the reality. There is no soft portion of the schedule when you start 3-8 and you have the worst record in the National League. So we could talk about the rest of the schedule through the end of September, but there are no easy games when you start off this poorly.
Yeah, I agree. But when you start off the season 11-21 or 9-22, it's a tall order to come back from that. Like a lot of people say, you can't win a division in April, but you sure can lose it.
Yeah, you can definitely lose out on a couple games in the standings, Rick. No doubt. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Rick, I appreciate you calling and checking in. Now, Rafael Devers did end up hitting more home runs with the San Francisco Giants last year than he did with the Boston Red Sox. So we did
20 for the Giants, 51 RBIs for the Giants. Look, the overall numbers weren't great, but the WRC plus, the OPS plus, the adjusted numbers were relative to what they were at Fenway Park, which is a good place to hit. Mm-hmm. So, look, you can't expect Rafael Devers to have a 950 OPS for the San Francisco Giants. He's not Barry Bonds, but you can't expect him to have an OPS well over 800. You can't expect the on-base percentage to be well over 350. You can't expect the home run total to be 30-plus by the end of the season. And he got off to a horrendous start last year. But by the time June rolled around, by the time he was traded to the San Francisco Giants, the numbers were in line with career averages for Rafael Devers. Look, is he going to be the player that he was in Boston at age 22, 23, 24, in age 34, 35, 36 seasons in San Francisco? Absolutely not. He's got to be better. The Giants pay for him to be really good right now. But in terms of overall concerns, he's a huge one. Is he one for the entire season? I would bank on Devers being better than the Giants bullpen, which is also a red flag.
Yeah, I'll bet on the back of the baseball card of Rafael Devers. Now, I do get that there are concerns about the ballpark factor. There's no green monster out here at Oracle Park where he can just spray singles off that wall and kind of build up that batting average. But we also saw him spray a home run to left center field the other night. That looked like a pretty damn good swing. So I'm with you, Kerry. I think Rafael Devers is going to turn it around. And I will point out, too, because a lot of people are bringing up the contract numbers and how much money you're paying Rafael Devers and now Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. And there's a question about whether or not those were the right guys to pay. But also, we sit here and complain every offseason about the Giants not spending money. Then they go spend money. Then they start having everyday players in the lineup. Right now, they're not performing. So obviously, it's a bigger issue. But I guess I'll ask you the question, like, I still think it's a wise investment trading for Rafael Devers. I see what James Tibbs is doing in the Dodger system right now. 7 home runs in 8 games. That's a Boston Red Sox problem. It's the Red Sox. I don't think they're happy with the results from that trade. Kyle Harrison's now pitching for the Milwaukee Brewers. As I just mentioned, James Tibbs is down with the Dodgers. The Boston Red Sox are the worst team in baseball right now. So I don't think they're jumping for joy over the fact that they got rid of Rafael Devers because they could use a bat like Rafael Devers. And imagine his Giants lineup without somebody that has the threat of Rafael Devers, despite the fact that he is struggling right now. This would be an abysmal lineup if you didn't have Devers hit in the middle of it.
Yeah, and look, this goes back to what we discussed at the beginning of the show, the 10-year-long issues that have plagued the San Francisco Giants. If you didn't want to pay for a Rafael Devers via a trade, if you didn't want to pay for a Matt Chapman on an extension, if you didn't want to pay for a Willie Adames, you have to draft and develop internally. The Giants didn't have players coming through the farm system. They spent 5-6 years hoping that someone would come up and replace Brandon Crawford. And by the time Crawford had aged out of the position, they didn't have anyone because Marco Luciano didn't pan out. They didn't have anyone coming behind Pablo Sandoval at third base. That's why they traded for Evan Longoria. And when no one came up behind Evan Longoria at third base, then they had to go out and they had to get Matt Chapman. The Giants have had to spend their way out of trouble, and you can't spend your way out of trouble and expect all of that money to be spent wisely across Major League Baseball. The clearest path to success in the major leagues is drafting and developing talent, and the Giants have been worse at that than almost any organization across Major League Baseball for the last decade.
Yeah, and that's why they're banking on a guy like Bryce Eldridge, who we all have lofty expectations for. Still hasn't gone deep so far down in Sacramento this year, but early on this season is batting .281, so that's definitely a name that we're going to keep an eye on. You mentioned Victor Barracuda earlier this morning.
What's he hitting, like 450?
I mean, this was a guy that was killing it in spring training. I thought had an opportunity to at least earn a role on the roster, and you mentioned the possibility of maybe platooning Jung-Hoo Lee with a right-handed bat. My question is, can you afford to do that when you're paying Jung-Hoo Lee that type of money when he's making $20 million per year? That's not a guy you want to platoon.
Well, you can afford to do anything if winning is the only thing that matters. If winning is the only thing that matters, and I don't believe that's the case for Giants ownership, you can afford anything. And that means paying for better players in free agency or via trade, or it means sitting down the players who are paid highly but aren't performing well. And so in Jung-Hoo Lee's case, if he turns into a platoon bat by May, by June, and the Giants need to bring up Victor Barracuda is going to be making the major league minimum. He's a prospect. He's going to be coming up, no years of service time on his ledger right now. The Giants will be paying him almost nothing other than just the major league minimum to produce for them. He has hit extraordinarily well at AAA to begin this season. He was one of Tony Vitello and Buster Posey's favorite players during spring training. If he comes up and his goal is to mash lefties, I have very little doubt that Victor Barracuda could thrive in that type of a role. Now, do you do it on April 10th, April 15th, April 20th? When do you hit the panic button? I don't think it's time to hit the panic button just yet, but if you get to May 1st and Jung-Hoo Lee's still hitting under 200 and Elliot Ramos is still hitting under 220, at that point, I think you need to make some very difficult decisions about who plays, who starts, who sits, and how often these regulars are still seeing the field on a regular basis.
Yes, and with all that being said, I do agree. It is still early. We still are 11 games into the season. I usually am a quarter system guy. I like getting to the first 40 games before really evaluating the roster, but even when you mention a guy like Victor Barracuda, you just feel like he could be a more useful weapon maybe than a guy like Jared Oliva, who was a great story in spring training. But if you're on the roster as a 30-year-old journeyman just to be a pinch runner and you're not getting into the game, then what's the point of even having you on the roster right now when you don't have those options to have an actual threat with the bat off the bench to pinch hit for a guy like Patrick Bailey or Harrison Bader last night in the ninth inning?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Giants' goal in that situation is get someone on base and then send Oliva in. And so the goal is probably get Harrison Bader on base because he's got great speed. Hope that Patrick Bailey can do something. I probably would have hit Daniel Susac, even if it is right on right, and Bailey has the platoon advantage. I trust Susac a little bit more. Or maybe you send in Christian Koss to do something, put the ball in play. He's a contact guy, but it gets increasingly difficult to bet on a player like Christian Koss in that situation when he hasn't seen an at-bat since March 26th. So some of this is the Giants doing and how they've managed this roster. Some of it is the flawed roster construction, and so much of this is the fact that the organization has flawed for the better part of a decade. It's the fact that when they've spent money, they haven't spent it wisely. It's the fact that when they've drafted players, they haven't drafted the right players. When they've tried to develop players, they haven't always done so to a degree of success that you need to have success at the major league level. And so ultimately, all of these errors that have added up from, say, 2016, 2017, 2018, and on through the year 2026, you see them manifest themselves in a game like last night where you don't have a reliever you can trust to come in behind Adrian Hauser, where you don't have guys off the bench who you trust to hit for Patrick Bailey in that situation. These are all errors that, to me, are preventable with better decisions years ago.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. It's like, as much as we sit here and bitch and complain about all these small moves and pinch hitters and guys like Victor Barracuda, like, as much as I like Barracuda, he's not going to be the guy that saves the season. It's going to be on the roster construction, and Buster Posey, Zach Manassi, and Tony Vitello relying on those veteran bats. Like, this team is only going to go as far as Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman, Willie Damas. These are the guys that are going to carry you, and right now, they're not really performing. I know Matt Chapman's got a little hotter recently, hell, with the bat and a little bit of a hot head with the comments with Casey Schmidt the other day, but that's a topic that we can dive into. But first, I do want to check in with Joey right now, calling in from San Leandro. He's got a problem with some of that veteran leadership, maybe the Matt Chapman, Casey Schmidt situation that we saw the other day. Joey in San Leandro, you're on the morning show with Kerry Crowley and Marcus Boucher this morning. What's up, my man?
Hey, good morning, Waterboy, and good morning, Kerry.
Good morning. How we doing this morning, Joey?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just on my way to go teach. I've been watching the Giants a long time, and 32, and this roster has only been together like 3 years. Like the most veteran leadership on the roster has only been playing for the San Francisco Giants for probably 3 years as far as infielders go, right? So I miss a Wilmer Flores, some veteran presence that's going to calm you down, that's going to say, let's take a moment, let's breathe, it's baseball, let's let the game play through. It seems like when they give it up or they get anybody on base, the anxiety is right there.
It's that anxiety. It's kind of what we talked about yesterday with Mike Kruko. And Joey, I appreciate you calling in and checking this morning. He said it feels like there's a lot of solo artists right now on the roster. They're really not gelling. They're not coming together, which was really one of the big reasons why the Giants went in the direction of a Tony Vitello, because they wanted those vibes. They wanted that chemistry. And look, they won a lot of games in spring training. Tony V was out here traveling to South Korea and the DR to try to build that bond. But you know what really builds that bond? Winning ball games. And that's why everybody was stressed out early on this season when everybody was trying to get Tony V that first win. We had him on the show last week. He talked about that first victory and the kind of relief that was lifted off of everybody's shoulder. And we saw how free and how well they played down in San Diego when they had 16 hits and however many runs. It's like those were some of their best performances, but now they're back home and maybe there is a little bit more pressure and maybe you need some of those veteran leaders to step up and help their manager out, because this is all brand new to Tony V at this level.
Yeah, to me, they've got enough veterans on this team. It's ultimately about veteran performance, and that's what hasn't come yet. That's why you're concerned about a Rafael Devers starting with a 190 average and 567 OPS. That's why you're concerned about Willy Adames and the slow start that he's had with Matt Chapman and kind of the blow up in the infield and the throwing mistakes that he's made, the base running blunder on Sunday. You've got enough veteran players who've been there and done that in the clubhouse. Then it comes down to execution.
Yeah. It's simple as that. You got to execute. You got to put the ball in play. You got to score some damn runs. But there is a thread that I want to ask you a couple questions about, jumping off that caller right there about the leadership and the veterans in the clubhouse. Because yesterday, Matt Chapman did talk to the media about trying to steal that bag in the ninth inning on Easter Sunday, down a couple runs, and what a bad decision that was. But he also talked about the Casey Schmidt incident, catch the blanking ball. And Tony Vitello revealed to us that this was not the first time that things have gotten heated in the Giants clubhouse. We'll discuss that topic next, and we'll talk about where Tony is at with this clubhouse right now. 808 KNBR, is there a problem? Has Tony V lost the locker room? We'll get your opinion next. I still see a couple calls hanging out on hold right now. We'll talk to you on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy this morning on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I think that they have to do what they did all spring. I think that they have to be patient. I think they have to grind at bats. I think they have to swing out with 2 strikes, put it in play. I want to see more base on balls. I want to see more opposite field hitting. Those are the things that are going to get you back in and get the line moving again. But right now, you got a bunch of soloists out there. There's zero form of a continuity from within a team in that lineup right now. They're not feeding off each other. They're out there trying to hit a 9-run homer every time they get in the batter's box, and that just isn't going to happen. So they have to just loosen up, make simplify things, and trust the guy behind you. It's not the end of the world. You'd be surprised about the power of a walk. but the power of a bunt. If you're not hitting, bunt. You got 4 or 5 guys in that lineup that can bunt. They're giving it to you. The third baseman's playing way back. They're giving it to you. Take it. If they open up one side of the infield, hit to that side of the infield where you have a hole. Have some bat control at bats. That's what's going to get them out of the funk.
That was Mike Krukow yesterday morning on these very airwaves talking about the Giants' offensive struggles. A lot of solo artists on the team right now, and they just really don't look like they're meshing as a lineup. Now, maybe that's on Tony Vitello switching up the lineup, putting guys like Willie Adames in the leadoff spot. They've been mixing and moving around a lot of pieces, but have not found that right combination yet. But you just heard Mike Krukow say they need to loosen up. And Kerry, it felt like the team started to loosen up a little bit after they got that first win down in San Diego. Tony Vitello's getting the beer shower. It's a celebration. Everybody's having a good time. But back at home, I don't know if they're stressing too much playing in their own ballpark. I mean, I don't see why that would be an issue, but they've won one game at Oracle Park this year. So it feels like the pressure is definitely starting to mount, especially from the fan perspective where you're frustrated right now, and you're allowed to be. You're a fan of the team. It is early in the season, 11 games in, but there's a feeling right now that it's not going to get any better. But I'm here today to say it does get better, Kerry Crowley. It does get better. The question is when, how long is it going to take, and what is it going to take in the locker room? Like, does Tony V need to go flip the spread? Does he need a raw speech? I mean, one of the biggest reasons why we thought that this would be an upgrade over a guy like Bob Melvin is because Tony Vitello was supposed to bring the team closer together. He was supposed to build some of that chemistry, build some of that college vibe, which led to so many wins down at Tennessee. But it's a lot easier to build and establish that culture when you are winning ball games.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the clubhouse right now. I'm concerned about the execution on the field. I think the Giants have plenty of veteran leaders in that clubhouse. I think you look at Logan Webb, his track record through the years, Robbie Ray, an established veteran pitcher. So the starting rotation you're taking care of. I think in the lineup, you trust guys like Rafael Devers, Luis Ariz, Willie Adames will eventually come through for you. Matt Chapman, he's been the one off to a bizarre start this season with some of the blunders we've seen in the field, the base running mistake on Sunday. But again, he gets back on track with 2 big hits on Monday night. He's the one guy in the lineup with an OPS over 700. And so he can point to that and say, okay, I'm starting to do my job a little bit more. I think the real issue for this team is that when one thing goes well, another thing doesn't. And the Giants have too many holes to try to cover up at any given moment. And so that ultimately leads to pressure because think about it like this, Marcus. If the offense finally gives the pitching staff enough support to win a game, those relievers are coming in and they're feeling the heat. Ryan Borucki entering last night's game, you could tell immediately he did not feel comfortable. He throws 4 consecutive balls to Kyle Schwarber. That's a huge issue. On a day where, say, the pitching staff performs well, like Sunday, Logan Webb shoves against the New York Mets. Logan Webb was Logan Webb of old. The offense didn't perform well. And so when these guys want to get a hit so bad for Logan Webb to make sure that he can get his due and get the win and get the Giants back on track, you start to see really bad at-bats. You start to see at-bats like Jung-Hoo Lee took in the 9th inning on Sunday against the Mets, where he goes and he chases ball 4, a game that would have continued had Lee laid off that pitch. Instead, he strikes out to end it. And everyone, individual level at this 26-man roster, feels heat when other guys start to perform and they don't perform on their own.
Yeah, because it almost feels like right now everybody has to overperform. And that's a great point by you last night. When Borucki came into the game, it was a 4-2 ball game, but then all of a sudden it starts going sideways when you throw 4 straight balls, lose an ABS challenge against Kyle Schwarber, and then give up back-to-back knocks to Bryce Harper and Alex Bohm. It starts to spiral downhill a little bit, and you're like, all right, how do you stop this? How do you put an end to this? How can you fix these issues? Well, the simple answer is just hitting better. It's just scoring more runs. It's being more productive, and that's the problem. But you look at a situation last night when the Giants had bases loaded in the 4th inning. They had a chance to blow it open, and Luis Ariz got oracled. He squared up a ball out to Triples Alley. It was caught on the warning track. It's a sac fly. They get 1 run there. But you think about the kind of domino effect if they're able to blow it open in that inning. Maybe that takes some of the pressure off of the bullpen. And maybe everybody's playing looser like we were talking about earlier in the show. But I did also tease some of these clubhouse I don't want to say controversies because Tony Vitello refuses to call it a controversy. We did mention that Matt Chapman and Tony Vitello both spoke to the media before yesterday's game. Matt Chapman talked about some of those blunders, the errors that he's made over at third base, the defensive issues over at first, the Casey Schmidt situation where he told him to catch the freaking ball. Well, turns out that wasn't the only situation. We have some quotes this morning from all the Giants beat writers talking to Tony Vitello before the game yesterday, and he said that the Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt incident hasn't been the only incident where things have ran hot so far this season. Here's a quote from Tony Vitello yesterday on the pregame. We've really only had 3 things that have been, I don't want to say controversial because that's a mislabel, but kind of some intensity back and forth a little bit. But then Tony Vitello also continued to say, we've played our best 3 games following those incidents. I think our best games happen when our guys kind of let loose a little bit, and coaches too, and say what they're thinking in that moment and then just go out there and play, opposed to being a little bit more careful. 3 times that he remembers that he can recall through 11 games where things have gotten a little hot in the clubhouse. Now, we talked about this with Murph the other day. I didn't have a huge issue with Matt Chapman calling out Casey Schmidt. If you played competitive sports, you know that these incidents happen. My question is, should Tony Vitello be leaking this information to the media when some of these occasions happen behind closed doors?
Yeah, I mean, he's not leaking specifics. He's not talking about
not
who's
naming
doing
any
what.
names. Yeah.
So I'm fine with this, in large part because I've sat here for the last 3-4 years and said the Giants lack intensity. The Giants lack fire. The Giants lack passion. So I would be lying to you, Marcus, if I could sit here and then criticize the opposite. I'd be lying if I sat here and said, okay, all of a sudden they're showing too much fire. There's too much tension in the clubhouse. I think ultimately that's far better than what we saw in 23, 24, and 25 when the Giants were a boring team. I would rather have this team fired up about its mistakes, frustrated about its mistakes, and angry about its mistakes, taking it out on each other, taking it out on the field, and ultimately trying to get better than looking passive, than looking frustrated, than looking overwhelmed like they did in each of the last 3 seasons. To me, this is totally fine.
Yeah, and we saw Tony Vitello get fired up on the field for the first time, got tossed out of that game Sunday on Easter, and then we saw what happened after he got tossed. Not saying that he was the blame or he was the reason. It was the bullpen blowing games in back-to-back games, a topic that we can discuss with Dwayne Kuiper coming up in just a few minutes. We can talk to him about that Easter Sunday and the back-to-back blown games and what he expects to see tonight in a matchup between Robbie Ray and Christopher Sanchez, 2 southpaws on the mound later on today, and you can hear that game, of course, right here on these KNBR airwaves. But I'll shut up and stop talking because you know at 7:30 on Tuesdays, it's Smooth Days. Dwayne Kuiper right around the corner on the morning show. Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy with Marcus Boucher on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kuiper on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, you know the routine. During the baseball season, every Tuesday morning, right around 7:30 a.m., it's a smooth day. It's a Tuesday. It's time to talk to Dwayne Kuiper. Kuiper, Marcus Boucher, and Kerry Crowley with you this morning. Murph's taking the day off, so plenty to talk about since the last time we talked to you last Tuesday. We'll start with last night's game and the Phillies getting the comeback win against the San Francisco Giants. Kuiper, how you doing this morning?
Good, and it's nice to hear Kerry. Look, at least we got somebody now that knows a little bit about the game.
That's a great call, Kuiper. That's a great call.
We got to save that for Murph. We got to clip that for him, Kuiper.
Well, Kuiper, we know that you know plenty of the game, so let's start with last night's game. Giants have a 4-0 lead, but it's now back-to-back games where the bullpen can't hold it down after two really good starts by Logan Webb and Adrian Hauser. What was your takeaway with how that game ended last night?
Well, you're starting to feel pretty good when it's 4-0, and it's almost like you took the lid off of, and you get a little loose, and all of a sudden now they score a couple of runs. It makes it 4-2. So you're not feeling that great, but yet you got the lead. So you're right. Two days in a row. Sunday you got the lead in the 8th. Last night you got the lead in the 7th, and typically, those are games you win because, you've got the bullpen to nail it down. Well, right now they don't. And it's a work in progress. And it may be like that for a while. Trying to figure out who's going to pitch the 8th. They've got a legitimate guy to pitch the 9th, so you don't have to worry about who that's going to be. But the 7th and 8th is important. We watched all those great championship seasons, and you can say whatever you want about the pitching and the defense, but if it wasn't for the core four, they don't win any of them. So bullpen's important, and right now the powers that be are trying to figure out what guys can fill in those important slots, and if those guys aren't here, then they'll bring some people in to give them a shot. So, like I said, this is trial by error, and we'll see what's going to happen. And look, the schedule doesn't help you either. It's not like you have a softie coming up. But I heard a couple of the callers when I was driving to get my coffee, and you can't put losses in the loss column before you play the games.
We were getting deep into the schedule, Kuiper.
I know the Dodgers are coming; they're tough. You got a road trip. But, you can't say, well, they're going to go 3-6 on the next trip. We don't know that. So we really have to be careful. And the whole point is when I come on this show today, there isn't anything, not one thing I can say that's going to make people feel better. There's not one thing. It has to happen on the field. And when you get a 4-run lead offensively, make it a 6-run lead. Because if you do that, if you add on, now you don't have to worry so much about what's going on in the 7th and the 8th. So I know that's a long-winded response, but there isn't anything I can say. It has to be up to them to put it down the field.
That's a perfect response, Dwayne. And I just wonder from your perspective, watching Buster Posey through all those years and catching the core four and understanding what it takes to put together a championship caliber ball club, how do you think he feels as an executive in this kind of a moment? Because as a player, he was so even-keeled through losses. They would come out after, a heartbreaking walk-off loss or a really difficult defeat against an opposing pitcher where they got shut down, and he'd be fine about it. He'd say, okay, we're going to focus, take it day by day, get on to the next day, and he just had great perspective. How different is it for him as an executive compared to the times he spent as a player?
Well, I think this wears him out a little bit more just because he can't do anything on the field to make a difference. He at least had that ability to to go out and get a big hit, to go out and catch a shutout. Now he's like us. You put the people on the field, and we broadcast. You put the people on the field, and now you got to sit and see how they perform. And if you have 2 really tough losses or 7 losses at home, that drive home is not fun. I mean, you're thinking about it a lot. And you're even thinking about it when you put your head on the pillow. So, I mean, this is a tough time for everybody. And when you're the guy in charge, like he is, yeah, he wears this, and he wears it hard.
Kuip, I agree with your earlier point about how we're going to see different pieces in the bullpen throughout the season. But when it comes to the lineup, we've seen almost the same players each and every day. And we can dive into some of these offensive numbers, the struggles. But how concerned are you right now about this offense 11 games into the season? Or is there still plenty of time to turn around because we still have 150, 149 games to go, Kuip?
Yeah, if we had 40 games to go, then, or even 60. I mean, look, there are reasons why the guys that are starting are in the lineup. And there are reasons why the guys on the bench are on the bench. Now, you can make a case that after Susak's performance in the spring and after his one game, that you like to see a little bit more of him, and I think you probably will. But, you got to put the guys out there that you're paying to do a good job. And now let's give them a chance to see if they can do that. I mean, historically, if you look at the back of their baseball cards, they're probably going to end up all right where they're supposed to be. But right now, it sure doesn't look like it or feel like it. That's why, like I said, there isn't anything we can say to calm people down. It's up to them to do it on the field.
Dwayne, what have you thought of the last couple days for Matt Chapman? I know he's putting an extraordinary amount of pressure on himself right now. He makes the base running mistake on Sunday in the late innings, but he comes out last night. He's able to hit the triple, give the Giants an opportunity at the plate, and speaks to media beforehand, takes a lot of accountability for what happened on Sunday. Just how have you thought that he's handled the last 24, 48 hours?
Well, look, the play Sunday didn't lose the game for them. I mean, it would have taken a base runner and then a home run. So it was a bad play. He admitted that the next day. And it's really a case of a veteran guy that is caught up in what a lot of these guys are doing, and that's just trying to do too much. I mean, look, they know that they're going to be walking around town, and people are, it's not a happy atmosphere. I mean, I get accosted at Safeway like it's my fault.
Me too.
It's like, hey, what's wrong? So I don't know. So I know the deal. We've been through this before. The problem is when you go through it, other times it's usually not the first 10 games of the season. So what are the Giants right now? 3-8?
Yes.
Well, at some point, I think every team is going to go 3-8 somewhere during the season. Well, if you do it at the beginning of the year, that's when it starts to wear down on people. So, we'll see what happens. But a win tonight or tomorrow would be a good thing just to get back on track before you get on the road.
Yeah, and Kuip, the thing is, this is all a learning experience, too, for not just Giants fans, but for Tony Vitello, who's going through all these ups and downs for the first time at the big league level, but also have to ask you about what happened on Sunday when we saw Tony V get tossed for the first time. I mean, we can talk about the play and whether or not Encarnacion was interfering on the play or not, but your thoughts on seeing Tony V show some emotion and get it tossed from that game on Sunday?
Well, I think he was going to get thrown out no matter what. I mean, I think he'd have been thrown out if the umpire didn't make the call. Just to give some life, to get some energy. It's like the old basketball move, right, where the coach gets a technical. I don't know that for a fact, but you know what? And I thought he had a legitimate beef on the play. I don't know where a runner is supposed to go when you're running down the first base line when the base is in fair territory. So I thought he had a legitimate beef, and and as soon as he came out of the dugout, I knew he was going to get tossed. So, that's not the last time we're going to see it. I mean, he's too fiery to only get thrown out once during the season. I'm thinking maybe 6.
I'll take the over.
Bobby Cox's record isn't safe if Tony V's career goes well, huh?
I think the over and under is 6, and he might disagree with that, but he also might agree with it too.
Kuip, looking ahead at the schedule, tough matchup tonight against Christopher Sanchez, who was a stud in the WBC, has turned into one of the best pitchers in baseball. We mentioned the schedule earlier on this season, but what do? Do you try to shake up the lineup? We've seen Tony Vitello move around Willie Adames. He's been kind of stuck in that leadoff spot. Luis Arias has bounced around a little bit. I mean, at this point, do you throw the names in a hat and shake it up, or is it too early? Or what do you want to see maybe change their approach against a guy like Christopher Sanchez on the bump today?
Well, I think maybe you'll see. It's possible all of them might play. Give Jung-Hoo a rest against a really, really tough lefty. And I think Susak's probably going to play. So you might see a couple of different guys in the lineup. But overall, you know what? It really doesn't matter where they hit. They just have to hit. If you put Adames hitting third, I mean, he's still going to get the same amount of at-bats. So I never think the lineup is as important as people make it out to be. It's what are they doing? Are they making good, solid contact? And they did for half the game last night. So, run those guys out there. They're the guys. They're the guys that you're paying the money to do this. So run them out there and see if they can get it going. And get it for 8 innings instead of just 4.
Dwayne, I've got one non-Giants question for you, and since we haven't talked to you since Tuesday of last week, you have the chance to see Joe Adele over the weekend with the what some people are calling the greatest defensive performance of all time.
You know what? I read about it. I did not see any of the plays, but I'm really not surprised. I mean, he is so athletic out there, and I remember seeing him when he was a rookie, and he was a hot prospect. And he was like one of those young guys that couldn't get the ball out of the infield or make contact. Well, he's made a pretty good impact now. I don't know about you, but the robbing of home runs is something that every kid does in their backyard. If you can find a fence when you're a kid, then you're going to jump over that fence to try to catch fly balls. And we did it as kids. Even if it's a row of bushes, you're going to be jumping over that to try to make catches. So what does this guy do? He does it in a major league game, and he does it 3 times. You know what? I'm voting for that's the best defensive day ever.
Love it.
Yeah, and Kuip, as we've seen throughout the first week or so of the season, defense matters. But I did want to end on a positive note because I hate being this negative early on in the baseball season. What's the best thing that you've seen from the Giants so far in this 11-game stretch? Yes, the record is what it is. They're 3-8. But has there been 1 or 2 things that have stood out to you that have actually been a positive this early on this season?
Well, I mean, I think the overall attitude of what they're doing and how they're going after trying to win these games. I don't see a group of guys that are hanging their head. I do see a group of guys that sometimes the effort can be so strong that it hurts you. As far as individual performances, I thought Hauser was really terrific last night. And so was Webb. And what I liked about those guys is their grit, how they go about trying to get 3 outs every inning and how they go about their business doing it. And then there's one other thing that should have popped up first is, and I'm only going by 10 games. Whoever said that kid Arise couldn't play second base ought to have their heads examined. Because right now he's their best defensive player. And he has made every play, and he's turned every double play, and he's made 3 or 4 really good plays that he supposedly didn't have it in him to make. So a rise defensively for me has been the biggest bright spot.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Kuip. He's been probably the best player on the team in this first 11-game stretch. But, Kuip, you also know we can't let you go before letting the best board op in the building ask you a question. Young Tony, it's your time to shine. Close out the interview. Close strong. I don't want a blown lead in the 8th or the 9th inning. Young Tony, what do you got for Kuip?
All right, let's do it, Kuip. So for you, what's the best way to change the vibes in the clubhouse during a losing streak? Like, guys are going to be pressing right now. How do you keep the vibes loose?
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you what Frank Robinson did, and we were on a really bad streak, not just losing but playing bad. And he brought in a motivational speaker, and this woman came in. She had a boom box. Remember the boom box?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
That was it, man. You walked around, you had a boom box, you were it. So she walks in with her boom box, and she turns it on, and she takes her clothes off.
Who?
It's a stripper. And I thought the guys, they were like, what in the heck is going on, right? Well, the Chapel guys didn't know what to do. They were like, I don't know. So in the meantime, it was fine. We laughed, blah, 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 blah. And we lost the next 4 in a row. So that did not work, and I do not want that to happen tonight when the troops get into the ballpark. The other thing that Frank Robinson did is he would put the 9 starters into a hat, and okay, who's going to lead off? And the guy would go in. Whatever you picked out, you're hitting first. And this particular game, Boog Powell led off, and I hit 4th. And if you know Boog Powell, Boog was 6'3", 260, and a big, strong left-handed hitter. And we're playing in Texas, and he tried to lay down a bunt to open up the game. And it didn't work. And, of course, now I'm hitting cleanup, right? So I got to be the RBI guy. Well, that didn't work either. So there are 2 cases where Frank tried something, and it just went backwards. It went the other way. So you have to be careful with the gimmicks. Mike Murphy put an alarm clock by the bat rack one year, where right before the game started, this huge alarm went off and it scared the crap out of everybody. And that didn't work. So you got to be careful. A lot of those gimmicks don't work. It really is up to the players to get it done themselves. Unless, Tony, you got an idea. Young people have these great ideas. And you might be the guy to do it.
I got nothing that comes to mind, but those are 3 pretty good ideas. I mean, if anything, it gets a good laugh out of the guys.
I'm sure you liked the first one.
I mean, we got to be careful. Young Tony might show up with a boombox down at Oracle
I think
Park
I'll trust a different Tony to handle this one.
Yeah, we'll see what Tony Vitello is able to do to shake up some of those vibes. But I got to say, the vibes are better here on KNBR after hearing some of those stories, Kuip. You're the best. Always appreciate your work on our show and on the broadcast. Have a great call tonight, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yes. Let's have some fun tonight.
Let's go win a ball game. Let's break out the boombox. Maybe a stripper or 2. Who knows? The Giants offense definitely needs a slump buster because their offense is struggling right now. 808 KNBR is the number. How would you change the vibes? What would you bring into the clubhouse? How do you change the feng shui for the San Francisco Giants to get this offense to score some runs? It's the John Joe Curley and Young Tony question of the day. What's the biggest red flag so far 11 games into the season? Is it the Giants offense? Is it the Giants bullpen? Is it D, all the above? We'll discuss all those options and more next. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Shout out the Slump Busters, man. That was a hell of a story by Kuip. We love that. Marcus just teased it. That's our question of the day. With the Giants at 3-8 on the season and on a 4-game losing streak, what's the biggest red flag? We want to hear from you guys. We got a lot of good reaction on the YouTube chat. A lot of people are saying the bats, not enough hitting. You guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
All right. Well, our good friend Brian Murphy has the day off, but it's no days off for our good friend Steve Moskowitz with Tax Day right around the corner. It's our good friend Steve Moskowitz joining us on the UMA Guest Line this morning. Steve, tell us what we need to do if we have unfiled tax returns.
Call us. It's a real common problem. People think they're all alone. A lot of times people say, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes. Literally thousands and thousands of them. It's a real common problem. And the most common reason people don't file returns is just plain simple. They didn't have the money. They made a mistake, didn't file the first year. Then the second year rolls around and they say, now how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. So the bottom line is you don't have to live like that. People live like criminals where they're looking over their shoulder, dreading is today the day the IRS agent comes to get you. Folks, you don't have to live that way. We want to make a deal for you. We'll file all the old back returns. We'll make a deal for you, and then you can have a normal life, whether it's 1 year or 5 or 10, whatever it is. We have a lot of experience. We have a free consultation. You don't have to do a thing. We do it all. You don't talk to the IRS. Just pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He's Murph's tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Barucki pitches, swinging the ground ball into right field, base hit. Coming in to score Crawford. Here comes Turner around third. He will score. Stopping at second is Schwarber. And Barucki does not get either one of those lefties out, and it is 4-4. Now he's swinging a ground ball up the first base side where nobody is. Down the right field line it goes. Schwarber comes around to score. Here's the throw into second. Not in time.
I don't know who else was playing catch at the time, but he was the one that was going to face Schwarber and Harper all along, the left-on-left matchup. So I don't know who else would have been throwing down there. But, yeah, Hauser went back out. He was at 82, 83 pitches before the inning and had our leadoff guy there 0-2 and then, got the swing we all wanted against Turner, but obviously the ball fell in.
Oh, man, how long will this Giants slide continue trying to get on the other side with young Tony giving us a little Red Hot Chili Peppers on a rejoin? Of course, it is the Murph and Marcus Morning Show. Murph on a one-day sabbatical. He'll be back tomorrow. And all Murph wanted was to get one win against the Phillies before he makes his return. The Giants will have another chance tonight with Robbie Ray on the mound in a tough matchup, one of the best southpaws in the league. Christopher Sanchez pitching for the Philadelphia Phillies, but really, this is another game that might come down to the bullpen, and you saw yesterday, Barucki blows the game in the 7th inning. That's back-to-back blown games by the bullpen after great efforts from Logan Webb and Adrian Hauser yesterday, which leads us to the question of the day. What is the biggest red flag right now? Is it the bullpen? Is it the struggling offense? I think last night we saw a great example of two different cases where the Giants could have took some stress off the bullpen if that ball doesn't get oracled when Luis Arraez ropes one to triples alley, flies out, still got a sac fly, still got the job done and got an RBI. But that truly, to me, was a moment where the Giants could have broke that game open and taken some of that pressure off the bullpen. Instead, we see Adrian Hauser out there in the 7th inning, which I didn't have an issue with, only being about 80 pitches into the game. Lets up a couple lead-off knocks back-to-back. Then they bring in Barucki. Then he walks Kyle Schwarber on 4 straight pitches. And young Tony, you know how much I hate free 90s. Next thing you know, Bryce Harper gets a couple RBIs. Alex Boehm down the first base line. And the Giants lose the lead. And the Giants lose again. So maybe I'm focused too much on those two maybe situations in last night's game, but it felt like those were the turning points for the Giants, Kerry.
Yeah, I think those were the turning points last night, but you look at the broader picture here, Marcus, a 3-8 record. I think you could take a look at the roster construction is a red flag. You could take a look at drafting and development for this organization for the last 10 years as being a red flag. You take a look at the fact that the Giants knew they were at a talent deficiency coming into the season, and ownership didn't spend more this offseason as a red flag. So there are no shortage of options for Giants fans to consider here through a 3-8 start, and they just have to hope that a few of these get patched up.
Man, all these red flags. I mean, the Giants might have more red flags than my dating life, Kerry.
Oh my God.
And that's a lot of red flags, my friend.
There we go. Yeah, 808 KNBR.
Looking for some of those green flags where young Tony saw a lot of green flags last night down at the Shark Tank. Maybe we'll talk a little Sharks later on as they got a big win versus the Chicago Blackhawks. Got some good sound in the cooler of content. Dr. Rick Celebrini down at the Shark Tank last night, hanging out with Steph Curry, of course, watching the god on ice himself, Macklin Celebrini, and the god on the basketball court. Steph Curry will be back in action tonight against the Sacramento Kings. Maybe an opportunity for a little Terry Francois two-step if you want to go half and half the Giants game, maybe get the first 5, and then go get the second half of the Warriors game. But hell, with the way the bullpen's been pitching, maybe you don't want to stick around for the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, and maybe you go down the street to go check out Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. But 808 KNBR is a number. We've been teasing it all morning. Hell, Carrie and I have been talking about red flags, not just in my dating life, but with the Giants as well for the last 2 hours. So let's hear from you as you are listening to KNBR AM and FM, a Cumulus media station here in San Francisco. And let's go out to the phone lines. And after all this negativity, Let's start with a positive spin. Let's go up to Grant in Brentwood, who seems like maybe he's a little bit more optimistic than most Giants fans after this 3-8 start. Grant, you're on the morning show this morning with Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley. What's going on, my guy?
Hey, guys. What's going on, boys? How we doing?
Not too bad. We'd be better with a few more wins, of course, but hey, it's still early in the season, right, Grant?
That's right. Well, I'm hoping for more green flags for you, Marcus, in the dating pool for you, buddy.
Fingers crossed. You and my mom, Grant. You and my mom.
There you go. There you go. Hey, man, I'll make this kind of quick. I got a couple of points. Talk about red flags offensively, whether, pitching-wise, bullpen. I mean, you can't win ball games, or can you, when you score 2.5 runs a game? We're 29th in the league in runs scored, but we're also 24th in the league in ERA and earned runs. So you can't not do one or the other, right? But what is interesting, a thing that I kind of was looking at this morning was the Reds are the only team behind us in total runs scored this year, but yet they're off to a 7-3 start because they're pitching well. They're top 5 in the league as far as earned runs allowed. So I'm optimistic because last year at this point we were 8-3 and we ended up 500. And so it's not how you start, it's how you finish. We can only control. There's nothing we do about the last 11 games. We need to stay the course here, and eventually these guys will produce. I'm an optimistic guy, and I'm hoping that's our future, that we start producing.
Appreciate the call this morning. Always love when you check in. Kerry, that's my question for you, and I gave my take earlier this morning. I don't think I'm crazy to say I'm more optimistic that this Giants lineup will eventually turn it around. I'm not very optimistic with the bullpen arms and even the rotation as we get deeper and deeper into the season, but it seemed like most people were on the same page that this was going to be a Giants offense that could be one of the best lineups in baseball, at least in the National League, and at least give you a chance to compete each and every night. I mean, there's got to be some point where you trust the back of the baseball cards and say, look, there still is a lot of baseball left. But when you're sputtering this early, this often, and then you compound that with the bullpen struggles and the run differential of -27, which is the worst in baseball, it seems like it makes everything feel that much worse and that much more stressful, I would say.
Yeah, and I would also add that this is a Giants team that needs 1 or 2 players to get consistently hot for a week for them to have a chance. And so far, they haven't had anyone hot the first 11 games, anyone that they could count on a consistent basis through the first 11 games. And that's why there's consternation about this offense. That's how you end up 29th in runs scored, last in home runs, last in OPS, all these key factors. If they can get 1 or 2 guys going, that can pull them out of this rut. That can make you feel better about the offense. The question is 1 or 2 guys going in the bullpen going to be good enough for this team? I think at any given point, you probably need 4 or 5 of your 8 bullpen arms going right now. And I don't see that scenario happening anytime soon for a Giants team that has a lot of question marks and no track record with the back of the baseball card in that bullpen.
Yeah, and more questions now with the news from this past weekend that Jose Butto is going to miss 2 to 4 months with that blood clot being removed from his arm. So plenty of questions about whether or not they keep a guy like Blade Tidwell around, if they call up some of their younger arms like a Carson Whisenhunt or a Trevor McDonald, and maybe those are bullpen pieces on later on the season, or if this makes it more likely that they flip a Casey Schmidt or a Christian Koss or somebody on the roster right now that is not really producing to go out and get one of these arms. I mean, we talked about it earlier this morning. There's not a single left-handed bat off the bench right now. Like, there's not a lot of roster flexibility. Yes, you put Jared Oliva on the roster as a pinch runner. Nobody's getting on base. He's not pinch running for everybody. Christian Koss hasn't taken in a bat since the Sultanes rolled into town a couple weeks ago. It's like, that's what you have right now off the bench, but they're not even better options of what you have in the starting lineup, which is why you have to give these guys more leeway this early on in the season.
Well, Dwayne Kuiper just referenced this, but against Christopher Sanchez tonight, one of the top left-handed pitchers in the National League, I expect Oliva to be in there. I think the Giants would be making a mistake if Jung-Hoo Lee started yet again. He has proven left on left through the first 11 games. He's a subpar major league hitter in those situations. Patrick Bailey should not be starting tonight against a left-hander in Christopher Sanchez. This is Daniel Susak's opportunity. You don't want Bailey going lefty tonight and then righty tomorrow, where you've got a day game after a night game. So that's not an optimal situation for Susak to be starting against Aaron Nola. So I expect 2 critical changes to the Giants' order tonight. I expect a good start out of Robbie Ray. And if the Giants get that, if they're able to score off Christopher Sanchez, I expect Tony Vitello to give us a little bit more of a hint of who he trusts in this Giants bullpen. And is that Keaton Winn after he's given up runs in each of his last outings? I think he's had some bad luck there. Is that Eric Miller, someone who hasn't consistently found the strike zone in his major league career? And is that Ryan Walker capable of handling the ninth inning after he's shown early on in the season that he might be a question mark in that situation as well? That's why the bullpen to me is a bit more of a red flag at this juncture of the season.
Yeah, especially when you're playing against a Phillies lineup that is loaded with left-handed bats led by Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, and we saw how that played out last night with Barucki. Maybe you'll see a little bit more Matt Gage, a little bit more Eric Miller, but the Giants also have an issue facing off against a lefty and Christopher Sanchez today. But I 100% agree with you. I need to see Andrew Susac in the lineup today. I'm kind of getting tired of watching Patrick Bailey at bats from the right-handed side. I get it. You want to get the matchups, but this is a perfect opportunity to get Andrew Susac some more at bats after he went 3 for 3 in his debut. The one question I have, though, about maybe going with Jared Oliva over Jung-Hoo Lee, we saw in the first series of the year, there was a situation, 8th, 7th inning, Tim Hill on the mound, nasty lefty from the Yankees. Tony Vitello did not go with a pinch hitter in that situation. And after the game, he said, he's one of our guys. Now, you're paying him $20+ million per year. You want him in the lineup every single day. But he's also batting about $150 right now when he was a career 280, 300 hitter over in the KBO. But this ain't the KBO. And it's now year 3 for Jung-Hoo Lee. And we continue to see some of these struggles. So even if you do have a big picture plan of eventually playing this guy each and every day, maybe he does need a day off as just kind of a mental reset at this point, even though it is pretty early in the season.
Well, you say he's one of our guys the first 3 games of the season, the first week of the season. You get through 10 days of the season, and you start to see a larger sample size. And Jung-Hoo Lee with a 162 batting average, a 499 OPS, and the numbers even worse against left-handed pitching. At that point, you can say, okay, this is the spot to pick for a day off here. And a day off doesn't mean he's not one of the guys. A day off means, hey, he might play 130, 140 games. He's not going to be a 162-game player. I'm of the belief that Lee is more of a 110, 115-game player. But right now, I think the Giants are going to give him a longer leash than that. They want him to be the everyday guy. Nevertheless, if you're picking spots to get him a rest, you pick that spot against Christopher Sanchez and not tomorrow against Aaron Nola.
Yeah, those are decisions that Tony Vitello will answer today. Maybe some of the questions. We know he'll do some pregame media, and we'll also get the lineup before the game, obviously, and we'll see if Jared Oliva and Andrew Susac are in the lineup, some of those changes that he can make going into the matchup against Christopher Sanchez. But time to check in with Ray from Lodi calling in this morning, who has a couple thoughts on Tony Vitello. Ray, you're on the morning show with Kerry Crowley and Marcus Boucher. What's up? How you doing this morning?
Hey, I'm doing good. I was going to say something else, but you talk about the experiment with Jung-Hoo Lee, but how about the experiment with Ramos in left field? I'm tired of seeing that guy misplay balls going over his head. Maybe he needs to come out of there and somebody else that can, nail down that defensive spot, because that's a big hole now. When you see that happening again, it was happening last year, and he was saying he wanted to be a Gold Glove. I respect Jung-Hoo. He plays some solid defense.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's not hitting, but a lot of guys aren't, like Bader. I'm waiting to see what that guy was supposed to be all about. But it's just kind of weird. They were so good in Cactus League, and then they come home, and it's like, who are these guys? I mean, I'm seeing things I've never seen from a Giants team. I've never seen Chapman cussing somebody out. And the play at first base. What's going on over there? Like, I don't know. And then Vitello, he's reading off that piece of paper the whole time. I've never seen a manager just glue their eyes on that when they're giving responses. I don't mean to ramble on and on, but, it's really, it's disappointing. I'm not giving up on the team, and I hope, they go and sweep the Dodgers. Maybe that'll happen, and we'll see.
Yeah, Ray, I appreciate you checking in, and I get it. You're frustrated. Matt Chapman's frustrated. I'm sure Tony Vitello's a little frustrated too with this 3-8 start. But I do think you brought up a good point when talking about the outfield defense, because by any metric you want to look at, outs above average, they were bad last year defensively in the outfield. That's why they bring in a guy like Harrison Bader. Now, Harrison Bader has been struggling with the bat. Yesterday got a hit and kind of threw his hands up to the God, like, thank you, God. I finally sprayed one through the right side of the infield. He got on base yesterday, but we know that he was brought in for his Gold Glove. Actually had a bit of a misread in the 7th inning with a step back before going in on that ball. Who knows if he would have made that play, but still, you upgrade defensively. I will point out, as bad as Jung-Hoo Lee has looked at the plate, I've actually been kind of pleasantly surprised of how well he has played the brick wall over in right field. Now, that takes us over to the left field in Elliot Ramos, where Elliot Ramos told us last spring training that he wanted to win a Gold Glove. Well, he ended up winning a paper bag glove last year. He was one of the worst defenders in all of baseball, which is a reason why you have a guy like Jared Oliva on the bench, because you would think he would be a late-game defensive replacement. But it's also like, do you want to make that move and take Elliot Ramos's bat out of the lineup if you need him in one of these late-game situations? It kind of feels like that's the decisions that we're seeing Tony Vitello make or not make with this current roster setup, Gary.
I'm going to give you two key dates here, Marcus. One being Monday, April 20th. If the Giants continue to be in an absolute rut by the time they get home from their next road trip, it's Baltimore, it's Cincinnati, it's Washington, you will see significant changes on this roster. If the Giants can start to play 500 ball, if they can keep things together and give themselves an opportunity, I'll give you Thursday, May 7th. That's around the 40 game point for this team. It's in between a series against the Padres and the Pirates at home at Oracle Park. You'll be around 40 games. That's where you and I agree. Big picture judgments can be made over the course of the season. If they struggle, if they continue to play poorly, April 20th, that's a shakeup day for Buster Posey. That's when you're going to go with a Will Brennan up to the Major League roster, Drew Gilbert up to the Major League roster, Victor Barracoto up to the Major League roster. You're going to see changes in the bullpen. If they can somehow play 500 ball and get to May 7th, Thursday, May 7th, in between the Padres and the Pirates, you are going to see the struggling players replaced by then. The quarter of the season mark, that's going to be the date to watch for the San Francisco Giants. Buster's not going to sit on his hands all season long, but 11 games is too quick to make these rash judgments.
I love that we're pointing out significant dates. Murph is a big Flag Day guy, always wants to know where the Giants are going to be on Flag Day. Kerry just pointed it out, May 7th, significant date, 40 games into the season. And Kerry, you know April 20th is always a significant date in my household.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Yes, I do. We'll have a couple of doobies. We'll smoke them, pass it down the line, pass it to the left-hand side, and we'll see if the Giants can pass along the batting order and score some runs against Christopher Sanchez today down at Oracle Park before Murph makes his return. He's just begging for one win against the Phillies in these 2 games that he's not on air. We'll see if the Giants can get the job done tonight. More calls coming up next. I see you guys hanging out on hold. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in. Is it still too early in the season to hit the panic button, or are you seeing these red flags? 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Blow up John Joe Curley's phone. We'll get to your calls next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We've got a lot of good reaction on this question today. Shout out John Joe Curley and shout out Kyle Chung. Kyle Chung was here as well, just shadowing John Joe Curley, learning the ways of the business. You love to see it. The question of the day, with the Giants sitting at 3-8 on the season and riding a 4-game losing streak, what is your biggest red flag right now? A lot of people in the YouTube chat saying the bats. A lot of people also saying the bullpen, even the roster construction as well. What do you guys think? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher back on a Taco Tuesday on Prize Picks, because right now is the perfect time to sign up for Prize Picks because the basketball playoff push is heating up. Hell, we saw the championship game last night where I was able to pick UConn plus 7.5 against the spread last night and cash in. Even though Michigan cut down the nets and won the game, I was still able to win some cash on Prize Picks. So why not join us and cash in on all the high-flying hoops action on Prize Picks, America's #1 sports pick app. Every bucket, every dime, and every win means that much more when you're playing on Prize Picks. So don't pass up your next shot with Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup and use the code LEADER when you sign up. That's it. All you got to do is use the code LEADER when you play your first $5 lineup, and you will get $50 in bonus lineups. And you can use some of that money tonight to maybe sprinkle a couple shekels on Steph Curry as he made his return this past Sunday on Easter Sunday with 29 points. You can now pick tonight more or less for Steph Curry, 23.5 points against the Sacramento Kings. But I also mentioned it's Taco Tuesday, and all day long, Prize Picks is running promos of discounted picks that you can take advantage on. So hop on the app right now and see some of the specials that they have going today for Taco Tuesday. Once again, all you need to do is download the Prize Picks app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks.
Taco Tuesday!
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Attitude and energy was kind of what you'd want. That was a start. and then guys just look like they were on it more. I mean, I'd like to watch the video, to kind of see if anything does look fundamentally or mechanically different, but I just thought they were dialed in and determined to have a good day.
Tony Vitello talking about the Phillies yesterday and their comeback against the San Francisco Giants. Back-to-back games where the bullpen could not hold onto a lead. And now we're sitting here this morning talking about 4 straight losses for the San Francisco Giants. Talking about not just their 3-8 record, but a 1-7 record at home, which has a lot of Giants fans close to pressing that panic button early on this season. There's still a lot of baseball left, but it just feels like things would feel so much more different if the Giants were able to win these last 2 games. And we're talking about a 5-6 ball club versus a 3-8 ball club, the only other team in Major League Baseball that currently has a worse record is the team that traded away Rafael Devers last season, the Boston Red Sox, who have only won 2 games this year. And it seems like that's a common theme, that people are rushing to blame guys like Rafael Devers for what happened last year in Boston, what happened in the second half of the season after he was traded here in San Francisco, or what's going on right now early with this Giants lineup, Carey, because we asked the question, the John Joe Curley and Young Tony question of the day. What's the biggest red flag? And we spent a lot of time this morning talking about the bullpen, but there is a lot of responses on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line that Rafael Devers right now is a red flag. Jung-Hoo Lee is a problem. Willie Adames, Patrick Bailey, of course, with that bat has been a problem for the last couple of seasons, but you add it all together right now, and it seems like the offense that we thought was going to carry the team this year hasn't shown up in the first 11 games of the season.
Last in home runs, last in slugging percentage, last in OPS. That's not on one individual player. That is on a collection of players. And it is on the highest paid players on this Giants roster. Rafael Devers, absolutely one of them. Jung-Hoo Lee, another. Yep. Willie Adames, another. The fact that these guys aren't producing at the levels the Giants anticipate is a bad sign. They just need one of them to get going. One of these guys can carry the lineup to 4, 5, 6 runs a game through the first, 2 weeks of this season. That hasn't happened thus far. And it's why the Giants find themselves in this desperate position with the most losses in the National League, 8, tied for the most losses in Major League Baseball, 8. The Giants have so many different issues right now that this has led to a cornucopia of responses on the text line and from callers this morning.
Yeah, and it's funny. We were joking this morning. I said, look, if you're looking for a silver lining, at least they had 11 hits and scored 4 runs early, but the offense shut down in the second half of the game, and then we saw the bullpen implode once again on back-to-back days, which means it's time to check in with the fans. We've been asking the question all morning long, what's your biggest issue with the San Francisco Giants? JT is in Oakland. He's got a thoughts on the offense and on the bullpen. JT, what's up, brother? How you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, definitely last night it was the bullpen, but it's both. It's both. You're talking back of the baseball card. Let me read some stuff to you. Willie Adames, career 244. Matt Chapman, 240. Jung-Hoo Lee, 260. Elliot Ramos, 254. Don't get me started on Patrick Bailey, who can't hit from either side, by the way. I don't see how you can say they were going to possibly be one of the best hitting lineups in the National League. I think Devers will come around. Willie Arise was a great pickup. And this thing about his bad defense, I ain't seeing it. He's playing as good as anybody. So it's definitely both. I mean, everybody's going to say that. I wouldn't put it on the manager yet, but they got to do something. I mean, they should have won last night. It was definitely on the bullpen last night. But got a bunch of average hitters making a lot of money.
So, JT, do you feel like the problem then is the roster construction and the players that the Giants have decided to pay?
Yes.
And
yes.
how do how do you fix that though, JT? Because we all sit here as fans and complain saying we want our ownership group to spend more money. Then they go out and spend money. And Willie Adames, yes, I know he's got the career 240 batting average. He's also the first guy to hit 30 home runs in a San Francisco Giants uniform since Barry Bonds. So we can sit here and complain about the lack of offense and the lack of production, but I would still say this is a better lineup than we saw 2-3 years ago when you have constant platoon pieces. Like, would you rather go back to that style of baseball?
No, but I'd rather have Willie Adames hit 280 and hit 20 home runs. That's what I'd rather have.
Yeah.
Chapman, too.
Yeah, and I get that, JT. And I think that kind of circles back to the overall approach. Thanks for checking in this morning, JT. And we talked about maybe the change in philosophy with Buster Posey. And it's year 2. It's going to take a while until Buster really has his vision running at full strength. But we've seen it with signing guys like Luis Ariz, with drafting guys like Gavin Keelan or Trevor Cohen, or these guys that are more known for their bat-to-ball skills and that contact rate, where the rest of the league is focusing on launch angle. And look, it's one of the biggest problems in baseball right now. There were, only a handful of guys last year who actually hit over 300. Everybody's swinging for the fences. That's that style of baseball. But we also have seen the style of baseball that led to 3 championships here in San Francisco. And it was all centered around pitching, defense, and putting the ball in play. I don't know if the Giants lineup has enough guys who do put the ball in play, especially right now when you're looking at the struggles of a guy like Jung-Hoo Lee. Luis Ariz has been a great signing so far, but he's one of the few positives that we've actually seen in this lineup, and a guy that will constantly put the ball in play, Kerry.
Yeah, I'm not going to get worked up about career batting averages when the league average last year was 245. You're looking for slug, you're looking for OPS, you're looking for home runs. The Giants are 30th in home runs, they're 30th in slug, they're 30th in OPS. You expect Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman to eventually contribute in those categories. Luis Ariz was signed because he makes contact. Harrison Bader was signed because he had a high average last year. You haven't seen Bader hit for a high average this season. To me, there are bigger concerns about this offense than, say, the batting averages and the historical batting average of the players. It's, are these guys going to shorten up with 2 strikes and do a little bit more damage when they are in favorable hitters' counts? It's, are these guys going to, take key pitches, get on base, and keep the line moving? And so far, we haven't seen any of that. And like I said this morning, Marcus, so much of this comes down to a frustration with Chapman and Adames and Devers is really the byproduct of the Giants' inability to develop their own all-star caliber talent for the last decade. How did the Giants get good and win those 3 World Series titles? Well, the infield in 2014 was Posey behind the plate, Sandoval at third base, Crawford at short, Panic at second, Belt at first, all homegrown stars. The Giants right now have Patrick Bailey behind the plate, a homegrown catcher. At third base, it's Matt Chapman. Shortstop, Willie Adames. Second base, Luis Ariz. First base, Rafael Devers. What does that tell me? A decade of an inability to develop a single major league caliber starting infielder. That is an organizational flaw.
Yeah, and we've seen it with guys like Marco Luciano, who's now playing Double-A ball for the Yankees. We've seen it in different cases, whether it's behind home plate, Joey Barr, or Luis Matos, who's now out in Milwaukee. It's like, yeah, that's the key. You got to develop within. But also you have to add the right pieces. And it feels like that's some of the frustration right now, because when these big-time players that you're paying aren't performing, then everybody's going to call out the contracts. And everybody's going to say, you're not living up to the dollar amount and the actual production that you need. And that's kind of the bottom line. Like, you're going to need these guys to carry the lineup. And if they're not producing, that's not on Tony Vitello. That's not on Buster Posey. You can get upset about some of the players that they've committed to long-term, but they're putting the pieces on the field. At some point, these guys got to hit the damn ball and perform.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these players who are paid handsomely need to put up numbers and perform. And I think over the course of 162, a handful of them will live up to their lofty contracts. But you sign these players when you don't develop and draft effectively. Let's go back to 2018. The first round draft pick was Joey Bart, number 2 overall, and you ended up with a player who was not good enough to even be a platoon player on your roster. 2019, Hunter Bishop didn't make it to the major leagues. Man. 2020, Patrick Bailey, subpar offensive player. 2021, Will Bednar hasn't made it to the major leagues. 2022, Reggie Crawford, again, hasn't made it to the major leagues, dealing with injuries. When you miss on 5 consecutive first-round draft picks, your major league roster is not going to look very good. You're going to need to supplement that roster through free agency. And ultimately, free agency is a very fickle game. At best, you're getting a third of those decisions right. It's probably more like a quarter that you're getting correct. So if you're relying on free agency, you've already lost the game.
Yeah, and then you're also stuck kind of picking up some scraps, bringing in a Ryan Barucki the last week of the season, or Jared Oliva, who was a journeyman who kind of makes it onto the roster, but the question is, what's his role on the roster, and when are we going to see him? Maybe today with the lefty on the bunch, Christopher Sanchez might give Jung-Hoo Lee the day off. We'll see if Tony Vitello goes with Daniel Susac. Got to make sure I get the right Susac, who I'm talking about here. Maybe get Daniel Susac in the lineup against a lefty. Give Patrick Bailey and Jung-Hoo Lee the day off. Stay tuned and locked in right here on KNBR. Of course, your first place where you will get the Giants lineup, and of course, the Giants pregame show. But coming up next, we have the Cook Cooler of content. Young Tony was down at the tank last night watching the Sharks get a win. The Dirty Work crew did a broadcast. Dr. Rick Celebrini was in the building with Steph Curry. We'll dive into the cooler of content, some really good audio. Draymond Green on a prank show. All of that and more coming up next in the cooler on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show with Kerry Crowley on the Sports Leader.
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the white vans. Thirsty, man. Damn. Daniel.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Tuesday morning. A wise man once told me the club is going up on a Tuesday. That wise man was Brian Murphy, who is on vacation today. 1 day sabbatical. He'll be back in the driver's seat tomorrow to put the wheels back on this car. But it's Kerry Crowley filling in this morning with a lot of Giants baseball talk. But it is time to take a quick dip into the cooler of content, my favorite segment here on the show. And to switch it up and to get away from the bad vibes of the San Francisco Giants, maybe we should spend a couple minutes talking about the vibes down in the 408 with the most exciting team in the Bay Area right now, my San Jose Sharks. Or should I say, young Tony's San Jose Sharks, as he took another trip down to the tank last night. And before we get into this Will Smith goal and all the postgame celebrations, young Tony, give me the review up in the suite last night with the Dirty Work boys. How was it down at the tank last night?
Unbelievable. I mean, Shark Tank is a unique vibe, and it's something that I've really just grown to love lately. It's like Sharks fever. You know, if you've ever seen the other guys, he's like, I got Knicks fever. And I got Sharks fever right now, man. They're just fun to watch, and they're exciting. You know, I hate to riff here, but they got a future. You know, They got young players you're excited to watch for the next, 5 to 10 years. Am I right?
The future is teal. And yes, Tony, that's a great point. The San Jose Sharks not only play at the tank, but they embrace the tank. They were really bad, and guess what? They ended up with Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini and Michael Misa and all these young studs, these teenagers who are putting on a show down in San Jose. Now, Kerry, I know you're a city boy yourself. I don't know how often you get down to the South Bay, but where are you currently with the uprising San Jose Sharks?
I think it's fantastic. And it's great for the Bay Area to have a generational talent in Macklin Celebrini, because you think about storied Bay Area franchises. When you think about the San Francisco Giants, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Buster Posey all come to mind. When you think about the 49ers, think about Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Steve Young. You think about the Warriors and how Steph Curry just took this franchise out of the doldrums and brought them to national prominence. And now you think about the San Jose Sharks, and the reason they weren't able to break through, I think in the mid-2010s when the San Francisco Giants were going on their run, is they didn't have that true superstar talent. They had some incredible all-star players, Patrick Marleau, Joe Thornton, but there wasn't the guy who was the singular best player in the NHL. And that's what Macklin Celebrini is going to be. Like Connor McDavid's run is going to end. Celebrini will be the face of the entire league. And Sharks fans are getting to see a preview of what this will be, all happening right now for a 19-year-old. This is a special, special moment in Bay Area puck.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason why myself and our program director, Mike Holler, like 2-3 years ago, we would just sit down and talk about the tank and root for the Sharks to lose, which pains me as a guy that was born and raised in Sharks territory. But we were just trying to tank for Macklin Celebrini. And of course, if you do pay attention to Bay Area sports and Bay Area Celebrinis, I should say, you know that Rick Celebrini, Macklin's dad, of course, works with the Warriors. So this is a guy that grew up playing for the junior Sharks. And now we've seen him rise to a level where he's putting Team Canada on his back. As a teenager, he's one of the finalists for the MVP this year in the National Hockey League. The guy is truly unbelievable. And I think there's a real good case to make that Macklin Celebrini should be the MVP, because you look at what he's doing. Over 100 points this year, and the second highest point leader on the team is Will Smith, who's swimming around in the 50s right now. And that's the Fresh Prince of San Jose, Will Smith himself, who had a big goal in the third period last night, and maybe we'll start the cooler of content there, because it's been one of my favorite things to see that relationship between Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini really burst into like a best friend relationship. I mean, we have plenty of best friends around the station, Young Tony and John Lynch, Murph and Owen Nolan himself. Like, there are some great friendships, but the Will Smith-Macklin Celebrini connection is showing up on and off the ice. Shout out to Judy Jupiter earlier on this season. You can hear her in our win package that we played earlier this morning. But if you are tuning in on YouTube, on Twitch, or on the KNBR app, if you want to see the beautiful face of Carrie Crowley and Young Tony, you can also see a few Sharks highlights. Here is the go-ahead goal, or excuse me, the goal that extended the lead to 3-1 last night in the third period, not the fourth period, by Will Smith, the Fresh Prince of San Jose.
Taken back by Celebrini. He'll get control now against Del Mastro. Macklin Celebrini to the net. Grab! Smith! Goal! What a play! What a goal! And the Sharks lead 3-1!
Oh, now we've got the slow motion breakdown right here. The puck on the stick, the puck on the back of the net. Will Smith, number 2 on his back, and now the San Jose Sharks are only 2 points back from that last wild card spot. Truly a special season down in San Jose. And if you want to talk about opposite vibes, we had Kuiper tell the story earlier this morning about maybe bringing in a boombox and maybe a professional dancer or two to switch up the mojo in the building. The Sharks have had great celebrations all season long. Shout out to Revo. Reeves has been kind of taking the youngsters underneath his wing with all their random object celebrations. They now also do the shark tooth necklace. Young Tony, do we have some video here? Walk me through it. What are we seeing last night in the Sharks locker room?
So yeah, this is after the game. This is Zach Ostapchuk, who's kind of one of their forwards, like end of the roster guy, not a huge name, but I think it's just they're trying to just boost their morale. They give, the opportunity to hand out the necklace after the game to anybody at this point, and it's kind of funny. And then they also have a new celebration item. Take a look.
That was a big one. Ned, dog. Max, Smitty, Grafford, dogs. Wendy, your whole line. Couldn't pick any of you. Somebody give us tomorrow. Yeah!
Everybody, yo! Helmet on!
Good win. Let's keep this thing rolling, boys. We're about
So now, not only do they have the Sharks necklace, the shark tooth necklace for the player of the game, is that a disco?
Like
helmet?
A disco biker helmet or something like that?
It's like a disco ball, but it's like a helmet, like you're driving a go-kart or something. I've never seen anything like that, but hey, when you're winning games, when you're putting puck into the back of the net, I guess you can celebrate however you want, Young Tony.
I love it. It's cool, just the morale. I mean, this is a playoff race. It's like a pennant race for baseball for anybody who doesn't know a lot about hockey, and it's fun to watch. They're 2 points out of a wild card spot. There's 5 games left. It's exciting, man. It's fun to watch.
Now, I got to ask you, because you just mentioned the postseason race. Tell me you have this video ready to go. Bob Costas from the movie Cars. Now, Carrie, I'm guessing you've seen the movie Cars.
Once or twice.
Yes, of course. You're from this generation. I don't need to explain Disney movies like I do to our man Murph, but he's got kids. And young Rory, I know he loves the movie Cars. Check this out. I saw this on social media the other day. Not sure if it's still perfect with the standings and the moving from up and down, but this gave me a nice little chuckle. Here's Bob Costas in the movie Cars, now overlaid with the playoff race with the San Jose Sharks representing themselves as Lightning McQueen.
Points lead heading into the final race of the season. And the winner of this race, Darryl, will win the season title and the Piston Cup. Does the King, Strip Weathers, have one more victory in him before retirement?
He's been Dinoco's golden boy for years. Can he win them one last Piston Cup?
And as always, in the second place spot, we find Chick Hicks. He's been chasing that tail pin his entire career.
Chick thought this was his year, Bob. His chance to finally emerge from the King's shadow. But the last thing he expected was Lightning McQueen!
You know, I don't think anybody expected this. The rookie sensation came into the season unknown, but everyone knows him now.
Will he be the first rookie to win a Piston Cup and land Dinoco?
The legend, the runner-up, and the rookie.
The rookie, a.k.a. Macklin Celebrini, Lightning McQueen. Carrie, does that put a smile on your face, a little nostalgia for you early in the morning?
That's pretty good stuff. That's really good stuff. I love the fact that Bob Costas took some time away from scripting Baseball Mensch to come out and take part in that.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a higher pedigree when we're talking Baseball Mensch than we are the movie Cars. Real quick, favorite Pixar movie? Do you have one, Carrie Crowley?
No.
Not a Cars guy? Not a Finding Nemo guy?
I spent most of my life watching the Giants lose 5-3.
Watching ball because you're a ball head. Young Tony, you're more of the Pixar generation.
Cars is up there, but I think Toy Story's the one, right? It's kind of the OG.
Yeah, that's the OG, triple OG. I am a big fan of Finding Nemo, and I am a big fan anytime we can get Bob Costas and a Lightning McQueen and a Macklin Celebrini riff. But I'm looking up at the clock right now. We only have a few more minutes left in the cooler of content. I did tease this Draymond Green clip where apparently, I believe it's Anthony Davis who now has a prank show. It's kind of like Punk'd, MTV Punk'd. Now, young Tony, are you too young to remember Ashton Kutcher and MTV Punk'd?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm well aware. I actually bought episodes as a kid because I was enthralled with it. I mean, it's very entertaining.
You bought episodes?
Yeah, on iTunes, bro. Remember that? You'd buy episodes back then?
Buying episodes for 99 cents a piece.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Look at you. Not an illegal streamer like maybe some other people around this station.
All above board for Tony.
Yeah, young Tony.
That was before you could get anything online for free. You had to buy it.
You tell me more information. What's this TV show? It's called Foul Play with Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Is it like Impractical Jokers? It's like Punk'd? What's going on
It's
here?
on TBS. I think it's similar to Impractical Jokers, and this is a clip Draymond, I think is just, in some sort of studio getting talked to some guy, getting yelled at, and then he's basically just kind of starts catching on, and he's like, what the hell's going on? Here's Draymond. Take a listen.
Oh, it's cash.
That's who we deal with.
Okay, hey, number one, y'all should stop yelling. I'm a grown-ass man.
Why should we stop yelling?
All right, I'm going to leave here because I will you up.
All right, short little clip. It's got me a little intrigued. Now, if you're going to prank somebody, it's always good to prank a hothead like a Draymond Green. Does that little snippet get you to watch Anthony Davis's new TV show? As I'm out here damn near giving him a free plug. Foul Play with Anthony Davis. Yeah, I'm getting a piece. I'm getting a slice of this pie. Are you intrigued at all to see this brand new prank show, Carrie?
No, I'm not. I was never an Impractical Jokers guy, and this genre of Impractical Jokers doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, well, I will say, anytime I see Impractical Joker on the TVs around here at the station, it's March Madness time. We didn't have a time to squeeze in the One Shining Moment video montage.
Yeah.
We'll probably save that for Murph tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Murph loves One Shining Moment.
Murph might as well be a part of One Shining Moment at this point.
He should be narrating the entire thing. But yes, shout out to Michigan cutting down the Nets last night. Shout out to Jen Violet Kennedy running the KNBR San Francisco radio bracket pool. She won her own pool, and I'm glad to report this morning that somehow, some way, even though I picked Duke to win my bracket, I still finished 1 point ahead of Brian Murphy. So I will take the credit where credit is due, and really, that's just me giving myself some credit,
Did
but
Murph
it was
place?
a good time.
Did Murph place?
Murph ended up coming in 10th place. I was in 9th
double
place.
digits,
So
respectable.
top 10. The morning show is in the top 10.
Nice to see
10,
KNBR get 10 participants.
Yeah, exactly. We got 10 whole people, and my bracket was better than 1 or 2, but most importantly, my man Murph. He's back in action tomorrow. We'll save one shining moment for him. We have a conversation coming up later in the show at 9:15 with Marcus Thompson. We'll talk about the resurrection of Steph Curry and the Warriors squaring off against the Sacramento Kings down tonight at Chase Center. But coming up next, we'll hop back into these giant issues. We've got some sound from Ken Rosenthal saying that there's extra pressure on Tony Vitello and the Giants. We'll get your reaction next. 808 KNBR is the number. That's 415-808-5627. Give us a call and let us know how you're feeling about the Giants 11 games into the season. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy with Marcus Boucher on The Sports Leader.
All right, I'm going to leave here because I will you up.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Duran throws. Swing and the ground ball to short is Turner over to first. And the Phillies have won the first game of this series. And the misery continues for the Giants, their fourth loss in a row.
Phillies take game 1 last night in San Francisco. Game 2 today. Christopher Sanchez on the bump for the Fighting Phils, taking on Robbie Ray. What a matchup we have between two southpaws. But before we dive into that matchup and start talking about the pressure that the Giants are under right now, I need to let you know that cooler of content, all that Sharks talk, and Draymond Green getting pranked by Anthony Davis was sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And we're getting closer and closer to the 12th game of the season tonight. And it's an interesting topic when you talk about pressure. Obviously, there was going to be a lot of pressure, not just on Tony Vitello making that transition from the college game to the big leagues. There's a lot of pressure on Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, the Giants front office for making that decision to fire Bob Melvin and to pick their guy. This is who Buster Posey is hitching his wagon to. And I don't think Buster Posey is the type of guy to overreact to the first 11 games of the season. But we talked to Tony Vitello last week about some of that pressure to get his first big league win. It was a bad start against the New York Yankees. They came to town. They swept the Giants in their own backyard. Then they go on the road and win a series down in San Diego. And we start talking about the beer shower and the celebration. And Tony Vitello's talking about how the team is bonding and coming together. And that's great when you're winning ball games. Then they show up back home at Oracle Park, had a bad weekend against the Mets, losing 3 straight after taking that first game. We've now seen the bullpen blow back-to-back games, and I don't think there would be additional pressure playing at home in front of your fans. Like, you should embrace the home field advantage, but right now it seems like maybe the batters are putting too much pressure on themselves. Maybe the bullpen is putting pressure on themselves. But when both of those areas are struggling, it puts pressure on everybody, Kerry.
Yeah, everyone is feeling this in that Giants clubhouse. And a lot of people like to take the mentality that it's early. It's 11 games into a 162-game season. And it's important to have that big picture perspective. It's important to understand there's plenty of time for the Giants to turn things around. But that doesn't detract from the current moment and the feeling inside that clubhouse and in the biggest moments of the game. And I think, Marcus, we saw this manifest itself in the 7th inning last night when Adrian Hauser comes out. He'd thrown a really good game to that point. For the 5th starter to put the Giants in position to win, for the offense to get 4 runs on the board early and give its starter an opportunity to carve up the Phillies, that was really, really solid stuff from a team that hasn't had much to write home about yet. Ryan Borucki comes in, and Borucki felt the pressure. 4 consecutive pitches, 4 consecutive balls to Kyle Schwarber. He gives up the hit to Bryce Harper, and all of a sudden, the Giants unravel. When things start to go well for a few players, things unravel for another, and that pressure kind of becomes contagious. They talk about good at bats becoming contagious and hitting being contagious. Pressure to me right now is the feeling around every player, every person in the Giants organization.
Yeah, and then you see that pressure lead to some of these late game situations. It was great early on this season when Keaton Wynn and Caleb Killian were making their first debuts of the year in games that they were losing against the Yankees. But there's so much more pressure when you are pitching with the lead, and that goes back to what we were discussing earlier this morning. The overall roster construction, not really going into the season with a game plan for the bullpen. Like, we all watched every single game of the Giants season last year. The bullpen was an issue, obviously, after trading away Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval. I still support those trades. I still think it was the right move to sell at last year's trade deadline, especially when you had an all-star reliever in Randy Rodriguez. Guess what? A few months later, or a few weeks later, I should say, torn UCL, Tommy John surgery. but you knew when that happened that Randy Rodriguez was going to be out for the entire year. So how do you then not address the bullpen in the offseason and have a legit arm who does have some of that closing experience? Like, you look at a team like the LA Dodgers, who have had plenty of bullpen problems. They're still winning World Series, by the way, but then they go out and spend money on an Edwin Diaz. Even the Mets, who lost Edwin Diaz, replaced him with a guy like Devin Williams. Like, there were veterans available on the market this offseason, and that's just one area that they've refused to address.
Spending on the bullpen is a luxury for good to great teams. The Giants were an average team that had so many other flaws to address that ownership felt that it was important to allocate money to second base, where they got Luis Ariz, to the starting rotation, where they got Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser, to center field, where the defense has been abysmal for a decade, so they go out and they get Harrison Bader. But if you have that many flaws and you're serious about contending, what's it going to take? 10 to 15 million more to go out and fix this bullpen, get a few proven relievers on short-term contracts, get a few guys who you can trust a little bit more in the 7th and 8th innings. That, to me, is the biggest mistake of this Giants offseason. They ignored the bullpen, and they felt as if they would get overperformance from some under-heralded arms. And I think that's where the Giants missed. And so we will see over the course of the remaining 151 if they can correct this, if Sam Hentges can come back from the IL, if Reiver San Martin can come back from the IL, if Jason Foley can come back from the IL, if anyone down in AAA can become a solution at the major league level. But through the first 11 games, the bullpen very clearly an issue and not one that's an easy fix.
Yeah, and even if you are going into your minor league system, guess what? There's going to be pressure on those young guys to go out there and perform in situations that they have also not performed in. So for me, it puts a little bit more pressure on a guy like Buster Posey or Zach Manassian to maybe go out and make a trade eventually, but it is still early on in the season. But they're not making it easier for their new manager, Tony Vitello, who's trying to figure out this bullpen and just trying to dial down what the actual roles are. So maybe that adds an extra layer of pressure. Here's Ken Rosenthal from Fox Sports checking in earlier this week about the pressure that Tony Vitello and the entire Giants organization is feeling this early in the season.
That for the Giants, there's some pressure there. There's some urgency. They just fired their manager who had a 500 record, a 3-time manager of the year, Bob Melvin. We all understood it. They seemed kind of lethargic. He did at the end. But they hired Tony Vitello with the expectation that they're going to be better. And ultimately, they might be better. But offensively, too, here we go with the Giants. Lowest scoring team in the majors. 26 runs in 10 games so far. That's an average of 2.6 runs per game. I'm terrible at math, but that much I can figure out. So the Giants, I'm not quite sure where they are just yet. And again, new manager, they're trying to find themselves. It's way early, and their rotation should be okay. But we saw bullpen problems yesterday on Sunday, and we've seen an offense that, with some big names, Devers, Chapman, Ariz, hasn't done much at all. And Chapman, 4 errors this week. It's kind of interesting that happened after he aired out Casey Schmidt on the mound the other day, telling me to catch the bleeping ball. But Chapman did not have a great defensive week. The Giants have not played especially solid defense all around. So here's a team we'll be watching all year. And I know fans are saying, wow, Tony Vitello news conferences, they're really cool. He says a lot of cool stuff. He does. But if you don't win, all that is not so cool anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Ken is right. It's a lot cooler when you are winning ball games. And we've seen kind of the change in tone after a game when Tony Vitello and the Giants win. It's one of the most obvious things out there. Winning is the ultimate cure. And really, until the Giants start winning some ball games, people are going to complain about this slow start and the tough schedule. But there's a reason why the Giants were on opening night on Netflix against the New York Yankees. Because part of it is the Tony Vitello story. It's one of the biggest stories in baseball. There are going to be eyeballs on him all season long. And if his players aren't performing for him, he's going to get called out, not only by us, but the entire national media each and every day.
Yeah, I think there's a huge level of fascination, and for good reason, with Tony Vitello. He turned the Giants into more of a national story than they've been in a long time. And there will continue to be eyeballs on this team throughout 162, whether they win 90, whether they lose 90, whether they go 81-81 yet again, in part because no one's ever done this before. And we've talked about this throughout the course of the offseason. We've talked about this in spring training and then in the early days of the regular season. But each time he does something, it's a first. First loss on opening night, first win in San Diego, first ejection on Sunday against the New York Mets. And every time he says something so far, Marcus, he's been genuine and true to himself. And that looks different than a lot of these seasoned major league managers. So there's a curiosity level, and there's also a level among, I think, people who are deeply rooted in the game of baseball, who've been around the sport and the professional levels of the sport for a long time, who feel as if other people deserved an opportunity ahead of Tony Vitello. And whether that's right or wrong, certain people feel that way. Joe Madden was on your show in the offseason explaining that's how he felt. And it's not to say that Madden hates the idea of Vitello. He just felt he was passed over, or other people were passed over in front of someone who was more deserving. And so I think Vitello will continue to be a story, and there's nothing the Giants can do to make that go away. They knew the moment that they hired him, the moment that things got serious with the University of Tennessee, that this would be a reality. And anyone who's telling themselves otherwise is kidding themselves.
Yeah, and look, you're absolutely right. We've seen the criticism for people who have spent a long time around baseball. You mentioned Joe Madden coming up on our show and saying it was an insult to Major League Baseball. I saw the tweet going around this weekend from Keith Olbermann, and I hate that I'm even giving this airtime, but he was saying Tony Vitello's embarrassing the Giants. Like, it's way too early in the season to put all the blame on Tony Vitello. I think it's more about what Tony Vitello has to work with, or maybe the lack of what he has to work with. The lineup's going to be the lineup. They like their 9 guys. Eventually, once Bryce Eldridge comes as well, that's a little bit down the road, but those are going to be their everyday players that you're going to see in the lineup, and it's going to be on them to produce. We're not sitting here talking about the moves that Tony is making or not making in late game situations because he really doesn't have any options. Like we talk about their bench. They don't have a single left-handed bat to come off the bench. So when Harrison Bader is cruising on the interstate and he comes up in the 9th inning last night, you didn't have an option to pinch hit for him. Even having Patrick Bailey up there at lefty-righty matchup, cool. He's still hitting a buck whatever. Bring in an Andrew Susak. Bring in somebody off the bench, but that goes back to the overall roster construction, which has kind of limited the moves of a Tony Vitello, which is why it's so hard for me to place blame on Tony V this early in the season.
Yeah, I've said this since the start of the show, and really since the Giants started losing. If you look at the flaws, these are organizational issues that have been developed over the course of the last 10 seasons. This goes back to ownership. This includes, but also predates Buster Posey as the president of baseball operations. If you're looking at the list of people to blame, right now, Tony's toward the bottom. And you know, he hasn't made the perfect decisions. Getting thrown out of a game where the Giants are winning on Sunday, I don't love that move because you like to have your manager there to make key decisions in the late innings. But nevertheless, I don't pin this 3-8 start on Tony. I think a lot of people who follow the sport at a national level who aren't zeroed in on the Giants every game, every move are going to say, well, it was a silly decision to hire an inexperienced manager, silly decision to bring someone out of the college ranks. That will never work. But I don't think that's providing the level of depth that's necessary to have this conversation about the flaws and the organizational issues that have existed since what? The second half of the 2016 season. I mean, we're talking about the Giants going into the 2016 All-Star break a decade ago with the best record in Major League Baseball. And since that point, it's been a mediocre organization with one outlier season in 2021. And save for that, this organization has failed to live up to every expectation that it has set for itself and that fans have held them to. And that, to me, is a tremendous disappointment.
One postseason appearance in the last 9 years. And I'm on the same exact page as you. That 2021 season was an outlier. But outside of that, it's been a lot of 500 baseball, which is why I didn't have an issue with Buster Posey going outside of the box and hiring a guy like Tony Vitello. Because we sat here and made fun of Farhan and Gabe Kapler every single day for the advanced analytics and how they tried to run their organization. And outside of 2021, it ended up with 500 baseball. Now, I can also take some responsibility, and I said, look, I think bringing in a manager that has experience like Bob Melvin could help this team, could be the difference between winning 5 to 6 more games, getting back to a little bit old school baseball, the hum baby baseball that all old head Giants fans love to see. Guess what? You had 2 seasons of 500 baseball with Bob Melvin with old school baseball. So you've tried old school, you've tried new school. Might as well ditch school and go hang out with Tony Vitello. He's the coolest guy right now in the classroom. Like, try something different at this point. I mean, we had somebody texting earlier. It's like, how long do you try the Tony Vitello experiment? This is year 1. This is the first month of the season. Like, this is something we need to play out. The same thing we're talking about with the first 40 games of the season to really address the lineup, the rotation, the bullpen. All that can also be said for the managerial style of a Tony Vitello.
Yeah, and we still haven't learned that much. And one thing that I really think is important to say and to reiterate over the course of 162 is the job that Tony Vitello took is not the job that Gabe Kapler took. It's not the job that Bruce Bochy took. It's not the job that Felipe Alou took before him. This is a job that has evolved, and the responsibilities and tasks look far different than they do today than they did 10 years ago. And a lot of the decisions are relayed from the front office. A lot of what the Giants do on a daily basis isn't up to Tony Vitello. He is not setting the lineup. Bob Melvin wasn't setting the lineup. And toward the end, Bruce Bochy wasn't really setting the lineup. A lot of that was dictated to him by people inside the organization in the analytics suite. And that was true when Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans were in charge of the San Francisco Giants as well. They incorporated data into their decision-making. And so when they go to Baraki in the 7th inning last night, that's a roster construction decision that's made at the beginning of the season to bring in Baraki, and it's made before the game to say, first opportunity against Schwarber and Harper back-to-back, you want Baraki and not Matt Gage. That's not a Tony move. That's a move that's coming down from the front office, unless I have a gross misunderstanding of how this operates now.
Yeah, and that's always the question, especially in this day and age. How much responsibility does a manager have? What moves is he making? Which moves is he told not to make? Like, you would think that Tony Vitello would have more control over stuff like that. But even last week, when I asked him about drawing up the lineup, he says, look, I get a lot of insight from the front office, from Buster Posey. We talked to our analytics team. Like, there are a lot of chefs in the kitchen. But I think overall, getting back to the main chef, Tony Vitello, you heard it from Ken Rosenthal. The expectation was that the Giants would be better this season with Tony V. They have not lived up to those expectations quite yet. Now, again, there are 162 games in the season. We are 11 games in. But getting off to this slow of a start has Giants fans frustrated because they expect more. They expect better. They expect to be one of the premier teams in the league because this is a premier franchise, Gary.
They do, but they've done it with a half foot in and a half foot out. Like, if you want to correct all the flaws that you've got as an organization that have developed over the last 10 years, you got to spend $300 million. Or you have to start drafting and developing better. But you can't have it both ways. You can't spend $240 million, stay under the luxury tax threshold, and expect to win 92 games. That's where the Giants have run themselves into an issue year in and year out, is spending a little bit more, but not nearly enough to compete with teams that are very clearly better. The Giants operated talent deficiency compared to other teams. They allowed themselves to enter seasons with flaws. They allowed themselves to get through seasons with flaws. And when that happens, you're going to finish closer to 81 and 81, a lot more than you are 90 and 72.
Yeah, which sounds a lot like maybe an organization trying to break even. Would love to get above the even mark. Would love to get back to 500, but maybe that should be the expectations right now, to just take it one game at a time. Go attack Christopher Sanchez today. Maybe we'll see a couple lineup changes. Andrew Susak, maybe Jared Oliva, maybe some of these pieces off the bench. Tony Vitello will utilize them, but hey, those are the expectations that we all have to live up to. But coming up next, we'll ask Marcus Thompson about the expectations for the Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry made his return on Sunday. What is a successful season for the Warriors now that Steph is back? A play-in win? A playoff series victory? Are we going for another NBA title? We'll ask all those questions and more to Marcus Thompson. Coming up next, it's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on the Murph and Marcus Morning Show on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We've been teasing it all morning long. The question of the day, with the Giants sitting at 3-8 on the season and riding a 4-game losing streak, what is your biggest red flag right now? Is it the bats? Is it the defense? Is it the bullpen? Is it the roster construction? Pat H in the YouTube chat said, hey, can I choose all the above? And I said, no, doesn't work like that. You got to pick one of them. You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Curry looking to put the moves, and he does with a hesitation. And the finish! Vintage Steph Curry with a chance for three. Curry, step back. He buries it. He's back. Curry gets a screen. 3 seconds left. Curry, step back. Missed it. And Houston is going to come away with a clutch win.
This Easter Sunday, Resurrection Sunday, this has been a special day to reflect and appreciate, again, what I get to do every day on a daily basis, the gifts God's given me to be healthy, fight through this rehab stint and be able to get back to, the court and enjoy myself. There were a lot of nerves all day. My family supported me at home, and I was a nervous wreck, trying to pass the hours before I got to the arena. I'm very grateful. It was a beautiful day, and now I can kind of settle into how we're going to finish, the year.
He has risen. Steph Curry on Easter Sunday making his return after taking 2 months off, comes off the bench, scores 29 points, and really changes the vibe of not just Chase Center, but our expectations moving forward for the Golden State Warriors, a topic that we can talk to with Marcus Thompson, who joins the show every other Tuesday. And these conversations with Marcus Thompson are, of course, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. And Marcus, I think it's as simple as that. When Steph Curry succeeds, the Warriors succeed. Marcus, what's up, my man? Murph is off today. Kerry Crowley filling in. How's it going this morning? And how did you process the return of Steph Curry this weekend?
Yeah, well, let's begin with the fact that he came back, right? Like, that's vintage Steph. Like, he's nervous after 17 years. He's nervous about playing an NBA game. That's how you know how much he still loves this. Like, it's still part of him, and he loves playing. Like, so him sitting out voluntarily, he's just not built that way. And that, to me, is perhaps the most impressive part. Like, this is what, that generation of player, like, this is where they hang their hat. And, of all the talk about load management and all that, this guy is eager to get back to the 10 seed, right? It's pretty impressive. And of course, he looked really good out there.
And Marcus, how does that performance, do you think, kind of shape Steph's perspective for the play-in tournament? Understanding how daunting the road could be, understanding that if you get through, probably playing against Oklahoma City at the end of this thing, how excited do you think he is based on that 26-minute sample?
Yeah, I don't think the 26-minute sample does anything. That's just typical Steph. I think the reason he wanted to come back is because he's Lloyd Christmas, right? And Dumb and Dumber, right? He's if you say there's a chance, he wants to take it, and he believes he can make it, right? That was a terrible shot at the end of that game, but he felt like he could make it. So that's Steph. I think there are a few factors at play, but number one, he can't lose. How often does Steph get to play where there is everybody expects him to lose? So if he goes out there and makes it to the playoffs, he did some incredible feat, right? But two, if you're looking at next year, building with the guys now in these moments, they matter. He hasn't been a part of this team for 2 months on the court. So that type of stuff matters. I think he's looking ahead too. Like, all right, next year, who do we got? What kind of chemistry do we have? How do we roll? Can we get some of this stuff, this chemistry down? Like, I think that was a critical part of it.
Marcus, Steph scored 29 points in 26 minutes off the bench. What can you tell us about that strategy with Dr. Rick Celebrini of having Steph Curry come off the bench? And how long do you think it lasts before he's back in the starting rotation?
I mean, it'll last as long as the minutes restriction will. They learned this with Clay. If you start a guy and you're only playing him 25 minutes, he's going to get a really long break. He's going to have to sit a while after playing, and he's going to get cold again, and that's hard. They don't want that to happen. They don't want him to get too cold sitting over there trying to do the minutes thing. So if you don't start him, so he warms up, and then there's a break, and then he plays, and there's a break, and then he plays, and there's a break. But if he warms up, plays, and then there's this long break, they don't like that. So as long as he has a minutes restriction, he'll probably come off the bench. Once it's lifted, then he'll start. This is very similar to 2022 in Denver in the first round. I think he didn't come back. Like he broke the minutes restriction, but he kept coming off the bench to make Jordan Poole like comfortable. And then they lost game 3 or something like that. And he was like, yeah, all right, I'm back. I'm back in the starting lineup. So I think in this situation, the moment Rick Celebrini lifts the minutes restriction, he'll be back in the starting lineup.
Minutes restriction right now, condensed schedule to end the regular season, and then you're in the play-in tournament. Marcus, I'm fascinated to see what kind of a sample we can get of Steph playing alongside Kristaps Porzingis, who I think the Warriors have been intrigued by the last few seasons, finally got him in the organization at this year's trade deadline. They played together on Sunday, but they play together sparingly because Porzingis is in foul trouble. It's hard to align them together. How much stock will you put in the time that they spend together on the court in terms of the Warriors' decision-making around Porzingis entering the offseason?
I mean, not much. I don't think the answer is now. I think right now it's like the Kristaps recruitment mode, right? It's like, let's give him a reason to want to be here next year. And who knows, right? Somebody might throw a bunch of money at this guy. Like, it's the NBA. There's bad GMs all across the league. So it's like, can he stay and can you get him for a good price? He'll have to want to be here. And it feels like they've already done some of that with Celebrini, but like playing with Steph, getting to feel that, right? That game he just had where he basically sat and watched Steph do his thing. Those things I think help make Kristaps say, yeah, I want to be here. I don't think the 4 or 5 games is going to have much of an impact outside of that.
Marcus, I wanted to circle back to what you said about Steph Curry and that mentality to want to get back on the court, despite the fact that the Warriors are essentially locked into that 10 seed right now in the play-in bracket. And I'm sure in Steph Curry's mind, anything outside of a championship is a failure. But for Warriors fans, is getting Steph back on the court a success? Like, what needs to happen for this season to still be successful? Is it an NBA championship? Is it getting out of the play-in bracket? Is it winning a playoff series? Like, realistically, what is a success for the Warriors now with Steph back on the court?
I mean, we don't even need to talk about a championship.
Yeah,
this is
I'm
not
with you.
in
Yeah.
the. It's not there. I don't even think Steph sees that as like at this point. If they don't win a championship, the season is a failure. I don't think he sees it that way. I actually don't think Steph has ever seen it that way. I just think he wants to be in the mix. Like, if there's, like, give him enough so whoever is the champion, he feels like they could beat him. Like, that's what Steph wants, is the shot, right? So in this situation, they're building for next year. They're building for one more shot. But if you take away Jimmy Butler, you take away the best player for 27 games, right? You lose a critical role player in Moses Moody. They weren't winning a championship anyway, but in that situation, like, you can't look at it like, oh, we failed. It's just, that's how the NBA goes sometimes. So I think it's about building. They set out for basically like a 3-year plan to push for a championship. We get Jimmy Butler, they re-signed Draymond. They're building this kind of way towards a championship, and next year is year 3. Like, that's what it always is. I don't think the plan has changed, except they thought this one would be better, a step towards that, and instead it feels more like a step backward. because of the injuries. But yeah, I think it's still like get some chemistry. Ideally, making the playoffs would make the season a success because that gives them at least 4 playoff games together, and that's where you actually form championship credibility. So I think that's how you save the season is making the playoffs. But Portland looks pretty good right now. That's all I'm saying.
That is true. Marcus, I could sit here and ask you Steph and Warriors-related questions all day. I could talk to you about figure skating.
You actually can't because I'm not a host. I'm not doing your job for free. Your job, Kerry. You're filling in. You're already calling for a sub.
Well said. You're better. You're better with words than I am. I'll give you that. So I did want to ask though, how much do you think Joe Lacob will be paying attention to what the Valkyries do this week? Because it's a huge week in the WNBA where they've got the draft on Monday, free agency happening right now. How much do you think he wants to lure a star to the other Golden State franchise that he controls?
I think he's paying more attention to the Valkyries than the Warriors.
There we go.
That's what I think. Like, this is massive. Free agency started yesterday. We've already seen one huge move, like one league-changing move with Angel Reese getting traded from Chicago to Atlanta. And 90% of the league or whatever is a free agent. So, yes, this is big. You know Joe. Joe wants a star, right? He wants to win a championship now. And he wants a star, and there are 100 stars available right now, right? Everybody's available. You know, Asia Wilson will probably go back to Las Vegas. That's what she's saying. And Brianna Stewart is going to go back with New York. But there's another star out there with Bay Area ties who I'm sure they're already in her ear. And there's just a lot of really good players who are free agents right now. And if they do this right, they could be in the mix for a championship, like in the next couple of years, which is definitely what Joe wants.
Yeah, a lot of eyeballs right now on the Valkyries here in the Bay Area, but also down in the South Bay on the San Jose Sharks, including the eyes of Steph Curry and Rick Celebrini last night, who were down at the tank. Now, Marcus, I have to ask you a question because you are our ice expert after breaking down the Olympics and the quad god. I got to ask you about the god on ice, Macklin Celebrini. Of course, you know all about him because of Rick Celebrini. Just your thoughts on what's going down there at the tank to the point where they've got Steph Curry showing up in a suite last night.
You know, Steph, that's Macklin is his guy. You know, he got a nickname for him and everything. I don't know if you saw this, but Macklin was, you know, signing his autographs as Cheetos because that's the nickname Steph gave him. Oh. You know, because he always had Cheetos on his hands, so Steph would call him Cheetos.
No,
that's his dog.
I
did
not know that.
Yeah. They have it's funny too, that whole behind the scenes and stuff, like the people who get to really go behind the curtain, like that is a kind of a special relationship. Like they all love Macklin, right? They all know him. So especially Draymond loves Macklin. But this is exactly what, you know, the star power of Max Celebrini can do. Like he's that guy. He's that guy for Canada, which is like, this is where it's headed. Canada knows this. The national team knows this. And now you're seeing like the Bay Area kind of like feel that effect. Like this is what star players do. And something is building here. Like it is crazy. People were talking about it even at the Olympics. Like the Sharks games is low key lit. And, you know, Will Smith and Macklin, like they have some youth that are going to be good. And especially if Macklin is a top-level player, an elite player on a rookie deal, that's your window to go and get some big help while you are paying him basically underpaying him. So this is about to be a big deal, I think. I think the Sharks is going to be a pretty big thing in the Bay because Macklin is going to be one of the best in the league.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I've asked you about the stars, Steph, Macklin, if the Valkyries can get one. Go under the radar here, Marcus, with one more Warriors question. Over the course of the next week, final regular season games, play-in matchup next week, who's an under-the-radar Warriors player that you're kind of watching closely to see how he handles the pressure and the heat of these moments?
Man, nobody.
There we go. You only care about the big names.
I'm going with Guy Santos. I think he's the one who has staying power for next year because he's a wing. He's got the size, and he's played well without Steph. And he played well when it was like, you got nothing to lose. Everybody expects you to lose anyway. So when there's some stakes, I want to see how he handles it. Because I do think he can be a part of the rotation of a winning team. I don't think he'll be the sixth man or seventh man, but if he can play, I think that's pretty big because he shoots the ball well enough. He's got size and wings or everything. He just got to be able to have the composure to make the play in the big moment. So I do want to see that from him. Gee is the one I'm looking at the most.
4 games left in the Warriors.
I know you wanted me to say Pods, huh? You wanted me to say Pods?
I wanted you to say Pat Spencer. No, actually,
we know
Guy's
Pat
my
Spencer's
guy.
ready. We know that.
Guy's my guy. The lone Brazilian in the NBA carrying on the Leandro Barbosa legacy with the organization. I love it.
Excellent.
Marcus, you did mention the name Pods. One more question before we let you go. I know we're paying you overtime for these takes. Did you see Brandon Podziemski? Did you see Pods get booed at Oracle Park on Friday night by Giants and Warriors fans?
Oh, what you mean Giants and Warriors fans?
Oh,
that's cold-blooded. This was a Giants fan thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of crossover. You know that, Marcus. But
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but hold them accountable.
Yeah, but why?
Those were Giants fans out there.
Yeah. Why do you think there is so much backlash in the Bay Area on Pods?
Did you see the last game?
Yeah, I did. When Draymond's yelling at him to set a screen, yeah.
Yeah, when he did not set the double screen. Yeah. I think the issue is not, like, Pods is a good player. Like, first off, it's insane. It's insane to boo Pods like this is his fault, right? But he was willing to declare who he wanted to be. He said it out loud, and for some reason in sports, people only like arrogance when you deliver. If you have that bravado and machismo, right, and you lead with it and you don't deliver, it just never sits well with sports fans. Yeah. So somehow this guy who does nothing but play hard and show up every game and is obviously not a perfect player ends up being a villain just because he wasn't, humble in a way we like our sports fans, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you're going to be arrogant, you better deliver, right? You got to deliver. And in some of these moments, he's just not at that capacity to deliver, which is fine, but he said it. So now, in the Bay, we expect it. And we know stars in the Bay. We know what superstars look like. We've had them. We've dealt with them. We've seen them pull up. You know what I'm saying? We've seen them respond to the moment. So that's basically the Bay Area telling him, stay in your lane. We like you, but we don't like you as a superstar. We like you as the role player, the hustler, the guy we want to cheer for. But Pods is like, yeah, man, nah, I'm more than that. So I thought it was out of pocket, but what do you expect from Giants fans?
Yeah. Well, especially, Marcus, after Pod said he'd be the white Shohei Ohtani if he played baseball, maybe the Giants can use him in the lineup right now.
Hey, if you could be the white Shohei Ohtani, you should probably be that because that dude got so much money, he deferred his salary.
No question
I'm
about it.
taking that over the ninth man in the NBA.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm having fun with Giants fans, but I'm bitter because my A's are gone. So
yeah.
There we go.
Don't mind me. I'm just bitter.
I'm bitter because your A's are gone, Marcus.
At least they're finally embracing the city of Sacramento with their new City Connect jerseys, Marcus.
Oh my goodness, this franchise!
Yeah.
I can't with them. I can't with them.
I got you.
They'll have me put on the black. They'll have me put on orange and black.
Yeah,
that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna force me to do it.
Come on over to this side of the Bay, Marcus. We'll see you tonight down at Chase Center. Warriors and Giants both in action. Enjoy the final 4 games of the season. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
Peace. There he is, the best sports writer in the Bay Area, as Copes likes to reference him. I believe he actually calls him the best sports writer in the world. Marcus Thompson joins us every other week. He'll be tracking the final 4 games of the Dubs before their playing game. As I mentioned, they play the Sacramento Kings tonight. We'll see if Steph, Guy Santos, and Pods can stop Logan Webb and the Kings from lighting the beam.
Light the beam.
But Logan Webb and the Giants have their own problems tonight. Christopher Sanchez and the Phillies squaring off against Robbie Ray. We'll break down that matchup coming up next and maybe talk about a couple lineup changes that you might see against a left-handed pitcher. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy with Marcus Boucher on The Sports Leader.
Man, KD out.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Felt great, just to get out there, play baseball again. It was really fun. Yeah, I had a lot of support, a lot of family here, so it was good, have them all.
Oh! Willie, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me.
Oh, better times. You hear Sean Estes saying, Willie, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me. After Willie Adames pulls out the Powerade bucket, shout out the bobblehead they gave out a couple weeks ago, to celebrate Daniel Susak's big league debut with the San Francisco Giants on a night where he goes 3 for 3. His nephew steals the show in the crowd, looking like a wacky inflatable man. Also, Kylan Mills had her laptop ruined by the Gatorade/Powerade dump over her laptop. Also, shout out to the Dirty Work crew. I saw Kylan and sat down with them before one of the games and said that the rice bucket trick worked. It fixed the laptop carry Crowley. So truly, one of the best storylines of the year, coming after the only Giants home victory of the season, I believe. They're 1-7 on the season, which means we've only seen one cooler celebration from Willie Adames. And if I'm correct, I think they've only hit one home run at Oracle Park, so we haven't seen that unicorn mask on Rafael Devers' head in quite a while, but that's all a long intro to Daniel Susac asking the question, is he going to be in the lineup today facing off against one of the best southpaws in baseball, Christopher Sanchez?
Well, theoretically, you don't want Patrick Bailey playing a day game after a night game. And tomorrow, the San Francisco Giants take on Aaron Nola. Tonight, they take on Christopher Sanchez. Bailey, a better hitter from the left side than he is from the right side, although he's not hitting from the left side so far this season. So if you're going to work Daniel Susac in one of these two games, to me, it's got to be tonight, and it's got to be against Christopher Sanchez, which is a really tough assignment. He's one of the better lefties in the National League, probably one of the better lefties in all of baseball. But I think that the Giants need to start picking their spots with substitutes. Tony Vitello, Buster Posey have wanted to stick to their guys, remain committed, show confidence for the first 11 games of the season. But at some point, when these guys start to struggle, you also need to get them off their feet. You need to get them out of their own heads. Sometimes it's better to watch a game from the top step of the dugout than it is to watch, from right field or from behind the plate, to spend all 9 innings enveloped in your thoughts in your mind when you're struggling at the plate. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if Patrick Bailey was subbed out tonight in favor of Daniel Susac against the lefty Christopher Sanchez. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if we saw Jared Oliva make his first start in the outfield tonight. I think it's a good opportunity for Jung Hoo Lee to sit down and for you to get Oliva going, maybe hit him near the top of the order. I know that he hasn't had an at-bat this season, but nevertheless, you want that right-handed bat in case the Phillies do something in the late innings where you need to pull Lee off the bench and they've got a right-hander in the game and you want another lefty up at the plate. That's a great opportunity to mix and match. We've seen the Giants go with their guys, go with their starters. I'm a bit more of the mix and match belief that you can successfully play these guys off the bench more than the Giants have done this season.
Yeah, and I need to see Daniel Susac in the lineup with a lefty on the bump. Actually caught Robbie Ray in his last start at Oracle Park, so maybe that's a nice little battery mate moving forward. But regardless, I think Giants fans, they've been frustrated with the at-bats from Patrick Bailey for the last couple of years. Now, I've been a pretty big Patrick Bailey defender because of the defensive value behind home plate. We all know he's won Gold Gloves in back-to-back years. Any metric you want to look at, he's one of, if not the best defensive catcher in baseball. Now, moving on from the ABs, the at-bats, to the ABS, the automatic ball strike system. I wanted to ask you about this and whether or not you think that maybe the defensive hype, or maybe I don't even want to call it hype, the defensive resume of Patrick Bailey has now taken a hit with the implementation of the ABS system.
I don't, in part because, you look at the advanced metrics, and as of yesterday entering the game, Patrick Bailey had 2 runs added for the San Francisco Giants. He was the 4th-ranked catcher in baseball with the ABS system. And so I think you look at his body of work through a very small sample size, and you can see his understanding of the strike zone has benefited the San Francisco Giants. With that said, long-term, I don't think ABS will look the way it does even 2 years from now. I think we're going to move to a system where every pitch is an automatic ball strike call. And look, people can get on me. I think that's just the way that the game's going to trend. I think that Rob Manfred, the owners, the umpires are going to come to an agreement where they decide, hey, maybe it's not a great look for baseball that the umpires are getting skewered every single game. It's fun for fans.
Oh, I love it.
It's fun for anyone who's watching the game right now. But I don't think they're going to continue to let this happen year in, year out. And so I think there's a very narrow window of time where Bailey's defensive value could be at an all-time high. And it's one of the reasons the Giants will continue to ride the poor at-bats is because they believe he benefits their pitching staff so much. But 2 years from now, 3 years from now, wouldn't shock me at all if ABS is phased out or changed to a way where every single pitch is called by a robot and you're looking at a catching position that looks completely different than it does at the moment.
Yeah, and that was my argument when we heard about ABS being used down in the minor leagues, and that was the first thing everybody talked about was Patrick Bailey behind home plate, how he's such a master framer. He's just painting those corners. Has kind of struggled a little bit early on this season with some of these ABS challenges, but he was a stud during spring training. He knows the strike zone well enough where I trust him behind home plate. Now, it is interesting. We had Rob Manfred on our show opening week, and I asked him about the ABS system and if he ever expects the robot umps to take over full time. and he told me that they had a lot of talks with the actual players, and they don't want it on every single pitch. Now, I got to ask you, because Murph also told me when you filled in for me a couple weeks ago that you were not a fan of the ABS system because it slowed down the game too much. Do you think having robot umpires on every pitch would speed up the game or slow it down?
Well, there are two separate questions there. First, in spring training, I hated it because they were challenging like 15 times a game. It was so slow, and teams are a little bit more cautious in the regular season. They're a little bit more conservative, and I think the implementation has gone extraordinarily well from an entertainment perspective thus far. Now, do I want to see a game end on an ABS call? Probably not. We've seen it a couple of times thus far. It was entertaining, but I think the shock value will wear off. Now, would I like to see every pitch called ABS? No. Do I think that it will happen in all likelihood within the next few years? And do I think that will, speed up the game or change the amount of time that these pitches are called? No, I think they will only implement that when it's instantaneous and when the umpire can immediately say ball or strike. So I don't think we will see that until it is absolutely instantaneous, unlike the current challenge system we have in place.
Yeah, regardless, with the new challenge system, we did see Daniel Susak have a successful challenge when he was behind home plate, and we are expecting him to be back in the lineup later on today as the Giants try to win Game 2 of the series against the Philadelphia Phillies. My man Murph is just begging for one of these wins before he shows up back on the morning show. We'll see if the Giants can get that win tonight. We'll close out the show on the other side. Find out what young Tony learned today. It's a good one. It was a great story by Kuiper. In case you missed it, stay tuned. You're going to want to hear this on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, putting a bow on the show on a Tuesday morning. It is the Murph and Marcus show, and if you couldn't tell by now, Murph is on a one-day vacation. Shout out to my guy Kerry Crowley filling in this morning. Young Tony and John Joe Curley making his return from food poisoning, allegedly. Shout out.
No, that's real. That's legit.
Shout out
I'm standing up for my
Chung,
guy.
our guy, the Chungster. Kyle Chun filled in for John Joe Curley yesterday and then showed up the very next morning to shadow the morning show today. Hey, when Murph's gone, we need all the help that we can get. Murph will be back in the studio tomorrow, so I will essentially be reenacting the scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where I'm like putting the car in reverse, like trying to get all the mileage off the car, deleting the text line, so Murph has no idea what we were talking about for the last 4 hours. But I know that Murph wants to show up tomorrow morning with a Giants win to talk about. Haven't had one in quite a while. 4 straight losses. Now 1-7 at home. Only one single win at Oracle Park. And it was with Daniel Susac behind home plate. So I'm expecting to see him on the mound today. Or excuse me, behind the plate with Christopher Sanchez on the mound taking on Robbie Ray. But Kerry, your final thoughts after all the red flags we talked about. Do the Giants have more red flags in my dating life? Seriously, your final thoughts going into this game. And I'm not going to ask you for a progress report on the Giants 11 games in, but are you optimistic that things will get better eventually?
Well, I'm optimistic because things can't get worse.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
the Giants have the worst record in the National League. They're 3-8. They have the fewest home runs. They have the lowest OPS, lowest slugging percentage. To become worse from where they're at right now, I think would be statistically impossible. So there's nowhere to go but up for this ball club. They may not be a playoff team this year. They may not be a wild card contender, but they can't be this bad for much longer.
Yeah, you can't fall any lower in the standings, which is why maybe you shake things up today. Maybe a nice little special routine, maybe a slump buster or two. Which leads us to what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
And of course, what did young Tony learn today is sponsored by our good friends Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And man, oh man, did Dwayne Kuiper share some tea with us earlier this morning. Young Tony, who always asks great questions every Wednesday at 7:15, hopped on the microphone earlier today to ask Dwayne Kuiper, how do you shake up and change the vibes in the clubhouse? Well, here was the story that Dwayne Kuiper told us earlier this morning.
I'm going to tell you what Frank Robinson did, and we were on a really bad streak, not just losing but playing bad. And he brought in a motivational speaker, and this woman came in. She had a boom box. Remember the boom box?
Mm-hmm.
That was it, man. You walked around, you had a boom box. You were it. So she walks in with her boom box, and she turns it on, and she takes her clothes off.
Oh.
It's a stripper. And I thought the guys, they were like, what in the heck is going on, right? Well, the Chapel guys didn't know what to do. They were like, I don't know. So in the meantime, it was fine. We laughed, blah, 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 blah. And we lost the next 4 in a row. So that did not work. And I do not want that to happen tonight when the troops get into the ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's showing up with a boombox tonight to change up some of those vibes, but I got to say, the vibes instantly improved on the morning show. I've now been working on the morning show for 6 years. I've never heard that story from Dwayne Kuiper, but easily it's going towards the top of my list of maybe one of the best stories I've heard Kuiper tell on these airwaves.
Tony, what did you learn from that?
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, first of all, we love Kuiper, and we just, we're just riffing here. They're on a 4-game losing streak. It was kind of a negative day, and I just want to get a good story out of him. And he's always got bangers. He's just got stories for days, and that thing was an incredible story. That's got to be one of the best What Did I Learns, frankly.
And also the way he set it up, he's like, yeah, they brought in a motivational speaker. Well, wasn't too motivating. Maybe they should have sent that motivational speaker to the other team's dugout to maybe distract them before the game, a la the replacements with the cheerleaders on the sideline. But now I'm really getting off the rails, which means we got to put a wrap to the show. Carrie, it's always a pleasure. Love talking ball with you, whether it's Giants baseball, a little Warriors basketball, even snuck in a little Valkyrie basketball this morning, some Niner talk, or some Sharks talk down at the Tank. Big win last night down in San Jose, trying to match those vibes up here in San Francisco in the 415. I'll be at the ball game today, and I'm sure I'll see you around the ballpark in the near future.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'll be back out there tomorrow. Giants and Phillies. I was going to say rubber match. I don't know about that. I think that Christopher Sanchez is going to give them all they can handle. This is a tough lefty. So we shall see. But I will be out there tomorrow. Aaron Nola going for Philadelphia, coming off that World Baseball Classic performance. So looking forward to being back out there, Marcus.
Yes, and for everybody who is always wondering, how do I get more Carrie Crowley takes? Check out the SF Standard new app launching today.
I think today.
Maybe today. Make sure you download it. Give it 5 stars review and say Carrie Crowley sent you. KC, my man, always a fun show. Thank you to Young Tony, John Joe Curley, and Kyle Chung behind the scenes as well. And when you are listening to the Murph and Marcus Morning Show, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Papa and Silver are next with Larry Krueger filling in for Greg Papa.
Ned, dog. Max, Smitty, Grafford, dog.
Why should we stop yelling?
I'm going to leave here because I will you up.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Now here's Matt Chapman, the infield back, normal depth. Chapman swings, hits a high drive into right center field, deep, out into the wide open spaces, way back there, and it is over the head of Crawford. It bounces to the 415 side. Adames scores. Here comes a rise to score, and it's a triple from Matt Chapman. 2-2 pitch. Swing. There's a high drive into deep right center field. Going back is Garcia at the warning track. He lunges and makes the catch right in front of the 6th archway. Tagging from third. Bader scores easily. The other runners who had gone halfway return. 4-0 Giants. Barucki pitches. Swing and a ground ball into right field. Base hit. Coming in to score Crawford. Here comes Turner around third. He will score. Stopping at second is Schwarber. And Barucki does not get either one of those lefties out, and it is 4-4. Now he's swinging a ground ball up the first base side where nobody is. Down the right field line it goes. Schwarber comes around to score. Here's the throw into second. Not in time. And the Phillies have a 5-4 lead. Duran throws. Swing and the ground ball to short is Turner over to first. And the Phillies have won the first game of this series. And the misery continues for the Giants, their 4th loss in a row.
Oh, slide away. 4 in a row for the San Francisco Giants. 808 KNBR. We did the whole venting act yesterday. Let's just run it back again today. 11 games into the season, 3-8 Phillies coming into town, and it did not go how we were hoping based on the first half of the yesterday. Lots to break down today. We'll talk a little sexy Dexy. Dexter Lawrence requesting a trade from the New York Giants. Sam Amick is going to join us as we get into the Steph Curry return, and Amick wrote about how silly it was for him to not come back before the game. Then he got 26 minutes of validation off the bench, so we got a busy one for you. Susan Slusser at 11:50. Brian Kenny of MLB Network coming by at the end at 1:30. And, of course, I am joined by the one and only Larry Krueger. Krug, we got to stop this slide that we're on because every time we start a show together, we just got to be the bearers of bad news like 2 minutes into the morning.
Seriously. I mean, come on. Giants, help us out. do a buddy a break, do a buddy a solid, maybe win a game. I thought last night was the first time. Now, this was game number 11. Okay, game number 11. Thought this was the first game that you could say, Tony, what the hell? This was a Tony, what the hell game, in my opinion. You had a 4-2 lead going to the 7th. Everybody knows you have relievers that you pitch when you're winning, and then you have your loser relievers that pitch when you're behind. And he went to one of his loser relievers trying in a high leverage situation, trying to protect a lead. And guess what? He learned a really good lesson. You can't use your loser relievers in winning situations. Barucki is a nothing. He was picked up in the 11th hour. Anybody could have had him. He's the guy that you pick up because you ain't deep enough and you didn't produce enough. And he's a back of the bullpen. He's the guy you pitch when you're down 5. He's the lefty that you go to when you want to preserve your other lefty. And to go to him in the 7th with a 2-run lead, no, that's not his role. That isn't his spot. If you put him in that spot again, he's going to fail. I put the last night on Tony.
Okay, so with Tony Vitello, and JD and I have gotten into this, right? One thing that can make a manager look bad, for better or worse, is a bad bullpen. And I'm not saying the Giants' bullpen is necessarily going to be a disaster, but the way in which they lost last night wasn't all that surprising when you consider what this roster was and what you knew it would be. The Giants losing on Sunday was a bummer because you had Logan Webb on the mound and you thought they were going to break through, taking the lead 2-1. But the way in which they have lost the last 2 games wasn't a big surprise. To me, Krug, this is one of the issues that arises when you don't have defined roles in the bullpen. You have a defined closer for now, but even in his one big test of the year, he just limped across and gave up 2 runs, and that was shaky. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. You got your relievers for when you got a lead that you're trying to protect, and then you got the ones when you need to be lights out versus ones where it's like, okay, maybe we have a little bit of margin for error right here. And the Giants really didn't, even though they had the 4-run lead, because Hauser went out there to start the 7th, and then 2 runners went on. So, yes, part of that absolutely is going to be on Tony Vitello to figure it out. But I also think this is one of those issues where, really, manager aside, you got to have defined roles in the bullpen. And because of the way the roster is constructed right now, it makes it really, really confusing to find those solutions when you're 11 games into a season. And typically, when you're this early into a season, it's not the biggest deal in the world if you can be like, bummer, we dropped to 6-5 last night. Instead, it's 3-8, and it feels like all hell's breaking loose so early.
You've scored 3 runs or less 7 times. Oh. I mean, come on. You can't win that way. You can't. So here's the bottom line, and this is going to be a as Ratty used to say, listen to me and listen to me good. Okay, this bullpen is going to be a problem. But if you're going to walk out of the stadium every day, talking about how you lost a low-scoring game. I mean, yesterday was 6-4. But I mean, they've lost low-scoring games. I mean, that's what it's going to be. This bullpen is far from perfect. This is not 1993 where you had Jeff Brantley, Dave Burba, Mike Jackson, Rod Beck. You don't have the 93 Dusty Pen. You got guys named Gage and Tidwell and Killian and Barucki. And so, the bullpen's going to be, you're going to need as many innings as you can get from your starters. And you're going to have to kind of figure out the bullpen on the fly. And it's going to be painful. But there's going to be, every time you lose and you get run over, it's not always in the pen. The bullpen's going to give up some runs sometime. The starter went 6, and the bullpen pitched 3 innings and gave up 2 runs. That's not a disaster, and yet people are going to walk out of there going, the pen. But in reality, if you had added on, I mean, let's talk about this. The Giants had 4 runs in the 4th and did not score again until that's it. That was it. They didn't score after the 4th inning. How many base runners do they even have after the 4th inning? So, that consistent rallying.
What was after the final 5 innings? It was 2 hits, no runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's not getting it done. So, I mean, 4 is the kind of the middle ground, right? If you score 3, 2, 1, or obviously none, you lose.
Yeah.
Okay, and you should expect to lose. And then the Giants have scored 7 times so far. 7 times in the first 11 games, they've scored 3 runs or less. So that to me is the story. And we can talk about relievers, and Berkey ain't good enough, and the pen's not deep enough, but we can't play this game where the Giants don't score and then one reliever gives up 1 run and we're like, can you believe this guy? But in my opinion, Berkey was not the guy to go to in a high leverage 7th inning with a 2-run lead.
Well, and it's a bummer, too, because it really looked like they had a chance to break that game open even further. Now, when Luis Ariz went up with the bases loaded, he hit that very deep sac fly, and I think it was actually the deepest of his entire career. Some of that is the ball getting Oracle parked a little bit, right? Like, it's not a Luis Ariz problem. So you still get the sac fly, you get the productive out. It wasn't the worst outcome in the world, but instead of making that game maybe 6-0 or 7-0 by the end of the inning, you settled for 4-0, and clearly when you got your number 5 starter, who, by the way, I don't think Adrian Hauser has pitched like a number 5 starter. I think between Roop and Malley and Hauser, he's probably top to bottom been the most consistent of the 3, although Roop did have probably the best start of anybody this entire year. So that was, and then bringing in the bullpen like that, you needed obviously more than 4 runs, and I could have told you even in the moment, hitting that mark of 4 is always where it's like, okay, that's acceptable. But when it's early in the game, you're rolling like that, you're getting the contact, and it's landing in the spots that you weren't able to find when you were hitting those previous 3 losses, and it was just all frustration and bleak within the lineup, Krug. When you finally get that opportunity and you have some momentum, once the momentum died for the Giants, not only did they stop with the runs and not break the game open further, it felt like that was about the last time they got on base.
Well, I mean, and you got a lot of guys that are just ice cold right now. Adames is always ice cold. He had 2 hits, but he's hitting 214. Devers, ice cold. 190. Right now, James Tibbs. Would you rather have Devers or would you rather have James Tibbs back? I think that's almost like a viable question at this point. Jung-Hoo Lee was paid $113 million over 6 years, and he ain't worth it. All right. He's hitting 162 with a 256 on base.
Yep.
I mean, my God, what an absolute. Scott Boras took the San Francisco Giants for a major league ride and dragged Farhan by the nose on that deal. Hey, Farhan, who were you competing against? Who was going to give Jung-Hoo Lee maybe not $113 million? Who was going to give him $110 million? Who was going to give him $100 million? Boras totally worked the Giants on that. And then Bader's ice cold. Bailey's just not a good hitter. I mean, they can't score. I mean, last night was an onslaught, and they get to 4 runs, and they just stop against a good Philly lineup. If you give a good Philly lineup like that a target to shoot at, they're going to run you over, and they did.
And the most expensive players on this team are not producing right now. And it's 11 games into the season, but they're all pretty much going ice cold together. And they've all had some kind of issue or been under the spotlight for the wrong reasons to this point. So 808 KNBR is your number to join the conversation. That's 415-808-5627. And Krug, I'll tell you what my big takeaway was walking away from last night when we come on back. I want to hear from the people. 415-808-5627. That is your number. I will also tease our contest. But yeah, let me tell you my big philosophical take, not based on what last night was, but based on what we've seen to the start of this season with the San Francisco Giants. And it's a fair question as to, can this thing ultimately turn around, and what's the larger philosophy here? It's Papa and Silver on a Tuesday with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The man, the myth, the legend, Dwayne Kuiper joined Marcus and Carrie Crowley this morning to break down the Giants' 3-8 start and give an honest assessment of their struggles. And while Kuiper admits that he doesn't have a magic remedy to turn everything around in one night, he did finish the interview with some tips of what not to do. That's available now on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts. You know, the way we've been starting these shows is by trying to clean up and pick up the pieces of a disaster for the San Francisco Giants. 3-8, and nothing can clean up a disaster. Nobody can do the job like Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. So, Steve, with tax season right around the corner, 8 days away, what do you do with unfiled tax returns?
Most people don't file tax returns because they just didn't have the money to pay the first year. So they made a mistake, they didn't file it. Then year two comes along and they say, well, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? And by the way, they still don't have the money. They're running high. They live like criminals looking over their shoulders. Today, the day the IRS agent is going to catch you. Folks, you don't have to live that way. You really don't. We do a lot of these cases. You have a lot of companies. We'll listen to you. We understand you have kids to feed and rent and mortgage to pay and lots of other expenses, and that's okay. We go to the government for you. We do everything. You don't talk to the government. We go to them. We want to cut you a sweet deal. We'll file all the old back returns, whether this is your first year or it's in 5 years or 10 years or more. We do so many of these cases. We know what to do, how to do it. We do everything for you. Think of the relief you would have and your family would have and your business would have. The only thing you have to do is call us for your free consultation. We'll explain everything. Just say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can take care of you if you pick up the phone and dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and get your unfiled tax returns settled today. You can also go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I don't know who else was playing catch at the time, but he was the one that was going to face Schwarber and Harper all along, the left-on-left matchup. So I don't know who else would have been throwing down there. But, yeah, Hauser went back out. He was at 82, 83 pitches before the inning and had our leadoff guy there 0-2 and then, got the swing we all wanted against Turner, but obviously the ball fell in.
That was Tony Vitello on the decision to put Ryan Borucki out there when all hell broke loose in the 7th inning. Giants got out to a 4-0 lead. They lose at 6-4, and they have lost 4 in a row. 2 more against the Philadelphia Phillies. A great left-handed pitching battle tonight between Robbie Ray and Christopher Sanchez, and the Giants are desperately looking to stop this slide. It is Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, and Walter Icabalsetta with you on this Tuesday. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. I'll also tell you real quick, every time the Giants lose, we give you a chance to win. Now, I guess when they win, too. 2 tickets to see Bay FC take on Ottawa Rapid FC. That's going to be next Friday, April 17th, 7 p.m. kickoff at PayPal Park. All you got to do, listen between 10 and 1. And when we give you the cue to call 415-896-5627. Bay FC is back at PayPal Park, and this international friendly is bringing the heat. As part of the spring series, Bay FC takes on Canada's Ottawa Rapid FC. Plus, lock in the Star Wars ticket bundle and score an exclusive Bay FC Star Wars mini soccer ball ready for pickup on match day. Bring the energy and witness the action when 2 forces collide on the pitch. And we got a lot of different forces colliding right now, and a lot of different forces not really syncing up when it comes to the San Francisco Giants, Krug. So I told you what I was thinking about last night. And the best way I can put it is the makeup of this team is not making a lot of sense to me. Now, we haven't seen a lot of roster changes, right? I could have had this take in February or in March finishing up the Cactus League. But now that we've seen it for real for 11 games, I'm just thinking about it. And the frontline starters indicate that there is a seriousness about winning right now. The bullpen is more the makeup of a team that is looking to rebuild. And I know that Randy Rodriguez is on the IL, and that was the plan to be the closer. But still, you knew that going into the offseason. The lineup, and particularly the guys you're paying a lot of money to with Devers and Adames and Chapman and Lee, as you noted in segment number 1, that would indicate a seriousness about winning right now. But then also with the manager and going experimental, and I'm not saying Tony Vitello can't do it. Like, it's 11 games. It's way too early to know one way or another. But typically, going this unconventional is not something you would do when you have the expectation of making the playoffs in year 1 of the operation. So, and I'll give Walter some credit on this one because he had the term that I had to write down. He said it feels like an unintentional 2 timelines, right? There's not a clear direction. Like, here's some pieces. You're going to go and try to win now, but also if it doesn't work out, then we're going to hedge and maybe we try to also build from within. And it's just like, I don't even know what lane they're picking. There's a fork in the road, and I feel like they're driving straight up the middle into nothing right now.
Well, first of all, they're in a division with the Dodgers, and I think the Dodgers spending has kind of paralyzed the Giants as far as what do we do? How do we do this? We want to spend at the major league level, and they've taken the major league level away from us. And so I think the Giants feel somewhat paralyzed by the Dodgers spending. But they better get real because the Dodgers aren't going away. And for every $30 million that the Giants spent in the offseason, the Dodgers are spending $250 million on Kyle Tucker and increasing their dominance. So I've been a Giants fan since the 70s. The Dodgers in the 70s were dominant and the Giants in the 70s were a disaster, but it almost feels more one-sided right now.
It feels very, very one-sided, and it's not just the Dodgers they got to worry about right now. The Padres have found a little bit of a way to right the ship from the end of the Giants series onward. The Diamondbacks are back to 500, and the Colorado Rockies are a game ahead of you in the standings. And again, Yeah, you could say 11 games, but I don't care if it's 5 games. I don't care if it's 11 games. I don't care if it's 112 games. Being behind the Rockies is not really a sight that you want to see these days.
No, and get ready for that because the Rockies have been poorly run, and now they're being run by a very bright young guy in Paul DePodesta, and, DePodesta is going to figure it out, and so the Giants could be in the cellar. I mean, the Giants coming into yesterday had the worst run differential at minus 25 that they've had for a Giants team since the 1896 Giants. So I decided to look up who is exactly on that 1896 Giant team, Silver. And, they had Kid Gleason. They had Kid Gleason at second, and they're starting their ace was a guy named Dad Clark. So it's been a while, but the 1896 Giants started out under Arthur Irwin, and Arthur, struggled. They went 36-53-1. They fired him. They went to Bill Joyce. Obviously, that was the right call because Bill Joyce went 28-14-1 down the stretch with the 1896 Giants. Now, I joke, but I mean, the Giants are bad as an offensive team. And last year, they were 17th in runs scored. And they decided to spend very little and went after Bader and Arise. The Dodgers were third or second in all of baseball in runs scored, and they added Kyle Tucker to the tune of $240 million. So, I mean, it's like, what's going on here? I mean, the Giants badly needed more offense. But then after you kissed off Doval and Tyler Rogers and Randy Rodriguez, you lost a major amount of appearances and innings in your pen. And who was the significant pen addition? You saw all those departures. Who did you add to your pen? And then you're just acquiring this guy Barucki in the middle of the Cactus League, and now you're throwing him out there in a high-leverage situation in the second week of the season. I mean, you should not be surprised by the results. You really shouldn't.
I mean, yeah, well, you got Foley and Henches and Peguero right now is going to start a rehab assignment. But to your point, Krug, this is a bunch of stuff that was it's a bit of a mishmash on the bullpen front. So losing in the way you did last night is not unforeseen whatsoever when you consider the makeup of this roster. For the record, like when they traded away Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval at the deadline last year, I actually was in favor of those moves because it was skidding so badly up to that point where you were thinking the Giants would be a team that was leaning toward buying, if anything, until the final 2 to 3 days before the trade deadline when it was like, okay, let's dump off Yaz, let's dump off Rogers and Doval. And I did approve of those moves to go and get players that we have already seen a couple of them, like a Blade Tidwell and a Drew Gilbert. And we hope to see others at some point, like a Jesus Rodriguez, especially if Patrick Bailey continues to struggle in this manner offensively. That being said, the bullpen issues and the holes was something that you had months of being able to address in the offseason. Again, I know Randy Rodriguez not being here hurts right now, but you knew Randy Rodriguez was going to have his Tommy John surgery from the end of last season, and you already knew he was going to miss this. So going into this offseason, you knew there would be no Rogers or Doval or a Randy Rodriguez. And so now when you're thinking about the options that they have, I would imagine Buster looks to add in the bullpen at some point, unless this team continues to go on an unprecedented kind of slide and continue this pace, which I don't think they're 3 and 8 levels of bad, and going on the road and hitting in some smaller ballparks, I think is going to help this offense. But the question is, like, there's just no calling card, and that was our word yesterday. The Giants don't really have a calling card of if they're going to get back on track, what's going to be the thing that's going to lead them there. I think on paper you would say it's the lineup and their ability to hit, particularly offensive production from the infield. But from what we've seen through the first 11 games, contact rate, batting averages, on-base percentage, home runs, all of that has been down in the dumps to where it just looks like a different version of the same from the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, first of all, how can you say that you think the offense is going to be the strength when your DH is Gerard Encarnacion, who's a minor leaguer, who's hitting 7th? How many teams go look at your lineups from last night? Go look at any lineup in baseball any day you want. The DH typically on a good team is going to hit, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Giants are hitting their DH 7th.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Harrison Bader, once again, I mean, Giants badly needed offensive infusion in their outfield. But by the time it got time to actually make the freaking move, it was like, no, our problem's not offense. We just need better defense. So we'll move Jung-Hoo Lee to right field, and we'll go get a real defensive player in center field. I mean, you can talk about outfield defense, but outfield defense is a freaking nuance. Your center fielder's hitting 132. Your DH is hitting 7th and is a minor leaguer. Your right fielder's hitting 162. Your left fielder's hitting 209. You're getting nothing out of your outfield right now. You're hitting your outfielders at the bottom of the lineup and your DH at the bottom of the lineup. You're already carrying one offensive zero in Bailey. That's okay because what he contributes as a defensive player. But that means that your non-offensive positions, second, short, you got to hit. Well, you got to rise, you got to dominate. But your outfield's got to hit. And your outfield's not hitting at all. And then Devers is your big dog. Mm-hmm. And where's Devers? Devers has been absolute crap since he's been a Giant. I mean, he has just been horrible. Not just like, well, he's not quite. No, horrible. Absolutely horrible. So I don't know what to say about it. I love that trade, but today as Tibbs is rocketing through the Dodgers minor league system and the Giants are paying Devers a mint to do absolutely nothing, it's not looking so hot.
No, and it starts with Devers, too. When we go back to the roundtable and everything we previewed this season, yes, a lot of players have pressure on them, and a lot of players need to perform. It can't just be one guy. But the guy who does need to carry this lineup is the one you traded for and took on the contract and expect to maybe not necessarily hit all the Fenway Park numbers where you can pepper a lot of singles and doubles off of the Green Monster. But Rafael Devers has to still be the dude, and he has been anything but it. Your first baseman has to be someone who can slug. And we had a caller talk about this yesterday with us. First base is a position where you need a big guy who can slug a little bit. Remember your favorite player from the World Baseball Classic, Vinny Pasquantino from the Royals and Team Italy?
My God. Yeah, get the Pasquatch. Go call Kansas City and offer one of your multitude of A-ball guys throwing 1,000,000 miles an hour and see if you can get the Pasquatch. You know, they need a first baseman. God, it's unbelievable.
And their first baseman that they have right now needs to perform like one. He just got back into that spot defensively, but offensively, he's been playing every single day and, in fact, played 163 games last year, and it wasn't you just got to see better results top to bottom, plain and simple. So we'll continue this discussion when we come on back. 808 KNBR is the number, 415-808-5627. We'll get to some text, and if you want to dial us up, we will take some calls as well. Biggest red flags. And again, if you're not already concerned, at what point do you become concerned? Because we can talk about the Daniel Susaks and the Gerard Encarnaciones and the Casey Schmidts, but ultimately it's the guys getting paid to perform that need to simply perform better. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us on your Tuesday. Greg Silver and Larry Krueger with you on Papa and Silver. We got Susan Slusser joining the show a little bit later. We will talk to Sam Amick and Brian Kenny of MLB Network. So a lot of different topics to jump around on today. But as we've had to start every show, this seems like the past week, I know the Giants kind of righted the ship. They won 3 out of 4, but since then they lost 4 in a row. And Krug, the last time we were together on the air, we had the catch the effing ball incident. Somebody chimed in yesterday and said that should be the new slogan for the Giants, catch the effing ball.
I actually saw the horrible decision by Chapman to try to steal second base in the 9th, down 3 runs, and he got hosed. And I retweeted it, steal the effing base, Matt. So maybe, yeah, I think he set the tone early on. I think that might stick.
Tony Vitello pregame yesterday also hinted that there were a couple other incidents in which people had words out and got a little fiery, and then also added, like, I'm not going to call it controversial. We played better after that, but I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, well, we all saw one of those with cameras. I'm kind of wondering what the other ones were. Anyway, we can get into all of that. Let's get out to the phones. Kathy is in Campbell and going to get us started today. She says she was at the game on Sunday when we all started worrying about Matt Chapman stealing bases and the makeup of this bullpen. You're on the Sports Leader, Kathy. How's it going?
Oh, I'm fine. Thanks for taking my call. Yes, I was there and I sat for about 5.5 innings, and then I decided to get up and walk around and get something to eat. But what I see Bob Melvin. I'm comparing him last year and how he's coached, and there was a chain of command of the coaching, which it was kind of consistent. And I see that with the new coach and his staff, there's the middlemen that have major league experience, but I just don't. I see so we had a preseason, the minor leagues, and I'm seeing that starting off with the regular season. In other words, they're trying out their players, and when it should have already been made the decisions on the position before, at the day one.
So you're saying you wish they were a little less experimental in the Cactus League?
No, I'm saying in the regular league. I'm saying in the Cactus League, do all their trials and tribulations and figure it out. And when the time the season starts, be ready to go.
All right, well, before I let you go, Kathy, let me ask you one question. What was your food of choice when you did walk around and get up to eat?
The apple, the hot dog that was apple, sausage, mushroom, peppers on a roll with the works.
All right, pretty solid. All right.
Did you go kraut? It really is. It's a defining condiment. Kathy, are you there? Are you still with us?
Dude, she pled the fifth. She pled the fifth on the sauerkraut.
I asked, the inquiring minds would like to know, did you go sauerkraut? It's a defining condiment.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't have the sauerkraut.
Okay.
Yeah,
but,
that would have been good.
If they had, would you have gone sauerkraut?
Yeah, with a lot of mustard.
All right,
Why not?
All right. I needed to know.
Thanks for the call, Kathy. We appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Kathy.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. I mean, as far
Go
as
for a walk, have some kraut.
I mean, dude, I was gonna say if she was there on, was it Saturday, the 9-0? Like when she got up out of her seat, that would have been just to like break the perfect game at that point when Harrison Bader finally took a walk. So yeah,
I felt like that call had about as much direction, passion, and purpose as the Giants' offense so far.
Oh, ouch!
Sorry,
no.
Kathy.
But no,
I'm glad she went for a nice walk.
I'm glad she went for a nice walk too, and I'm trying to get what she was trying to say about the lineups, because one of the things Tony Vitello has done is generally stick with his guys. Like I would like to see a little bit more usage of the subs, and I'm not making a big thing out of it. Like, oh, it's the reason why they're 3-8, and Tony Vitello's lineup decisions are costing this team games. I don't think it's as deep as that. Like there are way too many issues with the team right now to isolate it into one little category of managerial decisions, and so that's why when I talked about this being an experimental hiring, Krug, I'm not saying Tony Vitello is the guy or isn't the guy, but with 11 games and all that is wrong with the team right now, it seems like when we evaluate Tony Vitello, it's a lot more of nitpicking and getting into the weeds rather than just like, oh, wow, he is way in over his head. I think the team is performing horribly, and I'm starting to have major questions about the construction and the makeup of this roster rather than how it's managed to this point.
I hear you. I mean, I don't know, man. It's April 7th. I can't go off on Hector Borg on April 7th. You know what I mean? I got to give Hector Borg a little bit more. I just feel like the Borg needs more Borg. No, but come on. To me, the two guys that if I were, hey, Coach Larry wants to see you and bring your freaking playbook would be, Hunter Mentz and Oscar Bernard. I mean, the hitting coach and the assistant hitting coach. You're not hitting at all. You've scored 30 runs. You have the worst run differential in the sport. You've scored 38 less runs than the Dodgers have. Come on, man. 68 runs for LA, 30 for the Giants. And I'm looking around baseball. Who has scored 30 runs? The Giants. What's the next lowest that I see? Well, the Rockies have scored 39. Okay. What's
Shout out
the
Coors
next
Field.
lowest? Seattle has scored 38. I mean, but the Giants are far and away the lowest scoring team in baseball. Come on. Hunter Mentz, Oscar Bernard, let's talk it over. And I can't really even blame them because I don't think that the pieces are there in place. I think the Giants badly misinterpreted where they were offensively. They were 17th in runs scored last year. Wilmer Flores did a lot of good stuff for them. He's not there. You went out. Did you go out and get a big bat, middle of the lineup, difference-making kind of a player? No, you really did not. So why should you? You were 17th in runs scored. You lost a pretty good bat. You added a couple of okay bats. It's a net nothing. And there you are. And right now you're playing, you probably, if you said, what are the Giants offensively? They're probably where they were last year, 17, 18, 19, 20, but they're off to a cold start. So now they're actually, in actuality, they're dead last. And they don't have enough pitching talent in their rotation or in their pen, especially the pen, to be able to withstand no offense at all. And that's kind of where they're at. They're just 7 times they've scored 3 runs or less in the first whatever number of games. It's just that, that's not enough. 7 out of 11 is, you got to score. You got to score in this game.
One of 2 teams in the league to have 8 losses, along with the Boston Red Sox right now. So, hey, at least they don't have to brag about how the Devers trade aged for them at this very moment in time. But we did this exercise yesterday, and it was, what do good teams do? Because we're not saying the Giants can't become a good team, but right now they are far from it. And when you think about what good teams do in baseball, well, I had a little bit of a list yesterday, so I'll run through it. They win at home. Well, right now the Giants are 1-7, which the last time they started this poorly at home was the first year of Oracle Park. They hit enough against top-tier pitching, even if not always perfect. They hit in the clutch, to be sure, which is what we saw the Giants do a lot of at the start of last year when it was a very different story from the start of 2026. They have a bullpen or a lights-out closer. Check. Best bullpen in baseball last year. This year, well, they've had 3 real tests so far, and they're 1 for 3, and it was a shaky one. They beat other good teams, and again, we'll see what the Padres end up being, and the Mets over the long haul, and obviously the Yankees. Like, these could be very, very good teams that they had to face to start their schedule, but you got to beat them at a rate that's enough to be in that mix of other good teams. They haven't done that. Good teams also steal a few games that they probably don't deserve to win, and the Giants certainly haven't done that yet. And good teams, most importantly, have an identity and something to fall back on when they hit the inevitable skid that happens over a course of 162.
Yeah, I mean, I just would want to see, some overall good approach at the plate. Last year they struck out too much. They didn't walk enough. I was hoping they'd walk a little bit more this year, strike out a little less. So far, look at how many people were critical of the Luis Arise pickup. Think about if you're a Giants fan driving around right now and you live for the Giants, and if you fired off a couple anti-Luis Arise tweets when they signed him, like, this guy can't play second, this guy doesn't do this. He's hitting 295 on a team where there's like 7 guys hitting under 200. I think Luis Arise could park horizontally in the parking lot across like 5 spots and nobody would complain at this point. He's been great. It's just unfortunate that they don't score enough runs. And on a night where they got 4 early, they couldn't add on and they got run over because I felt like Tony went to the wrong relievers. Now it's easy for me to say that. If you look at the game before, he's using his better relievers. Logan Webb went 7, only gave up 1 run. You got to win that game. And you're set up to go with Wynn and Miller and Brubaker, and Miller got hit and Wynn got hit, and the Giants got run over on Sunday against the Mets. So I understand you can't just keep running Miller and Wynn and Brubaker, your A-team guys out there all the time in front of Walker. But, Barucki in the 7th trying to protect a 2-run lead. I don't know that there were, that many Giants fans signing up for that in the offseason.
Isn't there great irony in the fact that there was so much criticism over the signing of Luis Arise, and
I know
his defense has actually probably been the best out of anybody in the infield? Like, we knew what he could do at the plate. At least it was like a pretty defined role of like, yeah, he's not going to hit the ball hard, but he'll get you productive outs and he'll make contact and he's not going to strike out. And he's a 3-time batting champion. Oh, also, by the way, in addition to having the highest average of everyday players, he also is like the best infield defender you have to this point. Didn't see that one coming.
He has looked spectacular. How about the play deep in the hole the other day where he spun and released it all in one motion and made a perfect strike to first? I mean, that's a middle of the season kind of a play. You know what I mean? And for him to make that play early in the year and make it so smoothly, it just kind of shows. I'll say this: Arise. I love Arise. The fact that he knew that his bat and his offensive game fits better at second base. So I think it's better for his career if he can remain at second. And he, you know what? He obviously put in some reps because he looks good. And I was down in spring training for a week. I saw him make 3 or 4 plays that were amazing. How about the other play in center field? Was a game 2 against the Yankees or whatever, where he back to home plate and he's looking over his head on a pop-up and he caught it in shallow center field. I mean, degree of difficulty, that was probably a 9 or a 10. He made it look easy. So it's early and it's a marathon, but so far, Arise looks like a phenomenal get offensively and defensively.
808 KNBR, what is the biggest red flag that you feel like could drag on beyond just these 11 games? And by the way, we also got a comment from the YouTube chat that I want to bring back when we come on back. That relates to the what good teams do versus don't do. It is Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger. More of your thoughts coming up on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wow, I almost jumped on the pump fake there. Good work by Walter on the stinger. Papa and Silver with Krug today is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Stay tuned for our contest giveaway. A little Bay FC Ottawa Rapids tickets. You can win a pair today, tomorrow. Yeah, we got a short one tomorrow, so a little day game patio. Looking forward to that. And Thursday and Friday, of course. And so we are getting back into the flow of it, and the reality is the Giants are 3-8 through 11 games. It is the opposite of the start they had last season, and I think it's kind of tricky in a baseball season, Krug, when your team gets off to a poor start because, yes, on some level, it is 11 games, and you don't want to go down the mass overreaction path. At the same time, we're sitting here, we're talking about this 4 hours at a time every day, just gathering information as it comes. And there's not really anything I can tell you up until 2 o'clock that's probably going to make the situation feel any better about the San Francisco Giants, other than, yes, it is a long season. I think you got to find the balance between mass conclusions and overreaction, but also not acting like what we've seen is nothing. We had a comment from the YouTube chat, actually, when I was going through my list of good teams do this, and they do this, and they don't do this. We also had one that said, good teams don't look this bad even in a slump. They are too up and down more often than not. It makes me think of last year, how even when it was looking the best and the most exciting, and Wilmer Flores is neck and neck with Aaron Judge on RBIs, and he has 3 home run nights, and they're clutch, and they got the walk-off inside the park home run, and they're 40-29, and they traded for Rafael Devers. Well, when it wasn't going so well, it was so poor that it also was enough to tell us that this team was not serious about being a postseason contender. And ultimately, it ended up right at that sweet spot. No matter how high it was at one point and how low it was at another, you ended up at that sweet spot of 81-81.
Yeah, and they're trying to get out of that, but you're trying to get out of that by getting a winning year, not by being a 70-win team. And right now it doesn't look good. I'll say this: in spring training, it was a hot month in Arizona, and they were swinging the bats a lot better. Now, there were guys down there that were hitting 500. Barracoto had a ridiculous spring, and there was 3 or 4 guys that were really swinging it that aren't there. And the Giants built up kind of a fat Cactus League record. So much for that. And now they hit April, and they've got a bunch. The depressing thing about the start more than anything is that they have more wins on the road than they have at home, and they've opened largely at home.
Yep.
I mean, you're not getting these home games back. So it was like, I really felt, and I talked about it a lot in March, I really felt like Tony, because he is a college manager, college coach trying to transition to being a major league manager, and nobody's done it before, that there was going to be a lot of scrutiny early. And there's going to be a lot of piling on if this thing continues to tumble out of control. He needed a hot start to kind of win over everybody, me, you, the fans, the media, the other baseball people. And instead, it looks the opposite. They're 3-8. They're 1-7 at home. They can't hit a lick. I see issues with the lineup immediately, but then eventually I think there's going to be issues with the depth of the pitching staff. So it's they're going to be challenged this year, and we're going to be challenged to find out how much we love and admire Buster Posey, because but this is the Buster Posey show, and if this winds up being a disaster, that could impact how we feel about Buster. And so it's really, really important that the Giants get their hitters going, start, figure out the right collection of relievers and who's in what role, and start winning some games. I mean, it's really as simple as that. Otherwise, there's going to be people jumping off this ship, and then there's going to be an avalanche of criticism. And if they don't get it going quick, we're not that far away from, and I mentioned this to Murph, a month ago, and Murph was like, you're being overly negative. And I said, Kurt Casale's there. And I'm like, he's kind of like Tony Vitello Insurance. If this thing totally goes south, you got Casale there who could probably step in and take over this team. And Murph was like, we don't want to talk about that. Yeah, but you know what? This manager, that might be where we're headed. I mean, the Giants are not the most talented team. They're asking a manager with no experience to guide a team that's the third or fourth most talented team through this division. I mean, it's a tall ask. Let's just say that.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The old cliche about, well, you can't win a game in the first quarter, but you can lose a game in the first quarter. You can't win a game in the first couple, or win a championship in the first couple games of a season, but you could certainly lose out on a playoff spot. I'm not implying that the Giants have already lost out on something, but what I will say is that hot start versus cold start, two very different narratives. And a hot start, like last year, wasn't going to have me saying that everything worked and Buster Posey was a genius and Tony Vitello was the hire that it was light years ahead, right? To take the old phrasing from the Warriors. I wasn't going to be drawing those conclusions because it is a long year. But a cold start can have me questioning if they're good enough to turn it around to a degree that they can get to ultimately where they want to be, which is in the mid to high 80s and a team that's right there competing for a playoff spot. Last year, when they started 12-4, and then they were playing more or less 500 ball for the next month and a half, well, guess what? They were playing a lot of 500 ball, but they were also being held up by that really hot start to where we were looking at a team that was anywhere between 7 to 10 games above 500. Well, let's just say it's the opposite now this year. Well, that would be a team that is started really slow, and then if they turn it around where there's some inconsistencies, but they're not as bad as what 3-8 would indicate, well, they're going to be a team that's kind of chasing that 500 mark. And so last year, if they were able to do that through the full course of a season, where they had a really hot start and then played more or less 500 ball for 5 months, we would have been looking at around 85 wins, which the way the Mets collapsed would have actually gotten you in last year. Well, this year, if you take that same formula, where it's, they got off to a really slow start, and then they figured some things out, and they played more or less 500 ball, we're going to be looking at, 77 wins? And that's not going to be a standard that's anything close to what the fan base wants to see.
Yeah, I mean, and this idea that, Bo Mel was the problem. I mean, come on. I mean, it's so obvious that you don't even know the guys in their pen. I mean, the guys in their, how many JT Brubaker and Barucki could literally walk down the street in San Francisco wearing Giants t-shirts and people wouldn't recognize them. Nobody would walk up and, you play for the Giants. So, I mean, they just piecemealed this thing together, and, we're going to see where it goes. I wish Tony the best. I think Tony's a good guy, but I think it's unfair that he's going to take the blame if this doesn't work, because this is a flawed ball club, and it's obvious it's a flawed ball club. They cannot hit at all. They don't score runs. I mean, right now they're just collectively ice cold, right? Devers is better than he's hitting. Ramos is better than he's hitting. Lee's better than he's hitting. Bader's better. They're all pretty much, outside of Arise, everybody is quite a bit better than the way they're hitting. They better get it going pretty soon, or they're going to dig themselves a hole. And then Tony's going to take the blame.
On the Devers front, this is still early enough to where we're not drawing final conclusions on the trade, but it's also been long enough now to where you can ask yourselves the question of hey, what's going on and when's he going to turn this thing around? 100 games with the Giants, 786 OPS, and, they traded two prospects, one who now is raking in the Dodgers farm system, as you mentioned with James Tibbs. They took on over $250 million to get this guy in the middle of last season because he was discontent with his situation in Boston and the communication there. Since Devers made his debut for the Giants, this is coming from Josh Dubow, who always has the best stats, the team has the sixth worst record in the majors. They're 43-58, and they have scored the seventh fewest runs per game as a team, 4.22.
Yeah, I mean, He's going to get it going. I mean, I'm not, I'm not worried about Devers. Devers has a track record. Devers has a baseball card. Devers has driven in 100 runs 4 times in his career or whatever it is. Devers is not my concern. But obviously, Devers has got to get it going. And then, I've heard some people question, is he even the age that he claims to be? He's 29 on his baseball card. I've heard some people say he's 34. Well, I don't know that that's true or not, but I would love to see I'd love to see a birth certificate that shows that he's 29, because he is. I mean, last year he had 35 home runs and 109 RBIs combined between the Giants and the Red Sox, and hit 250. So the 250 is not great. It's quite a bit below his 275 career average, but he still drove in 100. He still hit 35. And I think if, by the end of the year, he's going to have 25 to 30 home runs. He's going to have 85 to 105 RBIs. I think he's going to be in those numbers. So I'm not worried about Devers. I'm more worried about, is Bader's, half season or whatever he had in Philly, is that real, or is he going to have major offensive regression? What the heck's going on with Jung-Hoo Lee? Supposedly he was going to be freed up by putting him in right field, and that was going to free up his offense. That is a horrible signing. 6 years, $113 million for Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, he's not going to steal 15 bases. He doesn't have 15 homer power, so he has to hit 280, north of 280, and he's nowhere close to that. So I don't know what to say there. He's got to get it going with the bat. To me, I expected him to be a guy who hits near the top of the lineup and hits for a high average. You can't, if Jung-Hoo Lee hits for a low average, it's going to be a rough year.
I completely agree with the Jung-Hoo Lee part. I would actually say, based on some of the thoughts we put out there yesterday, I am more worried about Devers than I am somebody like Harrison Bader. And that's because Bader signed a 2-year contract, and everyone's kind of in that, $10 to $11 million a year average range with the contract they were handed out in the offseason. The players who are being paid to produce for this team, because I still believe, what could the Giants' calling card be if they are to turn things around and morph into a better team? I think it's being led by their offense, and they're probably going to have to do it more so on the road than they will in their own ballpark because, well, they're 1-7 at home, and going on the road, you're going to be a little more offensive dependent, and also might be able to get the offense going a little easier like we saw in San Diego. So I think they are going to have to be led by their offense, but leading that offense has to be the players you invested a lot of resources in. Devers, Adames, Chapman, Lee, no doubt have to produce. Jung-Hoo Lee, absolutely on that list. I'm right there with you, Krug. So we can hear about, well, Susac, get him involved. And by the way, I would like to see him against a lefty tonight in Christopher Sanchez. Susac and Koss and Schmidt, yes, you would like production top to bottom. If Harrison Bader can do much better at the plate than he's given you, of course that has value. But to me, the conversation is much more, how can your best players produce? And even if not living up entirely to their contract, they can't all be slumping to this degree at the same time. And I don't want to go into a given night being like, well, I hope Harrison Bader hitting 8th or 9th can lead the way with 3 hits. That's what we've seen when the Giants were at their most frustrating offensively last year. It's been because Christian Koss was the dude producing and, as your 9-hitter and a guy who was a good utility player rather than someone you were paying to be an everyday player and be able to slug it to where they could hit 30 bombs or get on base, with an OPS of 800 plus. That's what's really going to concern me in the long run of this.
Where is Koss? Didn't Koss make the roster?
Yeah, he's been pitching.
Is he on the team?
He did.
This guy was one of their best bats in March. This guy was raking line drives left and right. Does he not have a singular at bat?
He does not have a singular at bat. He has more innings pitched than at bats right now.
What's going on there? This guy hit in the cactus? This guy had to hit 4 bills in the cactus. Every single time I saw him come up, he's hitting hard line drives. And you have scored 30 runs and he has gotten 0 ABs. I mean, I'm not saying that Koss is it's hard. It's not Mays, McCovey, and Koss. I get it. But this guy was raking in March. This was one of the guys that was helping you pile up that gaudy record where you won 70% of your Cactus League games. And he doesn't get a singular at bat I mean, come on, man. I mean, we're a couple weeks into the year. This guy should have already gotten a start.
It's an interesting conversation, and it's one that we're going to continuously revisit as this team gives us more information. And if they continue to lose, then we'll probably start investigating it with a little bit more angst. That is Tony Vitello's commitment to his guys early in the season. And I do get it. If you're Tony, where you understand it's a long haul of 162, you're trying to show a belief, a trust, and not constantly yanking guys in and out, because back to my bullpen discussion, having defined roles goes a long way when baseball players are so routine-oriented. But at a certain point, if you continue to lose games and it gets close in the later innings, you're going to have to make decisions both defensively and offensively of who you want out there. Now, I was actually thinking going into the season that a good role for Christian Koss could be put him in for Luis Ariz in later innings if you're trying to hold on to a lead. Just get a little steadier defense out there. Well, there's two parts of that are an issue, though. Number one, the Giants haven't had a ton of leads that they've had to protect. And then number two is that Luis Ariz defensively has actually been damn good to this point. And so, let's play some sound when we come on back. And this was Ken Rosenthal on Foul Territory yesterday, talking about the Giants and how they're starting to have a little bit of pressure. And Tony Vitello, certainly as an individual, is going to have some pressure on him as well. We'll play that for you when we come on back. It is Pop It and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The man, the myth, the legend, Dwayne Kuiper joined Marcus and Kerry Crowley this morning to break down the Giants' 3-8 start and give an honest assessment of their struggles. And while Kuiper admits that he doesn't have a magic remedy to turn everything around in one night, he did finish the interview with some tips of what not to do. That's available now on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver with Krug continues on your Tuesday. Susan Slusser will join us coming up at 11:50. She does every Tuesday throughout the season. And Susan will be a great perspective to have because she talked about on Sunday when the Giants blew that first bullpen game when Logan Webb went the 7 innings of how she was hearing a lot of doom and gloom and doomsday scenarios, but it has been 10 games. So it kind of led us to the discussion of like, all right, well, at what point are we going to be concerned, and do the Giants have enough to make you believe they can turn this thing around? Because I look at teams like the Mets. We'll see what happens with the Padres over the long haul of it. But certainly the Mets and the Yankees and the Phillies thus far, and just realize they have so many better players. They're so much more talented, and all the excuses we can make about Oracle not being a hitter's ballpark, blah, blah, blah. Well, Krug, other teams are coming in, and they're not beating the Giants with power, other than Aaron Judge hitting a couple of bombs over that series. They're doing a lot of the Giants' style of hitting and what they should be doing, which is just a lot of contact and a lot of spraying it over the field.
Yeah. I mean, when your bullpen is giving it up, there's a chaotic feel to your games because you just don't know, right? You don't know if what lead's going to be safe and how many runs is enough. And the Giants' bullpen in the last 4 games is showing that it's fallible. I mean, 13 and a third innings, 20 hits, 10 walks, 13 earned runs. The number that's offensive is the 10 walks. You can't have 10 walks out of the bullpen. My God. Bruce Bochy he'd be rolling over. Well, he's still alive, but he'd be rolling over in his grave if he weren't alive.
Yeah,
Because
but the
Bochy,
figure of Bruce Bochy.
Yeah. I mean, Rags and Boch, if one reliever, if George Contos walked somebody and all of a sudden went 2-0 and they showed Boch in the dugout, he looked uncomfortable. And he set a really high standard. Like, we are not going to accept any walks out of the pen. Boch didn't seem like the most vindictive guy, but man, if you walked a couple guys out of the pen, he would hobble out there as fast as possible, and you're coming out. And I kind of like that standard. I like that expectation. We will not stomach walks out of the pen. We would rather have guys that don't throw as hard to make sure that we have command guys in our pen. We don't want walks in the pen. And 10 walks in the pen is in 13 and a third is a ridiculously high number.
Yeah, not to mention 20 hits and 13 earned runs in that stretch of 4 games as well. 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says the Giants, in quotes, style of hitting is not hitting at all. Yeah, I was just talking a little figure of speech. I'm talking about the vision of when this team is right offensively, like we saw in the first 4 innings of yesterday. That was a good style, and as much as I would have liked Luis Ariz and that deep fly ball to not get Oracle parked and shot down a little bit, at least he's someone that knows how to make the productive out, and getting the run was certainly better than nothing. 209 says, when the Giants are 10 and 20, what are the over-under at bats for Koss, Oliva, Schmidt, and it says hopefully Tony will be gone by then. Well, Tony's not going to be gone if they're 10 and 20. That one I'll say, like, we all got to pump the brakes to some degree with this thing. I do want to play some sound, though, from yesterday's Foul Territory. This is Ken Rosenthal, and he was talking about the fact that there is pressure on the Giants and certainly on Tony Vitello. So Walter, let me know when we got that one good to go on the Ken Rosenthal sound.
The very likable Ken Rosenthal.
He's being a busy man back there. I know he looks like he's got his arms up, but Tim Webb, he's an attention taker, so got to give him some love on that. Walt, we get on the Ken Rosenthal sound. All right, cool. Let's hear from Ken on foul territory.
And I wrote Friday that for the Giants, there's some pressure there. There's some urgency. They just fired their manager who had a 500 record, a 3-time manager of the year, Bob Melvin. We all understood it. They seemed kind of lethargic. He did at the end. But they hired Tony Vitello with the expectation that they're going to be better. And ultimately, they might be better. But offensively, too. Here we go with the Giants. Lowest scoring team in the majors. 26 runs in 10 games so far. That's an average of 2.6 runs per game. I'm terrible at math, but that much I can figure out. So the Giants, I'm not quite sure where they are just yet. And again, new manager, they're trying to find themselves. It's way early, and their rotation should be okay. But we saw bullpen problems yesterday on Sunday, and we've seen an offense that, with some big names, Devers, Chapman, Arise, hasn't done much at all. And Chapman, 4 errors this week. It's kind of interesting that happened after he aired out Casey Schmidt on the mound the other day, telling me to catch the bleeping ball. But Chapman did not have a great defensive week. The Giants have not played especially solid defense all around. So here's a team we'll be watching all year. And I know fans are saying, wow, Tony Vitello news conferences, they're really cool. He says a lot of cool stuff. He does. But if you don't win, all that is not so cool anymore.
I mean, the last part right there, I think, says enough, where Tony Vitello can be interesting and engaging all he wants, but he's going to have a bigger national spotlight on him if the Giants continue not to win and if they start to turn it around. And at the same time, I think the noise is going to die down a little bit there, too. I also think that, you heard it from Ken Krug, said it's early, right? We're going to hear it's early for the next month and a half. We're going to keep hearing it's early, it's early, it's early. I know. I get it. It's early. I'm not here to overreact, but we are here to react. And I do think in terms of what we've seen in the it's early pool of 11 games, okay, you can have some things where you say, sure, it's early. Am I really worried right now about Logan Webb not looking his sharpest? No, of course not. And by the way, even when he hasn't looked great, he's still found ways to gut it out those last 2 performances. Am I worried about Matt Chapman having a few errors to start the season? I'm not. It's annoying, and certainly with the context of catch the bleeping ball, I mean, hey, we got the Peyton Manning skit out of it, so that was cool. But no, I'm not long-term concerned about that. Am I getting a little bit concerned about Devers since he's come over in the trade, not producing? Yeah. Am I getting concerned about Patrick Bailey being an offensive liability, basically since the All-Star break of 2024? I am. Am I concerned about the lack of roles in the bullpen, even if you're going to have guys coming back as they heal up from injury? I am. I think there's certain areas where you are right to be concerned when you compare them against other good teams that you're seeing early on, to where it doesn't mean that it's the end-all be-all and it's going to tell the truth of 162, but there's certain things within a 3-8 that I think you can look at and say, yeah, they're probably not as bad as a 3-8 team. And then you got to look at other things and be kind of honest about it too, and that's what we're doing today.
They don't look sharp, and to me, they don't look very confident. And that's the part that I don't like, is that they don't look very confident. As far as Tony, and I can't even listen to Rosenthal, by the way. I mean, seriously, he's just a wimpy twerp. And that whole thing in Milwaukee where he bowled over a guy and then just didn't apologize, just stared at him and gave him like this look of disdain. Something about Rosenthal's really loathsome, and I don't like him. But
it's the bow tie, isn't it?
I just think he's, as I said, I think he's a wimpy twerp of a guy. I think I don't like him. But Tony, the one thing I thought he hit on there, Tony, he says some interesting stuff. I mean, does he? I mean, does he say some interesting stuff? I don't know. He seems like he's a fish out of water. I seem like, to me, it sounds like if I was him, I would dial it way down. Just less is more. Every time somebody asks a question, you don't have to answer it, and you don't have to go down a different road and open up a new can of worms. It's like he's like a joy, I'm sure, for some of the writers, because he's always going to these new areas and bringing up new topics. sometimes it's best to just be, I don't know. I mean, like a little bit like Boch, don't say everything that's on your mind, save it. Less is more. I don't know. I think some of his stuff post game seems a little too touchy feely, a little too, introspective, a little. Come on, just less is more. You don't need to give the writers so much. You just do the obligatory minimal like everybody else, and say less, because the more you say as your team continues to play poorly, the worse you look.
Yeah, but I'll say this as a radio host, I appreciate it. I'll take my Draymond Greens and my Tony Vitellos over a like Klay Thompson when he was in his prime. Like, love Klay, but he was just the ultimate cool dude, not going to say much. Bob Melvin kept it very, very bland. I'll take it for our purposes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I hear you, but you know what? Like when Boch was asked about something he didn't want to talk about, he didn't just then go, and then just go down a whole different road and lead everybody. He would just kind of, just less is more. I don't want to say don't engage, but it doesn't play well when the losses mount.
Yeah. 808 KNBR. Rick is in Pacifica. I promise we'll get to you first coming up. We'll take a short break, and then we'll come on back. Continue with your calls and thoughts, and then we'll talk to Susan Slusser at 11:50. Pop it and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where are you? You're on Pop and Silver. Thanks for hanging out with us. Greg Silver, Larry Kruger, Walter Ikabalseta, and Susan Slusser will join us in about 15 minutes. Let's get right back out to the phones at 808 KNBR because we appreciate the patience of Rick in Pacifica. What's going on, Rick? You're on the Sports Lead. Are you here to calm the forces, or are you here to give a little vent? What's going on?
Well, I'm here to give my observation. Lifelong Giants fan, 20 years plus season ticket holder. We got out after COVID, but I watch them. They're my team, and I got to be honest with you. You know, put the Yankee series aside and the rest of these games they played so far, which seems like that would be more their grade to be playing and competing against. The starting pitching looks okay. The relief pitchers, not so much. And guys like Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, those are the guys on the team we could name that were supposed to be part of this new aggressive style of baseball. And I got to be honest with you. The problem with the Giants is they're boring. They've been boring for at least 4 years. It's hard to be invested in the team when you just can barely keep your eyes open watching them go 3 up, 3 down, leave guys on base. Jung-Hoo Lee should be able to steal a bag. What's up with this guy? Not just pointing fingers at him, but the whole approach. And as far as Vitello, hey, whatever. He's just the manager. He's not the guy that swings the bat or picks up the glove. So pretty disappointed. And I speak for a lot of my friends. It's going to be a long, sleepy season.
Appreciate the call, Rick. Yeah, Krug, I mean...
That's the part I don't like, the sleepy part. Because let's be honest, it's a show, man. It's a show. And if it's an entertaining show, that's good for NBC Sports Bay Area. That's good for KNBR. That's good for the Giants. To me, I'm always wildly entertained if I go to a game and there's lots of offense. Wildly entertained. I like seeing offense. I like seeing action. To me, there's too much of the three results, the strikeout, the walk, the home run. And in this ballpark, since we don't get the home run, we don't get the best of the three. So we're getting lots of walks and strikeouts and not a lot of action. This park's got a big triples alley. I want to see triples. I want to see extra base hits. I want to see speed. I want to see some guys moving. I agree. I think it's a sleepy product. They're my team too, and I watch them every night, but yeah, I mean, I hate to say it. I almost would like to see Eldridge, even though I know he's going to strike out 58% of the time, because at least he's a good show. I mean, he's gonna park one really far. He's got a great power. So I would like to see, and that's why I like the Arise pickup, because Arise puts it in play, man. And it's part of the show, and you get to see line drives and you see him running the bases. And so, yeah, I mean, I can remember like it was yesterday, Greg. My dad took me to my first Giants game. It was 75, and we walked in. It was a Friday night, Giants-Phils, and Bake McBride hit a ball in the gap. He had the huge fly. He hit that first base bag, and the helmet flew off, and the hair's bouncing, and he slid into third, and I was like, wow, I'm hooked. And I've been a big Giants fan ever since, but it's not as quite – the game's lost a little bit of the dynamic – nature that it had. And I don't think, I don't know if that's because of the PED clampdown or what, but it just, to me, it's not quite the same show that it used to be across the board. But for the Giants right now, they're a tough watch because they don't score runs. And it feels like, especially at home, if they fall into a 3-run deficit, it just feels like it's game over.
So something we opened up yesterday as part of a discussion, and I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers of people in the Bay Area and maybe even within our own workplace, but whatever. The point's the same.
I like a Greg Silver ruffling feathers.
Well, I'm glad that makes one of us out here, so I appreciate it. there was the quote about the memory-making business, right? Buster Posey acknowledged that in his introductory press conference about the memory-making business. So ultimately, making those memories and making the memories of the things that we fall in love with, such as 10, 12, and 14, ultimately, that stands on winning and success, right? But that's not to say that there's not an entertainment value to it as well. And that's kind of what you're touching on right now. So when you talk about Sunday, when the Giants lost that game after Webb went and did his thing and grinded through it like an ace, and then you talk about the way the Warriors lost later that night when we already know they're going to be stuck at the number 10 seed. It's all but settled at this point. But Steph Curry came back, and it was immediately apparent how important that was for him, for the fan base, for his team, and for him to continue to play meaningful basketball and just go out there and compete. When you talk about the Warriors and the Giants right now, both are mid to below mid teams, right? But which one of them, based on this last Sunday, was out there making memories and creating that entertainment value? Pretty clear answer, right?
Well, it's just about Steph.
Of course.
You could talk about Warriors, but it's really just about Steph.
Right, yeah, but I'm saying because the Warriors have that one person, it makes that team that product. Yes, of course it's one person, right? Because when he was absent, well, it looked incredibly bleak and terrible and honestly just very uninteresting for a couple of months. So yes, I'm not saying that the team as a whole is interesting because like the team is worth watching because there was one person on the court that makes everybody better and can light up an arena like nobody. Combining the entertainment factor and the greatness, it's hard to think of other people in the timeline of any sport just like him.
He's special. He's special. I mean, heck, you take, if Steph Curry's there, I'd watch Steph Curry shoot free throws. I'd paid money to watch him just shoot around. I mean, he is compelling. You take Steph Curry off of the Warriors, and I'd rather watch Reardon play SI at Kezar.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah,
I'd rather watch a high school game than watch the Warriors without Steph. The Warriors are a colossal bore this year without Steph. They've been unwatchable the last three or 4 weeks or whatever it's been without him. It's been a while. It's actually been more. He hadn't played since late January, I believe. So so yes, getting him back out there is always going to be juicy. And the Giants, I got hope in for Buster. I got hope for this for this regime. I think they're going to figure it out. But man, the Dodgers. Dodgers are this amazing team and then go spend $240 million on Kyle Tucker and get that much better. And the Giants, who were mid-pack and needed offense to save their life, don't get that kind of a player. Instead, get some celebrity manager that we can talk about as a novelty as you score the least runs in baseball and are in last place behind the Rockies. I don't know. But to me, you're talking about the memory-making business. Here's the memories that the Giants fans are getting. I went to a boring game. They scored nothing. They got 3 hits, and I went and checked my credit card at the end of the month, and I paid $1,200 for that excursion. That's the memory-making business. When you're paying that $1,200 to watch 3 singles, that's going to make a memory.
And I'll say it again. This team right now, as constructed, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You look at the top 2 starters, that would show a seriousness about winning right now. You look at the bullpen, that's more reflective of a team that might be looking to rebuild. You look at the contracts they handed out in terms of the length and the money, that also is a team that maybe is looking to do somewhat of a rebuild or get some veteran experience in there to help some youth. The lineup, the top end of the lineup, seems very serious about winning, considering the money you took on to go and get Rafael Devers. And then the manager being so unconventional and somewhat of an experiment at the major league level, that's typically not something you do when the expectation's to come in and win right away. So it's almost like I just don't know which message to take and which message is being sent. And to use Walter's term, the unintentional 2 timelines is really what it feels like, where it's like you got one fork in the road, you got another fork in the road, and instead we're kind of going somewhere in the middle where it's like, yeah, you got some pieces, so maybe you'll win, but also if not, we could maybe develop, and Bryce Eldridge is going to be in AAA, and you'll see him coming up at some point. And so there's an entertainment factor while we're mid that's also on the way, but is not ready. And it just feels very confusing for a fan base that already is rightfully pretty impatient.
they're just winging it. I mean, there was no reason to go sign Matt Chapman. You had Casey Schmidt. Casey Schmidt, in a lot of ways, is Matt Chapman. He's not quite as good as Chapman, but he basically was a guy who plays the hell out of third, is going to hit 6, 7 in your lineup. Instead, the Giants are like, oh, we'll get Chapman. Why? Because Chapman was willing to come here because of Melvin and because he had been here before with the A's. So they're just trying whatever they can get. They're just trying. Is Willie Adames the dream at shortstop? No, but you know what? That they needed a shortstop, and he was in the marketplace. I mean, that's who they could get. They can't sign any free agent hitters, so they had to trade for Devers. So and hopefully that works out. But I mean, they needed a big time middle of the order bat. They were rumored to be interested in a number of guys, and then they came away with Bader and Arise. And Bader is okay. He's all right. He's an okay defensive player. He's all right. Arise is a pretty good hitter. But I mean, that's not a 3, 4, or 5 bat in the middle of your lineup, and that's what you needed. You were 17th in runs scored last year. So there's no master plan. They're just the hitters for the most part won't sign here. So they're just gonna see what they can get and the deals that they can get, who they can attract. They had to promise Arise that he would play second to get him to come here. So that was the deal they made. So don't ask about why is Arise not at first. He was promised second. That's why he's here. So, I mean, Chapman was here because that's who they could get. I mean, that's kind of where they're at. They don't have a master plan where they're like, we want this guy and we're going to build it this way. They're just kind of out in the marketplace throwing their cash around and seeing who will take it.
We got a couple of calls on the line, and I'll tell you all, we'll take your calls when we come on back after Susan Slusser. Got to keep it right here on the clock and be a good clock management show right now. Need that Mike McDaniel soundbite that the morning show likes to play. Clock, 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 clock. But Susan does join us every Tuesday at this time, so we will talk to her when we come on back. And if you're hanging on the line, well, number one, enjoy your conversation with Walter. I mean, you can talk to him as long as you want. And then number two, call back around 12:15, and we can continue with these thoughts. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, and Walter with you on this Tuesday at this time, at this point in the week, every single day throughout the baseball season, every single Tuesday, I should say. Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle joins us. I'm barely keeping up with her articles. We got the Ask a Question to the Giants. We've got what she wrote about Matt Chapman and the ill-advised base stealing decision on Sunday, then the offense perking up a little bit last night, before the Phillies ultimately came back and answered with 6 of their own to win it 6-4. Susan, good to talk to you, even though the Giants are in a bit of a slide right now. How's it going?
Good. Yeah. I mean, they're interesting, right? That's what you guys like to talk about, interesting stuff. We like to write about interesting stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of frustration in the fan base. I hear about it often, kind of constantly this past week or so. But I think we know this should be a better team than they're playing. There are probably some ways to get out of it, but they're certainly in a rut right now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I said it a little bit earlier, too. Like, we were talking about Tony Vitello being a little more interesting, and he'll wear his emotions on his sleeve, and sometimes he'll share things that a lot of managers wouldn't. And I'm like, honestly, I love that. We get to, come to the table with something to talk about. So, I saw you put out there on your Twitter with Sunday and the loss and the bullpen blowing it, that it felt like a lot of doom and gloom after 10 games. And I think that we're kind of in the zone of, like, we're not trying to overreact and draw grand conclusions, but we are trying to honestly react to what we've seen. And, if right now isn't the point to be wildly concerned, at what point would you be concerned with how the season has started and their lack of production within their own ballpark and just not really being able to hang against other better teams in the NL right now?
Well, I think the key word there was wildly. Like, I think there is good reason for concern. I just don't think wild concern. I don't think panic. What I was doing was more reacting to a lot of people who were saying, like, I'm going to sell my season tickets. I'm never coming back to this ballpark. I'm not going to watch another game this season. And I thought, well, 10 games in, that seems a little going overboard. There's certainly, the thing I heard most from people, and I absolutely get the frustrations and the, even anger out there, is they feel like they're seeing the same thing for the last few years and that the outcome will be the same. I'm not sure we can leap to that conclusion because we can point to some things that are different. It's a full season of Devers. He started off slow, but this is an elite power hitter. This is, to say otherwise is just disingenuous. He will be, he's going to hit 30-plus home runs, even at Oracle. Most of the hitters are wildly underperforming. They should be better. This team should be better defensively. It profiles as a pretty good defensive team. Scouts all spring were saying this team is much better offensively, much better defensively. I think we'll start to see those things. It's just a very, very bad start. The one thing we knew was that the bullpen was a question mark. It is still a question mark, and that's kind of coming to the fore lately.
The Devers thing is so odd. It's very odd. I mean, I really thought that was just an unbelievably great trade. I mean, I was just totally and utterly convinced, Susan, that was just a phenomenal deal. But now here we are, and since that trade, the great Josh DeBow from AP put this out. Giants have the 6th worst record in the majors since the deal, 43-58 over 2 seasons. They've scored the 7th fewest runs. They committed $250 million of their ownership's money to Devers. Do you think Posey, I mean, I love the Devers deal at the time, but do you think Posey would he redo the Devers deal today?
I mean, I wouldn't. I love Devers. I mean, I don't think you can pin a win-loss record on one guy, new to a team, had never been with another organization, and was learning a new position at the same time. I think he's going to be very good at first. He is better when he's playing in the field. He has said many times he feels like he hits better. He's more engaged. He wants to be in the field. He wants to be not just a good first baseman. He wants to be a great first baseman. He's played third base. He should have the skills to be able to do that. And he's got Ron Washington there. I think he's going to be absolutely fine. I still think, we've got such a small sample size this year, and I'm not going to underplay anything. There are problems. There certainly are problems. I believe most of them are solvable, but one of the things I'm not worried about really at all is Devers. And yeah, Adames is off to a very slow start. Almost everybody is, right? Apart from a rise. Encarnacion's hitting some, but hasn't looked good in other areas. Everyone else in the lineup has really struggled to get going. You get a few of those guys going, and I think we'll see the rest follow suit. The one I would maybe say I'm a little more concerned about is Jung-Hoo Lee. We have not seen, I think, yet the player that the Giants believed that they were signing and still believe in, but we just haven't seen him yet. And I think we've heard a lot like, well, he's new to the league and this is his first year and he was hurt last year. It's always sort of something. He's definitely better in right field. I like that, but he's just not the dynamic hitter yet that I feel like he could or should be. Huge salary, absolutely. If you want to talk about a huge salary, but I think he might be better as a platoon player because he has played so much better when he gets regular time off. This is not somebody, Adames who wants to be out there absolutely every day. I think maybe Jung-Hoo Lee, and I'm sure he wants to be out there every day, he has just shown that he might be a little better with a little bit more regular rest. That's the way they play in Korea. They have the scheduled day off every week. So, platoon him a little bit. I'd love to see Jared Oliva out there tonight, for instance, against a lefty, because we know at the very least he can bunt for a base hit.
Talking to Susan Slusser here on the UMA guest line. When you were talking about Rafael Devers, it led me to what our big topic was yesterday after losing the final 3 to the Mets. And that was not so much like, oh, the Giants are losing games. It's trying to figure out what their calling card is going to be when it feels like the ways in which they can win games and lose games can be wildly different. And I know some of that is the variability of baseball, but for the Giants to turn their season around, what will their calling card ultimately be? Is it just as simple as Devers, Adames, Chapman, the guys are paying a lot of money to step up and produce at a more consistent rate?
Well, I think they would tell you what they want is what they keep saying they believe they are and the way they feel they can win, which is with pitching and defense. That's one of the reasons they shored up the outfield defense, and the outfield defense really is much better. I'm unsure about the pitching altogether. I think the rotation is okay. I would have liked to see one more sort of front-end type starter, but they could be fine. The bullpen still, to me, remains the big question. But pitching and defense and just scoring enough runs, that's the idea. And so far, we're not seeing the defense and next to nothing offensively.
Susan, in March, when you were down there, did you see any bullpen options that aren't on this roster now that you think, maybe in the weeks ahead could fortify this situation?
Yeah, Juan Sanchez was a guy who caught my eye pretty early. He looked good. I mentioned in the paper today he might be a nice option. Gregory Santos, I think people will remember him. He looks like he's doing well in Sacramento. He had a little bit of a rougher spring. I do think, this idea of getting some of the young starters maybe into bullpen roles isn't the worst idea. Keaton Wynn really has looked very promising with the exception of 2 days ago when he has not been a reliever. He's going to have some stumbles. I like him in there.
Yeah.
But what I really would have liked to see them do is go out and say, re-sign Tyler Rogers or, really an established back-end type reliever, and they didn't do that. A lot of teams feel like you can develop relievers, you can change guys' roles, but to me, the back end, sometimes that's a little bit different. You can't always just sort of plug a guy into a high leverage role and expect them to succeed, and particularly not right away. So sometimes, so again, I feel very uncomfortable making sweeping judgments on a tiny sample size. And, the first maybe week or so, the bullpen was actually fine, looked good. So they've got pieces out there. I just would have liked to have seen a really established, very reliable reliever. And maybe, they've got budget considerations. If that's where they chose not to spend their money, I get it. But I think it will continue to be a concern all year.
Why do you think that the Giants weren't more aggressive on the reliever market in the offseason? Because I understand Randy Rodriguez was a big loss, but the advantage that the Giants did have is knowing that he was going to miss this season from the very end of last season. It's not like something that just cropped up in spring training and they had to scramble. It was clear that there was no Rogers, Duvall, Rodriguez from the jump, and I can understand wanting to go with a little bit of younger arms, but at the same time, I'm thinking about the parts of this team that are constructed to try to win right now. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't try to get another arm or two that's more established and proven.
Oh, I agree with you. I really do. They must have thought that somehow between Miller, Buteau, who's now hurt, obviously, and Ryan Walker, that they would have sort of enough options in those later innings. Maybe, but it certainly was not a given, and that was. This was the one area all spring that wasn't, it wasn't a question mark. We knew that this was something that potentially was a major concern. So we'll see how it all plays out. Maybe they'll catch fire with one of the young kids. Maybe people will settle into their roles and really do the job and be effective. The way they've used the three lefties is a little interesting. Obviously, Eric Miller is more of a high leverage guy, and he can face lefties and righties. Ryan Borucki, when the White Sox let a pitcher go, you kind of go like, oh, well, doesn't fit in the White Sox bullpen. That's the guy you're going for. Now, I will give Ryan Borucki a lot of credit. He was so stand-up last night. He was waiting in his locker. He kind of had to wait for us for a while. He was excellent, took full accountability, really seems like a fantastic guy. I'm not necessarily saying this is on him, but he has been brought in some situations that I'm not sure were necessarily the best fit for him, or wasn't told to pitch around some guys that he should have pitched around. Last night aside, he comes in, last night's 100% on him. The walk, obviously, you can't have that. That starts things off, doesn't get out, get Harper. He has very good numbers against Harper, by the way. That's why he was angled toward that spot in the thing. And then he's got to face a right-hander. He is, in the olden days before the three-batter minimum, he's a really nice option in your bullpen. He's less of a great option with a three-batter minimum because you're going to get a right-hander in there, and his splits are really extreme. He is a guy who gets out lefties and struggles pretty mightily against right-handers.
I don't think this guy's the answer by any stretch, but I loved what I saw in March from the way Christian Koss was swinging the bat, and he has yet to get an at-bat. Are you surprised that we're here a couple weeks in and he hasn't played? I know he cooled off. He got off to a nice little start. I guess he cooled off a little bit at one point in spring, but I liked his ABs in March.
I really like Christian Koss as a player. I'm kind of one where if a team is really in an offensive funk, I've got no problem with, mixing things up a little bit. You don't want to look like you've lost faith in your starters. You don't want to look like you're panicking. But mixing in a guy on the bench now and then, particularly after a string of games without a day off, I've got no problem with that. Now, Vitello explained very well. Oliva was one of the most fun guys to watch all spring. Absolutely a game changer. But he's not getting starts because they really want to target him for late in games when there's a huge pinch running situation. I get that. I still, as I said, I would love to see him in there tonight because he can get on a bunt single. We saw that there. He showed that during the spring. But yeah, working costs in there, great. Casey Schmidt having this back thing does change a little bit of their what they can do on the bench, and probably affects how they use Koss because he's really the only true infielder they have on the bench. And if something goes wrong and he's in somewhere else, or say, he probably wouldn't be used to DH, but, you're a little limited. You might want to save him on the bench just in case you have something happen to an infielder right now.
Couple more minutes here with Susan Slusser on the Yuma guest line, kind enough to join us on Pop It and Silver, which she will do at this time every Tuesday throughout the season. While we talk about Christian Koss, how do you evaluate Tony Vitello being pretty patient with trusting his guys and lack of bench usage? Because on some level, I kind of get it, right? He knows he's going to need these guys for the full course of 162. He understands that he came into a team where a lot of resources were devoted to certain players like an Adames, a Jung-Hoo Lee, a Chapman, etc. At the same time, if they continue to go on a bit of a skid, I think we're going to start looking at it a little more critically of like, okay, maybe he should try to get Koss in there or get Oliva on the base path. And he has done that with the bench to some degree, but I think that for the most part, when you got so many guys that are struggling in the lineup the way they have through the first 11, we're starting to think a little bit more about getting guys like Susac back in the lineup and seeing a little bit more Christian Koss, who hasn't gotten in a bat this year, you know?
I mean, the bench is tiny. You know, you've got a backup catcher, and certainly we'd like to see Susac a little more. I suspect we'll see him tonight. And then you've got Koss and Schmidt's out. So we're not really talking right now about like a lot of options. But again, I'm especially a first-year manager, I really think you want to avoid looking like you're overreacting or as if you don't have confidence in your regulars. It's great for fans and for us to, and overreact, so the wrong word, but to, express pretty severe concerns, right? When a manager does it, it can look two ways, panicky or finger pointy. And certainly as a first-year manager, you don't want to do either one of those things. I also think he really does believe in this group. And certainly he, and I'm guessing the front office, like the lineup as it's formulated, because we haven't seen a lot of changes in terms of the actual batting order. I'm not sure that I would have Willy Adames batting leadoff. They seem to like that quite a lot, but I have no problem. It doesn't look panicky to me if you reorder your batting order every day. I mean, that's kind of the norm in baseball. And certainly we saw a lot of it with Bob Melvin. We saw a ton of it with Gabe Kapler. So I don't know, that's where maybe you could make some changes. But again, I would very much like to see Susac in there tonight, and I'd like to see Oliva in there tonight. And I don't think in either case does that look necessarily panicky.
It's early. And the Giants are, being out-homered by Shea Langoliers. So that's frustrating, right? I mean, Shea Langoliers has more homers than the Giants. But back to Tony for a second. You've covered a lot of teams, Susan, and you've covered a lot of different managers. And heck, last year the Giants got off to a nice start with Bob Melvin, and he's a veteran manager who's been through the battles and all that. Tony hasn't been. And I'm just kind of wondering, does he have like a hard edge? I mean, Bruce Bochy seemed very, very friendly, but he had a hard edge. And I know Bob Melvin had a hard edge, that he's sometimes showed to his players. Have you seen that at all from Tony? He seems very friendly, seems very engaging, he's very verbal. Does he have a hard edge with his players at any point?
Well, we wouldn't really see that, It was interesting that he told us all yesterday, that there's been a lot of fire from some players that we haven't seen behind the scenes. Some guys barking at each other, like Chapman with Schmidt in full sight, but he said it had happened 2 other times. We hadn't seen it, and they'd won both those games. And I thought, well, I guess tell somebody to bark at somebody every day. But certainly he did not indicate he was the one barking at anyone, and he does not necessarily give that kind of vibe. I don't know. He's coming from the college ranks. He's used to dealing with 18 to 22-year-olds. I don't know how much differently you treat them as a manager or head coach than you do 30-year-olds who've played in the big leagues for 10 years. So he's finding his way with that. He's finding his way with a lot of things. We knew there was going to be a learning curve, and we are watching that learning curve right now in real time. We knew that. That's not, none of that is a surprise, and it's fine. But there are some tricky things for him to maneuver, and I think that's one of them. He doesn't look like, he looks like he's very comfortable with his players, and they seem comfortable with him. So I think that's important. That's all I could probably glean from the interactions we see, which are all pretty much public.
Well, hey, 2 more coming up at Oracle, and then we got the first big road trip of the year for Tony Vitello in this group, where maybe the offense can take advantage of some hitter-friendly ballparks if they indeed are going to be one of those calling cards that could get things going. So always good to talk to you, Susan, and I won't panic today, but certainly with 7 more days of information coming up, then it's on next Tuesday.
Okay, we got the full sample size in another week.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Always good. Susan Slusser, San Francisco Chronicle. You can give her a follow. That's just her name, Susan Slusser. A whole bunch of S's getting the job done on that handle. All right, if we didn't get to your calls or your text, get them in right now, and then we're going to do a little bit of a pivot at 12:30. Could Sexy Dexy actually be on the move, or is this all part of a negotiation for John Harbaugh in year one with the New York Giants? It's Papa and Silver. We'll take your calls next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver. I was waiting to see if Walter was going to pull the trigger on filling in for Greg Papa.
We just had
Larry.
We just had a stare down, Krug. You missed it, bro.
A stare down through the glass.
What was the stare down? I missed it.
Well, because there's that stinger, right? And I've been messing with I've been having Silver on like a heart count, right? I've been the cadence has been off, so I've been kind of like, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then I was just staring at him, and he was just looking at me like, "Are you gonna play it?" And it was just awkward silence.
I also can see like 3/4 of his face because we have the microphone in the other room, but then we also have the camera that does the wide shot with like a direct line of sight in between us, which I don't see how that's useful for any of the shows, by the way. Like, whoever's driving it, whether it's Cope, Smurf, or me, you got to stare at Tim or Tony or Walt. It feels like we could have, lined that up a little bit better, but we'll save the line of scrimmage and the cadence and all those football analogies for the next segment when we talk a little ball. Anyway, it is Krug in on Papa and Silver, and it's good to be with you. Good to have Susan Slusser with us, and let's go out to the phones. I told you, if we didn't get to your calls yet, we'll finish up this first chunk of Giants talk at 808 KNBR. Bill is in Oakland, says the R word, rebuild for the Giants. What's going on, Bill?
Well, hey, how you guys doing? It's not necessarily so much a rebuild, but I mean, I don't totally agree with Larry most of the time anyway, but we got a brand new coach. And the fact that, like Larry's sitting there, we got Casale waiting in the wings, so if this doesn't work out, I mean, you got to give Casale, I mean, you don't give them a quarter or 6 months, or you got to let them go. I mean, they got them. You got to try. So yeah, is it a rebuild? Sure. And then sitting there and saying going out there for memories, and you look at your credit card bill and it's $1,200. If you don't enjoy it, if that's the big deal, then don't go. I love the game. I'm going to Chicago in June to watch the Giants play the Cubbies because my bucket list is to see the Giants play in Wrigley Field, and I'm going to go do that. Win or lose, I'm going to go enjoy it. There's so many things about baseball and so much negativity in the world. We don't need to make our game negative. No matter what's going, we're not the Dodgers. We're not going to bankrupt our payroll. We already know that. We're not going to do that. So, I mean, just go with what we got. Our worst thing is our pitching. We got to live with it. They ain't going to do nothing about it. You go with it. Hey, are we going to lose? You're damn straight. We had Bonds. We had Kent. We had good pitching and never once won a championship. We went 54 years without a championship. And guess what? We still had a fan base. We loved them. We were there. And there was no Larry Krueger to bitch about it, and it's just got to be if you're going to be a fan, be a fan. Enjoy it. I mean, I love the game of baseball. You go out there. Sometimes you get your ass whipped. You get your ass handed to you. You enjoy the game, man. You go out, you get a dog, you get a beer. After the game's over, you walk across the street. You go get another beer. That's the memories, man. That's the whole thing. You argue with Dodger fans, and that's just the way it is. You don't sit here and in the middle of a brand new coach who's just learning his team and all that stuff and trying to throw the season away already. Man, this season, nothing big is going to happen. If it does, it does. Be like the 2010 season. We never knew we were going to win a World Series then. Who knows what's going to happen? And we won't know until September, more than likely. But the negativity on the media side, man, let's just help these guys out and enjoy that we got a team to root for. And they're here in San Francisco. We got a beautiful park, and let's love it, man. We got all kinds of stuff to go out around the park to do stuff in. And, man, let's just love it and enjoy it and have a great time. And it just
Hey, Bill, I got you. We got to keep it moving, bro. We got to keep it moving. I get the general message here. We got to love it. We got a team. There's a lot of memories to be made. And by the way, I am with Bill on the Vitello front. Like, it's hard to pin a lot of 3-8 on Tony Vitello. If it's 30-80, we're having a different discussion. But as far as this point, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things wrong. There's so many red flags that it's hard for me to point to one thing, particularly on the Tony front. And look, okay, here's the deal. I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel, just in the same way, like, they don't have to tell us how we talk about the Giants either. I'm not telling any listener out there how they should feel about this baseball team in some degree of negativity and positivity. But my message that I will put out there is for the fans who are feeling frustrated, they are feeling negative, they are feeling like it's a huge investment to go out to the ballpark and they're not quite entertained with the product out there, in addition to frustrations with the losing. That's 100% completely okay. It doesn't mean that everybody has to feel that way or you can't go out there and enjoy a time at a beautiful ballpark, Krug. But if we're talking about a team that's 3-8 and can't win within their own ballpark, yeah, we can be critical and we can talk about how fans are right to be frustrated when they call in and they look at the credit card statement, and doesn't mean that they can't love going out to the ballpark and make memories. But if we're talking about the night-to-night product right now, this is some tough early sledding that's leaving us with a lot of questions of what it's going to look like through the summer.
You know, I mean, the don't worry, be happy. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you want a Bobby McFerrin it? You Bobby McFerrin it. You know, that's the beauty of the world. We all have different perspectives. You look at the Giants and see a team that's in last place behind the Rockies with the worst run differential, a bad bullpen that can't score, and you see greatness. I see not far less than that. And if that makes me negative, then I'll wear it. Why would I be? I'll be positive when there's positive to talk about, and I'll be negative when it's negative to be talked about. And let's just keep it that way. I'm not here to be a Giant cheerleader. Nobody told me when you're filling in for Greg, by the way, you know, be a cheerleader for the Giants. Nobody said that to me. So if somebody had, maybe I would try to be a cheerleader for the Giants. But I don't need to be a cheerleader for the Giants. So I'm just going to deliver it straight. And, you know, I've been doing this a while. I think I'm doing it all right. You know, I think I'm doing it all right. I'd rather be honest. I'd rather people be honest with me than blow smoke up my butt, tell me that, you know, everything's going to be great when it's a really bad team that can't score. That's really not that entertaining. And as far as they're going to be bad, I mean, I don't tell me when you're going to be entertaining. Tell me when you're going to be good. I don't have to go. I don't have to go. And if a grand to go watch this product excites you, knock yourself out. Go for it. But, you know, I don't think it's crazy when the team's in last place with horrible pitching and no offense to say, hey, the product ain't great. And to talk about Casale, you know, as far as, you know, I had a Giant, you know, beat writers say to me, hey, Casale could be here as a security blanket if this whole thing with Tony V doesn't work out. And so I just shared that with you. That's being discussed by Giant beat writers in the dugout in the Cactus League. So I'm sharing that with you. I hope, you know, I hope you enjoyed the fact that I shared that with you.
Yeah, just no blowing smoke up the butt with a great analogy there from Krug. 808 KNBR. We'll get to Chris in Santa Clara in just one moment. Just to wrap up that discussion. I mean, look, I'm not doing the thing all throughout the course of 162 or really any team's season where we got to all patrol each other's feelings. You can react how you want to react. We're here to talk about the game. We're here to give opinions. You can agree. You can disagree. No one's telling anyone how to feel. Like, whatever. Knock yourself out. Good example, by the way. And Walter also knows I'm probably going to ruffle more feathers because we got constant disagreements and, who's allowed to be interested in what going around here. When Steph Curry came back on Sunday, I enjoyed the hell out of watching that game. That was a lot of fun that fourth quarter. And then he missed the shot, and it's like, whatever. And then you also have some people out there that are like, yeah, I'm just kind of over it with this Warriors season. It's been a bummer, and we'll see what happens in the offseason. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, do your thing on that front, too. I'm going to enjoy every time that he steps out on a court for the rest of his basketball playing days. Doesn't mean I'm going to have to force that on anybody else. Like, everyone go enjoy what you enjoy. Go out there, have a good time at Oracle Park, and win or lose, we're still going to talk about the team, be critical in the areas we think we got to be critical, and then we'll praise them when we feel like we want to have some fun. Like, the only universal praise, by the way, should be Daniel Susak's nephew, Charlie, for being the ultimate trooper. That's the one thing that can unite all of us this season.
That was a baby being bounced around against his will, and, it's a great memory for the Susak family. I mean, heck, I'm rooting for the Giants. I'm just not going to sit here and tell you they're great when they ain't, and I'm not going to tell you they're entertaining when they're not. And so far, the 2026 version of this Giant team right now it's early, but right now it doesn't look very good.
Let's go one more. Chris in Santa Clara wants to talk a little Tony Vitello. You're on the Sports Leader with Silver and Krug. What's up, Chris?
Hey, I think that it's important to note that, when Tony was coaching down at Tennessee, the guys on his team were some of the best of their peer group out of 200 squads in the NCAA. And the difference now is that he's got the squad that could arguably be number 30 of 30 in the entire MLB. And so he's got to figure out how does he deal with a group of guys that are not of the elite group of their peer group. I mean, realistically, they are number 30 right now for OPS, and they're number 29 in terms of number of hits allowed, and their ERA, they're number 27, right? So we can look at all the numbers here and have to recognize that objectively, this is not a stellar team, even if you have some good players at the top of the lineup. I mean, the last thing I'll mention is, you look at the Phillies, two of their guys batting between the 7 to 9 are hitting over 300. So they're setting the plate for their guys at the top. And the Giants just don't have that. So, of course, there's going to be a ton of pressure on the guys who are at the top of the lineup because, there's nobody on base. They're going to start pressing, right? So I'm wondering what you guys think in terms of I don't think I'm being too tough on it. Overall, as an entire team, I think the Giants are just not recognizing the rest of the National League has gotten a lot better than they have, and they may be really just dragging in and need a full reset.
100%. Thanks for the call, Chris. Krug, you want to take this one first?
Well, I mean, a full reset. I mean, how you can't reset every year. I mean, you make moves, you make trades, you make signings. You got to let those things play out. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee is here because Farhan Zaidi signed him to that big contract, and it's a 6-year deal, and it's a long-term deal. So, would Buster have signed that contract? Probably not, but that's that's the hand that he's been dealt. So, I mean, they're just. I think more than anything that the Giants farm system's getting better. They're going to have to continue on that front. They're going to have to continue what I think is a pretty smart investment in the international market. I think that's a good market to spend your money in, and I think they're going to continue to spend their money there. And they're just going to have to build this product up. I mean, there are no shortcuts. There's no way you can shortcut this thing. I mean, it's. Even if you had the greatest general manager and the greatest manager and the greatest farm director, even then, it's still going to take you 2 or 3 years of drafting and developing to, get those guys through your system. And I think we're starting to see the effects of it. I think there's some good low A ball and double A prospects. But the Giants farm system has been, ignored for a long time, and it needs to be rebuilt. And they have enough money to spend to kind of, buoy themselves at the major league level. But I think they want to be very kind of calculating in how they spend their money. And it's pretty clear by the way they went about their offseason.
I think that's well said in terms of what we got indicated by the contracts that they did hand out in the offseason. And yeah, Chris and Santa Clara threw a lot of stats our way. I think the larger takeaway is that there's a lot of different areas that indicate the Giants have not been a good baseball team through the first stretch of the season. And other teams in the National League simply just have better depth, some better pitching, not always, but I mean, like Webb and Ray, those are 2 All-Stars last year, so I'm not going against that. Better back end of the bullpen for sure, and just a lot more answers within their lineup, where we saw it with the Yankees on the opening night. It wasn't the top of their lineup. It was the second inning mid to bottom of their lineup. That was the reason they broke that game open. The Phillies, everything he noted right there, the bottom of their lineup was capable of setting up the top of their lineup to do its damage. So we can continue with a little bit of baseball talk more in the 1 o'clock hour. Brian Kenny of MLB Network is going to join us at 1:30. But we got Sam Amick coming up at 12:50, and we also wanted to get a little bit of football thoughts. So, Walter, you want to use your hard count on me next segment? Then we'll see if I jump offside like a little Dexter Lawrence. Sexy Dexy on the move? Let's talk about it with Krug next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, no hard count. I can appreciate that, but guess what? I'm kind of a D, so I'm going to throw you off anyway. Contest time for Walter back behind the glass. The stare down continues, and you can call 415-896-5627. Right now, go and get your tickets for Bay FC taking on Ottawa Rapids. That's going to be next Friday, April the 17th. Same day as Olivia Rodrigo's new single just drops, as I learned, by the way. So all the people out there in their cars with their parents driving around middle of the work day, work week, whatever it is, Olivia Rodrigo and Bay FC colliding on the same day. And you can go and listen to that in the car while you're on the way. To get your free tickets claimed, 415-896-5627. That's all you got to do. Dial it up, and you can win. So good luck to everybody out there. Sam Amick does a great job with The Athletic, and he's going to come up in about 10 minutes. So we'll get some basketball talk with Sam. But just a quick note here, because it's not Niners Nightly, it's Niners Midday. And the draft is coming up. We're starting to narrow in on a couple of names. Obviously, pick number 27 is going to be the big deal with their first rounder. But another big name out there is Dexter Lawrence, Sexy Dexy, requesting a trade from the New York Giants. Now, we see this very frequently in off seasons where requesting a trade doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, Krug. But clearly the Giants are in some kind of a limbo. They have not been a good team for the better part of a half decade besides the Daniel Jones, Brian Daboll playoff year. And now John Harbaugh comes in looking to do things a little bit differently. And Dexter Lawrence is saying, hey, either give me a lot more money or send me elsewhere because I'm over this mess that's been in New Jersey for the last 5 years.
Yeah, and he's coming off a bad year. You know, he's coming off a year where he didn't really do much, didn't get a lot done, and made a lot of money in the process. So the Giants are looking to move him. Now, the Niners are one of the teams at Bleacher Report linked to Dexter Lawrence. I just don't see how that makes any sense at all. I mean, they traded for Oso Odigizua. They drafted C.J. West. They drafted Alfred Collins. How much money you want to pay for your defensive tackle position? I mean, how many guys? I know they say goodbye to Kalia, they say goodbye to Jordan Elliott, so they have definitely room to add another defensive tackle, but I don't know if you need this defensive tackle with the money that he cost. The 49ers have a real issue because they had 20 sacks last year, and it was an NFL low, 1.1 sacks per game, fewest ever by a playoff team in the history of the NFL. And still they found a way to win 12 games in the regular season. But they have to get a lot more pass rush, especially since their two best rushers, Bosa and Mikael Williams, are coming off ACL injuries that cut their season last year short. So they need fortification for sure on that defensive line at probably more end than tackle. So I don't know that Dexter Lawrence is a fit, even though he's a great player. I mean, he's a great player, but he's coming off a bad year and he cost a lot of money.
Well, you said it with the rough year he just had. And granted, if you played for the New York Giants, the odds are you had a rough year all around. So it's never just on one individual. But I saw this from Warren Sharp, and that's pressures when aligned at nose tackle since 2022. Dexter Lawrence far and away the leader with 108. And then second on that list would be Vita Vea all the way down at 32. That being said, Dexter Lawrence also was an All-Pro for 2 of those years, and he was a Pro Bowl for 3 of those years leading up to this last season. And for the 49ers, look, I don't think it's likely that they would ultimately go after him because you got to be smart and you got to be selective with where you're going to be handing out money. Like John Lynch just said, we would love to have Joey Bosa, but we probably can't afford him. And that's going to be someone who is a lot cheaper on a shorter-term deal than someone like Lawrence. But Odigizua, I think, was the perfect kind of offseason move for this group because you went and traded for somebody who is certainly not older, where their body might be breaking down, but they're also not so young that you don't know what they are on an NFL field. You went and got a guy who I believe is 28 years old in Odigizua, was a really solid player for the Cowboys. And Lawrence, I understand, is not that old either. But at some point, for the 49ers to continue sustaining some success with Kyle Shanahan and as he grows with this partnership with Brock Purdy, they're going to have to get younger. And part of getting younger is just a matter of hitting on your draft picks. And I know that makes a lot of people nervous,
but you look at teams that find a way to continue to stay good. The NFL, it's not for long for a reason, and that's because guys' bodies break down, and it's hard to keep teams together, and there's the salary cap, and there's all sorts of different factors. Injuries can derail an entire season, and they usually do unless you're the 49ers of this last year. And so, Krug, I guess that's all my way of saying, like, at some point, you are just going to have to move forward with the guys that you have already drafted that you're looking to continue to grow, or guys that you don't have yet on the team but will be having their names called in a couple of weeks here with the draft coming up.
It's interesting as the draft is coming up on the 23rd, and it's hard to kind of put try to guess what are the 49ers going to do at 27. What are they going to do in this draft? They have 6 picks in the draft, including the 27th pick in round 1. And there's an awful lot of media speculation about the 49ers drafting an offensive lineman, either a tackle or a guard or a wide receiver. But I think if you look closely at them, I think, defensive line, I just read you those stats on the defensive line. I mean, there's no doubt. I think they could go defensive line in the first round. Matt Mayoko is also discussing the possibility of the 49ers maybe looking for an upgrade next to Malik Mustafa, maybe not being super satisfied with Marquise Siegel and Jair Brown. And where they sit at 27, there's a very good chance that they could be looking at a board that has some really attractive safeties. Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo is a very attractive safety. And there's others, but he's definitely one of them. Dylan Thieneman, he could be there from Oregon. Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina, but there's a chance that they go safety early on in this draft. So that's something to look for as well.
Safety would be an interesting one because that's not one of the position groups that needs to necessarily get younger, where you could look at wide receiver and say, okay, they brought in some good veterans in the offseason, Evans, Kirk, etc. But you could always use another younger player, particularly if Ricky Pearsall is going to have his availability somewhat up and down, and you don't want to have to depend so much on that with him going into his 3rd year. But the safety group is not one that you all of a sudden need an infusion of youth. You just need the infusion of productive youth. And I think Jair Brown has been, we've talked about it with Papa many times, but it's like he's kind of more your center fielder, right? That can go from one spot to the other, come in, break up a play a little bit late. Whereas both Siegel and Mustafa are very similar type of players where they will come at you and, come in like a missile and hit you so hard. But in coverage, that's where you're a little bit more like, I don't really know. And Siegel did get thrown into the fire. Like, I got to give him credit for starting the first, 5 games of the year before Mustafa came back and then had to get thrown back out there in the playoff game. So he showed that he's got a lot of talent and physicality. But as far as being ready against the other teams, maybe that's a bit of a lofty expectation going into year 2.
He's a hard guy to figure. I mean, he ran 4.37. He played corner at K-State. So you would think that he would have been a very, very good coverage player. And I think long-term, that probably is his thing. But you're right. Initially, he struggled in coverage, and he's been more of a thumper, more of a hitter. So I'm not sure exactly how they see him. There's inconsistency in his game. He played really well in Philly. He did not play really well in Seattle in the next playoff game. So I just think that they like Mustafa, and I think they're looking for one more safety. And there's options here. I mean, Thieneman from Oregon covers a ton of ground. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is a very tall, rangy corner from Toledo. A.J. Halsey from LSU is kind of an old-school Ronnie Lott, 80s safety who's more of a thumper. He's 220 pounds. He's going to hit you. He's going to be real solid in the run game. Bud Clark is more of a coverage player. He's looks like a corner, and he might be the best coverage safety. And then the last guy, Kilgore from South Carolina, I call him the last guy because these were the guys that Mayoko kind of went through as maybe first-round picks. Jalen Kilgore is a lot like Nicky Manwari, who played at South Carolina, went to Seattle last year. He's a gigantic corner who's got almost linebacker size, but he also can play corner or safety or linebacker. So he might be the guy that they're looking for. This is going to be largely a Raheem Morris call, I have a feeling. Obviously, Lynch is there. Obviously, Shanahan's got the final say. But I think this is Raheem Morris's call. The same way Robert Saleh had a huge hand in the defensive draft choices last year, I think Morris is going to have a big hand in it. And last year in Atlanta, Raheem Morris picked Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame and Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma, two of the better safeties. And so maybe he's got a pretty good eye for it. And if he does, maybe they should take advantage of that and try to pick off a difference maker. They have players, but they're looking for a true difference maker in the secondary.
Yeah, and they're going to need one, frankly, with a lot of different youth coming in. So when we reconvene, so JD's with me tomorrow at the patio. You're coming back with me on Thursday. I think we can really start diving into it. That'll be the 2-week mark right before the draft. And so we got to get deep into the football stuff. But a nice little teaser here on this Tuesday as we're talking a lot of Giants. Got to talk a little Dexter Lawrence rumors. We're both kind of on the same page of like, at some point, you got to hit with your young players, and you can't just constantly be in the F them picks model. You know who maybe should be in the F them picks model?
Who's that?
The Golden State Warriors, because if you have Steph Curry versus not having him, one of those products is entertaining and competitive on any given night, and the other is what we saw for the better part of 7 weeks. Sam Amick wrote all about that before his return, and we're going to ask him all about it now that we've seen it. He'll join us when we come on back. It is Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
A big win for the San Jose Sharks last night, 3-2 over the Chicago Blackhawks, and they keep their wild card hopes alive with the final week of the season coming up. And more action coming your way tonight in the Bay Area. Robbie Ray and Christopher Sanchez with a left-handed pitching battle. And after Steph Curry's magnificent return on Sunday, the Warriors will take on the Sacramento Kings. Keep it right here on The Sports Leader for all your updates throughout the spring.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Good to be with you, Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, and Walter Shenanigans going on behind the glass. Every other week, we talk to the Athletic's Sam Amick, who has been writing about Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, the injuries with the Lakers, and Steph Curry returning after a 27-game absence. He joins us on the UMA guest line as well as our wonderful YouTube stream. Always good to talk to you. Always good to see you. What's going on, man?
Greg, Larry, what's up, gentlemen? Good to be with you. Things are well.
What's up, Sammy?
Good to be with you. And you wrote before the game on Sunday night just how silly the notion of shutting down Steph Curry was. What was going through your mind watching every ounce of validation in 26 minutes off the bench?
It's funny you say that, Greg. I think a lot of writers are guilty of when you decide to share your point of view on something, and we get it wrong often, admittedly. So when you get it right and then you watch your opinion getting validated in real time, I'm not going to lie. I was, you don't root for teams in this job, but because that was the storyline, I'm watching this thing going, oh man, if the Warriors pull this comeback off, I think I'm definitely going to be tweeting something with a link to my column that says, hey, like I was saying, but Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun kind of ruined the party there. But yeah, he looked great. And he did, even regardless of the result, he absolutely reminded people who he is, who he was, and showed, more importantly, in the here and the now, why, like I did right, it's just absurdity, and it always was to me, the idea of putting him on the shelf just for the sake of long-term planning. He's just, not to be too philosophical, but, time is a finite resource, and guys of his age and stage, you go for moments. Yes, he's going for championships, but even a late regular season game against the Rockets, that was a moment, and one that I think, Steph made the most of.
This is, you think of all sports are a grind. I mean, American pro sports, the schedules are just ridiculous. But the basketball schedule, I think, is the most ridiculous when you compare it to what these guys play in college basketball and then what they play in the NBA. I mean, the schedule is 3 times the college schedule. And if you're a star player and you're playing preseason games, if you're lucky enough to play in the postseason, you're playing 100+ games on the hardwood floor running up and down. So it is a real war of attrition. And we know Steph, if you rest him for 2.5 months, can come out and play the way he played. But are we going to ever be able to see Steph be able to do this continuously? Or do you think that we're now kind of entering in that part of the schedule, or part of his career where he's not going to be able to play this NBA schedule?
It's a really fair and I think smart question, Krugs. And honestly, right now, the evidence points to we probably, or maybe or likely or whatever word you want to put on it, have entered this next phase, late career Steph, where, load management has such a stigma and it's considered a pejorative, but like there is legitimate load management, and Steph definitely qualifies because things that we didn't used to hear, in relation to Steph Curry, runner's knee. This is not a type of knee injury that he had dealt with before. And it's one that is, I think, clearly the byproduct of his style of play. I mean, if you look at Steph like a car, and you want to talk about mileage, because of the fact that he is such an off-ball wizard and somebody who just looks for open spots on the floor every time he's out there. I mean, he's racked up miles that go well beyond his years. Then you add on the playoff miles. All of that stuff leads to going forward and next season, them figuring out how do we maximize this and deal with this rigorous schedule that you're talking about.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. And, you said that you were rooting for the Warriors because what a great story that would have been. But I almost think, and you said it in your answer too, the result really didn't matter. It would have been a great storybook ending to the night had Steph hit that final shot and tortured the Rockets for like the 743rd time in his career. But even not doing it, it's like we know Houston's going to be a playoff team, some middle seed in the West, and the Warriors are most likely going to be 10 no matter what. And so I guess my question off of that is just what type of message did Steph's performance send to other powerful figures in the organization, from his owner and general manager to his head coach, whose contract is expiring after this season?
No, Greg, I think you're on point. It's just, when you are on the shelf for 2 months and then you attempt to come back like he did and then have call it a setback or just a delay in the ramp up like he did, the questions start to creep in, and at some point it will not make sense anymore for the Warriors to build completely around Steph Curry. I think a performance like that certainly sends a message that now is not that time. I can still be that guy. Now, that being said, he needs more help. They got him some help. If Porzingis can be healthy, he's a really nice piece, but obviously that's a massive if. He needs more help, but the showmanship and not even that, just the sheer basketball impact of those minutes that he played were they're powerful. And they are. I think they have a big picture, message or connotation. And to your point about the result, you're correct, because for one, you could argue you take the minutes limit away, they win that game. I mean, even Kevin Durant said afterwards, we had this game under control, and then number 30 came back in. So you showed that. Do I think the Warriors are going to make a deep playoff run? No. I think any objective observer would feel that way right now. But it is one of those things where you got him on the floor, you got Draymond, you got Porzingis healthy. They showed they could keep up with a team like the Rockets, which is basically, second tier contenders at this point. And,
by the way, Porzingis wasn't even effective on Sunday.
Yeah, right. 100%. And, they're still obviously, and they don't have much time. They get 5 games. They're still big time finding their way. I just was listening to an interview with Draymond on Tim Kawakami's podcast, and it was really good stuff. And Draymond's talking about how, the nuances of Porzingis still learning the defense and how what the Warriors do is very different than the rest of the NBA. And he candidly had highlighted that Porzingis has a long ways to go within their system on the defensive end. And so, you would imagine that stuff gets better. So they are at minimum interesting right now. If they're going to play like they did on Sunday, then you're going to want to tune in and see how it goes. And that wasn't the case a couple days ago.
It's going to be an interesting summer for sure to see where Golden State goes. I'm just looking at the NBADraft.net mock 2-round draft that they always have up. And they've got the Warriors picking 11th in the first round and 41st in the second round. And right where they pick, they've got Alex Caravan from Connecticut in round 2. And that, Yaxel Lendeberg from Michigan, they have him only going 8th, and then the Warriors picking 11. So he's within arm's reach as well. Steph can play the 1, obviously. He's a 1. But he also has that ability, because of his shooting, to play that 2. What do you think, Sammy, going forward? Would you like to surround Steph in the twilight with like somebody who's a strong, maybe a tall on the ball, player, and let him play off the ball more? Maybe that preserves him. Or would you want to surround him with just, some dead eye shooters and keep the ball in his hands and let him play the 1 and try to spread the floor with a little bit more perimeter shooting with him?
I have a hard time getting him off the ball, Larry. And honestly, putting him at the 2 idea for most, regular players, that would make sense, and you would assume they're going to rack up less mileage. He's going to turn into Ray Allen even more. You know what I mean? Yeah. And Reggie Miller. He's going to run off 3 screens and be logging 7 miles a game. So I think that, it's a matter of who's he going to share the backcourt with going forward from a defensive standpoint, because, they never, Jimmy obviously on the wing when he gets back is a strong perimeter defender, but they never truly filled the Klay Thompson defensive void from when Klay was at his peak. That is the type of teammate that helps keep the pressure and the load off of Steph, and did years back. He doesn't need to be out there guarding elite scorers. You have Draymond to help, but again, to reference that interview, Draymond's out there talking about guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and players like that, and that's born out of need and desperation. So to me, it's more the perimeter defense that might play a part when it comes to building this thing. And then, as you guys know, the larger conversation about can they kind of strike gold and get lucky here in one of these big swings for a more big-time player.
So we looked at the injury report, and Steph is probable tonight for the game against the Kings. Porzingis has been deemed out. Do you think that the Warriors will prioritize keeping Porzingis around into next season when we get to the offseason? Like, we've hardly seen him and Steph together. And again, I don't think Porzingis was very good on Sunday and got into foul trouble. But I don't think we necessarily need to in order to understand that conceptually the fit can work.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's twofold as to why I do anticipate them wanting to keep him around. And we've talked about this. It'll be a tricky discussion when you talk about what is the right number and the terms and the length for a guy like Porzingis, but you're having to do that in concert with talking about a guy in Draymond who's got a player option for next season, and the pie of cash is only so big. But I think regardless of Porzingis' future with this club, again, I'm always sensitive to not talk about these guys like chess pieces, but like securing him on a reasonable deal also unlocks trade possibilities elsewhere. It's kind of like the Kuminga thing. You didn't really want him on your team anymore, but you gave him that previous contract because you needed that salary slot in order to do something and not lose him for nothing. And again, so you flip that essentially into Porzingis. And if they want to pivot off of that, then you need to have a contract attached to that player.
Sammy, I know it's not Warriors, but I got to ask you about Michael Malone going to Carolina. I mean, that just shocked me. This guy hasn't coached in college in 25 years. Once upon a time, he was an assistant at Manhattan, but that was 25 years ago. I did see his daughter is an athlete at North Carolina, and that might have put him initially on their radar. But what do you think about the fit? I mean, he just seems such the NBA coach. He's rough. He seems like he speaks kind of roughly. He doesn't seem like a guy who's going to be fitting in on a college campus with a bunch of college kids. But I don't know. Well, how do you see Michael Malone to North Carolina?
I don't know, Larry. I probably disagree with you there, buddy. I would advise you to go look up the YouTube clip of Michael Malone celebrating the Nuggets championship in their parade a couple years ago, when he had a chain around his neck and was double fisting, celebrating. And honestly, to me, I think it could be a great fit. He's a fantastic coach. Sorry about the background noise, guys. Hope it's not too bad. But he has always had a personality that is very intense. His intensity is pretty legendary. And honestly, it didn't always work. But it didn't always work in an NBA setting with his bosses. In college, we all know the coach is king. You see, Dan Hurley coming so close yesterday to another big-time slice of history. You think UConn, you think Dan Hurley. Gino on the women's side, Don Staley, like the coaches are the stars. When Michael celebrated the Nuggets championship, around the league, there was some chatter and criticism about, like, man, does he think he's a college coach? Like, it's not just about you. And I like Michael. I just think having that level of authority and getting questioned less than he did in the NBA might be even healthier for him, because he had, power struggles in Sacramento. He had power struggles with the Warriors. You remember he was under Mark Jackson doing a fantastic job as an assistant, but Mark started honestly getting territorial with Michael and thinking that he was, maybe coming for his job. And it's just because Michael's good and he's kind of unabashed with his own self-confidence. And I think it could work. And the college game is changing, as you know. Jim Tanner, just to make that point, is a former NBA agent who is now the GM at UNC. You're just seeing more and more integration of NBA people into the college world. Obviously, a big reason and part of that is the NIL development. Michael knows how to deal with players who are getting paid. And last quick point is he's very good, most importantly, at connecting with absolutely elite players. He and Joker had and have a wonderful relationship, and it's a real relationship. He and Steph Curry got along well when he was with the Warriors. You talk about LeBron James all the way back in Malone's Cleveland assistant coaching days. DeMarcus Cousins swears by him. So I think he'll do well. And the daughter part, I think, is pretty cool. He's definitely a family guy, and I'm sure he's excited to be by his daughter.
I mean, I agree with you in terms of thinking it could work, Sam, but since Krug's a football guy, I will defend him, and just that the instant gut reaction's got to be like, a championship coach at the pro level going to North Carolina? What could go wrong?
That is fair. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I heard that Michael had a a good conversation with Roy Williams that kind of made him feel better about the fit. And, I know it's the Bay folks are not necessarily that interested in getting in the weeds on UNC news, but the hiring process was fascinating. They were kind of looking at Billy Donovan in Chicago. Billy wouldn't send signals about whether or not he truly wanted it. And so at minimum, my takeaway is, again, like the NBA, NCAA blending, I think this trend is going to, continue going forward.
Well, my last one for you, I don't even know if it's a question. It just seems like our bi-weekly tradition is me asking you something related to the dumpster fire going on in Milwaukee. So now Shams today is putting out that Doc Rivers said, look at my resume, Google me during a team meeting last month, and it was not received well. What's going to happen here? Is he going to go? Is he and Giannis both going to go? Is there anything new that you've found out in the past couple of weeks that makes you think about it differently? I'm kind of feeling for them up there. It's just not a good situation.
Yeah, I'll probably write on it soon. It's funny, Greg, you threw a curveball at me. You start talking about dumpster fires. I thought for sure we were going to finish with the Kings. But the Bucks as well are struggling. They are struggling. I don't know, man. It feels, I wrote last week that around the league, people certainly believe that this is headed for a divorce. I guess the only scenario where maybe they reconcile, and Giannis himself even used the marriage analogy the other day in a local interview and talked about how, we haven't gotten divorced, but we need to go to counseling, is how he put it. The coach, in my opinion, the coach would have to change. That's clearly a pain point. I'm not sure how the front office is going to look going forward. John Horst has been there a long time, but they have a transition happening with ownership at the moment, a complicated ownership situation where they almost kind of pass the baton to each other every couple of years. And so I think, they got to ask themselves, is John the guy for the long term? Because if he's not, do you want him to make the Giannis trade? So all kinds of bad. And it's unfortunate because I'll put it in the context of the Warriors. Even with all the Warriors struggles right now, if you ask Steph Curry, he's got nothing but love for the organization, and he thinks they're trying their best. And that star player organizational relationship is in a pretty healthy spot. Even Draymond being on the trade block, and he's managed to keep a relationship good with this team that he's been with his entire career. Giannis came to this country, by way of the Milwaukee Bucks, and has a lot of love for that city and that group. So in that regard, it is really too bad, regardless of what happens next, just to see how toxic it's become.
Sammy, always great to rap with you. I'll tell you the guy who I just cannot stop watching. I can't stop watching his highlights, and I can't wait to watch him in the playoffs. Is just Big Vic in San Antonio. I thought he was going to be good, but I didn't think he was going to be this good this fast. And just to see the kind of the player that he is now, where he kind of just looked like he, was a talented guy, and now he knows what he wants to do every sequence. His familiarity with the NBA game, his growth as a player, man, Wembanyama is as advertised. Is he going to get a ring this year? He's got a shot at it.
He could. OKC is incredible. But the part I love, as you guys know, is that the Spurs got him, in 4 out of 5 games and dominated him in several of those games. And Victor is, more than willing to play the foil and the rival and the villain in that scenario with the reigning champions. So, Vegas has the Thunder up top, understandably so, but San Antonio has been incredible in the second half. Now he's got this rib contusion that hopefully doesn't send him back too much. He was in a fair amount of pain yesterday. But the thing I think that I didn't see coming this quickly is the year 2 to year 3 level up and improvement. It's funny. He's not going to win most improved player. He should be in the running. I talked to one of the coaches the other day about some of the nuances of what he has done defensively this season compared to last season. And I'm the type that, I'm not a coach, I'm not an X's and O's expert, but I do enjoy learning from the guys who are. And man, to hear the little things like, okay, last year, he was a kind of a reckless help side defender who would swing for blocks, and so his block numbers were up, but he was leaving his teammates on an island far too often. This year, he's grounded, his arms are out as if he's just a gigantic spaceship, and he forces the shooter to not shoot because he's just close enough to that guy. but the roller can't roll because he's still in the way in the middle. Like, he just finds a way to cover acres of land on a basketball court and terrify opposing offenses. And then his offense has evolved too. So he's fun to watch, great for the game. I think the way he discusses the game and, competitiveness is healthy. So, yeah, it's been fun to see him do his thing.
I still think those two games early in the season that the Warriors had in San Antonio when they were navigating that first mini crisis, I mean, particularly the NBA Cup group game where Steph got fouled at the end, like the Steph and Wemby battles, it was two one-of-a-kind players in very, very, very different manners doing their thing. And so even though the season has gone sideways for the Warriors, like, that's still going down as one of my favorite games of the season. And in a regular season game that I've ever gotten to watch, that was incredible. So we'll get a little playoff Wemby and see how it goes.
No, it should be fun. And I'm sure you guys saw the Joker shot the other day in their back and forth battle. He's had a lot of moments. And honestly, as an international player and a proud Frenchman who I kind of love that he's pissing off the American players. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of stoking a little bit of civic pride and like, hey, if you guys aren't careful, you're not going to win the gold medals and you're not going to be the ones who are seen as the HQ of global basketball anymore. So he's making everybody kind of compete.
I mean, Jokic and Serbia had USA on their toes down 17, and it took Steph heroics, LeBron heroics, KD, and Embiid's best game too to knock them off. So he is rightfully deemed the best player in the world right now. And Sam, we always appreciate when you come on with us. We'll see how it is in a couple of weeks. I think the Warriors season is likely going to be done at that point. But with Steph coming back, it certainly gives it a new perspective, and we'll see what these offseason priorities end up shaking out to be.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Talk to you next time.
Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate you, man.
Sam
All right,
Amick
man. Thanks,
of
Greg.
The Athletic. Always good to have him on and appreciate his time on the camera as well. All right, quick segment when we come on back, and then Brian Kenny of MLB Network is going to be joining us at 1:30. We got one great piece of sound for you. Dwayne Kuiper doesn't have a quick solution as to what the Giants can do to turn this thing around, but the next best thing is what not to do, and he's got some great examples from history. We'll play that for you next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
And we'll have Brian Kenny joining us shortly of MLB Network. So a great backloaded guest list for you on this Tuesday. Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, and Walter with you. All right, Dwayne Kuiper always joins the morning show on Tuesdays, and they have a whole thing about, is it after a win? Is it after a loss? Is it happy Kuip, sad Kuip, pre-City Connect Kuip? That's what we're getting on our Tuesdays. Dude, it's been such a rough 11 games that I'm like fiending for the City Connects right now. Bring out the purple. Let's go. Let's go. Christopher Sanchez. You got nothing on this purple. So Dwayne Kuiper, legend, was saying that he said there's no quick remedies, right? But he did talk about, with the young Tony question of the day, well, what can you do if you're just trying to shake things up and lighten up the mood? He didn't have an answer for it, and that's okay. We like honesty. But he did have some examples of things that did not work during his playing days, and here was the most profound example. Trent Williams, you can have a boombox, but boomboxes might not be for everyone.
I'm going to tell you what Frank Robinson did, and we were on a really bad streak, not just losing, but playing bad. And he brought in a motivational speaker, and this woman came in. She had a boombox. Remember the boombox?
Mm-hmm.
That was it, man. You walked around, you had a boombox, you were it. So she walks in with her boombox, and she turns it on, and she takes her clothes off.
Oh.
It's a stripper. And I thought the guys, they were like, what in the heck is going on, right? Well, the Chapel guys didn't know what to do. They were like, oh, I don't know. So in the meantime, it was fine. We laughed, blah, 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 blah. And we lost the next 4 in a row. So that did not work, and I do not want that to happen tonight when the troops get into the ballpark.
All right, so main point of all that is sometimes when you do gimmicky things or when you're trying a little too hard to lighten things up, doesn't mean it's always going to work. He also went on to give other examples of having like their big first baseman leading off and trying to lay down a bunt. Kuip himself getting hit at the cleanup spot, and he's like, and that didn't work either. But, Tony Vitello, like, I will say with one thing, just continue to be genuine, continue to be a communicator. You're 3-8. It stinks. Don't need to bring the strippers in with the boombox or a stripping Trent Williams with the boombox for that matter either.
Don't be like the guy from The Natural. Losing is like the plague. Losing is like, it's like finally Robert Redford got up and was like, I'm out of here. I can't deal with this anymore. Losing is like a disease. Oh, yeah. Well, maybe no stripper. Kuip is saying maybe that's not a good idea. It seemed like maybe a decent idea in the present, but it didn't have the effect. Didn't have the desired effect.
I'll tell you what. If this thing is still sour by Thursday, if they get swept, we're going to come back with a poll, Walter, and it's going to be what magic remedy can the Giants do? And we'll come up with 4 terrible options, and we'll have everybody vote. Yeah. with this music effect in the poll as well. All right, Brian Kenny is awesome of MLB Network, and as opposed to me continuing to talk about strippers with boomboxes and stupid gimmicks, let's just talk to someone who knows ball way better than any of us. He will join us next. Been a while since we had him on the show, and he is always great with his time. So we'll talk to Brian Kenny when we come on back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you as we get ready to close out this Tuesday. I've had a fantastic show thus far, despite the Giants' struggles at the plate. Well, got going nice to start the game, and then final 5 innings, it was kind of the opposite of the Phillies, and yeah, it led to 3-8. But anytime we get the chance to talk to MLB Network's Brian Kenny, it is a good day, and he joins us now on the UMA guest line. You can watch Brian Kenny on MLB Now weekdays at 9 a.m. Pacific throughout the season. Great to have you again on Papa and Silver. Greg Silver, Larry Krueger in for Greg Papa. Brian, how are you?
Good to be on with you guys.
Yeah, great to have you as well. I know it's been a while, probably sometime in the middle of last season, but let's just talk about a baseball question at large, and that's ABS taking over through the first 10, 11 games, a small sample size, but how do you like it, and how has it changed how you as a consumer and broadcaster have watched games?
I have to say I've been an advocate of like some form of the auto strike zone for a long time, but this is so much better than I ever even envisioned. Like I guess I didn't fully realize how much it affected the way I would watch a game. Just the way, especially the way I view a game, and I think the way the modern game has developed and evolved in the last decade or so, with pitch framing, with elite plate discipline, this all feeds into it. And I'm telling you, just as a fan, like if I'm home, when I just hear the announcers, I'm walking around my kitchen, I hear the announcer say, "Oh, he's going to challenge that." I rack it back. I've got to watch it. I've got to see it again. I can't get enough of it.
Brian, first of all, glad to talk to you. I love what you do on MLB Network. Tonight, we got Giants, Phillies, and Sanchez is the lefty. He's just nasty. And I'm looking at the Giants' numbers. Giants have 5 guys in the lineup that are hitting under 200 against left-handed pitching. It might be a no-hitter tonight for Sanchez. What are you looking for in these early April games from the Giants and maybe specifically Tony Vitello?
It's hard to say. It's crazy early. You get indications. You can't get too far behind this early, so you can't take it too seriously. Each year we get very fired up with what happens in April, and we remember April numbers, and you just don't remember that, any other subset like that. I think it's a pretty good team, but they've got some deficiencies, and I know they're not hitting. I'm looking at the Diamondbacks. I was looking at them the other day. And then looking at the Astros, and those teams weren't hitting at all. And now guys like Christian Walker on the Astros, Yordan Alvarez, they're crushing it. So year to year, month to month, you can't get too ahead of yourself. That said, there's been a lot of disappointment early. I think the whole Matt Chapman thing was strange. I understand it, but the way it happened with the Mets and the way they kind of imploded. Not sharp baseball at the very top. You can at least say that.
Great to have Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line with us. Why do you think Rafael Devers has not quite looked like a superstar since he came to San Francisco? And I know it's early in the season, and I know last year was such a strange year for him after spending his whole career with the Red Sox, but I also feel like it's enough of a sample size to think, okay, he's not terrible, but certainly for the money that they chose to take on, he hasn't quite turned into that guy for this lineup yet.
Yeah, no, you're right. Last year he eventually got better for the Giants by the time the end of the year was going. He was more hitting the way that he's been the previous 5-6 years. He's a top 20 sort of hitter. He wasn't a top 10 hitter. I think he had a better reputation than his actual production. And I, of course, didn't like the way he reacted to, what the Red Sox did to him last year, while noting that the Red Sox, kind of did him a disservice. But he didn't react well to that. But he's still an elite player. I know when we did top 10 right now, our off-season series, I forgot where I put him exactly. I think I had him around number 6. I flirted with, do I want to punish him for cut of jib index and not have him in my top 10? But his production for the whole year, just warranted that he had to be in the top 10. He had a 140 OPS plus for the year. That's still very good hitting, and it's still just outside the very top guys. By the end of the year, where would I expect him? About a 140 or 150 OPS plus. He's still one of the top 20, 25 hitters in the game.
BK, make some sense of Jung-Hoo Lee. He had 3 months last year where he hit over 300. He had 1 month he hit under 150. They moved him to the corner outfield to take some pressure off of him defensively. He's just not hitting. Is this an indication that maybe teams should stay away from some of the guys with big numbers coming out of the KBO? What was your thought on him when they signed him? What is your thought on him now?
Yeah, he's very streaky. I know that. I know early on last year, he looked like such a marvelous, well-rounded player, and the type of player that we just don't have enough of in Major League Baseball now. Who plays that the game with kind of a slap hitting singles guy with a good arm, a guy who's not just dedicated to the 3 true outcomes. All said and done, he still ends up being a plus hitter. I know it's a bad start this year. I like the player. I can't get into exactly what's happening with him now, but I like the player, and I like players who do things that other players don't do. I think scarcity is value, and when you're a different type of player, that kind of lineup diversity is something you should seek. There's a lot of power hitters out there now. I know power is expensive. It's harder to find a player like that. I know the start is slow, but he's got an OPS plus now of 47. There's guys on certain teams who I looked at the Red Sox today because we're talking about Boston. They've got guys who are at 0. It's early. Mm-hmm. It's early, fellas. There's a lot of underperformance in the first few weeks.
Brian, Patrick Bailey is someone that's become a pretty polarizing figure for this fan base early in the season because it's been a couple of years now where he really has struggled with offensive production. And to his credit, he has risen up in some clutch moments, but by and large, you can't be just cracking 100 in your batting average this early in the season and make people think it's going to be anything different from last year. At the same time, he's a 2-time Gold Glove defensive catcher who now with ABS, there's different opinions about if that's going to hurt his game, if that could even be used to his advantage. But when you see a player like that in the lineup that is so elite in one facet of the ball or of the game and then really struggles on the other, how do you evaluate a player like that for a team that's looking to take that next leap and get back into postseason contention?
Well, he's so elite at what he does. He really is. I did an essay on Patrick last year because I just watched him closely in a couple of games, and it's like he's doing a Jedi mind trick on the umpires. Like wherever he places the glove, like this is not a ball, this is a strike, and they're like, yes, strike one. Like he just mesmerizes guys. He kind of hypnotizes them. He's so good at that. And from what I've seen early, I don't have his numbers in front of me, but I saw him challenge and win challenges early this season. I think he'll be very good at that by the end of the year. Now, you're right. He's got to hit a little bit, but I don't know. The Rays back in the day kept playing Benji Molina and Jose Molina, and they said openly, like, we don't care if he hits or not. Like, he's more important than that. So I think even the way he's hit the last 2 years where he's well below league average, his value is so immense that it overrides what he does offensively.
Brian, you're around so many guys at MLB Network that have a varied background in baseball, executives, players, broadcasters, basically from every walk of the game, every angle, every area, there's somebody there in those offices that you can talk to. I'm wondering without necessarily divulging who said it, was there anything that you heard about, hey, Tony Vitello is going to need to do this. This is going to be a real key for him. This is what he's going to need. Were there any things that you heard in the lead up to this year from any of the analysts that you thought were interesting about maybe what was going to be key for success for Tony?
Well, I was surprised. I think things have changed dramatically in the last 10 years. I know I've been at MLB Network for 15 years now. And if this had happened early, in my tenure at MLB Network, guys would have been losing their minds. Now I think it's the way the college game has grown, the way it's so much more sophisticated, the way money has been pouring into college baseball, where you get a better talent pool. And I think just the way things have gone we've gotten used to pitching coaches who have never pitched in the major leagues, and that used to be, a taboo in the majors. There'd be so much resistance and jealousy. There was much less jealousy and resistance than I thought there would be with Tony's hiring. And I think he's been refreshing. I know one thing he did that I loved was bringing in, like, ostensibly his closer in the sixth inning right after his starter. I love that idea of kind of using your bullpen backwards. Instead of like using your third best, second best, and then first best guy in that order in the bullpen, go with your first best guy right away, buy yourself 3 outs, and now you have 3 fewer outs to get the rest of the way. So I think I think once he gets settled and once there's a little better production, we're going to see a little more innovation from him, and I think it'll be welcomed. That wasn't the case 15 years ago, but now we're much more open-minded in baseball, and we're always looking for a better way of doing things and a competitive advantage.
Few more minutes here with Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line. As far as the National League West, we got an early look at the Padres. Haven't seen the Diamondbacks yet, but within the division is where the Giants really left some opportunities on the table last year. And when you look at 81 and 81, with the fact that 83 would have gotten you in the wild card, they got to perform better within the NL West. Now, they did take that first series against the Padres, but between those two of San Diego and Arizona, who do you think over the long haul will pose a bigger threat for a playoff spot?
It's hard to say. They're about even. I think the whole division is a little flat. If you caught me before the year started, I liked Arizona a little better. I think they're just a little more dynamic with their position player core. Their bullpen is a little weaker than I thought. But I wouldn't change that much. I think the last few years, those three have been competing on a fairly even level. I'd give a slight nod to Arizona, but not much.
You know, Brian, Paul DePodesta is running the Rockies now. And I just think this is an interesting hire, not just because he was in the NFL and he was with Billy Beane. Now he's back in MLB. Because I think, this Rockies franchise, started off in 93. They've been around for 25 years. I don't know that we, to this moment, know what is the recipe for success in Denver. You've been watching this game, observing it, talking to people for years. Do you have a theory as to what ultimately is going to prove to be the successful, formula, let's just say, in Colorado to win there?
Yeah, I think it's difficult. I work with Dan O'Dowd at MLB Network. He was the GM there for 15 years, and he talks openly about the challenges. It is difficult. You just churn through a lot more pitching and a lot more difficult innings than you do in other places. That said, Dan won a little bit. Dan once had some 90-win seasons. They went to a World Series in 2007. It's possible to win there. I love the hire, by the way. I think the Rockies needed to be vaulted into the modern age. I think Paul DePodesta is a very smart baseball guy. He's been out for a long time. But I love the hire, just reaching out to find someone who's smart. I've always found Paul DePodesta just to be a very smart person and a smart baseball man.
Brian, my last one for you is one of the debates that's been ongoing to start this week. How much of the Giants' 3-8 start would you put on the opponents that they faced in a tough schedule, and how much of it is getting their own way of not playing the way they need to in order to win at a place like Oracle Park?
Yeah, I think it's kind of their fault. I mean, I saw a lot of that series with the Mets. The Mets have not really gotten off to a great start. They have a lot of talent, but they're not very sharp now. So that's kind of on them. I think the problem is that, like the team you haven't asked about in the division, I think that's the problem. They are better than ever. This might be the best Dodger team we've seen. And last year I was not a big fan of theirs. I thought they were underperforming. All year I called them a tad disappointing. That was my shtick. And I thought they underwhelmed, and they did. They won 93 games. This is a very different club. They're going to win, and they're going to win a ton.
One thought on the Dodgers before you say goodbye. And the Dodgers, whether they're good for baseball, bad for baseball, there's no doubt that they're running their franchise at a very, very high level. And I'm just kind of wondering, you probably know a lot of the people behind the scenes. I've heard names like Billy Gasparino and some of the key guys kind of inside their organization. Is there somebody that we're not talking about there, or is it literally about Mark Walter and the dollars and the business that's floating LA, or is there a baseball internal genius there that if you were an opponent, you'd say, hey, let's try to pick this guy off?
Well, I mean, there's lots of people. They haven't, that's what I mentioned with the Rockies, right? They don't have an infrastructure. Like the first thing Paul DePodesta has to do is start building the baseball operations unit. And the Dodgers have been there for a long time. Andrew Friedman, I think he's the best, team president of baseball ops in the game. But they had an excellent scouting and development department before he got there. They're operating on all cylinders. But it starts at the top. It starts at the very top with ownership. I think there's enlightened ownership. The first thing they did was exploit kind of the pricing for executive talent. I think at one point they had 3 or 4 GMs working for them, including Farhan Zaidi, who came in with Andrew Friedman. So no, they're smart, they're well funded, and they're constantly thinking of new ways to win, new ways to spend, and new ways to dominate.
Brian, we're always grateful for your time. Really appreciate it. And we will watch you on MLB Network all throughout the season. I'm sure we'll have to have you back on at some point to revisit whatever the next phase of Giants baseball is, if they can right the ship a little bit, or if they continue the bad momentum we've seen on this slide of the last 4. Either way, always good talking ball with you, and you're the best.
Same here. Thank you so much. Yeah, things will be brighter next time I talk to you, I think.
I mean,
thanks, Brian.
I would think, Krug, 3 out of 11. I mean, again, I can think we can be plenty critical of the Giants, and I think we have been pretty critical throughout the day. I don't think they're 3 out of 11 games level of bad throughout the season.
By the way, great booking. The great Walter booking BK there. And I love Brian Kenny's kind of cerebral approach to the game. And I love his energy on camera. He's high energy. He's very interesting. He's got lots of data. I think he's a real gem. That was a great booking.
And if you want to wait around for our show in the mornings, because I know that's what everybody in the Bay Area does, 9 a.m., the hour before, that's when MLB Now, you can watch Brian Kenny on that program, MLB Network. So great to have him on. And when we come on back, we will wrap up the show, get some final thoughts. Battle of the lefties tonight, crew. Robbie Ray, who's been pretty good in his 2 starts against one of my favorite pitchers in the entire league, Christopher Sanchez. He's awesome. I just hope that the City Connects curse him. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The man, the myth, the legend, Dwayne Kuiper joined Marcus and Kerry Crowley this morning to break down the Giants' 3-8 start and give an honest assessment of their struggles. And while Kuiper admits that he doesn't have a magic remedy to turn everything around in one night, he did finish the interview with some tips of what not to do. That's available now on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Papa.
Oh, Walter books Brian Kenny and then is like, I got a lot of leeway here at the end of the day. No, great show on a Tuesday, despite the early frustrations of the San Francisco Giants. And you know what, Krug? The beauty of it all is that we're not here to patrol people's opinions. We're not here to patrol people's feelings. The bottom line is everybody can have different methods of how they're thinking about it, sounding off. And I'm glad that we got this platform to engage in a discussion. Look, if we had 4 hours a day to be right or to tell you how it is, that would suck. But we have 4 hours to have a conversation, and that is the beauty of the biz.
You know, I may be too real for the radio these days. You know, I triggered some Giants fans by talking trash about them, but they're horrible right now. They're bad, they're boring, and, you know.
The team, that is, not the fans.
I'm going to, maybe a couple of the fans. No, but, I mean, you know, hey, if you can't speak truth about sports, what the hell can you speak truth about these days, right? I mean, if you can't say a bad baseball team's a bad baseball team, then what good is this whole platform for? So I'm sorry that I may have angered some of you. I just, it's funny. The Niner fan is a little bit more like, you know what? I love them, but you want to rip them? Bring it on. The Giants fan is a lot more sensitive. The Giants fan's like, I want to be surrounded by orange and black loving people and only orange and black loving people. So I get it. But anyway, the real guy, whoever, Greg will be back soon. Let's just say that. And Greg, and of course, if you're out there fighting the good fight, we love you, brother. And we're there with you, man. I hope good things are coming your way. I'm praying for you. My wife's praying for you. You know, we're not going to accept any other outcome but success. So I love you, buddy, and keep fighting.
Absolutely. Very well said. And I will be with Krug again on Thursday. Patio show tomorrow. And the patio shows are always one where we think a little bit extra of Papa. But hey, if there was some good news over the weekend, the Buffalo Sabres. Let's go, Buffalo. Snapping that playoff drought. Now the Jets are just alone in their own purgatory of the playoffs. And I'm not a genius, Krug, and I'm just going to say I don't think the Jets are going to snap it this next season. If they did, holy S, that'd be something.
The Jets are like, Geno Smith, come on down. I mean, nothing screams louder than, we want Lenora Sellers. Like, we're happy with Geno Smith.
Geno Smith taking the Jets to the playoffs would be what he did with the Seahawks in that first year as a starter, taking them to the playoffs. That'd be like that times 57, maybe more. That'd be unbelievable. So always good to have you in. We will get back to it on Thursday. We'll get a little more football talk, dude, too, because we got the draft coming right up. And so before we know it, we'll be talking a little draft prospects on these sports leaders. So big thank you to Krug. Big thank you to Walter. Big thank you to our guests today, Susan Slusser, Sam Amick, and Brian Kenny. And we'll turn it over to Dirty Work. Great time at the Tank last night for those fellas. And Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb will take it away from 2 to the start of Giants pregame at 5:45. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work, take it away.
Okay, the fun's over. They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, Derek? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. And we're with you until 5:45 tonight when Giants pregame gets going. Mercifully, yet again, Giants and the Phillies tonight. 6:45 first pitch, 5:45 pregame. Hey, the Giants are 1-1 against lefties this year. That's the best stat I can come up with.
That's all you got?
That's the best stat I can come up with for any kind of optimism for the Giants. They lost to Max Fried, and then they beat David Peterson. They get one of the toughest lefties in the National League again tonight in Christopher Sanchez. Yeah. Robbie Ray on the hill again, a 5:45 pregame. 6:45 first pitch. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. He will join us at 3:50. And then, new friend of the show, he's in town tonight and tomorrow night. Tonight at Punchline, tomorrow at Cobb's Comedy Club. Frank Caliendo joins the show tonight. How about that? Frank Caliendo,
Frank TV action.
The great impressionist. Yeah, we'll talk to him as we did at Super Bowl Radio Row. He's in town and was trying to come in studio, but it's just not going to work out timing-wise for him, right?
Yeah, well, he was trying to come in studio yesterday, but you guys were at the tank.
We're at the tank, yeah.
Yeah, and then...
we said, Frank, come to the tank. Frank the tank.
And he wanted to come in studio tomorrow, but we have a short show. We don't know what time we'll be on due to the Giants Day game. So, unfortunately, we'll have to get him on today, but it's not that bad because we'll get him on the stream and we'll hear Frank's funny impressions. And I apologize. I was with you guys at the tank yesterday. I know the filth was out there.
Apologize to me. I didn't even notice.
Oh, yeah?
I got like halfway through the show. I was like, holy crap, this is Ted Ramey.
Yeah, either way.
That's not Derek?
Either way. In your eyes, a bald man's a bald man.
Yeah, dude,
it's all the same to you.
Dude,
we all don't look alike, Copes.
As you know, this is something that Murph used to say about like a movie. Anytime Murph's like really into a movie or he quotes something a lot, he goes like, as you know, everything in life comes back to. So I'm going to use that and we say, as you know, everything in life comes back to Coach Carter, dude. That glare from your bald ass head is hella shiny, man. It's one of the lines that Worm drops on him early on.
No, yeah.
That glare from your bald ass head is hella shiny, man.
But I know
That's how I felt with you and Ted. Yeah.
No, I know Ted held it down yesterday. I apologize to Mac Van that I wasn't there in the suite last night. But sounds like you guys had a good time yesterday.
Yeah, we had a pretty good time. Sharks won.
Yeah,
it was a great time.
Sharks win.
Yeah, it was a good time. You talked to Coach Ryan Warsofsky. We'll get more into everything that went down last night. But I got to know from you, how did you celebrate your birthday on Sunday, man?
It was low key.
I got to tell you, Tim yesterday mentions to me in the drive on the way down. He's like, "Yeah, dude, I haven't talked to Derek. I mean, I hit him yesterday about his birthday, and I was like, oh crap, dude. I was like, I didn't even text you.
Yeah,
bro.
I noticed.
Completely, I completely.
But you know what?
Completely forgot until Tim mentioned it yesterday.
Here's the thing: if you bring it up enough on air and you say happy birthday on the air,
I kind of did it on Friday.
You need to text somebody, "Hey, happy birthday."
Yeah, and we got drinks on Friday. Like we were hanging out on Friday and whatnot. So
I'm not really hung up on like it's my birthday. You guys need to text me happy birthday. I don't really care about that stuff.
It's my birthday.
Come on, baby.
I will say this: nobody showed up last night with gifts for you that they couldn't pass off. So nobody.
Well.
Actually, you know what? Van may have shown up with a gift. Actually, I think Van actually did.
Van always shows up with gifts.
I think Van did actually show up.
It's just not ones you could bring to games.
He showed me something that he brought, and he said, "Don't tell Derek about it. I'm going to use it for my next bit." So he had something in store for me.
Dude, Van was going up to, I guess he's a big Rick Tittle guy for years.
Oh, yeah.
And Rick Tittle was hanging with us in the suite. And Van went up to him and was like quoting things to Tittle. Tittle's like, this guy's quoting segments I did from like 1998.
Tittle has an effect on people.
Tittle couldn't believe it, man. So anyway, dude, we'll get into
titillating radio with Rick.
We'll get into a lot of what happened, but it seems like the Bay Area has been captivated by the ineptitude of the Giants in all facets of the game.
Captivated?
Of the great game of baseball. I mean, seemingly nobody can quit these terrible Giants, and instead of quitting them, we're all just standing around pissed off about everything that's happening. Well, so what I'm saying is we're like, everybody's up in arms. Yeah. Everybody's watching because it's so early in the season. Everybody's like, look at this load of crap that they're shoveling every night. I mean, again, they had a lead in the 7th inning last night. They had a lead in the 8th 2 days before, or 2 days ago, I should say, on Sunday, and they blew that one. They blew last night. Barucki comes in, and Barucki's the bed. I mean, it was pretty ugly from the minute he came in. And the cardinal sin for a reliever is coming in and not throwing strikes. And he did it yesterday, walks Kyle Schwarber. Yep. First thing, then he gives up a hit. Then you get Killian comes in. First guy he faces hits him. Then he gives up the sac fly. Like, Killian didn't look all that bad. But we've seen this happen a couple of times with Barucki. We saw it happen with Ryan Walker in his first save of the season where he came in with a leadoff walk. We've seen some really, really ineffective bullpen arms after that first series. Remember, we were like, well, if we're going to look at one thing for the opening weekend of the season, we're like, not fine, but we were like, it's maybe not as bad as we thought. Right. It was like maybe the silver lining. And now, dude, there ain't no silver lining. There's nothing.
Luis Ariz, that's about it, I would say.
Okay, so the guy who was good before he got here and is here on a 1 year.
If you're looking for a silver lining, that's it.
And the guy who only hit singles, who was good before he got here, who was basically a first baseman that they moved to second, and now they don't really have anybody to play first, and is only here for one season. Yeah, that's the silver lining, I guess.
Hey, man, just looking for silver linings.
Or the silver lining is that they're 1-1 against lefties, and so.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's what I mean. Okay, that carries about as much weight.
My question is, are people really up in arms? Because I hear a mixed reaction with Giants fans where it's like, it's early. Why are you guys focused so much about this? Well, do you guys want to talk about the Giants at all? Because there's only one thing to talk about is that they're terrible right now.
I love this, too. I love it's early. No, it is really early. But just because I said this to Tim yesterday and to Ted, I was like, dude, if I plop down a steak in front of you and you take a bite of that steak and you're like, steak's not very good, man. And I'm like, don't you dare say that, dude. It's early. Just keep eating.
It gets better.
Let's see how.
As you get to the center of the steak, it gets even more pink.
The point I'm making here is, yes, steak doesn't improve as you eat it, and baseball teams could. I understand that. I understand that's not a direct.
Are you comparing the Giants to a piece of meat?
Kind of a dry sort of like, really tough to chew and cut piece of meat. It's getting hard to get through. You know. Yeah. So the point I was making yesterday, though, and we'll pour over this today, and we'll get to your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The reason Giants fans are frustrated 11 games in is not because, in a nutshell, the 2026 Giants are off to a rough start. Giants fans are upset because this is a direct continuation of almost, but probably a worse version of the same team we saw last year.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit better lineup, although the numbers aren't showing that. We'll see how that plays out. But you added a guy who hits a lot of singles, and I like Luis Ariz. I'm in. I think he's a good asset to the lineup. I think you need a guy like that. You need a variety of different types of players. They need to be an eclectic group of hitters. But then you've got Harrison Bader, who's like, praising the gods because he hit a single up the middle yesterday, and he's letting balls drop in front of him in center field. We'll talk more about that in a bit, but he's supposed to be a plus defensive outfielder who strikes out a lot. And when you've got 7, 8, 9 hitters where Bailey is on the interstate or worse at this point, I mean, it's been atrocious for him. Bader's not hitting. Jung-Hoo Lee's not hitting. Matt Chapman popped a little bit yesterday, drove in a couple of runs, and then scored a run after the Elliot Ramos single. That was a nice little flurry of runs, but, dude, it's like 4 errors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they're not playing catch. They're not playing good defense. They're not hitting. They're not hitting with guys on base. They're not pitching. I mean, I'll run through some numbers for you. The Giants, in most key categories, are the worst or like the bottom 5 in all of baseball. They entered play yesterday against 4-seam fastballs. That's supposed to be the one you hit, by the way.
Right.
The one that you're supposed to hit because it goes straight. The 4-seamer, that they go, every big leaguer can time up a 4-seam fastball. The Giants as a team entering play yesterday were the worst in baseball, OPS-wise, against 4-seam fastballs so far by 99 points. 99, like 100 points worse than the next team that was at the bottom. They're the worst in almost every statistical category. So when you tell me it's 11 games, I hear you. And I would say, all right, then let's go back to when Rafael Devers was acquired. They're 7th worst in baseball in runs scored since Devers was acquired. They're under 500 since Rafael Devers was acquired with a record of 43-58. I just crunched some numbers. That's 15 games under.
Yeah.
since they acquired Rafael Devers. So don't tell me it's 11. I'm going to tell you it's 101 games since they got Devers.
It's a large sample size with Devers not performing.
The only difference, it's a pretty big sample size since the guys who were supposed to be the heart of your order, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, have been here, and it's not led to success.
No, not at all.
And now you're handing me Barucki?
You're giving me this?
Now you're handing me, I got a belly full of white dog crap in me?
You're giving me a belly full of white dog Barucki?
I got a belly full of white Barucki in me.
So you're saying you don't pitch well, you don't play defense well, you don't hit.
What the hell do you do around here?
God bless him.
You do.
God bless my Kruger, man, but I got him being like, drop down a bunt. I'm like, what? That's not going to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm sick of hearing, don't be upset, it's 11 games in. No, man. It's like
what do you want us to be?
It's like 6 years in.
Yeah.
And 11 games into this pile of dump. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at. So what, again, I asked this yesterday, what did Buster do that led everybody to believe, you know what? In Buster, I trust now because of what we got going this year.
Because it's Buster Posey, and people don't want to judge him or say that he's doing things wrong because he was a great player. But as you and I talked about,
he was a great player. He's so far.
But it's not the same thing when you're a general manager. I'm not saying that he's a bad general manager. I'm just saying he didn't do a whole hell of a lot this offseason.
So far, the move we praise him for, Rafael Devers, and again, I would have made the same deal. I'm not going to say
I'm not blaming him for that one.
No, but I'm saying the move that we praise him for has them 15 under since that trade.
Well,
that's the point I'm making.
To the point, okay, isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over and over again with the same results?
Like expecting different results.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Expecting different results. That's kind of the same deal with the Giants right now for the last 5 seasons since that 107-win season. And to go on with your steak analogy, for years, Copes, I would broil my steaks in the oven.
Okay.
And Steve Young would back me on that.
Steve Young is a steak broiler.
He's a steak broiler.
But you had to get a pan sear first, right?
Oh, yeah.
You go to the sear.
There's a key to it. But I always thought my steaks were not great. It could have been better. So I switched to putting it on the pan and doing it the old-fashioned way. And with the Giants, if your steak's going to be the same thing over and over and over again, where it's just not the same thing. It's not the same level as the Dodgers or the Padres or even the Diamondbacks.
Oh, the Dodgers, dude, that's like an 8-ounce filet. It's got like a little demi-glaze on it, maybe an enhancement, a little
filet
blue cheese
mignon.
butter. Oh, dude, that thing's medium. That thing's rare, medium rare. Slice. You could slice it almost with the side of a fork.
And honestly,
so
the Giants are serving Safeway brand steaks right now.
No, dude, I'm going Denny's $3.99 prime rib dinner. That's what I think we're looking at right now with the Giants.
Is that bad as far as steaks?
It's not good.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to eat this thing?
So you got to change up your steak recipe. And the Giants got to change up their recipe as well.
808 KNBR, what kind of chewy steak are the Giants right now?
More like beef jerky at this point.
I mean, really. So I know it's 11 games in. We don't have to keep saying the number of games every day. What I will tell you is this team has no redeeming qualities going back to last year. The change of a coaching staff should have made this feel, at least on the optics, or at least like the vibe of the team should feel a bit different. It really doesn't. We have Chapman.
We do that every year, though,
well, you know what's
man?
funny? You know what's funny, though, is we got Chapman. It's a different coaching staff almost entirely, is my point. So you got Chapman yelling at Schmidt on the mound, and, after the game, Vitale's like, it's not a big deal. It's just, it's like a brother yelling at his brother in the backyard. He was yelling at him, it's the Catalina wine mixer. He's joking about all that. And then he revealed the other day that there was a couple other incidents like that behind closed doors that didn't reach that level, but there was some cussing and stuff behind closed doors. I'm like, one, why are you revealing this? And two, I know that stuff happens, but he's like, it may have galvanized us or whatever. I'm like, galvanized you? Galvanized you?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
They're 3-8. So again, when everyone's like, it's only 8 games in, that's fine. That's okay. What I'd remind you is that the Giants have an outscored by 27 runs this year. They have not had a mark that bad since 1896. So when your Giants fan friends
play
are
all
out
the
there,
hits from 1896.
I'll never forget the season. It was a rough month.
Let's play all those ditties from 1986.
1896.
Oh, 1896.
Yeah, I said 18.
18, yeah.
Not 1996. The worst stretch for the Giants since they were minus 50 in 1896. So when your Giants fan friend out there is like, this is miserable, this is BS, I can't believe how bad we are.
Was this the top of the charts in 1896?
Now we got a little Beethoven was big in 1896.
Yeah, dude, he was going platinum back then, dude.
Oh, damn right.
Yeah, dude, what is this?
And he was not loving Giants baseball
the
back then.
Moonlight Sonata, of course. It's about 1800, so we're getting there.
Yeah, so when Giants fans in your life are up in arms right now, and they're like, this is a crock. I can't believe this is happening. This is the worst.
We've seen worse.
And you're going, dude, relax, man. Come on, it's not that bad. No, he's literally watching the worst Giants baseball through 11 games offensively that he's ever seen in his life or his grandparents' lives and probably his great-grandparents' lives.
Yeah. It's bad right now, Copes.
Tim, give me some of that Beethoven back. I think I need that back.
Let's hear that.
It's really setting the tone for these San Francisco Giants.
It's just depressing enough.
This might be what they're like coming up to hit tonight. You know?
Well, you know what? I will say one silver lining.
Catcher number 14, Patrick Bailey.
Can you imagine that?
Coming up
all their walk-up songs are just hits from the 1896.
By the way,
coming up, Harrison Bader.
By the way, how bad are the Giants? You know what I mean? Where I was thinking like 500. You want to know where the 1896 Giants finished?
What?
64, 67, and 2.
I love that too.
I like the 2, yeah.
I love those ties. You know what? One silver lining with the Giants, I'll say, some walk-up songs. Casey Schmidt coming out to I Come From a Land Down Under by Men at Work. Not bad.
Yeah, no, I'm down with that. I like
Even though
that.
he's not Australian.
I like that too.
It's such a good song.
Yeah, Men at Work. He's getting it done.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll never forget when, dude, not
Batting
Will.
average is down under right now.
Not Will Clark, first baseman Willie Clark of the 1896 team. Of course, Willie Clark.
Good old Willie Clark.
And then my favorite on this team, probably there's Jordan Van Haltren, and you got Park Wilson. Anyway, we'll talk more.
Wasn't there a guy named Dad?
Shorty Fuller.
I want to say today.
Yeah, you're right, dude. You're right, dude. The 1896 Giants. You're absolutely right. Dad Clark.
Dad.
His name's
Clark.
Dad.
Dude, his name's Dad Clark. Dude, he was a starting pitcher for the Giants. Also had a couple of at-bats, too, for this team.
I heard Crew today just tell that to Greg, just being like, there was a guy named Dad on this team.
Yeah, dude, I think we looked at this team last year for some reason.
We did a riff on this.
Yeah, because every time we look at these players, remember we always end up finding their cemeteries, and sometimes we look up the cemetery,
Yeah.
and there's like places, there's like reviews on the cemeteries. Dad Clark from Oswego, New York. All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, D-Pop.
His name's Dad.
Tim Webb, we're chewing on this Giants steak, dude, and it ain't that good. More from last night at the Tank. We're getting to what happened. The Sharks got a win. And they got maybe the worst result they could have gotten down in L.A., Nashville, and the Kings. We'll talk about that next. Will Smith, his 100th career point in last night's game. Sharks get a win, and we were down there to see it, and then we'll get back into some Giants baseball. Plus, Matt Mayoko and Frank Caliendo join us later. It's a Tuesday, our favorite day of the week on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Poked away, and here comes Eklund. He's got a breakaway as he races down the middle of the ice. He shoots, he scores! Eklund in front, shot, score! Kiefer Sherwood from William Eklund, a one-time shot that was brilliant. It whistles by Spencer Knight, and the Sharks take the 2-1 lead with 5:05 to go in the second. Celebrini races back into the offensive zone, turns away from a check, waits for some help, throws side of the net, Graff in front, quick shot, Will Smith, he scores! Celebrini delayed for a couple of seconds, got it to Graff, and then right out in front of the net. Wow, what a job! Will Smith makes it 3-1 Sharks.
Hell of a night last night down at the Tank. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Colin Graff, a hell of an assist there on that final goal.
Look at this Colin Graff.
Put the Sharks up 3-1 at that point. By the way, when it was 2-1, my guy Rick Tittle leans over to me and he's like, the next goal.
Ricky T.
Next goal's pretty big. I was like, oh yeah? Because it'll be tied or 3-1. Yeah, I got you.
I have to state the obvious.
I mean, I know it is. And then after
I love you, Rick.
After it gets to 3-2, he's like, again, the next one. Still pretty big. I was like, I got you,
They're
Rick.
all big, Rick.
Big win for the Sharks last night, 3-2. But the Kings and the Preds both played down in L.A. I think that game started late. I think it's like a 7:30 puck drop for them down in L.A. because the Sharks were wrapping up. There was like 2 minutes left in the third period. And they hadn't even started the third period down in L.A., and the Kings were leading that game. It goes to overtime, but since the Kings get the win in OT, they still get a couple of points. Nashville gets a point as well, which means they stay above the Sharks. Sharks still haven't beaten Nashville in 15 consecutive
That was alarming
games.
to me with the final on Saturday. So Saturday's loss was obviously disappointing, and actually, you feel like a little confident. The fact that they came back down 3-0 and they tie it up, but then they lose 6-3. But when Randy Hahn and Drew Remendez said in the postgame, 15 consecutive losses to Nashville going back to 2019. Like, good God.
Yeah, dude.
And you have to beat that team to make the playoffs.
I mean, Macklin Celebrini was like 12 years old the last time the Sharks beat the Preds. Isn't that wild?
Oh, God.
And by the way,
yeah.
it's the longest.
Oh, God, he was 12. Yeah.
I mean, if it's like 7 years or something, it's like 2019.
That math adds up.
It's the longest. It's the longest or the best winning streak. Longest winning streak for the Predators in franchise history against any one opponent. Now, I want to point this out about the Kings, and I've been talking to you about this since last week, and Ted and I were getting into this yesterday. The Kings with the 19 overtime losses, right? So what I say is you lose those games, you're getting a point, but all it says to me is because they're at 83 points, you've left chances on the table.
Absolutely.
Right? You've left opportunities on the table. Here's what else is crazy. They've only got 32 wins. The Sharks have 37 wins because they've got 19 overtime losses. The Kings only have 19 regulation wins in 77 games.
That's it?
The Kings have 19 regulation wins in 77 games, and they're above the Sharks. That is banana land, dude.
It is banana land. And we talked about it last week. They're just not clutch. I mean, yeah, last night's win, fantastic, and I'm glad you guys got to go to the Tank last night, but...
That's a game they should have won handily. That's a game they should have won by more, and they should have looked better, I thought,
regardless,
against
they
Chicago.
got the win.
Yeah.
They got the win, but it's not like... Right now, the Sharks need to win the games that you should win and also win the games that you have to win.
Well, Rusanowski was saying they got to win out.
Yeah,
I mean,
basically.
and that's kind of what Ted was saying too. And I said, are these must wins or they have to have them? And Ted was like, you're in a position where there's too many teams bunched up. These are must wins. These are games you got to win. And winning in regulation is all the more important at this point to keep yourself fresh, especially because you're going to have 3 in 4 days on the road in the final 4 days of the season.
So even though last night's win was great, it's not about last night. It's tomorrow night against Edmonton. It is, what's the next game? On Thursday against Anaheim. And really, it's Monday against Nashville where they need to break that streak. If they're going to make the postseason, they have to beat Donald Trump's favorite team.
We're looking to beat the Preds. We got to beat the Preds. By the way, you want to talk about vibe at the tank?
Yeah.
It had a little bit. It's sort of funny to have the reverse. Like, I don't know how long this will stick around because when the Warriors were bad at Oracle Arena, old Oracle in Oakland, like when we were kids, they'd be so bad that they'd be getting blown out like, 117 to like 96. But if the Warriors win or lose, scored 100 points, you got a coupon.
It's churro time, baby.
We got a coupon for Chalupa.
Either or, yeah.
Because I remember being like, Chalupa.
Yeah.
Chalupa.
Churros were a thing too, though, I remember, yeah.
They would also be wheeling around pizzas and stuff like that. They'd be dropping gift cards on the
and then
little
Steph
parachutes.
Curry came in, they're like, we can't give out these gift cards anymore.
He's hitting 100 points in the third quarter. Dude. He said, we'll be giving 260 chalupas to every kid.
Exactly.
So
a lot of corn dogs.
At the tank, and people know this, if the Sharks score 3 goals in the game, everybody's getting 3 Taco Bell tacos.
Oh, nice.
Crunchy
Live
tacos.
Moss at the tank.
So they score their 3rd goal, which is an amazing goal because it's a great assist, a huge flip in the game, puts them up 3-1, feels like the put-away goal, and then right after Danny Miller, everybody's all hyped and they do all the numbers, and the assist too. Mac would celebrate, bump, bump. They do all the celebratory stuff, and then he goes, and of course that means everybody's getting 3 Taco Bell tacos. And dude, everybody's like cheering and partying.
So loud.
People are like, taco.
Even Brody Brazil's like, yes, dinner tonight, yes.
Dude, he finally gets to eat. They throw a big QR code up on the screen.
Oh, hell
you can
yeah.
scan it, dude. I'm using my coupon tomorrow when I live Moss at the ballpark.
As you should.
I have a photo of Dan Dunn getting the QR code, holding it up to the scoreboard. He's going to live Moss too.
3 crunchy tacos, live in Moss, courtesy of the Sharks scoring 3 goals at participating Taco Bell locations with a minimum purchase.
Beautiful.
Yeah. You can upgrade to Doritos Locos for a nominal cost.
Yeah, do we have any cameo appearances in the suite last night from Brody Brazil or
no Brody? We did get Ted Ramey coming by. Our guy Max Miller popped by again.
Nice.
After he came on with us earlier in the afternoon.
Any Drew Remenda and his amazing tie last night.
Didn't get any Remenda. No,
we got a little Mike Greer walk by a couple of times.
Okay.
I might have ducked my beer into the suite at that point, but yeah, we got a couple of a flyby from Mike Greer.
Mike Greer and his Sharks. Dude.
And I guess no Sharky.
No, I did. I saw Sharky on the concourse, but I didn't. He was busy, man.
You don't want to get it. Yeah, he
has his own stuff going on.
He's a man of the people. Did you go to the Hotel Villa later where they're having a party with Sharky?
Sharky was hosting a party for Marlins Man, actually. The San Jose Marriott. Yeah, he was hosting a party on the roof.
San Jose Marriott.
Sharky and Marlins Man. All right, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, the dirty work on a Tuesday. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, I was asking this yesterday, and I was like, who's to blame if it continues to go this poorly? Can you point the finger of blame at 3-8 for the Giants? Who do you blame for the 3-8 start? Can they dig themselves out of it? Because I don't know why. If everybody was sitting back going, it's only 11 games, I hear you. But why do you believe it'll go differently? Like, what have you seen?
That's my question.
Or why? Like, what's the redeeming quality? They're not as good defensively. Now, Ted also said something yesterday, and I think there's something to be said about this. If anybody can fix the defense, it's Ron Washington.
Yeah.
If there's anybody who can figure it out, it's Wash. But aside from that, playing good defense will be good. It'll help keep runs off the board, help keep runners from advancing. Did this team get that much more fast and athletic?
No.
Is this team a better hitting team than they were last year? You've got some players that on paper are better, but right now incrementally doesn't do anything for you. I mean, what's the ceiling for this team? If you're someone who's going, take it easy, it's just 11 games, don't get overwhelmed by it. 808 KNBR, why would you believe things are going to get better? Because for me, I'm fearing now the opposite. I'm fearing that things continue to spiral. Because where's the bullpen arm you trust? Where's the guy you think with a 3-run lead in the 9th, you're like, cool, I'm good here. Dude, Walker almost blew it last week.
Yeah.
They have 3 freaking wins in 11 games, dude. They have 3 wins. 3 wins.
What was that crazy stat, too, that you were saying yesterday where it was like in the wins, they have this many runs, which means in the losses, their run is like 1.2.
Here's the note. They have, I could probably find that again from yesterday that I wrote down. They scored 4 runs last night?
They scored 4 yesterday.
4, yeah. So they're at 20.
4-0.
They're at 20. They're at 30 runs, I think, scored total for the season.
30 in 11 games.
They have 2 games where they had one with 9, one with 7.
Yeah.
So 16 of their 30 have come in 2 games.
Jesus.
Yeah, we'll talk more about these. Talk more about these crap stats when we come on back. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim
Good
Webb with
Lord.
you. Yeah, it's not good. Dirty work with you on a Tuesday afternoon. When you look at the Giants, who's to blame? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Borucki pitches, swing and a ground ball into right field, base hit. Coming in to score Crawford. Here comes Turner around third. He will score. Stopping at second is Schwarber. And Borucki does not get either one of those lefties out, and it is 4-4. Now he's swinging a ground ball up the first base side where nobody is. Down the right field line it goes. Schwarber comes around to score. Here's the throw into second. Not in time. Big pitch. Here it is. Fastball hit high in the air into left center, medium. Now catching it on the run is Ramos. Here comes the throw to the plate. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Too late. Harper, who's still a fast runner, beats that throw home, and it is 6-4 Phillies.
Ouch. Yeah, they kind of peed down their leg there in the seventh inning to the Giants. Hauser threw really well. And as Borucki said after the game, he did not deserve the result that he got because of my performance today. I prepared for this
Hauser
moment.
was solid, yeah.
I let the team down. Hauser's had a couple of strong outings. He didn't look happy to leave the game. I mean, when he walked off the hill, he had that sort of shake in his head. Maybe he was just mad at himself for how that inning had gone, and maybe he was upset about the flare into center field that ran him from the game because that was another weird play. So the seventh inning starts with Justin Crawford, 0-2. You hate. You don't want to see a ball even put in play or a hittable pitch on 0-2. Gets a hit off Hauser on 0-2. Right. Then Trey Turner takes a huge hack on like a bowling ball sinker that's dropping out of the zone, and it flares into shallow center field. I thought Bader, he did the thing where he kind of like half step back, and then he was like, oh boy, it's in front of me. And so you got to go first step back, of course. You go first step in, and it's over your head. You're hosed. But instead he takes step back, he comes running in, and it drops a couple of feet in front of him. Did you hear Vitello after the game? Because that's the play that ran Hauser from the game, that little flare base knock. Because I get first and second, nobody out. Vitello said the coaching staff looked at the play and determined that the ball was, quote, wasn't catchable even though it was in the air for a while. I was like, oh, okay. Good. I'm glad you guys determined that.
Thank you for that.
We looked at Bader's speed and mile per hour per step and the wind velocity based on the trajectory of the ball. We looked at it real quick. We determined as a coaching staff he shouldn't have had to catch that ball. That's on Hauser. I'm like, what?
Okay.
He didn't say it's on Hauser. I'm like, all right. Okay. I would have liked to see him maybe catch that ball. That was just a frustrating play. I would have called that maybe a defensive snafu, personally. Right. It's kind of in that moment, I was like, I think that's maybe a little bit of another defensive snafu. And when you're not a good defensive team or you've made this many mistakes, you don't get the benefit of the doubt on a play like that.
No, definitely
I've got to believe that. So then they bring in Borucki. Borucki walks Kyle Schwarber on a successful ABS challenge, leadoff walk.
Off to a bad
Then
start.
Harper, a 2-run single, gave him 3 ribs on the night. Then Alec Baum comes in, right-handed hitter, slaps the RBI double down the first baseline, then Stott grounds out. Then here comes Caleb Killian, first batter hit by pitch.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude. Then he ends up getting the sac fly for the second out, makes it 6-2. A walk, another walk there, and then a strikeout. So not very clean by the Giants at all. They had a 4-0 lead. They couldn't hold it. They didn't hold a 1-run lead on Sunday for Logan Webb. Yeah. Again, my question at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, I'm all about being patient. But when you keep running back the same product, as Ted Ramey said yesterday, it just feels like rinse, wash, repeat for the Giants. It's a fair argument to say, while it's 11 games in, the frustration has boiled over to the point of over 100 games since they got Rafael Devers, and they're 15 games under since they acquired him. And at that time, they had Logan Webb. They had Robbie Ray. They had Willie Adames. They had Matt Chapman. You know what I mean? They've got most of the guys that are already here. They're just not performing. And so when you look at the number 13 payroll and you look at the gaping holes in the bullpen that even if you get a 4-0 lead, you don't think you can hold it for 4 innings, that's not a team that finds himself in the playoffs.
No,
and there were
absolutely not.
opportunities, they could have spent. They didn't spend really at all on this bullpen. They added Borucki at the very end.
They didn't do anything with the bullpen, man.
No, nothing. I mean, they brought in guys who were either journeymen or cast-offs from other teams and the hopes that they would find
Or guys we've seen the last few
success.
years, and I don't know. At this point, yes, I understand where some fans saying it's early, it's only 11 games. But to your point, Copes, and the question that you guys had yesterday, what makes you think it's going to get any better? What makes you believe that's going to be different than what we've seen the last 5 seasons? We knew the bullpen was not going to be very good going into the season, and then at times during the Yankee series, you're like, okay, you know what? Maybe they can hold their own a little bit. But right now, it's across the board. It's hitting, it's pitching, and it really is the bullpen. And Kuiper said it this morning on with Marcus and Kerry Crowley saying, I don't know if it's going to get any better when it comes to the bullpen. So, yes, I understand that it's early on.
I don't know why we would think so.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to see things that we've not seen at all.
But
yeah.
But this also goes back to last year. Like, this is why I said at the roundtable, like, you cannot have the same thing from a year ago, where they have these ruts, where they have 17 straight games where they don't score 5 runs or more, where they can advance runners in scoring position. It looks like the same team. Yes, you added Luis Arise, and he's playing great at second base, and props to Ron Washington and Luis Arise, everybody that was skeptical about him in the offseason. It's turning out pretty well. But as far as the team collectively not hitting, I mean, I kind of think it's another evaluation season. When I said that a year ago, where Buster's looking at this team going, do I trust any of these guys? Do I trust Willie Adames, even though I signed him to that contract? Do I trust a Jung-Hoo Lee? Do I trust an Elia Ramos? I don't know right now. I don't know if these guys are players.
If you gave Buster Posey, like, I really do wonder, if we gave Buster Truth Serum and said, hey, look back to before the start of the season 11 games ago. When you looked at the roster before opening day, were you confident? Like, if we got the real honest truth from Buster, did he think this was a playoff team? Or was it a whole bunch of, if this guy does this, if Jung-Hoo Lee does this, if Patrick Bailey figures this out, if Ryan Walker establishes the closer, if we go more than like 3 ifs, then it's hope, right?
Yeah.
Then you haven't banked on what you've seen in the past. You're looking for guys to do things at an extrapolated level that you've not seen them do. And you can say, hey, we're looking at Rafael Devers' career numbers, and his history would suggest he's not going to be this way. I'm with you, but it's been over 100 games, and he's got an OPS in the 770s as a San Francisco Giant. So if you gave him Truth Serum before the year, did everybody, like, we made our picks, we talked about this, and I was like, I wasn't all that confident, man, because it was a whole bunch of, all I talked about was the rotation.
Yeah.
And that was where I was at, but the bullpen's just as bad. Can I offer you, in 11 games, the Giants have the 23rd worst or best whip in all of baseball as a team, 1-4-1. That's giving up a base runner and a half an inning as a team. The opposing batting average against the Giants is 261. Is there a guy in the Giants lineup hitting 261?
Absolutely not. Good Lord.
You know how many hits they've allowed? 99. That's best for second worst in all of baseball. 29th in the league. 25th in earned runs allowed through 11 games. Their ERA, that's a bit better. 24th, it's only 4.78.
Okay.
If you want to go offensively, they're 30th in runs per game at 2.7 per game. Hits per game, they're 22nd in the league. At walks per game, they're 29th. They don't get on base.
No.
They don't even get on base. So I ask you again, how am I being negative? How's anybody being negative? How are we not, it's not 1 year. It's not 11 games. It's 6 years of this crap. And what we said before the year, well, you have to give Tony Vitello a chance to grow. This ain't on him. This is the same guys Bob Melvin was losing his ass with, and now they got a manager who's never been in a major league dugout before.
It's on Buster.
It's on Buster, man. Like, I get it. I'll love Buster as a player for what he's given forever, but he got to prove this dude.
Yeah.
If this were Farhan, you'd all be up in arms because he didn't bring championships. Buster didn't bring championships as a president of baseball. So I ask again, why is the salary where it's at? And why can't they go and make an offer to Edwin Diaz? Why wouldn't you go and make an offer to even like a Brad Keller this offseason? Or hell, how about a guy who you know was here and liked it here, and while he got overpaid, Tyler Rogers would have been the value piece for this team to be the closer for the remainder of this year before Randy Rodriguez comes back. And by the way, you're banking on Randy Rodriguez coming back next year and just being the same guy he was last year. Who's to say that's who that guy is forever now? We saw one season of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a lot of eggs in baskets that have sort of false bottoms that I'm just not buying. And so this all starts and ends with development, right? It all begins and ends with, can you draft and develop enough talent? And the question has to keep being asked is, why is the talent that's here leaving and finding success and growth elsewhere? Why could the Giants for years not figure out how to make Kyle Harrison successful with his four-seam fastball, and now the Brewers have got him in the rotation? He's looking pretty damn good. You know, I'm not saying they did anything wrong with James Tibbs, but also we haven't seen a player streak through the minors like that for the Giants, with the exception of Eldridge, who's kind of in a class of his own, right?
But he's playing well right now.
Yeah. So
I mean, Krug was bringing up today. He's like, who would you rather have, Rafael Devers or James Tibbs? And I was like, well, Devers, but you can't argue that Tibbs is playing well right now. No, dude, I mean, I'm with you. I heard Greg Silver and Walter talking about this earlier today, where it kind of feels like a little bit of a two-timeline approach where the offense, the lineup says that they're trying to compete for right now, or the bullpen's like, what is this? And you have a manager, and if the thought process is you bring in Tony Vitello because he's that one extra ingredient you need to get over the edge to make the postseason.
This wasn't Steve Kerr coming in from Mark Jackson and taking him over the hill.
No, it's not. He's here because of a lot of things, to bring good vibes to the locker room, to give more fiery and passion to the clubhouse as well, but also just to bring some fire to the clubhouse, yes, but also like to develop the players as well. So right now, it just kind of feels like I don't know what kind of team they are. I have no idea what their identity is. I know what their future is. Where one side of the ball is all about let's go, it's time to go, and the other side's like we're figuring things out, we're developing the bullpen. And yes, if you ask Buster behind closed doors, I'm sure he would tell you like we're just trying to compete this year, but you can't believe this is going to be a playoff team with the bullpen that they put out there.
No. I mean, as it's gone now, no. But 916 checks in and says, somebody 510 says, has any other team had this kind of schedule? Probably not. Like, I haven't looked at the other schedules. That said, did you think this was a playoff team? If you did, shouldn't you be competing with these teams? Like, you're facing teams that you want to compete with for postseason runs. We're talking Mets. We're talking Phillies. Yankees are, maybe the best team in the American League.
But also, that's not an excuse to me.
The Padres, but I'm like, that's not an excuse. It's baseball. It's not just that they're losing these games. It's how they lose them, and that when the ball gets put in play against them, they don't make plays. They're not getting outs. You know what I mean? They're not getting on base at all. So it's not just that they're playing tough opponents. They themselves look the way they did last year, and at times even worse for the better half of the second
definitely worse
of last season. 916 checks in and says, hey, when the Giants start winning more ball games and get hot in a month, the conversation is going to change quickly. Okay, again, why do you think that's going to happen?
But even if that does happen.
916, how long have you been saying that? Is it 101 games going back to Devers being acquired? Because how long have you been saying when they get hot? Why do you think they'll get hot? Who have you seen that you're like, that dude's going to put it together?
And what is hot, really? Like, you and I have been doing this for the last year and a half. And, like, last year, yes, there were times where it's like, hey, this team's onto something. And then it just goes away. They flatline. I don't see anything in the last 5 seasons to tell me the Giants are going to go on like a 15-game winning streak. Like, come on now. Like, they are who they are. They are who we thought they were. They're not a good bullpen. We thought the lineup was going to be a hell of a lot better. It's the same lineup from a year ago.
Yeah.
That's not great offensively. It's the same team.
Yeah. And you know what? I can't imagine Buster thought that. Like, when I say I've got faith in Buster, if we're all to believe Buster's baseball mind and acumen is as high level as we know it to be as a player, and there's no denying he's one of the smartest players, if not that we've ever seen come through San Francisco. And if we are to believe that he is that guy, Buster, we knew this wasn't going to work, right? Like, if we believe Buster's as smart as he is when it comes to baseball, if you gave him truth serum, he would have told you, yeah, a lot of things got to go right. I think he would have to tell you that. And if that's his answer, and that would be his answer, and we're to believe that's his answer, then it falls on Greg Johnson and not cutting checks and willing to compete with the teams you have to be willing to compete with. You ask how many other teams have had this schedule? I don't know, but they're all sitting above the Giants in payroll, and we're looking up their ass. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants are 3-8. They're not good. It's not fun. Let's get into some of the you want to do some Bay Area statement confidence rankings?
I want to do that, but I also want to see what fans think about this whole thing, because I do think there's fans out there like, okay, relax. It's only 11 games, but you got to go off of what we've seen so far. And right now, with the exception of the A's and the Boston Red Sox, are the worst team in baseball.
916 says, when I say get hot, I mean consistently winning series, 11-game sample size, is a lot of overreactions going on. But if they started 8-3, you'd be like, hey, started hot, huh? That's what I'd be saying.
Of course.
I'd be saying that if they were 8-3. But they're not. They're 3-8, and they're 15 under since they got Devers. We'll get more into this next. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. If you are somebody who believes the Giants have a chance to get hot, or you think this is just a cool start
sell us,
and they're going to take it off, sell me on it. Give me your reasoning. Because, again, all you're saying is when they get hot. It's a long year. You've given me no real reason to believe. Why do you believe? Why are you so blindly faithful to the crap we've seen out there for 6 years? We'll do that next. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors hit the court tonight against the Kings at Chase Center, 7 p.m. According to NBC Sports' Dalton Johnson, Steph Curry is probable to play tonight. And I don't know about you, but probable is better than out. And that's why I make the big bucks. Catch Dubs OT immediately following the game for JD and Kyle's clicks, because Kyle will click your text. Just keep it locked to the sports leader already.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. The Giants are 3-8. They're back in action tonight at 6:45, 5:45 pregame. Robbie Ray takes the ball against Christopher Sanchez, one of the best lefties, really one of the best pitchers in all of baseball last year. He was an all-star, and he's a tough get for a team that is going the way the Giants are going. Now, we do have a couple of updates to the lineup.
We do, yes. I'm pulling it up right now. But the biggest criticism, I guess, to this point with Tony Vitello is just the fact he never changes the lineup, so the same guys are playing.
I've got it in front of me
every single day.
So here it is. Here's the lineup for today. There are some changes today. Leading off, and by the way, I gotta circle back, dude. I made a big mistake.
Oh,
I said earlier the Giants' batting average against their starting pitchers, 25th in the league. Not starting, all pitchers. Opponents are hitting 261 against the Giants. I said, is there anybody even hitting 261 in the Giants lineup? Yeah, I gotta correct myself here. 262 is Matt Chapman, 295 Luis Ariz, 273 Casey Schmidt, but he's not playing every day. And then you've got Encarnacion, and they're hitting 286. But all those OPSs
it doesn't feel that way.
All those OPSs are under 700. You know what I mean? Like they're all base hits for these guys. And of course Susek. So leading off today is Adames at short, Chapman at third. Ariz hits third today at second base. Elliot Ramos hitting cleanup in left. Rafael Devers is at first base again. He's in the 5-hole today. So playing first and hitting fifth is Devers. He's batting $190. Casey Schmidt is behind Devers today. He's the designated hitter. Encarnacion is in right field tonight, hitting seventh. Daniel Susac hits eighth behind the plate, and hitting ninth is Oliva. How about that? He's going to be out there. Jared Oliva's going to be out there in center field, hitting ninth.
The only guy that actually gives you speed on the base pads, in my opinion, where you were talking about it before, like has this team changed with getting any faster? Are you going to see like any stolen bases?
Just haven't seen him. Yeah,
you've seen it with like gaffes with like Matt Chapman on Sunday, but besides that, no, this team is not fast or not athletic. It's the same team that we saw a year ago.
Let's go out to the phone lines here. 808 KNBR. Dale is in Willow Glen. Dale, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going? Some of my points were already covered, but I feel that like as far as what they ran out last season and where the deficiencies were, right? Hitting with runners in scoring position, like their situational hitting was awful. Their pitching was better at certain points. Defensively, they were not good. Like the deficiencies across the board, they just weren't a very good team. And I think going into this, I was arguing with my oldest son, like in the offseason all the time, because I was like, look, they're not doing enough of what they need to do to really compete. And if they're not doing that, they're not going to get my money. Like when people tell you, like, or players through their actions and words tell you who they are, believe them. Like they're not going to be something different. And this is, as a fan, I'm so frustrated that like they're not getting money from me anymore. They're just not. And like when it changes and when I see real efforts for them to actually compete, even in the West, never mind the National League overall, just compete in the West to be a legitimate number 2 behind the Dodgers, then talk to me.
I appreciate the call.
Fair enough.
Thanks so much, man. I mean, it makes points. It is so frustrating, and that's where fans are, and that's where anybody who's not understanding why 11 games and it's frustrating. I'm like, how do you forget what happened last year? How do you forget what happened the year before, and the year before, and the year before? Like, I can get behind it's year 2 of Buster. What I can't get behind is ignoring the second half of last season and saying, well, that was just all Bob Melvin, because clearly it's not. Right?
No, it's not.
Clearly,
no. It's
he disassembled the bullpen, which is fine. I liked the moves he made. What didn't happen was replenishing the bullpen.
Okay, but we know how much Buster Posey values, small ball and pitching and the bullpen in his days with winning 3 championships. I have a hard time believing that he thought that they were going to win with this bullpen. So to me, like I always wonder, like if you asked GMs honestly before they go into a season, like what's your expectation?
Yeah.
What are your goals for this season? I think for Buster, I just want to be a wild card team. But like, are we going to do the same things that the Dodgers do? Absolutely not. And I'm sure he would tell you, like, I'm working with a budget here. I don't have the same resources the Dodgers do. That's why I'm bringing in this manager from college, because I need to build up our farm system. But you can't tell me that it's time to go and it's time to go for it with this lineup that you have.
That was his line. He said it was time to go.
Yes.
He said
and I believe that a year ago with acquiring Rafael Devers. I don't believe it this year, where I think it's kind of a mixed bag. I think it's where, yes, you're trying to compete, but you could fall back on, well, we're running a bullpen out there with a lot of inexperience and it's Tony's first year. it's honestly like a scapegoat to go back to Tony and just to be like, he's learning, and we'll figure things out. And then they'll make changes as far as the everyday guys. But I think this is a mixed thing of, yes, we want to win and we want to compete with the Dodgers, but not really. Not really.
I mean, I think they do really want to. I really do think they want to. But I think this is the same as when, we want Brandon Ayuk back, but we want him back at our price point. I think it's like a holdout in the NFL. Yeah, we want him back, but we want him back at our price point. Yeah, they want to compete, but ownership wants to compete at the 13th best payroll.
Of course.
We want to compete, and we want to do it in the restrictions that we're putting within the team. So figure that out. And so far, they have not.
And the expectation from the organization to the fans is you'll show up because you love Giants baseball. You'll show up every day because you love it, no matter what.
Yeah, there's only so many Miley Cyrus sing-along votes I can get. You know what I mean? I can do. Let's go to Keith Love.
Oh, I like that name.
Keith Love is in Vegas. Keith Love, you think the Giants will recover? Sell me on this, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have mentioned the lineup to me. The lineup, as a Giants fan, I'm completely depressed because I'm trying to get over Niner withdrawals, and I'm hoping that my team's going to come out of the gate and kick some ass. To me, it's like the lineup is a lot better just by looking at it. I mean, if I was an opposing pitcher, which I'm not, but just seeing the lineup, like you guys mentioned, Chappie, all the way down, these guys are all much better, in my opinion, than the team that we trotted out there before. So, to me, the pitching is a little bit worrisome for me. The pitching is what I'm more nervous about, but the freaking hitters they're gonna get on fire. I know they just got to become a family and work together. I mean, once these boys start hitting and looking at each other with that look in their eye, I mean, look at every single one of those people that you mentioned in the lineup. They're freaking badass hitters, man. On other teams, they look incredible. So,
well, which guys are you talking about? Like who gives you confidence that like as a unit they're going to turn it around? Because it's the same unit we saw last year, except for Bader and Arise, dude. Like we saw them all last year.
Those are two of the guys that I'm more excited having on our team than other people that we've had on our team. Just those two guys alone, and they got Chapman, Devers. I'm sure he's going to start taking off too. I'm just a little more hopeful than that because this lineup to me, it looks like okay, let's go freaking fight the Dodgers with this lineup. Now it's been feeble right now, but they're just trying to figure out their team dynamics. I'm really much more hopeful with this lineup than evidently a lot of other people are. Again, the pitching is what's got me more nervous. But I think once these guys start getting hit by pitches, start getting freaking forming as a team, looking out for each other, this is a badass lineup. That's the way I look at it.
I appreciate the call. Yeah, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I sing the national anthem for the Giants, man. And I remember singing the national anthem on 2010, Keith Love. 2010, I looked in after I sang the national anthem. I pointed in to the guys in the dugout, and they won their first World Series. So I'm believing we're gonna take
You're the
off
key, Keith. Appreciate the call, dude. Thanks so much. You and Ashcon, brother, getting it done in 2010. Roll the clip, Tim. Oh, we don't have audio of it? Oh, we don't have him? Oh, I thought Tim said
he's got a lot of faith in this lineup.
I thought Tim said he had it. No, you don't have Keith from 2010?
I was kind of hoping Keith.
Sorry, Keith, dude. I thought Tim had it, dude. Sorry, Keith.
I thought it was all queued up from Keith Love.
I'll go through the files.
15 years ago.
Yeah, dude, I like that he just said his own name. So Keith Love. He said it again.
I was kind of hoping like it was a different kind of voice too. It was like, my name's Keith Love, and I got faith in the Giants.
That'd be funny if it was like, hey, what's up? I'm Keith.
Yeah, I'm Keith.
Keith Love.
Why? Why, Jung-hoo? Why?
Dude, I hear him. I hear the hope, but he just said, I guess I'm more hopeful. That to me, is
this lineup badass?
No, but I guess what he's saying is he's like, but I'm just more hopeful. I hear you. If you're hopeful, that's just being a fan. I can buy into that, dude. I'm down with that. But if you're telling me it's too early then to be upset, I'm like, but it's not because of last year and it's all the same guys. It's a rinse, wash, repeat,
right?
Like Ted Ramey said. So, if that's the logic, I'm just more hopeful. Again, hope's not a strategy. I'm down to be hopeful. But what have they seen? Like even in 2010, we want to go back to that. There was an unknown element of, dude, Tim Lincecum was already a Cy Young winner. We knew we had a true ace. He was better than anybody, and God bless Logan Webb, but better than anybody the Giants have now.
Right.
All those guys were better than anybody. When you take Kane or Bumgarner or Lincecum over like anybody that they're running out there, my point is you had those guys coming. You had Buster Posey, who was already there, was on his way to a Rookie of the Year. You didn't know what the future held. Versus with this roster, because they're not new developed players, we're looking at their pasts and going, but we saw that guy do that. Can he do that again? We didn't know that Buster Posey could have just been the MVP. and was going to become a Gold Glover and the greatest catcher in team history. This was all the unknown. This was the potential of a team. The potential of this team is what they used to do before they were here individually.
Yes.
And that's where I'm lost. That's where I'm like, how can you sell me on what they used to do when they haven't done it? I kept saying this last year when we kept saying, well, they're only 3 games out. I said, dude, win 70% of your next 20 games and talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, you play 700 ball and I'll believe you for a consistent period of time. There's been no consistency.
But that's the most frustrating thing is these guys have performed in other teams, and they're just not doing with the San Francisco Giants.
Sort of. Like, that's the thing is when he says Bader's...
but Chapman has.
Yeah, Chapman has. But when this guy, the last caller, Keith Love, said, he's like, well, Bader, that's the guy I'm talking about. The first thing I said to you when they signed Bader
I'm not relying on Bader for the offense.
First thing I said to you when they signed Bader was, I'm always skeptical signing a guy and banking on a guy who's coming off of his best season ever.
Right.
Had a career high in batting average last year, a career high in home runs last year. His career batting average is 246. Career OPS is 710. His OPS last year, 796, but his previous 5 seasons, 657, 622, 650. He had a 785 and a 779 in 2020 and 2021 when he was not an everyday player in 21. So, what are they banking on? They're banking on plus defense and hope that a 32-year-old Harrison Bader recoups the one season he had last year?
No. I mean, dude, we knew coming into the season the pitching was going to be suspect from the starters to the bullpen. It's the offense that we thought was going to, actually turn something on and click. And we are expecting the Rafael Devers from Boston. We're expecting the Matt Chapman from the A's and the Blue Jays. We're expecting Willy Adames from the Brewers. And those guys really have not shown up with the San Francisco Giants. Yes, Matt Chapman at times, Rafael Devers at times. Willy Adames, He got into it as the season went on a year ago, hitting 30 home runs. But the truth is, none of these guys have lived up to their expectations. Jung-Hoo Lee, all of these guys. I know the guy's saying, yes, that lineup, Keith Love said that I put this lineup toe-to-toe with the Dodgers on paper. Hell no.
He said, he didn't say that exactly. He said, I think they can compete with the Dodgers. But I'm like, dude, you think this team can hang 10? Because that's what your pitching staff's giving up. You think this team? What does toe-to-toe with the Dodger lineup mean if your pitching staff's going to give up 9 runs?
No, dude. I'm with the 503 on the text line here. It says this lineup is lacking, but I'll still run through a brick wall for Keith Love.
Yeah,
damn right I will.
Keith Love, baby. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll take a quick break. We'll get back to more of your calls. Steve and Mike, I see you waiting on the line, and Paula and San Rafael, plus Mort, Mert, Milt, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you believe this Giants team has the cojones to turn it around, sell us on it. Nobody's selling us on it. Everybody who thinks it'll happen and is saying it's too early, they're either not calling in or they're saying I'm hopeful. Like Keith Love.
Hope.
We love you, Keith. We just disagree. More to come. Dirty Work on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, people have got all kinds of concerns around tax season. What happens if somebody's got unfiled tax returns? How can you help?
A lot of ways. First thing is, folks, you're not alone. You have a lot of companies. People are amazed when they think they're the only one. You're not the only one. You have lots of companies. Number one reason people don't file returns is just plain old simple, they didn't have the money. So they made a mistake, didn't file the return. Then before you know it, year 2 rolls around, and the person says, well, how can they file year 2 if they didn't file year 1? By the way, they still don't have the money. Then what happens is the panic sets in. People start living like criminals, looking over their shoulders. Today, the day the IRS agent's going to come and get you. Folks, you don't have to live like that. I realize you've got kids to feed and mortgages and rents to pay and a lot of other expenses too, and that's okay. We have a free consultation. We listen to you. Then we go to the IRS for you. You don't talk to the IRS. We'll file all the returns that need to be filed, and then we want to make a deal, a good deal. We want to give you back your life. You can have a normal life. Think what it'll mean to you, your family, your business, and the only thing you have to do is call for our free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Talking about our disappointment in the start of the Giants season, I really did feel with our caller, Keith Love, who said, man, I got my Niner withdrawals, and I'm just looking for my team. He said, I'm just looking for my team to start hot, so I got something to be excited about.
He gave us a little hope, yeah.
I feel for he didn't really give me hope, but I feel for him on that point.
Well, the text line disagrees. The 408 says, I'm at work. I don't feel like giving it my all until I heard Keith Love's voice. Now I'm inspired to win the day. I'm right there with you.
Until I heard Keith Love's voice, now I'm inspired to win the day. Dude, that was good. 209 says, Harrison Bader was good on the Cards way back, but not now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. 707 says, Adames' 30 home runs last year were mostly all in garbage time when the season was over. Big difference when the games actually mean something.
Okay.
I will say there are guys who are like that. Like Pedro Feliz used to hit good amounts of home runs, but they were always like when the Giants were like losing 7-1.
Benji Molina was one too.
Yeah, well, Benji was just on bad teams though.
Sure.
That was sort of the nature of it. And the Giants also had Benji hitting fourth, and like he was their 4-hitter with like 19 homers a year. Like he wasn't supposed to be that. That wasn't his fault.
Well, it's kind of the criticism of the team though is they don't really perform well when there are expectations. When it's like, okay, we kind of wrote them off and everything, then they kind of turn it around. But when the season starts, you got to play the Yankees and you got to play the Phillies and the Mets. They are kind of who we thought they were. They're not a great team. And yes, we knew the schedule was going to be tough, but it's not like the Mets came out as gangbusters or the Phillies either. Like in this early portion of the season, you kind of lose to bad teams sometimes. So yeah, maybe the Giants do win a series against the Mets early on or against the Phillies, but I don't see how it turns around. I see that maybe they go on a little run, but it's always little runs. It's always inconsistent with the Giants. It's never like a full thing where you believe in this team all 162.
Let's go back out to the phone line. Steve is in Walnut Creek. Steve's been waiting, wants to talk some Buster Posey. Steve, what's up? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, great. Thanks for having me. So I've got this thought. It's completely off the wall. But what if, let's imagine Posey falls on his sword and moves to manager, where he may have belonged all along. Maybe that's his calling. And the fans go crazy. Players snap to order. Team turns around. Vitello, who I think is the prodigy's son, okay, he returns to Tennessee and a hero's welcome. No hard feelings. What do you think of that scenario?
I appreciate the call, Steve. Thanks so much.
I think it's too late for that one.
I think it's prodigal son, not prodigy son.
We're talking prodigy?
We're talking prodigy son. I was like, you think he's prodigy and you want him to go? What I would say is, what's the difference? How is Buster's impact different in the dugout than it is right now? Like, isn't he already all over everything
because
that's happening?
Because he's Buster Posey, Copes. He could do no wrong.
What I'm saying, though, is so you move him to the dugout. Okay, let's pretend this is a possibility. Hypothetically.
Hey, Tony, go back to Tennessee. No hard feelings.
No hard feelings, dude. He's like, okay, yeah, dude, I feel great about this. This is all good. No big deal.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll be a hero's welcome, like he said. Let's pretend this all happens. Okay. So Buster goes to the dugout.
Yep.
Is he still in charge of the team?
So he's president of baseball operations and manager?
Yeah, so are you suggesting he's now in the dugout and he's not president of baseball ops? So then what? It's just like Manassian's in charge? Like in the way that Sabian used to be? So now Buster goes from being Manassian's boss. What do you give me for that move and me and Mike Holler?
Yeah, similarities.
I went from player to president of baseball, back to player, and then Mike just staying this. Mike just was under me, and now he's right on top of me. Now I'm just answering to him.
Oh,
you know
man.
I mean? But my point is, like, what's the difference in Buster's data? Like, yeah, he's in the dugout, but, like, does that make the team play better?
No.
Again, the manager isn't the reason entirely for why a team is not hitting. When the Giants are, again, 30th in runs a game, 22nd in hits a game, 29th in walks per game. These are all offensively. 23rd in whip. Opposing batting average against is 261. That's 25th. 29th in hits allowed to the opposition. 25th in earned runs allowed. 24th in ERA. Buster ain't going to step into a dugout and change that. Certainly if he's not the guy putting the roster together, it's not going to change by the day-to-day. So I hear all this stuff. If you want to have the conversation about what would have to happen for Vitello to not be here, that's a different conversation. But the conversation of Buster falls on the sword and goes to the dugout, how is that better for anybody? You think that's not good for Buster?
No, Buster doesn't want to do that.
And if he was going to do that, he would have just done it.
He would have done that in the offseason.
He would have done it already.
he would have had that press conference and said, guys, I'm not bringing back Bochy. I'm the new manager.
Like, I don't like that idea at all. I don't want to crap on that idea. I want everybody to have their own thoughts about it. But if I'm going to talk through
that's
it,
not happening.
Where does that logic make sense?
That's not feasible. Look, we're way past that. Where they could have easily brought in Buster a long time ago to be a manager of this team. No, he likes his spot as president of baseball operations. And I'm not even going to say that he's doing a bad job. I think he's made the right moves along the way to get Rafael Devers.
Would you say he's doing a good job, though?
Not at the moment. I don't think he did a good job this offseason, I'll say. I don't think he did a good job to addressing the needs of the bullpen where we know that's something that he totally values. And you value it across baseball. So don't sell me a bill of goods and come on Murph and Marcus and say it's time to go when I don't even know if you believe that this team is ready to win.
I think he thought
as far as the lineup and the bullpen.
Here's the thing: they started better last year, right? So when they traded for Devers, remember they were a game behind the Dodgers after that Friday night game.
No, I believed it then.
So what I'm saying is, when he said it was time to go, they were playing differently, and so we're like, dude, if this team was already right here behind the Dodgers, and now they got Devers, maybe now they can do some damage. But then they didn't. 808 KNBR is the number to call.
And that was with a good bullpen.
Let's go to Mike seriously. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. What's up, Mike? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. The previous caller stole a little bit of my thunder, but not all of it.
You don't want that stuff, dude. That wasn't the good stuff, you know?
That was thunder?
I'm mystified that Buster Posey is not being called out for single-handedly almost destroying this team. Ooh. And I'm not just saying that because I'm overreacting. I just like to say why I think that. Adames, fellas, is a stiff. Chapman is a strikeout machine. Devers is also a stiff. Boston wanted to get rid of him for a reason. They knew something we didn't. They snookered us. He ain't changing. We've seen enough. And the problem with all these guys is not only aren't they good, but they're signed up for a lot of money for a long time, which blocks all these other players like Schmidt and what's the first baseman's name?
Eldridge.
And that's Eldridge. And that's not even mentioning giving Melvin a raise at midseason only to fire him at the end of the year.
Just picking up the option.
He doesn't have the money that he doesn't have the money that the Dodgers do. No. But I'll bet you they're in the top 5, 6, 7 spending teams in Major League Baseball. You can't compare him to Pittsburgh, who doesn't have any money. You got to compare him to other teams that spend like the Giants.
Market teams, big market teams.
To them, he's terrible.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything about the bullpen. As Derek said, they're no more athletic than they were last year. In short, this is going to be, and you heard it here first, I'm going to call you back October 1st. This is a 100-loss team, and I placed 90% of it on Buster Posey.
Rackham, appreciate the call, Mike. Thanks so much, dude.
I don't know about 100 losses.
Here's what I would say. I don't think they're a 100-loss team. I also don't. I mean, if they continue this way, there. But I don't know. I don't think it'll continue this bad, is my point through 11 games. I just don't see any reason to believe they'll ever become some team that's competing with the best of the best as currently constructed.
No.
Now, again, if they're winning games in July and everyone's like, you idiot, you didn't let them turn around, but Eldridge is up here ripping, and you got Jesus Rodriguez up here ripping, and you got Carson Wisenhunt came up, or Tidwell's. Like, again, if things change structurally and guys emerge and do things different, or the unknown happens, like in 2010 when Buster emerges, and 2009 at the end when Bumgarner shows up, like when that stuff happens, those are unknown potential pieces. Pat Burrell wasn't on the roster for the Giants in 2010. The opening day lineup in 2010 had Bowker in right field and DeRosa in left field, right? Like, it was not the same thing. That team wasn't constructed to win a World Series. What they became was. This team, to his point, has a lot of guys who are cemented in.
Yeah.
Right? That Giants team was far more in flux in 2010. It was a lot of guys who were added to smaller deals or 1 or 2 year contracts versus this team, which, to his point, I'm not saying he's ruined the team entirely and that's on Buster. I'm not going that far. But for a minute, I was like, I don't know, man. A lot of this stuff is still from before him. Starting lineup is pretty much Buster's doing.
Yeah.
Devers, Bader, Adames, Chapman. Don't forget, we gave him the credit for bringing back Chapman. And Luis Ariz. Those are all his signings.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Bailey, a guy drafted by Farhan.
Bailey's Bailey at this point. Yeah.
Then who am I forgetting? Then there's Jung Hoo Lee, guy signed by Farhan.
Yeah, and that's the guy that I just don't have any confidence
And then
in right
DH
now.
wherever you go. That's
I mean, you can tell me that, yes, Rafael Devers and Willie Adames and Matt Chapman look like the players that we've seen them be before, but with Jung-Hoo Lee, yes, he's handling his zone in right field right now, but, like, honestly, what has he done since he's got here?
No player more beloved no player has made as much and underperformed their contract in Giants history and been as beloved as Jung-Hoo Lee is. It's bizarre.
You can't blame Buster for that one because he didn't sign that contract. That's a Farhan move. But look, I think that Buster, yes, a year ago when he came on these airwaves and said it's time to go, I believe him. I believed him then. As far as like right now, I think that he probably thinks they can compete and they can find a way with the bullpen. But like, you can't tell me that the expectation was that this team was going to be, on the same level with many teams in the National League right now. Like,
bullpens,
come on.
Find a way. I don't know if they do. That's the thing is, and here's the thing, guys, about bad bullpens. It's a long freaking season. Everyone's like, it's a lot of games left, and I'm like, that's my fear. I'm like, that's kind of what I'm worried about. This is where the bullpen's at 11 in.
But things are coming over.
Worry.
But things are coming over from last year. Like, who are the people in the bullpen right now that you have the most confidence in, if any?
Ooh. If I got one guy to get an out right now for my life, gun to my head, if this guy doesn't get an out, they blow me away.
Gun to your head for whatever reason, a bullpen situation.
Then it's just dirty work with D-Pop. Yeah. Who would I go to? Jesus, man, I don't know.
Now, back to dirty work.
With Derek
Adam
Papa.
Copeland and Derek Papa.
No, Adam Copeland.
KNBR Casino.
Gun to his head, he made the wrong decision in the bullpen.
He banked on Killian. Now Copes is gone.
He picked Gage. He took it.
Dude, would it be Gage? I don't know.
Was
he a win?
No, I probably would go Eric Miller just based on the past.
Anyway, KNBR, you got one giant arm to save your life out of the bullpen. Who is it, dude? I don't know.
And honestly,
bro.
like, if you give me three names, I probably would go Eric Miller, Keaton Wynn, and maybe Ryan Walker.
I don't know about that, man.
Well, besides, yes, Ryan Walker at times.
I'm going to go Tidwell because so few guys have seen him, dude. I'm going to go.
If I've seen less of you, then I feel more confident.
He hasn't hurt me yet. You know what I mean? I'm not. It feels like, I'm good with Tidwell.
Yeah, you're taking blades, so you don't get the blade, is what's happening, right?
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Should we take a break and go back to the phones, Derek?
Let's do it.
We got more on the phone lines here. Paula and Paul. Really?
Well, which one is which?
We're going to introduce you guys next, Paula and Paul. We'll get to your calls. Are you as strung out as our guy Mike in San Francisco on Buster to blame for all of this? Or are you going Buster's having to work within the restrictions that Greg Johnson is handing him? You know what I mean? They could have gone and spent more this offseason. They didn't offer Framber Valdez a contract. They didn't offer Kyle Schwarber or Kyle Tucker. So were you really trying to compete with these teams? They said no. We're trying to develop and get better within the bounds and the restraints that we've put on the team. Well, this is what you get. We'll get to more of your calls and your thoughts next. Oh, and Giants pregame, 5:45. We'll be here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
The Prodigy son is
Yeah,
like I
Prodigy.
said. 808 KNBR.
You know the name of this song, Copes?
No.
I can't say it.
Can you write it down?
Smack my chick up.
Yeah, well, come on, dude.
No, that's a different one. This is the fire starter.
Oh, never mind then.
Always on Derek's mind. Let's go out to the phone
sorry.
lines. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. People still saying everyone's overreacting about the Giants. And we're going to get to that because, again, if I'm overreacting, sell me on why I shouldn't. It's the same group of guys we saw last year do what they're doing now. They're 15 games under since they got Rafael Devers. Why should I believe? Paula is in San Rafael. Paula, you're on the Sports Leader. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate the call. What's going on?
Hey there, guys. I'm almost inclined to agree with you, Adam, but maybe for a different reason.
Okay.
I think one of my observations is they're just missing a lot of cohesion. There doesn't seem to be, they don't seem to have a group mentality. It seems there's a lot of individuals. And I kind of blame that on just coming straight off the WBC. So you have about 7 guys, maybe 7 different countries, or maybe 6. And then they all come back and they all supposed to be together on this team. Or for other reasons, they just don't seem to be cohesive, and the group is not there. And I think baseball has to be group mentality.
Okay, hang with me here because I absolutely agree with you on, I'm not sure exactly about their cohesiveness, but what you're saying is not it's not unreasonable to think that is something going on. It does take teams a minute to gel and to become one unit. And baseball is a very delicate type of momentum for a team because it's not the same as you get an interception and then you can take it back for points and the whole game changes, right? Plus, to your point, Paul, they spend so much time with each other from the start of spring training. If you're going all the way through October, we're talking nearly 200 games if you include the spring. I'm going to take it one step further from it being a microcosm of the WBC, and I'm going to make it a big picture thing. I think that they have a lack of chemistry and cohesion because hardly any of them came up through the system together. When we look back to 2010 and we think about what a unit that was, Buster and Bumgarner played together in single A in San Jose. Pablo Sandoval came through the system. He knew the guys in the system. He knew Jose Alguacil. Tim Lincecum played in every part of the minor leagues for the San Francisco Giants organization. So did Matt Cain. So did Joe Panik. So did Brandon Crawford. So did Brandon Belt. You had all these guys who had a common bond of what it meant to be San Francisco Giants baseball from their inception into being a professional baseball player, the conception of that job and that role. So I think what you're saying absolutely plays a role, Paula, and I think that this goes back to an even bigger issue that the Giants are just a bunch of individual mercenaries because none of them or hardly any of them have been developed as a tandem through this system.
I agree, and I'm afraid of that concept.
Well, we're living it right now, Paula. I appreciate the call. Thanks so much.
But to that point, Copes, how would that change if Buster Posey went out and spent money to get a Fromber or to get anybody like Big or Schwarber?
I'm saying this is the path they're on now.
Yeah.
They're already away from that because if everybody's saying, well, we got to rebuild, then again, you don't get to see the fruits of any organization's labor for development until years after. Again, Elliot Ramos is from Bobby Evans, right? Camilo Doval was from Bobby Evans. Farhan left Bryce Eldridge here, right? These are Logan Webb's from way back. So when are we going to see Buster's guys hit the majors? It might not be 4 more years or 3 more years before something like that happens. So what I'm saying is we're going to start to see other guys from Farhan's system that we like or dislike way before we start to see guys from Buster's system. What I'm saying is you committed already to this path of vets and assembly this way. If you're in for the penny, you're in for the pound. We're already waiting for your prospects to get here. So if you're already going to invest in Devers and Jung Hoo Lee, you may as well go out and spend the money on a Framber or on a throw money at Kyle Tucker or at Kyle Schwarber. I don't know why we're just resigned to the fact that they're not going to go after big names. Just because they haven't landed them yet, that's BS. I'm out of that mentality. I don't like that thought. They haven't. We never expect them to, so I guess they shouldn't. No. It's kind of nonsense that they did not try to sign any of the big names out there. knowing the holes that they had. Back out to the phones. Let's go to Paul. Paul is in Lodi. What up, Paul? You're on the Sports Leader.
Less than 15 games into the season, you guys are throwing every bit under the bus.
Hey, Paul, what'd you do for the whole last 3 months of 2025? Hey, Paul, what did you watch last season? Did you watch last season, Paul?
These guys are all trying to find their identity.
Which guys?
Let's see what happens after 25, 30 games.
Which guys are trying to find their identity?
You guys are throwing everybody under the bus.
Which guy is trying to find his identity, Paul?
You know, I've listened to KNBR.
Paul, I'll ask you. Paul, you got one more chance. Which guy is trying to find his identity?
I've listened to KNBR.
Thanks for the call, Paul. I appreciate the call, man. I enjoyed the time. Let's go to Jared.
I listened to KNBR back in my day. People were very positive about the team.
Yeah, dude, Ralph Farviero was always really hyped on what Savian was doing. Dude, I've listened for a long time, and they never did disparaging things about the Giants before.
How dare you? Do you guys realize you're the flagship? Come on now.
Saltalamaki.
Yeah, seriously. Why? Come on.
Let's go to Jared. Jared's in Orangevale. What's up, Jared? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, that was a rough call from Paul there.
What you got, Jared?
Hopefully I don't burn in flames like
that.
No. I do share the same. I do share the same sentiment.
All right, sell me, bro.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say people are trying to find their identity, but let me tell you a little story about my friend Clarky, a 6-year-old in my son's coach pitch league.
Let's hear it. Hell yeah. Let's go. All right, Clarky.
He's got no athletic ability at all, right?
Right.
And I know these 6-year-olds aren't whizzing in 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But what I will say though is that, man, all it takes, dude, is 2 or 3 or 4 of them getting hot at the right time. All of a sudden we're 4 or 5 games over 500, and then everyone stops freaking out. Not only us stops freaking out, but the team stops freaking out.
That's true.
And you can play 500 baseball. But what I will say though, man, I am the biggest pessimist of all time. The last 12 games have been, or 11 games or whatever it is.
It's been
rough. My wife, she does not want to watch any baseball with me at all. I am the most pessimistic person of all time. But a lot of people are freaking out. But I do agree, man. I tell my friend all the time, I agree with the whole mercenary thing you guys are talking about. There is no cohesion in the whole franchise. And if that's not going to get fixed, I don't know if the team's going to get any better anytime soon. I mean, I love Matt Chapman. I love Willie Adames. I think they're good ball players.
I agree.
But if you look at their baseball card, on the back of the baseball card, they've had a lot of stinky seasons in the past, man. And all it takes is 2 or 3 or 4 of our best players, quote unquote, to have really stinky seasons, and we might be one of the bottom dwellers of the whole league. But again, man, that's why I love baseball, man. Ebbs and flows. You never know what you're going to get when you go to the ballpark. You can get 3-4 home runs, or you can get 18 strikeouts. And that seems like where we're living.
Well, how's Clarky holding up, dude? Is he getting it done now?
Oh yeah. So I totally lost that story, man. So no, he's not an athletic dude. But we were playing the game the other day, man. The guy goes 3 for 3, man. Hit it over the shortstop.
Daniel Sousa. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at my guy. Yeah.
Man.
Hey, did you guys bench him? Did you guys bench him the next day like Vitello would have with Sousa?
No, man. I love seeing Clarky out there, man. He's my favorite, dude. He doesn't get any hits, but when he goes 3 for 3, picks the whole team up.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, he does.
Shout out to Clarky.
Shout out to Clarky, Jared. I appreciate the call, man. Call anytime, dude.
I honestly though, I believe in Clarky more than I do Jung Ho Lee at this point.
Dude, anyone freak out there, okay? Yeah, I'd kill for Jung Ho Lee to go over the shortstop like Clarky. You know what I mean?
Be like Clarky. Come on, Jung Ho.
Yeah, you got to be like Clarky. Let's go to Pugsley. Pugsley's in West Sac. What up, Pugsley? You're on the Sports Leader.
Oh, thanks for taking my call, you guys. Oh, coach pitch. I coach pitch both of my boys, and not all the guys could play very good, but they all could just swing, and I could throw it into their swing. And we had the best team in coach pitch for a couple years. But anyway, she made a good point about the team, and then what you added to that about nobody from the system. I mean, I'm just like the last caller. I like the players. But they're just not getting it done. And I mean, me. Where have they laid any bunch down this year? If the third baseman is closer to the outfield grass than he is to the infield grass, Jung Ho needs to be laying a bunt down. He's got the speed. Anyway, that's my bench. And that question about who would you pick out of the bullpen? I have to go alphabetical order, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't even know five.
Yeah. The question was gun to your head to save your life. A bullpen arm has to get an out. Who would you go with?
Overwhelmingly
on
the text line, it's Christian Koss.
A lot of people are saying Koss, dude, because he's pitched in blowouts before. I mean, maybe he's our best option. By the way, it won't be Koss because he ain't seen the field.
Okay. Well, at least Susak's in there tonight. I mean,
yes, and Oliver too.
How do you not go 3 for 3 and just to try to ride that a little bit? Especially with Bailey. It's just his first game now. I mean, second game. Are you kidding me? We went this far. Anyway,
I hear you. We gotta run, Pugs. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Was that Murph?
Yeah, it's Murph. I think I'm the one who cut that.
Was that Axel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you see Eric Miller coming out of the pen while I get to
Time to Die.
Yeah, time to die.
Giants baseball, time to die.
Shout out
That's
Jim
a new
Rome,
slogan.
Michael.
It's not time to go, it's time to die.
That makes me laugh. That's pretty funny.
Good Lord. That's creepy as hell.
That's really good, dude. First and third, less than 2 outs. Here comes Bader. It's turning on a Tuesday, 8:08 KNBR. We got to take a quick break. We got to catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. There's not tons to get into with the Niners, but at least we're not talking about this offense for the Giants anymore, or the pitching staff for that matter. We will talk about it later. 2 hours away from pregame, 5:45. Christopher Sanchez, a tough lefty tonight against a tough lefty of our own. Robbie Ray takes the ball tonight for the Giants at 1-1. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Matt Mayoko joins us next on the Time to Die leader.
Well, after dropping their 4th straight game last night, the Giants are scuffling. And it doesn't get any easier as they face maybe one of the best lefties in baseball in Christopher Sanchez tonight. Robbie Ray gets the ball for Tony Vitello. Pregame 5:45 right here on the Scuffling Leader.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us. And if my count is right, Matt, we are right around mock draft 4.0 time. Is that correct? It always feels like that this time of year. How you doing, man?
Yeah, no, you're on it. Yep, that's right. 4.0, 5.0 soon.
Oh, yeah.
Don't sure win.
Yeah.
But it's coming up.
I'm sure I'll feel it.
Yeah. We planned this so that 5.0 comes after 4.0. So it's,
perfect. That's
really,
good.
It's really well thought out.
So what's the last one, Mac? Is it 6.0?
We might just call it the final.
Oh,
yeah.
Final.
Let me think about this. I'm not sure if we're going to have one more before the final one, or it's all mapped out. I just haven't consulted that list, but so far for 4.
Okay.
You didn't ask, but I'm all about
no,
giving
but I'm
you
curious. Yeah,
you don't need. Yeah, so we went edge rusher for round 1. That was Zion Young.
Okay.
From Missouri.
Yep.
Then the next one we went Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver from Indiana.
Not bad.
Oh my God, he's perfect for the 49ers. Then the 49ers signed Mike Evans and Christian Kirk. And so I went back to edge rusher TJ Parker from Clemson. And then the last one I did last week after the NFL annual meeting went with Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. So far 3 defensive ends, 1 wide receiver. Not quite sure what I'll do. I don't know what do you guys think?
Well, what I think is
ends?
Well, what I think is interesting is you made all those picks, and then I looked down today, and you're making a case for the Niners flipping the first round pick to Arizona. So that's an interesting option too. Yeah.
I've already given them, 4 picks at 27. So, if those guys are still there, just, trade back and get one of those guys. No, I mean, it's, when you look at it, they have that pick in the first round at 27. They have their second pick in the second round at 58. And then they go a while without a draft pick. And they only have 6 total. And when you think about this draft for the 49ers, will they be able to check all the boxes? Very few teams are probably able to do that. But, I just mentioned, defensive end. I mean, they'll have to take a defensive end, maybe even 2. I would think that they would want to take a defensive tackle as well. I could definitely see them hitting something in the defensive backfield, probably safety. And safety would be a spot. I would not rule out a safety at 27. I think if they feel like, with Dylan Thieneman, the guy from Toledo, if one of those guys, if a playmaking safety who can generate takeaways is there at 27, that would not shock me in the least. Okay, so there's positions there on the defensive side. On the offensive side, of course, offensive line. I think they need a guard who can step in and start. They also could take a tackle, say in the 4th round, to try to get that person up to speed. So potentially he could be a starter down the road, maybe even year 2. The wide receiver, tight end. I mean, there's a lot of different spots that they can hit. And if they can flip those 6 picks into 8 picks just by moving back 6 or 7 spots from the end of the first, or from the end of the first to the beginning of the second, I would think that would be something that they'd be very open toward doing.
But you have them trading with the Arizona Cardinals, correct, Matt?
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct. And part of that
yeah.
is Arizona really a threat? And if they are, how long is it going to be for them to be a threat? I mean, I think teams generally don't like to deal with teams within their division.
Yeah.
But if it's something that they feel like they can help them, then I could see it working for both teams.
Yeah, but let's say they get Ty Simpson and he becomes the next great quarterback. Like I hear you on that. And yes, Arizona's not a threat right now, but I do wonder how the 49ers would feel about trading within their own division, because we talked about that with Mac Jones if they didn't get a quarterback, and it sounds like the Cardinals are going with Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. But you mentioned all the positions they could take at 27. The Trent Williams contract right now, I think either way, if they get a deal done before the draft, don't you think that maybe with the way that this draft is kind of lining up, where there seems to be strengths at wide receiver and pass rush and left tackle, then maybe they should address the future by potentially drafting the replacement for Trent Williams at 27?
That makes all the sense in the world. First off, let me just backtrack one part here.
Yeah.
I would think that if you're the 49ers, that they would probably be looking at Ty Simpson and going, before they would make that trade, hey, what do you think of this guy? Do like to Kyle Shanahan and some of the offensive coaches, what do you think about this guy? Do you think he will be a really good quarterback that we should be worried about in the future? So I would think that would be part of the equation, would be like, hey, this guy's really freaking good. We don't want the Cardinals to get him. So, maybe we see if other teams would want to trade up to get him.
Right.
So that'd be part of that. I was looking at the offensive tackles. I went through all 32 teams, and teams very, very rarely, there are only 2 or 3 exceptions. Teams don't do that at left tackle. They do not draft a left tackle to develop them into the starter. It's almost universal. When teams are in need of a left tackle, they draft one that year to start that year. So, not that it can't be done, not that it doesn't make sense to do it, but the times when teams have drafted left tackles and sat them for a year or 2, it's almost like found money. So that is definitely the exception rather than the rule about how teams deal with left tackle. It really is a cross the road or cross the bridge when you get to it kind of position, kind of like I would equate it to quarterback. Teams don't generally draft a quarterback in the second, third, 4th round, whatever, and then develop them. It happens a lot of times when that happens. It's a high draft pick that they have a starting quarterback already in line, but very few times do teams draft a quarterback to develop him into a starter a year or 2 down the road, or if they do, who those guys are. It's a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick, but it makes sense to do it. But it's really interesting that very few teams do it.
Well, with that in mind, Matt, that to me then would lead me, if the Niners were to follow that logic, with only 6 draft picks, if you're going to invest back into Trent Williams this year, it doesn't really make any sense to use double the capital, kind of to your point. Like, why would we draft that position and pay that position when there are other needs that we have?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, you can definitely make the argument both ways. I mean, I think the perfect scenario, and again, this isn't done too much either. It seemed like it was done more in the past, but in the last decade, you don't see it. But, a great scenario would be for the 49ers to draft a versatile offensive lineman, kind of like Dominic Pooney. When Dominic Pooney was coming out in that draft, he was seen by a lot of people as somebody who could potentially play every spot on the offensive line. I believe it's Caleb Lomu from Utah who's kind of seen that same way. I mean, a situation that would line up really well, but again, it's easier said than done, would be to draft a guy like Lomu who you have kind of earmarked in as your starting left guard as a rookie, with the idea of then moving him outside to left tackle when that time comes. Again, much easier said than done, much more difficult than I just outlined it to be. But that would be a really good scenario where, you're not, if the 49ers took an offensive tackle in the first round of this draft or the second round, he's not starting year one. Trent Williams will be a left tackle and Colton McKivitz is a right tackle. But if you can somehow get a guy who can start at year one, and left guard is really, that's a spot where they don't have a starter. Initially when they signed some guys, I thought, they might have a guy there that they envision as a starter. Coming out of the owners' meetings, I did not sense that at all. I sensed that they just they feel like they have a lot of backups there, second and third stringers, but no guy who's capable of being a starter.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. Have you looked into? I know there's a lot of tackles available in the draft, and yes, with the 49ers being at 27, they're not going to get the cream of the crop. But there's this one prospect that I am intrigued by, Max Ihanachor from Arizona State, and he plays right tackle. He only started playing football since 2021, and he's just developed and become a better player. I understand what you're saying; it's not done, but do you think there's potential there with his build and his frame, that if it does happen where he does sit for a year, that would be a good transition from what you've seen with that player?
It could be. I mean, like you mentioned, he's kind of raw, right?
Yeah.
Probably not ready to start year one. They would, I would think that they would work him out, or maybe they already have, or get a really good sense of if he's capable of playing the left side. It's kind of difficult I'm not a scout, so it's interesting to see, how some guys just get pigeonholed as a left tackle or a right tackle. And as you mentioned, he played right tackle at Arizona State, but is he athletic enough? I believe he has a basketball background.
He does, yes.
So he moves well and everything else, and converted to offensive line, kind of late in the process. But he would be somebody that would certainly be worth a look to just kind of do the due diligence and figure out if he's capable. It's almost like he's not the mauler type that you kind of associate with right tackle. He's more the athletic, nimble, quick on his feet guy that would be better suited maybe at left tackle. The question is he capable of doing that? And that would have to be something that the 49ers would have to go into the draft feeling pretty good about. And I think he'll be there at 27. I think there's probably a pretty good chance he would be there, using my drafts, my trade scenario of moving back to 34. So that the Cardinals can go get their quarterback. He might be there as well.
As far as Trent Williams, we saw last week that John Lynch said that he thinks something's on the precipice as far as a contract. And I know yesterday you reported that you should anticipate Trent Williams showing up to OTAs on April 20th. Even if there is a contract done before then, should we expect Trent Williams to be part of the offseason program? I know maybe in years past he's shown up early, but even if he does have a contract, should we anticipate that Trent Williams is going to be there?
It really depends. I think if they work out a deal with him, and both sides are happy, and I think if Kyle Shanahan stresses, like, hey, it'd be really cool if you set the tone here, and we're there for the first day of the off-season program on April 20th. What I said was he's not going to show up if he doesn't have his new deal.
Right.
I mean, he hasn't in the past. But if they do get that new deal, and Shanahan wants to make a point to, like, hey, I think he's a reasonable enough guy that he would do that. They might also figure that, the first phase of the off-season program really isn't all that. It's just conditioning. They're not doing on-field work. So it might just say, hey, show up for phase 2. When they start to get on the field a little bit, and then during the organized team activities, that's phase 3, and that's something where I'm sure they would want him out there. I know last year, Shanahan did make a point to a lot of the players, in their exit meetings that, we need you here. I know even, Nick Bosa was somebody who liked to train on his own, and Shanahan kind of appealed to him, like, come and help set the tone because, coming off of that 2024 season, that was just a disaster and everything went wrong. I think he wanted to kind of get the ball rolling, to get momentum going. But I wouldn't necessarily, I certainly wouldn't expect to see Trent Williams out there without a contract, and probably for phase 1, probably even with a contract, that might be a tough ask. But I would think that they would want him there as the offseason progressed.
A couple more minutes with Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. I don't know if you've seen the clip on social media, Matt, of Greg Rosenthal on the NFL Daily podcast saying that the 49ers are petty for hanging on to Brandon Ayuk and doing this whole song and dance with him when they're not going to get anything in return as far as a trade. I'm just curious what you think of this whole process where it seems to me like they're going to wait till June 1st after that and then, cut him. But don't you think there is a possibility if there is a team out there that knows that he's going to go to the Commanders, say a Philadelphia Eagles team that is going to move on from A.J. Brown and they want to get a Brandon Ayuk, that at the end of the day they could give up a 7th-round pick and not see their NFC East division rival get him? Like, I understand what Greg is saying, Greg Rosenthal, but I think some people having this mentality that it's petty, it's not petty, it's just good business, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I would think that if they didn't think there was any interest in him, that, his career was over and it was just time to move on, I think they would have done that. But I think quite clearly they have a sense that, there's a team, and you mentioned the team. I mean, the team that everybody was talking about is the Washington Commanders, wanting to get Brandon Ayuk. Everybody knows the connection with he and Jaden Daniels. So I think that's where the 49ers are coming from. I mean, is it petty? Gosh, I mean, I definitely see Greg Rosenthal's point.
Yeah.
And from the outside, it does kind of look that way. But as long as there's a team out there that's talking about signing him the moment he becomes free, for the 49ers, I mean, they're in the business of taking care of their football team. And so if there's anything that they can do, and let's face it, I mean, the Commanders are, they're an NFC team. Both of these teams are fighting for the same thing. They want to represent that conference in the Super Bowl. So if they have intel that the Commanders would jump all over Brandon Ayuk the moment he's released, then it does make business sense for them to hold on to him until they can't hold on to him any longer. And, when you look at it, they can hold on to him for a long, long time. Brandon Ayuk was, he was put on the reserve left squad list last year, which means he disappeared. He never reported. Well, the 49ers can hold his rights forever and never have to pay him a penny if he just never reports. So they would like to get something for him. And I think, Jed York last week saying, we're, how do you word it? I want Brandon Ayuk on the team.
Yeah.
I think he's a good player if he's healthy. I mean, that's basically, he's sending the message to all 31 teams that if you really want him, then come get him. We're open for business. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait a long time to get him. So here's the other part of this, is if it's clearly the relationship has been fractured for a long time. I think that we've seen multiple times where a team and a player end their union on good terms. The team will try to help the player. It becomes kind of this, there's not the animosity that there is in this. And so I think the 49ers also feel like, you've done nothing for us. Why should we bend over backward to do anything for you?
Yeah.
Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We do it with Matt normally on Mondays, but on Tuesday this week, Matt enjoy the rest of the week, and looking forward to 5.0 or the final, or however many more that there are to come before draft day in a couple of weeks.
I just might do one daily from this point forward.
There you go, dude. Let's see. I mean, let's see what else they could get from other teams in the NFC West. How about that one? Have we considered trading it to Seattle, the first-round pick?
There we go.
Maybe they'll need something. Yeah. All right, Matt. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Great stuff there from Matt Mayoko. By the way, our KNBR draft party is going down the 24th, I believe is the date.
23rd.
The 23rd is the date. At Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave. Me, you, and Marcus.
And Marcus didn't know until last Friday when I told him at the ballpark, and he was like, "Oh, good to know."
Marcus didn't know? Marcus
was like, "So are we doing another draft show?" And I was like, "Yeah, you, me, and Copes." I go, "Oh, well, good to know. I didn't know that before."
Dude, speaking of, we buried the lead of a story that I did not get to. Okay, so well, Derek wasn't here yesterday. I've been wanting to get into this. What happened last week that everybody was like calling you a pimp or a playa?
When Tim was doing his last week Tuesday takes a trivia. And he was talking about how back in just recently when he went on vacation or went to Reno.
I had a house sitter that made himself a little too comfortable.
No, you're talking about the house sitter that had the lady over and he had a sesh at Tim's house.
He had a sesh.
Oh, and Derek admitted,
my question was, should you tell somebody that? And back in my day, I had a similar situation, but did not tell my friend.
Derek told us that he once made some sweet loving in somebody else's home and didn't tell anybody about it. And everybody was talking about
sweet dirty love.
Somebody was talking about how Derek was the man for that. Well, you guys
don't
even know how much of the man Derek is. They don't call him Derek the MILF man Papa for nothing.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so it's after the game on Friday night. Derek, and Marcus, all after the Giants game on Friday night. We're going to go to Momo's. Now, we all are still wearing our our press badges, right? Our credentials. We have our backpacks or whatever. So we go in, and dude, the second we get in there, like right after the game ended.
That's how you get a lot of attention when you have a credential on your neck.
I'm not joking. Am I exaggerating, Dirk, when I say there were 5 women, I don't know, middle-aged women were like immediately,
drawn to us.
Drawn to me and you. While Marcus went to the bar, they were like, where are you guys from? What's this? What are you guys doing? What do you have these badges for? Who are you?
Why are you so important? And we're like, we're on the radio.
We're not important. We didn't say all that. I responded very vaguely. I said, we just work at the ballpark. I didn't really want to talk to anybody about it. She's like, I said, I
gave in.
I said, we work at the ballpark. And she goes, well, where do you work? And I said, we work at a radio station. And then she says, oh, well, what radio station do you work at? I said, we work for the Giants station, KNBR. She goes, oh my gosh, I listen to KNBR. Are you ever on 95.7?
Oh, you don't know how it works.
I was like, no, get away from me. No, that's not how that works. Leave me alone. No, so then
what a great follow-up.
Dude, that's what she said, dude. So we keep talking to these women, Derek and Marcus and I, and they were like, it wasn't even that we were entertaining them, but they were very, they very much wanted our interaction.
Our what? Oh, yeah. Okay.
I would say they were really trying to interact with us, right? So they keep talking to us, and then as it turns out, we won't get into all the details of it. It turns out one of them is an ADA.
Yeah.
Right? They're a group of moms.
You love that information.
I did love that information. I kept calling her a cop. At one point I asked her, I was like, what's your conviction rate? She said 98%. I was like, that's too high. I was like, you're either doing something shady, either something's dirty, or you're not taking cases that you could potentially
lose. She's doing the dirty work.
Time to die, yeah. So,
that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, save that for the Giants, Tim. So we're talking to these women. They tell us, where'd they say they were from Piedmont?
They're the Piedmont moms. I
was like, where'd you guys all meet? The PTA?
Yeah. And they were like, kind of close.
They were like, kind of close. And at one point I said, oh, Piedmont, so you're from Oakland. And they did not like that.
No. They had strong opinions about Oakland. Then I go, I'm from Oakland.
And then I said, did you guys vote for Shang Tao also? And they got really up in arms about that. So you said you were from Oakland, and then they got kind of excited.
Well, they were like, oh, you're from Oakland. Well, we can give you a ride home.
Well, no, that's not really how it happened.
Okay.
Because at first we go outside. All of us are outside. Me and Marcus are getting ready to leave.
Yeah.
You were going to call an Uber.
I was about to call a Lyft or an Uber, and then I realized they're all from Piedmont. I said, hey, ladies.
These 5 were all there. Well, first they didn't have enough room in their car.
They didn't.
She called an Uber, and then she's like, oh, well, we'd give you a ride, but we don't have enough room. And I was like, you're from Piedmont. Get an XL. And she said, okay. So she changed her Uber to an Uber XL.
Come on board.
So I'm like, Derek, you're going to roll with these women back to the East Bay?
I said, why not?
And Derek's like, all right. And, Derek's sitting there with his little backpack on.
He's
probably got his George Costanza shirt or something. I don't know.
No, it wasn't George Costanza on a Friday. Come on. That's a Monday shirt.
That's a Monday shirt. So we get it. They get it. I'm like, oh, my God, dude. Derek's going to go back to the East Bay with these women. Who knows? what the MILF man's going to pull off, right?
Once you're in the car, you don't know, man.
So me and Marcus dip out.
Once we get in the car, I was hoping I didn't hear that drop, Tim, of time to die.
So me and Marcus head out.
Can you imagine that?
And I text Derek afterwards. I'm like, that was all time. I can't believe you rolled with those women. That was a hell of an interaction.
I wish it was an end. Yeah.
And then you take it from here. What happened once you got in the
wish
car?
it was a better story in the ending. So I'm riding back with them to the East Bay. And they're like, okay, so we're gonna have you come back to our place for a little bit, and you're gonna have a drink with us. And I was like, okay, fine, we'll see how this goes.
They invited you back, but
then they said, and then you can order a lift from our place. I'm like, all right. And then I made the joke. So all your husband's gonna be mad when I come home and kill me. And they're like, no, they'll definitely understand. They'll definitely understand.
So first they play it cool. First, like the husbands will be good.
But then all
but one of them had a husband, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then one Piedmont mom goes, you know what? It probably wouldn't be a good idea if you came back to our place. My husband
says you pulled the rug on you?
Yeah. She was like, on second thought, this is not a good idea, and it'll be a bad look. And they're like, yeah, we should probably drop you off at your place. And I was like, okay, no big deal. It's all good. And I was like, they dropped me off in front of my apartment.
Wait, hold on. So once they get the XL, they then decided they took you all the way home to your house?
Yes.
They have changed the car size, and they have taken you to your exact destination.
Moms are the best.
I know. Aren't they? So, and they gave me like a juice pack and everything and on my way.
Nice.
But as I'm leaving, they're like, hey, grab your backpack and also grab this potato sack looking thing.
Oh.
And it was like this MB. It's not it's not initial or anything.
Burlap sack.
It was an initialism?
They gave me back the NBA grab bag.
I heard there was another.
And how they had in the first place, I do not know.
I heard there was another stencil. I heard it didn't say NBA. I heard it said MILF grab bag, dude. The MILF grab bag.
Mom,
we do
I
it
like
next.
to feel.
Cougar carpool, baby.
On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
As always, guys, the way we obtain the grab bag, and I can't believe Derek's the one who obtained it this week.
It was a crazy
Every
way to
part of
obtain
that
it.
story was true, except for the part that Derek made up. 925 checks in and says, holy F, Derek just got me on the grab bag.
Yeah.
510 says, I knew it was fake when the MILF man blocked his own shot.
Oh, it's not fake, my friend.
He blocked his own shot, but, dude, we could call Marcus right. Dude, call Marcus right now. Have him confirm that the MILF man was doing the work.
With me, so
no, he knows it all went down.
Yeah.
He knows. Marcus will vouch for us.
I probably should not have made that joke about their husbands.
Marcus will confirm. You joke about their husbands. Why?
Because in the end, they were like, yeah, probably it's not a good idea,
Yeah,
actually.
well, why? Because you showed them a mirror?
I made like a simple joke.
You showed them a mirror of their own guilt, and now you're the one who's at fault here? What's the problem? I don't know what the issue is.
Come on,
here.
Piedmont moms.
530 says, you think maybe they were from Oakland and not Piedmont, and you just didn't want to prove Cope's right?
No. They had strong opinions about Oakland.
Oh, no, they were, yeah. But
they were all about Piedmont.
As I told them, you're from Oakland. Yeah. And I said, really? So who do you vote for mayor, huh? That's how I got in a little shake.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it was hilarious. Like, one of them was like, oh, Oakland's not the same anymore. It used to be a great place. And I'm like, you're basically there. You're basically, you live in Piedmont.
Oh, never mind.
You have a riff?
I was going to make a white woman joke, but I'll just move on. I'll just keep going. 503 says, Derek's got a new nickname, Kid Capri's son.
Kid Capri. Chick.
Kid Capri's son. 209 says, I knew it. Another 209 says, I freaking knew it. Y'all got me. I got home and I stayed in my car for that. LOL. Touche, guys. Touche. 209 says, epic Depop. LOL. More people checking in. A lot of people were surprised that this ended up where the grab bag was. Depop doesn't
You
like
never
his...
know. You never know.
510 says Depop doesn't let his homies know that he likes to do the dirty work, which I'm all about. All right, should we take a break and then come back when we have time to do the bag?
Okay, let's do
Why
that.
don't we stretch out? We got a nice big MILF grab bag for you next. The MILF man delivered, and we've got it for you next. The grab bag is coming up on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. You know what I'm talking about. Talking about the one thing that's going to warm the cockles of your heart. It's going to fill your belly. It's going to excite you to no end because I'm here for my friends at Taco Bell. That's right, dude. We were talking Bell last night when we were at the tank. I've gotten hooked up with tacos all over the place, and I'll be I'll be scarfing tomorrow when I'm out near the ballpark. Download the Taco Bell app today. I've been telling you guys this for over a year, and you can unlock rewards and exclusive access. You'll earn points on every order in the app. This is how you make your Taco Bell rewards work for you. You order on the app, they give you points. Next time you order, Derek, what are we doing? We're getting free Taco Bell.
Damn right.
It's happening every time we order. And by the way, when you join Taco Bell Rewards, they're gonna hook you up with some free food just for signing up. You can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco. I know I love one of those. I know Derek likes them. I know Tim likes them. I know Shane likes them. I know Josh likes them. They've also got the beefy 5-layer burrito or a soft taco for free just for signing up. What's better than getting rewarded for eating some of your Taco Bell favorites? Plus, you get exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops. I saw a drop today going down. Special chicken cheese quesadilla they were putting out for you for the first 5,000 members, all for just being on the app. Is there a better place, by the way, than to earn and redeem points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? Trick question. The answer is no. I'll be there tomorrow. Just off 3rd and Townsend. It's a block from the stadium. The perfect tailgate spot for a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the yard. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a beer and keep the good times rolling. Or stop by the brand new Taco Bell Cantina at Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And don't forget to live Moss.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Frank Caliendo is in town tonight at, I think he's at Punchline tonight at Cobb's tomorrow.
Cobb's tomorrow, yes.
That's the way it's going down. He's going to join us at 4:50, so we got to get right into it. We get this big old potato sack looking thing. Sometimes Derek finds it when he's walking downstairs for some breakfast, and he's at some MILF's house, and
what the hell these MILFs do to the grab bag?
He's shoveling tricks into his gullet, dude. And they're sitting across from some 4-year-old. He's like, pass the milk, dude. Kid's like, can I get the funny papers?
It's a hell of a way to grow up, Jesus.
Anyway, dude, that's the life Derek lives now, dude. They call him the MILF man, and we call this the NBA grab bag.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
It's the NBA grab bag for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. And it starts, where else, dude? Last Friday, President Trump, that's right.
Yes, I did.
How about this? He signed an executive order. He's still doing that, huh? Signed an executive order designed to limit how long athletes are allowed to play college sports and how often they can transfer between schools. The order directs the NCAA to create rules that mandate college athletes can play for, quote, no more than a 5-year period and allows them to transfer school only once before they graduate without having to sit out a season. So this isn't a real thing. Well, you can write whatever you want on an executive order. The NCAA doesn't have to listen to this.
No, not at all. I mean, I don't disagree with what he's pushing here.
But it'll be out of office theoretically. By the time you'd hit the 5-year period.
But at the same time, I don't want him doing this. I don't want him dictating things that go on in college football or college athletics. So
frankly, we don't like all the transfers. We hate the transfers.
And honestly, I'd be down for a Rush Hour 4, but I don't want to see a Rush Hour 4 pushed on by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I want Jackie. I want Chris. I want Brett Radner. I don't care what he's done in the past.
Frankly, if you're playing at Holy Cross, I don't want to see you at Quinnipiac the next year. You've got to sit out of one. I don't like it. I don't know. I don't understand what the premise of this is.
I mean, I don't get it either. I think that Trump is just putting his nose into things, especially in sports, where he's like, I don't like the fact that these players have NIL and they can play longer than 5 years. Okay, well, let them figure that out.
I don't like that all the files aren't released, but here we are, bro. You know what I mean? Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Last Saturday, Brent Burns, former San Jose Shark, he played his 1,000th consecutive game.
Hell yeah, brother.
1,000 straight, not 1,000 career. He's played 1,000 consecutive games. The streak began with the San Jose Sharks on November 21st, 2013. By the way, that might have been the same time it might have been the last time they beat the Predators, too. November 21st, 2013. For the Sharks, he's now in 1,000 consecutive games.
Good for him, man. I saw the clip from back in the day in 2013. Clean-shaven Brent Burns. And seeing him now with the Avalanche, I know that we're all rooting for the Sharks. If it happens to be the Avalanche in the end and he gets a ring finally, good for him.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, man. But I just that's an unbelievable number.
Yeah.
I mean, I know baseball, you get guys who play long streaks. Not like that anymore. I don't even know what the longest active baseball streak is currently.
And hockey players are just built different, man. You get hit the worst injuries and you just play through it. Lose some teeth, keep going. Get hit in the freaking groin with a puck, keep going. It's unbelievable. And then they describe your injuries as lower body. It's like, no, I had a torn muscle.
That's so you can protect yourself from the opposition doesn't know exactly how you're hurt.
Exactly.
Different breed of people.
I want to see what the active consecutive
in baseball.
Active consecutive games played in baseball is right now. It used to be Tejada had it at one point.
Did he really?
Yeah, dude, it's not even very much. Well, I guess it is on. As of August of 2025, I don't know if this has ended. As of August of last year, Matt Olson of the Braves held the longest consecutive.
Okay.
He played over 740 consecutive. His streak began May 2nd, 2021. Following that was Pete Alonso, and he was only at 375. Ellie De La Cruz, 178. Brent Rooker of the A's was like at 165, like right over the one regular season.
What's Cal Ripken's number? Do you know on the top of your head?
26, 32, 26. Because 2191 is what passed.
Yeah.
So he finished like 2,600 consecutive.
And even Kevin Costner with his wife couldn't stop him.
Dude, I mean, he passes Pete Rose, Lou Gehrig, and then he plays like 500 consecutive more.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. Moving on here. in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
New York Giants defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade.
Sexy
demanded a
Dexy.
trade. And he will not be participating in the team's offseason program that opens today. Lawrence and the Giants have been working through 2 off seasons, attempting to negotiate a contract reflecting his value to the Giants over the last 3 years, but there has not been any progress. How do you see this playing out?
I think he stays on the Giants. I think that, automatically when people see like this guy demanded a trade, people are like, ooh, okay, what did the Niners give up to get him? They're not going to trade him. He's one of the best nose tackles in all of football. And of course, when Jordan Davis gets his contract, I'm sure Jalen Carter will get his contract this offseason as well. And he's like, you know what? I should be compensated for that. Last season, not a great year for Dexter Lawrence. The year before, he had 9 sacks. And that's not his game. A year ago, he had a half a sack. But he's a run stuffer. Even on the radio broadcast for the Giants, Carl Banks was calling him out. But he's got 2 years left on the deal. And I don't think that John Harbaugh's in the business of, I'm taking over a team, let me trade away the good players. I see Dexter Lawrence staying on the Giants.
I kind of think that's the way it plays out, too. I actually don't think, I think it's a little late for this, and I don't think anybody's given up.
Nope.
You'd have to trade for him and pay him.
And that's the thing.
And he's one of the tops in his position.
No, so are you giving up a first-round pick and giving him a big-time contract? No, you're not
Probably
doing
not.
that.
Nobody at this point is doing that. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
By the way, 650 Jason says the active streak of Depop coming to work is one day.
I was on a good streak for a while.
Yeah, you were on a good run. Projected number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, has informed the NFL that he is not planning to attend the NFL draft in Pittsburgh this month. Mendoza wants to share the draft experience with his family in Miami.
I don't blame him for that. I think that it would have led to a good moment where, you know how fiery he is, and it would have been good with the Raider fans, but whatever. I've seen many people drafted at home. I think Baker Mayfield did that years ago. During COVID, everybody was home. So, yeah, it's a good moment. It's good for press and everything, an all-time image of you with that jersey next to Roger
What would you do? Would you
Goodell.
go to the draft, or if you were getting drafted, would you inform the NFL you're like, I'm actually going to sit in the shed back in my dad's place.
I'm going to sit in the shed. I'm going to hang out with the MILFs in Piedmont.
I'd like to celebrate my draft experience with my MILFs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if I was getting drafted in the NFL, you're never going to have that moment again. I would be there. And you know what's hilarious, Copes? You've ever seen those photos for the NFL coaches when they all meet together at the owners' meetings?
Yeah, of course, we're all together.
2 coaches were missing from this year's photo. Sean McVay, because he was doing interviews, and Todd Monken missed his photo.
He wasn't there?
You know why? Because he was getting a haircut for the photo. They moved it up, but he missed the photo. And my thought is, this dude making acts after 1 season, you missed your shot, dude. You're never going to be in that photo
Be
again.
Explosive. Score touchdowns in the red zone. Be good on third downs. Don't have lost yardage plays. And athletic quarterbacks that make off-schedule plays.
And show up to the photo on time.
And get a haircut.
That's really funny. He missed the photo because he was getting a haircut.
He was
for
getting
the
a
photo.
haircut.
Dude, that's like the time. Do you guys remember? I think I've told you this story. We're sitting there. It was at the old building, and we used to have this guy, Steve Fishman, who worked with us.
Yeah.
Fish.
Yeah.
Dude, Fish, we had an open position for like a full-time board operator producer, and Fish was part-time at the time. Fish had applied for the full-time job.
Yeah.
He was working a shift where he was like sitting there cutting, and dude, I kid you not, he was like sitting there with like his feet up on the desk, dude, like this. He had his feet up on the desk, and he was wearing like basketball shorts, like he was like underdressed even for the job. You know what I mean? That's it, like even underdressed for what he was doing.
Yeah, and radio, come on,
and dude, all of a sudden he gets an email ping. It's like 4:30, and he's like, "Oh my god, holy crap!" And he gets up and he runs down the hall. The dude had his interview for the full-time position in building.
Yeah.
During his shift, and he missed it.
He missed the
He was
interview?
already at the. He was. He missed the interview. That was like 4 doors away down the hall from
And
where he
that's
was
how you
sitting.
dress for an interview, too, in basketball shorts?
He's like, "Oh crap!"
I don't even care that you're like already here. Okay, like
Remember how flustered he was? He's like, "Oh."
You have a job. You have a job already, but like you did not show up to an interview with basketball shorts. Come on, bro.
Well, he didn't show up at all. That's the point.
Yeah.
He missed the interview.
So he just did not show up altogether.
I was fired. What?
He just did not show up altogether.
No. Well, no. I think he like went down. I think he went to go talk to Crow, and he was like, "Yo,
How late was he? Do you know?
Dude, he missed it. He like got an email being like, "Guess you're not showing up for this." He was like, "Oh crap!"
Oh, so it wasn't an email to remind him. It was an email saying like, "Hey, he didn't show up for
You
the interview."
missed the interview.
Oh, that's terrible.
And he was like 14 feet away.
Back when I was 18, I was fired.
Holy crap.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
Big D, Dallas.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
That's Tim. You
bag.
gotta hit the sound, Tim. You can hit the Big D Dallas all you
I
want.
like it better when Derek reads it. Keep going.
NBA grab
Thank you. North Carolina made a surprising hire yesterday, announcing former Denver Nuggets head coach Mike Malone is going to be their new head coach. Malone's daughter plays volleyball at UNC. So
that's the connection.
Maybe he pulls a Favre and he gets a few bucks for that volleyball program.
You never know. You never know. UNC's going all in on professional coaches coaching collegially for the first time. Bill Belichick and now Michael Malone. And I think Michael Malone's Italian. He's got that strong Brooklyn accent. So
hey, Malone.
Hey, let's go. Hey, so it goes along with a lot of Italian basketball coaches at college right now.
You gonna ask Caliendo how good your Italian impression? You know, Frank. Derek does a real good Italian guy.
It's really my Mario, basically.
Go ahead.
It's a Frank Caliendo coming on with us. So good.
I was disappointed.
No, it's not.
I know. We're not going to do that in front of Frank Caliendo.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, you want to obey now, huh, Tim?
Obey.
Obey. Wow.
Yeah, obey me.
NBA grab bag.
SNL cast member Chloe Fineman, who I'm a fan of, is receiving backlash for an interview she did with some other cast members from SNL for Vanity Fair. They were asked about jobs they were fired from, like Fish.
Yep.
He wasn't fired from here. He left. Back when he was 18, he was fired. Here's Chloe Fineman talking about a job she once got fired from.
Yep.
I was fired as a camp counselor.
For hitting on the campers?
No, I pantsed a boy.
Oh, honey, I think you're on a list somewhere.
And he wasn't wearing underpants.
Oh!
And then a giant school bus drove by, and they were like, "You can't," like, because he would lift my shirt all the time.
What is happening?
It was Berkeley.
How old was the child?
He was like 6. No, it was a different time. Like he would be like, "Hey, can I have a hug?" And I'd go to hug him, and then he'd like lift my shirt like a. And then I was like, "I'm gonna get back at you." And so we were on a hike, and I was like, "Hey, Ollie, go look over there. It's a hawk." And he looked. And then I yanked his pants down. He wasn't wearing underwear. His little ding-a-ling was out. And then these two twins were like, "Ollie, I didn't know you didn't wear underwear."
Harmless, in my opinion. Look,
Dude, she's like the exact same age I am, from the East Bay.
Yeah.
Actually, she's from Piedmont, which means she's probably from Shantou also. I think she went to Piedmont High, did Chloe Fineman.
I think so.
Dude, I was a camp counselor. I never got fired, but I don't know. She wasn't like being a freak.
Exactly.
She was like messing with the kid.
I'm a big Chloe Fineman fan. I think that she's hilarious in SNL. I was actually looking at her impressions the other day. She's fantastic.
She's really good.
No, and she's from the East Bay. She grew up in Berkeley. This is harmless. Nothing's going to happen from this. Like, she's not going to get fired from SNL. But some people are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that." Think about what you're saying. She pantsed a 6-year-old. She didn't have like an inappropriate relationship with one. She just pantsed them. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean either.
So there we go.
There we go. We agree. I got one more moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We talked about Artemis 2.
Yes.
The
we're freaking going to the moon.
Well, we're going to the freaking moon. That's why that kid said the moon orbit. And then I guess we're going to Artemis 3 or 4. One of them's going to land on the moon in a few years. Do another manned mission to the moon. Apparently, did you hear what happened? That they're having toilet issues?
Oh, yeah, I did.
I told you last week, they're in basically the size of what would be 2 minivans for about like 10 days.
Right.
On this mission. The food that they're able to eat are mac and cheese, shrimp cocktail, beef brisket, broccoli, au gratin, 58 tortillas is what they have to minimize crumbs.
Wait. They eat all this while they're in space?
Yeah, they're eating food in space.
Don't. I'm sorry, but like I've always thought astronauts eat like toothpaste, like food in like a paste form.
Yeah, look, dude, you're gonna have to look that stuff up. I'm just telling you what's been reported.
Right,
these are the food items.
Going back to the freaking moon.
Shrimp cocktail in space?
These are the food items they've been able to eat. I don't know how they make it or what it is. It might be
pigs in a blanket in space.
It might be freeze dried, or they've got these meals like they can do it. They have it's better. They're not just eating Tang. You know what I mean? It's not
I got
like dehydrated ice cream or whatever. Bottom line is, one of their toilet valves like froze over, and so they couldn't flush their toilet, or they didn't have, they had a whole big toilet issue. I was joking with you about the food items that they had to eat. You're a little gassy with some of that broccoli gratin.
No, definitely.
Oh, gratin, you might be in some trouble.
So what the hell do you do?
Well, the one woman on the ship acted as, I believe she calls it the space plumber, and they rotated the ship towards the sun so that the heat from the sun would melt whatever froze shut that allowed them to get their toilet working again.
Okay.
Pretty incredible,
No,
right?
that's next level thinking. I thought they were going to have to, just go into, the space shuttle and they'd be like floating urine and poo all over them. But good thing they thought ahead of time and got the son involved.
650 checks in. Dude, shout out the 6-year-old kid trying to check out Chloe's chest. Yeah. And then 415 checks in and says, dude, I pantsed my friend's little brother in front of the hot babysitter. He cried a lot. I wonder if that caused a lot of trouble.
Yeah, probably did.
Maybe. That's going to do it for...
That's assault, brother.
That's assault, brother.
You double dare me. That's going to do it for the NBA grab bag for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, somebody on the text line says, 408, yo, can I get Caliendo to do his Robert Pattinson so I can compare it to T-Pops?
We don't need to do that.
We'll talk to
We don't
Frank
need to waste his
Caliendo.
time.
He is live at the Punchline tonight at Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco tomorrow. We'll do it with Frank next on the Sports Leader.
The O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors hit the court tonight against the Kings at Chase Center, 7 p.m. According to NBC Sports' Dalton Johnson, Steph Curry is probable to play tonight. And I don't know about you, but probable is better than out, and that's why I make the big bucks. Catch Dubs OT immediately following the game for JD and Kyle's clicks, because Kyle will click your text. Just keep it locked to the Sports Leader already.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Joined now on the UMA guest line by Frank Caliendo. Comedian's going to be in the Bay Area. He's actually at Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco tomorrow. He's in Sacramento at the Punchline tonight. Get your tickets now and find more information at frankonstage.com. We talked to Frank back at Super Bowl Radio Row. Frank, what's going on, man? Good to have you back on.
Yeah, it's great to be back on with you guys, and it's pretty awesome to experience the traffic out of San Francisco going to Sacramento. That was pretty awesome. It was a lot of fun, and it's beautiful out here. We're driving through. We're about probably like 10 minutes outside of where the club is, and we are just going through a warehouse. It's not even a warehouse district. It's just a district of warehouses. So it's beautiful.
Yeah, the warehouse district is a popular one. It's one of the sites of Sacramento. I'm sorry you don't get more time there.
Yeah, I almost went Norm Macdonald for the show. Yeah. That's a great idea, man. Just enjoy some time at the warehouses over there, or maybe there's a giant sewer system over here. I could enjoy that a little bit, or some type of combine. You guys got they had the NFL combine. This is the worst kind of combine because it's driving through manure.
Talking to Frank Caliendo on the UMA guest line. So when it comes to impressionists, I like as far as like the top three, I think of you, I think of Dana Carvey, I think of Bill Hader. How much was Dana Carvey a big influence for you growing up as far as learning how to be an impressionist?
Yeah, Carvey was huge because he is the guy who did the over-the-top caricature type of impressions. Right. And that's what he liked. It's somebody like Darrell Hammond who tries to do the painting of the person, a portrait, more directly exact of the person. And Dana's the type of person who would go way over the top. Maybe not. I would have thought he was the most over the top of all time, but I think Jim Carrey probably gets that. But in terms of people growing up, Dana Carvey, who's from the Bay Area, Robin Williams. I love the speed of Robin Williams. I'm trying to think of some of the others, but as far as newer people, Jay Farrow's way up there. I mean, he's incredible. Ari Spears. There's quite a few people now that do lots of impressions. When I first started doing it, almost nobody was doing impressions. In fact, if you did impressions, people would complain about it. They're like, well, you don't have an act, so you do impressions. And like now with social media, everybody gets their like big views from and viral videos from impressions all the time.
Frank Caliendo, the voice you hear, frankonstage.com. He's in Sacramento at the Punchline tonight, Cobb's Comedy Club. I think I'm going to see you tomorrow night. You're down the street from where I'm at, so I think I'll come see you tomorrow, Frank. It's interesting you said that about, like, they used to say, well, you don't have an act, you're doing impressions. How important and significant is the content of the impression, of what you're actually talking about?
If you don't have it after the first 3 or 4 seconds, I'll say 10 seconds, it's boring.
Right.
So it's about having, what's your take on the person? So, for example, watching Barkley on the the college basketball stuff, he does zero studying ahead of time, right? He's just winging it, and that's kind of what we want from Charles Barkley. But he takes it to the next level. So, did you see in the first 4 when he was doing games with Dick Vitale, or the game with Dick Vitale, and Dick's doing his thing, he's a real type of dad. It's incredible. It's amazing. And then Barkley hadn't looked at anything about the players. He's like, yeah, but Dick, the transfer portal and NIL are destroying the NBA, and it's really bad, and we got to try and figure this stuff out because these kids, they deserve to be paid. I'm not saying they don't deserve to be paid, but they gotta figure this out and get some type of structure. That's incredible. That's amazing. Get the rule, baby. Yeah, but the transfer portal. He just kept going back
to the portal, right.
And I've done a game with Bill Walton years ago. I did a couple of games with Bill Walton, and Dave Pash was the play-by-play guy. And we would only do it for about 20 minutes because you just start repeating kind of what you're doing. Well, that's when they did a full game, Dick Vitale and Barkley. It was pretty awesome. But at the same time, it was like, okay, they're still kind of doing the same thing. Yeah. And then Vitale would kind of defer to him. What do you think, Charles? What do you think? And he's like, what? The transfer portal? You already said that. Come on. What are we talking about here?
Talking to Frank Caliendo. Catch him at Cobb's Comedy Club tomorrow at 7:30. So, Frank, you're obviously well known for your impressions of John Gruden and John Madden. And as far as broadcasters today in the NFL, is it really only as far as guys you could impersonate as Chris Collinsworth and Tony Romo, because they have catchphrases with their commentating where Chris Collinsworth is, now here's a guy, or Tony Romo's like, oh, here we go, Jim. You really can't do an impression of Troy Aikman when there's really nothing there as far as a go-to line with him.
Yeah, Aikman and Buck are pretty difficult to try and figure out something to do because they're pretty straight-laced, even though Joe is very, very funny. He's incredibly dry and funny.
Yeah.
But I think the funny thing about Collinsworth and Romo, and I discovered this, I think, at the Super Bowl. I might even have told you guys. They're almost the same when they rev up. The Tony Romo-mobile is Jim. And if you go higher, it's Collinsworth, Mike, whoever I'm working with now. Here's a guy. Now, here's a guy. Madden used to say, here's a guy, too. I mean, that was one of my bits with Madden. Here's a guy, when he runs, he goes faster. And so here's a guy. Here's a guy who reminds me of Patrick Mahomes. And you're going, well, he doesn't really remind you of Patrick Mahomes. You just love Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly.
I love when he started acknowledging that, though, that he's been hit so hard on the Mahomes stuff. My Mahomes, I don't know if I've done it for you guys before, but my Mahomes has become, I figured out what the take is with him. When he does an interview, it's like he's a little kid that was hanging out with another kid, and they were just out in the woods, and the other kid got hurt. And Mahomes has to report back to the adults, we were just, we were out and we were just out in the creek, and Bill, he fell down, Billy, and he fell down, he skinned his knee, and I thought for sure he's gonna die, but he didn't. So he goes, I think it was a salmon or something that swam up alongside of him and came and it covered it up, and we're gonna need a tourniquet, some vaccine.
We still got you, Frank?
Yeah, I'm back.
You got off for a bit. We got you there. Frank Caliendo joins us here on the Uma guessing. No, I'm with you on that. I like if you put it in the context of what the character's doing. So that's the first one I've heard. That's the first time I've heard you do that one. You were telling us at the Super Bowl that, you work on them and you say you rehearse it a bunch. You try to get comfortable with it until it's ready to unveil. Is that one of your newest ones? Do you have anything else that you've been working on that is ready for the world?
That's been around for a bit. It gets better, but I would say I keep working on this Billy Bob Thornton, but I don't have the way to get into it with them is the thing. And the thing with Billy Bob that I have to find it because I don't have it committed to to almost muscle memory because they don't have it there yet. I go to an interview I heard him do where he's talking about my kids think I sound like Hank Hill. And I don't hear it.
Nah.
I don't. So if I do that, I can start to get it, and then I have to rev into it. But I other than that, he's kind of like a ventriloquist. He doesn't move his teeth the whole time, and it's a little southern. And sometimes what you have to do is just stick something in there and do a little Tex-Mex comprende. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I can hear the tip of the head kill. I hear the Mike Judge a little bit, but I totally get the Billy Bob more.
But that's what he says in the interview. Bobby, what are you doing, Bobby? Grab my right, Bobby. It's that kind of thing. You got to bring it down. Yeah, you got to bring it down a little bit, and it starts to get in there. And as soon as you don't move your teeth while you're talking, then you start to figure it out.
Just to figure Billy Bob out. There you go.
Talking to Frank Caliendo on the UMA guest line. Catch him at Cobb's Comedy Club tomorrow at 7:30 in San Francisco. So I've heard in the past you did interviews where you said that John Madden initially didn't like the impression until his kids laughed at it, and then he got it. And John Gruden's always been a fan of your impression of him. Has there ever been an encounter with you with a celebrity that wasn't fond of your impression?
Not to my face. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Schefter, who's great and a friend, always says, I just don't hear it. I try and I want to hear it, but I just don't. I think he hears the S's because to be able to form the voice, I have to cheat the S's some. But according to my sources, at this particular time, it appears that the greatest university in the history of Western civilization has just won the college basketball championship. Adai Mara left almost for dead at UCLA with Mick Cronin. No idea if he could play at all, but he believed in himself, wrapped himself in the Spanish flag, and is now cheering for himself along with an entire country.
That's incredible.
Frank Caliendo joins us. So where have you been on this tour? How many more stops do you have? How's it been going so far, man, since we saw you last?
It's good. I mean, I just go on, and whenever they, basically have enough money or I want to work, that's kind of when I go on. So it's been great. And it's just messing around. So I like the clubs. Is just the messing. I can goof around and get new stuff. Doing like a theater type of thing is always we're going to the theater, and I feel like we're going to hit the club, man. So it's I have fun, and one of my first comedy specials I ever saw was the Robin Williams one where he's in that club. And there's something about that small venue that I always liked as opposed to a giant theater with a cavernous, ceiling that's like a real high ceiling that I just like that, closed-in feel.
An intimate room. Yeah, Cobb's a good room like that. Yeah.
Intimate's the word I was looking for. Yeah. It's fine. Thank you.
No, you're good. Cobb's is a good room for that too. So now in comedy, I feel like, and this is like a thing you see on social media a lot. You were just talking about this, but when you get these rooms now, is crowd work something that people expect when you're out and about now, when you're performing?
Not so much for me. I let people call stuff out the last 15 minutes, and I mess around because they'll do impressions I didn't get to.
Yeah.
But my crowds don't really. I know some other comedians who post a lot of crowd work. People come to their shows and yell stuff out, and there's a lot of people that are getting kicked out nowadays. But it's tough when you advertise the shows that way. This is what I do, and then some comedians do a thing where they will do their show and then they will do the last 20 minutes or something afterward and do some crowd work.
Right.
But there are the people that have been drinking since 4. And they get out there and just start yelling stuff right away. So it's not really an issue for me.
Couple more minutes with Frank Caliendo. Catch him at Cobb's Comedy Club tomorrow at 7:30 in San Francisco. I want to go back to your Mad TV days real quick because one of my favorite sketches of all time is the John Madden Popcorn Popper. But just that time, that era where I think it's one of the more underrated shows. It came on before Saturday Night Live, and if you were, a comedy junkie, you would watch that before you watched SNL. Just the company you had with Keegan-Michael Key and, Jordan Peele, Will Sasso, Ari Spears, Mo Collins. What was that experience like to break into comedy on a high level on Mad TV?
Well, there were so many, Bobby Lee was on the show.
There
were so many people, Mo Collins, Stephanie Weir, Michael McDonald. They were so much, but especially like Stephanie Weir, Mo Collins, and Michael McDonald, even Sasso, were such great actors compared to us that came from stand-up that it was almost like, you're kind of amazed by how good of actors and actresses they are. So it took us a lot of time, me and Bobby, and I've even talked to him about that. It takes some time to understand how to act with your whole body and not just be doing a voice or something and looking, silly. So it was pretty great to be around them because they were these were some amazing people. And then later when Jordan Peele and Keegan-Michael Key came along, you're going, holy cow, Keegan would have had massive characters on Saturday Night Live if he'd have gone that route. I don't know why he didn't. Sometimes you just take a deal and something like that when you can get it. But he would even have been better for that live audience feel of Saturday Night Live, doing the coach character, Coach Hines and stuff like that. And Jordan was like this, he's obviously this brilliant guy, and he was over it. He was always so much smarter than the Mad TV stuff. You could see him he'd just be, I got to dumb it down again for these people. So, pretty amazing. But it was incredible to be around people that were, because I didn't do sketch before I got on TV. I had just done stand-up, and you really need some sketch training if you want to be good. And it took me a while to get there, but I then got the NFL on Fox stuff, and it kind of just took me in a different route, and brought me to a different level faster.
I loved it, man. That was formative for me and my siblings and some of my best friends, and for Darren too. We loved watching Mad TV, and just an awesome cast of characters. Frank Caliendo tonight at the Punchline in Sacramento, tomorrow in San Francisco at Cobb's Comedy Club. Frank, it's great to talk to you again, man. Have a great show tonight. Break a leg, and I'll see you tomorrow at Cobb's, man.
Thanks, Frank.
Awesome. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Good deal there. Frank Caliendo. FrankOnStage.com is where you can find tickets and more information on his upcoming shows. Frank is just a riot and an awesome. It's been great addition and friend of the show.
Oh,
really
dude.
Fun, dude.
I mean, when it comes to impressions, like for me, it's Dana Carvey back in the day on SNL. He had so many, whether it was like Ross Perot or George Bush. Now, he was incredible. Bill Hader in more recent years with that Saturday Night Live. He's incredible when he does impressions. But Frank on a different level, like, yeah, as he said, he made the jump from being a stand-up comedian doing impressions, then going to the NFL on Fox. I remember that's how I got to know him, from his John Madden impressions.
I love Schefter being like, I don't hear it. Like, dude, he's doing his Schefter. Schefter was money.
I'm not surprised by that because, like the go-to thing is, according to my sources, like Adam Schefter does that. He does that, and he's really uptight.
To my sources.
According to my sources, this room does not have any Wi-Fi, and I'm pissed off that I flew all the way to Annapolis to be a part of the Pat McAfee show.
How about 408 here? I have to pee. I need to run to the store and grab some quick things. I need to pick up my kid from school. But I got to hear this Frank Caliendo.
You got to hear Frank.
510, this elite segment, the Chuck voice was unreal. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text if you want to check in on anything that's gone on today. Frank Caliendo, maybe it's Chloe Fineman you got thoughts on?
Yeah, apparently.
Maybe it's our MILF man Derek over here who's just laying it down in the East Bay, man.
I wish, until I brought up their husbands, and then things changed.
She's Mr. Steal Your Mom. All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Tim hosts trivia at the Bitter End in San Francisco every Tuesday. He begged and pleaded, so we give him his segment. He gives us a sports take, a slice of life take, and some trivia that you can hear tonight at the Bitter End. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, and then Giants pregame at 5:45, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Been a fun day so far.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought, dude, the 3-8 Giants could lead to such a fun day?
Leads to a lot of conversation.
They weren't part of it, but no, the discussion around their piss poor start was 5:45 pregame. We got Giants pre in about a half hour. Christopher Sanchez, the lefty, against Robbie Ray, another lefty. Giants looking for their second home win of 2026.
Yeah, God, think about that. So they've only their 3 losses, or the only 3 wins are against the Padres in that series, and then 1 game against the Mets.
They won 2 against the Padres.
Yeah.
At one point, dude, don't forget, their best stretch of the year was that time they went 3 of 4.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You remember that stretch?
Yeah, I remember that just like last week.
First 2 of the Padres, then they lost the third one, but then they won that first one against the Mets, and then never again.
Yeah.
All right, we do it each and every week. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. He hosts Bitter End. He hosts trivia at the Bitter End in San Francisco every Tuesday night. So Tim gives us a sports take, a slice of life take, and then some trivia that you will hear tonight at the Bitter End, all part of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Tim, open it up.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the takes leader.
All right, Tim, what you got for us on the take front? Let's start with the sports take.
All right. Well, hello, boys. Thanks once again for the opportunity to waste everybody's time. A Tuesday tradition unlike any other. And following Frank Caliendo. Real nice. And after the debacle that was last week's unsponsored Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar presented by nobody, it's come to my attention that I've been a bit too wordy. You know, less of me is probably best for all parties involved. So in the spirit of being brief, how about a few quickies? And no, not like the kind that almost assuredly happened at my apartment last week. By the way, if there are any members of the filth that have a spare flamethrower or industrial-sized barrel of disinfectant, the apartment is still feeling a bit icky. So let's take a collective cold shower and get down to, and I had no idea Matt Mayoka was going to talk about this, Brandon Ayuk, shall we? Let's talk about Brandon Ayuk.
All right.
I already saw a text that we just got. Why the hell are we talking about Brandon Ayuk? I can hear you now. Why are we doing this? And you know what? You're not wrong. But after last week's scorcher about the automatic balls and strike system, that simply could not wait. Now, there's been sort of a groundswell, if you will, from the corners of the content-creating universe that it is somehow petty that the 49ers haven't released Brandon Ayuk, that they're holding him hostage by not simply just releasing him and moving on. Greg Rosenthal being the main culprit here, to which I say, what the hell are you talking about being petty? Being petty is not showing up and quitting on your team. Holding someone hostage is deciding early in the year that coming back to the team wasn't happening while the team depended on you, all while posting ridiculous, and to take it a step further, frankly, corny social media videos speeding around the stadium. Yeah, that's real hardcore, bruh. But the dumbest part of all of this is that Ayuk was so done with the 49ers, he didn't even file a grievance and just walked away from millions, and I mean millions of dollars because, well, I guess we don't really know the why here, but that's not really the point. So Ayuk wants to go to Washington. We have well-placed sources, meaning reporters who have basically talked to his agent, that have beat the Ayuk to the commies drum for months. Hey, that's great. I want Cindy Sweetie's phone number, but that doesn't mean I'm owed it. And sidebar, let's be honest, I probably have a better shot at Mark Sweeney at this point. Anyway, what is the 49ers' motivation to do anything for Ayuk at this point? If it has been announced very publicly that there's mutual interest between Ayuk and Washington, doesn't it behoove the 49ers to at least attempt to recoup something for the guy? Because the other thing that we have heard ad nauseum is that you can't trade him, you won't get anything for him, blah, 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 blah. You don't think that it's at least plausible that somebody could get done with their draft prep and maybe not be in love with the wide receiver class? Maybe an NFC East team whiffed in wide receiver free agency. You don't think Howie Roseman of the Eagles, or hell, even Jera, wouldn't be willing to flip a 6th or 7th round pick for a proven receiver? Maybe other than having like a late round in the draft. All I'm saying is that it's not really improbable for the 49ers to at least make the attempt to try to recoup something for a guy instead of just handing him to a team that has announced their intention. I'd wager very heavily that the Commanders' rivals aren't interested in letting their opponent just get better for zilch. And I don't know about you, but a late-round pick, hell, even if it's a compensatory pick or a sandwich pick, as we always say, the most delicious of all the picks, is better than Jack squad. Does that make the 49ers petty as an organization? Not really buying that. Now, will they get anything for their disgruntled receiver? Who the hell knows? But the 49ers don't owe Brandon Ayuk anything. So he can make all the TikTok videos that he wants. The 49ers didn't do this to Ayuk. So the suggestion that they're being petty is, in my humble opinion, stupid. What do you think?
I'm with you, Tim. I don't think they're being petty at all. Tom Petty. I think it's just good business. I think it's where you hold out hope. You don't have to trade him. You don't have to release him right now. And yes, there is something with the June 1st post-designation of everything with releasing guys, and that's why you don't hurt yourself entirely with dead cap situations. So I totally understand that. There has been instances in the past where a team knew a guy was getting released, but they wanted to beat everybody to the punch by trading for that guy, whether it's a 7-round pick or a 6-round pick. We just saw it a couple weeks ago when Geno Smith was going to get released from the Raiders, but got traded to the Jets. It happens all the time. It happened a year ago when people knew that the Niners were going to release Deebo Samuel, but the Commanders went to the Niners and said, we'll give you him for a 5th-round pick. I think that they're not going to get anything in return for them, but it doesn't hurt them. And also, let's not act like Washington's like, well, damn, our season's held hostage because the 49ers won't release Brandon Ayuk. He's not the end-all, be-all. I don't even know if he can play football anymore, to be honest. But I don't think the Commanders view him as like, well, that's the missing link to our receiving core. No, they're going to add more than just Brandon Ayuk. So it doesn't hurt the Niners. It doesn't hurt the Commanders. It doesn't hurt Brandon Ayuk either. We can all wait post-June 1st.
Here's what I would say. If the Commanders know from him that he's going to sign there, then they'll just not make a trade.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that hurt them.
I guess more to the point, that Tim's making is are the Niners being petty? We talked about this a couple weeks ago. I don't think so, but it'd be kind of fun if they were,
Yeah. Well, honestly,
I don't think so, but it'd be kind of fun if that was the case.
The moment that Mike Silver and Diana Rossini put out the article saying that Brandon Ayuk is not coming back to the 49ers, that killed any draft conversation for me. So I don't see it happening, but I don't think it's wrong for them to wait.
Why would they hurry? And here's the other thing. It's not being petty to not do him any favors, right? You don't owe him anything. Right. You owed him the contract you agreed to give him, and then he didn't show up. So, they don't owe him anything. Are they being petty? I don't think so, but they also don't have to. If they can get anything, and even if it's a pipe dream, why not? You're going to lose him anyway, then we'll see. Go ahead, Tim. What do you got for us on the Slice of Life take?
Well, I just want to give you guys a quick sweet recap. I know we talked a little bit about it, but there was a couple more details. Just a collective Tim's Tuesday Takes hug to the San Jose Sharks for setting up last night at the Tank. Now, when we said it was Sweet Night, we had no idea it meant Center Ice Sweet Night.
Ooh, nice.
And the Felth could not have been represented better. It was great to hang out with Mr. KNBR, the KNBR digital team, even if they puked in the bathroom. Hell, Rick Tittle was there. I appreciate everyone letting me take a 6-minute timeout to grind the rest of the UConn-Michigan game. By the way, the line was 7, if that means anything to you. So while Van and I rooted for college kids to brick free throws, the Sharks get an epic comeback win. It was kind of just a blast all around. A few things did happen. Number one, I was accused of mansplaining hockey, which, hands to the score table, that might be partially true.
Accused and convicted.
By who? By who?
Well, there was a couple of people who said, hey, what are you doing, man? We might work in sports, but we are fans first, and I'll be the first to admit that I went right into fan mode. I put the hat on directly.
It wasn't me. I don't know why you're looking at me.
Number two.
I was the victim.
I want more details.
I was the victim of the mansplaining.
Oh, were you?
And I didn't acknowledge a word being said to me for several minutes until Jack Loader said, yo, Tim, you're just going to mansplain hockey to us all night?
I totally went directly into hockey
That's
mode.
the best line Jack Loader's ever had.
Dude, I hit him on the wing. I was like, bro. He was sitting to my left. Tim was on my right. And I was just sitting there staring there, and Tim was like, yeah, that's why he's doing this. And then he's going to go there. You see that? You might want to move in that way. That's why they're going this way. And then it went on for a few minutes, and I didn't even acknowledge Tim. And then Jack was like, yo, you going to do this all night, bro?
I might not be the most fun person to sit next to. I understand. Now, number two, I don't mind being accused of being a mansplainer in this situation until I'm asked by a member of our staff if Patrick Marleau, perhaps the greatest Shark in team history and has played in more games in the NHL than any other player ever, if Patty was a defenseman. So I guess some things are worth explaining.
What did young Tony learn at the Sharks game?
Number three, a huge thanks to Ted Ramey for jumping in so seamlessly. So everybody knows not a single member of the Filth that was there did not ask about Derek or Derek's treadmill or why Derek looks so ripped and all of a sudden he was ginger. Seriously, we missed you, buddy. The Filth missed you too. And number four, maybe the most obvious, you don't need me to tell you, get your asses to the Tank. You have 2 more chances this year to lose your voice, boo at the refs, and yes, get 3 free tacos. I'm going to keep waving this flag proudly until the playoffs. You're going to love this, okay? It's a hell of an experience. Get your asses down there.
Beautiful.
That was a Slice of Life take?
You should go to a Sharks game.
That was our life. Go to the Shark.
Well, I wanted
That's
details.
not a take.
I missed out yesterday.
That
so
wasn't a take, Tim.
But it doesn't surprise me. So wait, so Jack Loader was
Tim's Tuesday recaps and trivia? That's what we're doing?
Was it a consensus amongst the bunch that Tim was mansplaining too much when it came to hockey?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I took a 5. It's put the hand on the scores table.
He took a 5, and then when he came back, he didn't he didn't bog down me and Jack anymore. But young Tony was sitting on his other side.
Yeah.
Young Tony at one point, Tim got up to go get a beer or something, and I said, "Did you write all of that down?" I said, "Did you take some notes here?"
You have to mold the young man. I get it.
Tony was like, "Yeah, I know. He's telling me a lot. He's telling me a lot about the game."
And you know what? I appreciate it.
My favorite thing was, dude, nobody said this to you yet. When Rick Tittle walked in, he said to young Tony, he was like, "What up, Whitey?" And he was like, "What?" And he was like, "Whitey is in YT, young Tony."
Oh.
We were like, "This is the lamest thing, Tittle.
Well
What
done,
are you
Rick.
doing, dude?"
Well done.
So I think I'm calling young Tone Whitey from now on.
Whitey going forward? I like it.
Any chance I get to call him Whitey, I'm doing it, dude. What's up, Whitey?
That's such a Rick Tittle joke.
Anyway, there you go.
Not in love with that one. That's okay. Hard bar to
Dude,
follow, but
not only am I not in love with it, don't even come near me with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you hated it. I called you out on the reading of the grab bag. We had Caliendo in last week's take about the invader in my apartment set the bar pretty damn high.
Invader?
Invading now.
Just matter. As somebody said on the text line, Tim, you can't wash sin. You can't clean sin, so you're stuck in your apartment.
Don't I know
What do you
it?
got for us on the trivia front, Tim?
All right, let's start easy. You guys are both SNL fans. Who has hosted Saturday Night Live a record 17 times?
Alec Baldwin.
I'm going to say Steve Martin.
It's Alec Baldwin.
That is correct.
Alec
Yeah, it's
Baldwin.
not Steve. Damn.
Okay, nice and easy.
I think
Good
Steve is
start.
barely in the 5-timers.
Barely?
Steve's much higher than that, but
Maybe he's more. Somebody was. Maybe it was Morton Short that was barely in the 5-timers.
Jack Black just got to the 5-timers club.
Yeah, but I saw that.
I think for a long time it was Martin and Baldwin going back and forth who had hosted the most.
Yes.
But that's just
That was my second guess. Okay.
Only one of them's. Well, never mind.
Thank you.
There's a Russ joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, I got
Keep
you.
going, Tim. What you got?
Keep firing blanks here. Type O blood is considered to be the universal donor because it can be donated to people of any blood type. This blood type is considered to be the universal recipient because people with this blood type can receive any blood type. Our resident phlebotomist.
I'm going to go
knows
O
this one.
negative.
I don't know my blood.
O positive gives to anybody, can O negative receive from it? I think it's O negative. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong.
I don't know blood types. I don't. Was it AB positive is one of them, or is that wrong?
Go ahead. Yeah, okay. How about this? How many blood types are there, Derek?
I have no idea, dude.
You don't even, no idea?
No.
Is C a blood type?
No.
Is B a blood type?
Yes.
Is A B?
Yes.
Is B A?
Brendan Ayuk? No, I don't think so.
No, badass, dude. Come on. Or bare ass. You know,
Bare ass
hanging
blood
some
types?
bare ass. Tim, I'm going O negative. Derek's going with blood type C minus.
Sure.
Derek actually stumbled into his AB positive.
AB
positive. There we go.
Very good, Derek. Okay, how about one more? Doubletree, Embassy Suites, Hampton Inn, and Homewood Suites are all hotel chains operated by this large hotel conglomerate. It is synonymous with hotels. What is the parent company name? You have heard it.
Yeah.
One more time.
Doubletree, Embassy Suites, Hampton Inn, Homewood Suites. There are a bunch more.
They've got to be
including the Waldorf
Marriott.
Astoria.
Everything's Marriott.
I think it's
now.
Marriott.
It's got to be Marriott.
Mama's wrong.
Is it
again.
Hilton?
That's Hilton. Correct.
The
Right
official
there.
sponsor of hotels for the NFL.
Okay. Anyone else, Tim? Anything else?
That's all we got today.
That's all Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia for you on a Tuesday, April 7th. I really enjoyed the sports take and the trivia.
Now the slice of life. Rubbing it in that you guys went to the Sharks game.
I really loved going to the game a lot more than I loved hearing Tim explain the game to me and then explain the night to
It was
me
a nice
after the
recap.
fact.
It was a nice recap.
We don't have to go to any more games together. It's fine.
We will take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. When we come on back, what do we got? A sound soiree?
Yeah, we got enough time for one.
We got a sound soiree for you before we put the show to bed and get you over to Giants pregame in about 15 minutes. It's Dirty Work. It's a Tuesday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Tuesday, putting the show to bed here momentarily in about 10 minutes or so before we get you over to Giants pregame at 5:45. The Giants and the Phillies. Christopher Sanchez, who I just saw in 20 career innings against the Giants or thereabouts, has a 1.35 career ERA. So, sick. Anyway, Robbie Ray for the Giants, Christopher Sanchez for the Phillies. We'll get you out to pregame in about 10 minutes here at 5:45. Before we do that, quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 415 says, when are you guys back down in San Jose? At Jack's. We will be there Thursday, April 23rd. 2 weeks from Thursday for our KNBR draft party. We'll be there for dirty work. There's a Giants game that day. We'll do
a little post-game action.
A little post-game for Giants and Dodgers that day game. And then we will we'll start our KNBR draft party. The actual draft coverage will go down at the 49ers headquarters, but me, Marcus, and Derek are just hanging, drinking.
Come hang with us. We'll be doing live updates. We'll get in reactions. I'm sure me and Marcus will have thoughts on Fernando Mendoza going first overall, but yes.
You guys handle that, dude. I'll be hanging with the people.
All right, you do that.
As one of our texters checked in, 925 says, when we told our story, or Derek got the story about the NBA grab bag, when he was with the MILF man, Derek was slaying MILFs on Friday night with me and Marcus. 925 says, I can confirm about the MILFs.
This is Matthew?
This is Matthew. He says, I was at Momo's after the game, and I met you guys.
Yes.
I bought shots. Copes talked to me. He's awesome. But Derek took my shot and ignored me for the MILFs.
No, that's not true.
I get it. That's what he says. You responded to him. You said, well, I'm sorry, Matthew, but you understand. Thanks for the shot.
It was a very nice gesture, Matthew. Thank you very much. I did acknowledge you, though. Don't act like, yeah, get out of here. Get out of here.
707 says, is Derek's new nickname Milk or MILF Man?
I could be either.
No, he's MILF Man.
Sure.
But they're one and the same.
Yeah. Either way, we're getting milk.
The two names are okay. The two names are one and the same. 415 says, okay, thanks, fellas. This is me talking Tonjas with Rosenbag. He's going to be down there at Jack's.
Nice.
For our 49ers draft show.
Haven't seen Rosenbag in quite some time.
All right, let's get right into it here. Tim, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed with today's Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. And it starts, Derek, right here on these airwaves. Down with Murph and Marcus. This is earlier today, right?
Yes, it is.
Now, Kerry was in with Marcus this morning, I believe.
Yeah. What was the reason for that? Murph just not feeling it?
Yeah, dude, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Murph was going to be here, but he just wasn't feeling it.
Yeah,
so,
fair enough.
So Kerry came in today. I'll be here tomorrow unless I'm not feeling it. So, yeah.
Sometimes that happens.
What happened? Murph just wasn't feeling it?
Just wasn't feeling it.
I like that.
Saw the show, didn't like it, went home.
Here's a better question. Do you think Curly left early today and called out fake sick yesterday because Murph was off?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Like, if it were, he would have been here if Murph was
If there's no Murph, there's no Curly. No, that's not true.
Here's Kuiper on the morning show today. Kuiper was asked about ways to keep the clubhouse loose during a losing streak. Here's what he said.
I'm going to tell you what Frank Robinson did. And we were on a really bad streak. Not just losing, but playing bad. And he brought in a motivational speaker. And this woman came in. She had a boom box. Remember the boom box?
Mm-hmm.
That was it, man. You walked around, you had a boom box. You were it. So she walks in with her boom box, and she turns it on, and she takes her clothes off.
Oh.
It's a stripper. And I thought the guys, they were like, what in the heck is going on, right? Well, the Chapel guys didn't know what to do. They were like, oh, I don't know. So in the meantime, it was fine. We laughed, blah, 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 blah. And we lost the next 4 in a row. So that did not work, and I do not want that to happen tonight when the troops get into the ballpark.
I mean, that's a pretty good way to go about, like, trying to get some inspiration for the team. The funny thing, though, is young Tony asked that question, and after Kuiper left,
he was like, "Yeah, hey, Kuiper, what's a stripper?"
Yeah, no, young Tony was like, "You can't have that in a clubhouse. Come on now,
it's just young Tony at the door.
Naked women. What is this? It's a place of business."
Young Tony can't believe it.
Come
dude.
on now.
We're trying to win a ball game. We got naked women walking around.
Come on, we're on a losing streak. You're gonna go in there and take your clothes off? What is this? It's a ball club, damn it.
That's hysterical, dude. By the way, that stripper was sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
That stripper was brought to you.
I don't know what to tell you, man. The way it was.
Yeah.
Or whoever Kuiper's sponsored by. You know what I mean? They sponsored that
Bigelow
stripper.
tea.
Yeah. Grab a mug and strip proudly, dude. Yeah. What, I'm the bad guy? Come on, dude. All right, moving on here in the Sound Sport. Do we got time here? Should we do another one?
Yeah, we got time. Like 5
what
minutes
should we do?
before the show
What
starts.
do you want? What should we do?
Let's see here. We got Dan Hurley. We got John Harbaugh. Let's hear from Dan Hurley. Why not?
Sure, Dan Hurley, he lost the Natty last night. First loss in a championship game for UConn in school's history. Dan Hurley, was it the ref's fault? Could their officiating have changed the game?
This will be the final question for Coach Hurley.
Is that a pressure, Zach? Come on, buddy. Don't blow it.
Dan, how much did the officiating change the game tonight?
This guy. I mean, is there fine? I mean, what I know about fines, is there
Fine for Zach?
I think so. I mean,
just it seemed like it was very inconsistent from first half to second half and touch fouls.
Hey, listen, that's an all-star group there. I mean, Kip, Kip and Jeff. I mean, obviously, and James, who we're familiar with as well. It's such a physical game. I mean, Michigan is so physical. I just thought, and again, it's not the reason why we lost the game, obviously.
So I don't know if he's being facetious there, but I mean, good on him to be like, yeah, we just lost the game because Michigan was the better team yesterday.
Yeah, Kip and Jeff, obviously, of course. James, we know James and Kip. They're a good group of guys.
Do you think he's messing around there?
Like that? Yeah, kind of. I don't know. Why is he talking like that?
Because he usually goes head to head with these referees, literally. But then, yesterday, I think honestly he kind of knew. Like UConn got past Duke on that incredible shot by Mullins.
They asked if there's a fine. Like, I don't know. Just ran out of gas. They didn't know.
Exactly. I thought he handled it way better than Gino Auriemma on Friday.
Auriemma's ridiculous.
Yeah. Listen, a lot of respect to the man. He's got, 13 national championships, but he acted ridiculous like that.
Quick check here. The Golden State Lumber Showroom text line says 707-8. At least that stripper, she didn't need a bed. 408 says Mark Grace with the slump buster.
My arch enemy.
209 says, I'm going to need to see a pic of that stripper.
What, from
Kuiper was stuck. I'm going to need to see a pic of that Kuiper just for my records. Guys. Just for my records,
maybe he'll take some photo to young Tony. I don't know.
The stripper sponsored Playing Wood by Timber Texas 925. Nicely done.
Timber Tech
925. Everything wood should be. Sure, they love this. 925 says Giants definitely need a slump buster.
Yep.
We'll see if they can figure that out tonight. All right. Why don't we put the show to bed here? Oh, by the way, 831 says, dude, Derek, Murph took his kid to Pebble Beach to play Pebble Beach.
Oh, did not know that. Nice.
And he just wasn't feeling it.
He just wasn't feeling it.
Well, what was it with Murph? He just wasn't feeling it.
I wasn't feeling it yesterday. I'm here today. It happens.
Jake just wasn't feeling it. All right, Tim, you got a note
Murph just wasn't feeling it.
Note to sell for us?
Note to sell.
It wasn't going to be Murph, just wasn't feeling it. We love all of our callers. A few today, a little bit more. Keith Love, thank you so much for calling
Keith
in.
Love.
The guy who yelled that the Giants front office has, quote, snookered us, I liked. And then the other one, the guy who said, man, that was a really rough call for Paul. Paul had a rough call.
Yeah, dude, that was a rough call for Paul. Dude, that was funny.
Yeah, Keith Love was no Keith Stone. Remember him from back in the day, the Keystone Light commercials with Keith Stone?
Keith Stone, yeah,
Keith
those are the guys then.
Note to self.
Note to self.
If you get a ride from 5 Cougars and they're taking you back home, just don't mention their husbands. It's a bad move.
Is that how you lose?
Yeah, that's how you lose.
Would you have continued on if they'd invited you over? Would you have continued on?
Sure. See where the night goes.
Dude, you
see what happens.
You fox, you, Derek.
Eventually I'll probably get a ride home, but yeah, see what kind of ventures you get into.
It's unbelievable, dude.
Chickens,
This guy.
sex. See what happens.
This guy, dude. This guy's a pipesman, dude. This guy.
Sure, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, note to self. Hide your moms. The MILF man is coming. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Thank you to our guests today, Matt Mayoko and to Frank Caliendo. Both of those interviews available at thesportsleader.com and the TheSportsLeader app. Also, frankonstage.com if you want to check out tickets for Caliendo tomorrow at Cobb's Comedy Club. Thanks to Tim. That was it. Just thanks, Tim. All right, we'll hand it over to Giants baseball. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Game 2, Giants and the Phillies, coming up at 6:45, only here on the Sports Leader.